Chapter 1. Disrobe. Dual cultivation. In a realm of chaos, a stunningly beautiful woman hovered in the air, gazing down upon a sharply defined youth. Her figure was graceful, her skin as white as snow, and her face was so enchanting that it captivated the eye. She exuded an aura of authority, cold and noble, yet her gaze upon the youth burned with intensity, reminiscent of a hungry wolf eyeing a delectable feast. This exquisite beauty was known as the Empress of Chaos, an unparalleled being standing at the pinnacle of cultivators. The youth, named Chu Lingtian, hailed from a remote empire on the 9 provinces continent, born into a prestigious family. I refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingtian firmly declined. Though he felt an overwhelming temptation, he was no naive child and understood that there existed a malicious, secret technique capable of siphoning yang energy. The Empress of Chaos' fervent gaze sent shivers down his spine. He feared that he might be utterly drained by her. I am not soliciting your opinion, but rather informing you. The Empress of Chaos coldly scoffed. A tremendous pressure erupted, immobilizing Chu Lingtian, rendering him powerless to move. He could only watch helplessly as his garments were torn asunder, and he beheld the Empress of Chaos shedding her own attire, revealing skin so flawless it seemed to defy the very concept of imperfection before she pounced upon him. Please know, the Empress of Chaos possessed an extraordinary level of cultivation, capable of shattering mountains and rending the void with but a flick of her finger. To her, the 9 provinces continent was merely a weak and inferior realm. Even a mightiest cultivator from the 9 provinces would stand no chance against her casual gesture. However, just as she was on the verge of breaking through to the ultimate realm, she was unexpectedly betrayed by her ally, the Empress of the 9 heavens, who severely wounded her in a bid to seize the supreme treasure, the Chaos Pagoda, which she had acquired from an ancient ruin. In a desperate struggle, the Empress of Chaos fought fiercely, paying a heavy price to unleash a forbidden technique, shattering the fabric of space with the Chaos Pagoda and escaping to the lower realm. Though she preserved her life, she emerged gravely injured and afflicted by the seductive poison of the Empress of the 9 heavens. If she could not swiftly locate a virgin to engage in dual cultivation and absorb their pure yang energy to suppress the poison within her, she would soon meet her demise. After a day and a night, Chu Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, immediately assaulted by a wave of weakness. Supporting himself with his hands, he gradually sat up and beheld the Empress of Chaos seated beside him, her hands forming seals as she practiced her cultivation. After a day and a night of nurturing, the complexion of the Empress of Chaos had noticeably brightened, and her aura had grown even more formidable. Indeed, she is a devil who siphons yang energy. She is likely to return for second and third time, Chu Lingtian thought in despair. Suddenly, he noticed a crimson stain on his tattered clothing. Could I have been mistaken? Chu Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. As he was lost in thought, the Empress of Chaos abruptly opened her radiant eyes, illuminating the surroundings and dimming the stars. Chu Lingtian was momentarily entranced. Have you had your fill of staring? A frigid voice jolted him back to reality. Although I have absorbed your pure yang energy, you have not emerged empty-handed. Your damaged foundation has been restored, the Empress of Chaos stated. Upon hearing her words, Chu Lingtian clenched his fists tightly, a surge of murderous intent welling up in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared. Chu Haochen, Runer, you treacherous pair, I swear I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. The Chu family was the foremost of the 3 major clans in the Qian Empire, brimming with formidable experts. As a prominent noble family, the Chu clan had numerous members. Therefore, aside from the main family residing in Luoyang County, there were also 4 branches scattered across the 4 cities within the county. Chu Lingtian belonged to the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. The Chu Haochen he mentioned was the second son of the branch head, Chu Shan. Runer, not only his personal maid, but also his betrothed. In a bid to redeem Runer from her indentured servitude and elevate her status to marry into the Chu family, Chu Lingtian had agreed to Chu Shan's conditions, allowing him to employ a secret technique to extract the spirit flame bloodline from his body and send it to the city lord's family. Yet the result was a betrayal from Runer. It turned out that the innocent and lovely Runer he had known had long since climbed into Chu Haochen's bed, All of this had been a meticulously crafted scheme to extract the spirit flame bloodline from him, offering it to the main Chu family in exchange for substantial rewards. With the extraction of his bloodline, Chu Lingshan's foundation was damaged, and his cultivation was rendered null. Coupled with Runer's betrayal, he was so enraged that he fainted for 5 whole days. Only when the Chaos Pagoda shattered the boundaries of space and fortuitously appeared in his room, sensing his intact, pure yang energy, did it draw him into its inner space. As Chu Lingtian sensed that his damaged foundation had been restored and he could continue his cultivation, he initially felt joy. However, recalling the strength of the Chu family, a deep sense of powerlessness surged within him. What does it matter that my foundation has been restored? Without my bloodline, I am nothing but a waste. No matter how diligently I cultivate, I will never achieve greatness, Chu Lingtian lamented. On the 9 provinces continent, over 90% of cultivators could awaken a bloodline. However, most could only awaken the lowest grade, the first-tier bloodline. Those with exceptional talent could awaken higher-tier bloodlines, reaping the myriad benefits bestowed by their lineage. The 9 provinces continent classified bloodlines into 10 tiers, from lowest to highest: first tier, second tier, third tier, ninth tier, and the coveted supreme bloodline. The higher the tier of the bloodline, the greater the innate talent it represented. Chu Lingtian had previously awakened the spirit flame bloodline, which was a 5th-tier bloodline. Do not underestimate this 5th-tier bloodline in the entire Fengyan city. There were only a few dozen prodigies who had awakened bloodlines above the 3rd tier. Among them, Chu Lingtian was the sole individual with a 5th-tier bloodline. Through his spirit flame bloodline, he had become the top prodigy of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. The reason for Chu Shan's scheming was twofold. First, because the junior master of the main family, Chu Yunxiao, had awakened a top-tier 6th-tier bloodline known as the Fire Serpent bloodline. According to ancient texts, the Fire Serpent bloodline could merge with the Spirit Flame bloodline, evolving into a more potent bloodline. To curry favor with the main family, Chu Shan utilized nefarious techniques to extract Chu Lingshan's Spirit Flame bloodline and personally delivered it to the city lord's family. It was rumored that the junior master of the main family, Chu Yunxiao, had employed secret methods and various rare materials to merge the Spirit Flame bloodline, transforming his own Fire Serpent bloodline into a 7th-tier bloodline known as the Flame Flood Dragon bloodline, thus ascending to become the top genius of the Qian Empire. Secondly, Chu Shan sought to eliminate Chu Lingtian as an obstacle, paving the way for his second son, Chu Haochen. A mere spirit flame bloodline pales in comparison to the extraordinary opportunity you have received, the Empress of Chaos said disdainfully. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Lingtian inquired, "What extraordinary opportunity?" The dual cultivation had left him feeling exhausted, weak, and with a sore back, yet he had not perceived any other benefits. The Empress of Chaos gestured toward their surroundings, saying, "The space we currently inhabit is the 8th level of the Chaos Pagoda. This pagoda is a supreme treasure I acquired after enduring great peril within an ancient ruin, possessing the ability to suppress the flow of time and space. In simpler terms, the passage of time within the tower differs from that of the outside world. The time flow rate of the first level of the Chaos Pagoda is 100 times that of the outside world. This means that while one day passes outside, 100 days elapse within the first level of the tower. Similarly, 1 year outside equates to 100 years within. The Chaos Pagoda comprises 9 levels, and the higher the level, the faster the time flow. Most importantly, as the master, your lifespan is unaffected by the time flow within the Chaos Pagoda." Extending her delicate finger, the Empress of Chaos pointed at Chu Lingtian. "After our dual cultivation, you have been recognized by the Chaos Pagoda, becoming its second master. You may freely enter the tower's inner space to cultivate. Of course, in your current state, you are far too weak and can only access the first level of the pagoda." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingshan's face lit up with excitement. Such a treasure truly existed in the world. If the Empress of Chaos was not deceiving him, spending 100 years within the first level of the pagoda would only cost him 1 year of his lifespan. Spending 1,000 years would only cost him 10 years. Although his cultivation speed would be significantly hampered without his bloodline, the presence of the Chaos Pagoda would sufficiently compensate for this disadvantage. In the future, If he were to obtain a grand opportunity and regain a bloodline, he would surely soar to unimaginable heights, surpassing all prodigies. Chu Lingtian had many more questions he wished to ask, but he saw the Empress of Chaos wave her hand dismissively. I must now enter seclusion to fully suppress the seductive poison within me. You have 1 year to cultivate. After a year, I shall require you once more for dual cultivation. If your cultivation has not reached the Spirit Emperor realm, you will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the second round of dual cultivation. As her words fell, the Empress of Chaos waved her jade hand, directly sending Chu Lingtian out of the 8th level of the pagoda. Chu Lingtian found himself enveloped in darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his own chamber. Could everything that just transpired have been a dream? Chu Lingtian murmured. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, and he knew that it had all been real. In the span of a single year, I must ascend to the realm of the Spirit Emperor, otherwise, during the second dual cultivation, I shall undoubtedly be crushed to death by the Empress. Chu Lingtian supported his waist, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. On the continent of the 9 provinces, the cultivation levels of practitioners are classified into 9 distinct realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest as follows: Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Empress. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers, ranging from the 1st layer to the 9th layer. The so-called Spirit Practitioner realm entails drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body, representing the true commencement of the cultivation journey, and is the first step toward becoming a practitioner. Individuals of ordinary aptitude can reach the 3rd or 4th layer of the Spirit Practitioner realm by the age of 16. Those with exceptional talent may attain the 5th or 6th layer by the same age. Originally, at 16, Chu Lingtian had reached the late stage of the 9th layer of the Spirit Practitioner realm, making him the foremost genius of the Chu family's branch. However, 5 days prior, everything changed. Having had his bloodline extracted, Chu Lingtian's foundation was severely damaged, and his cultivation was rendered null, instantly transforming him from the branch's most promising talent into a despised waste. Now, though he has managed to restore his foundation and can cultivate anew, his cultivation remains at 0. To reach the Spirit Emperor realm within a year, even with the assistance of the Chaos Treasure Pagoda, is an endeavor as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Yet, whether to safeguard his own existence or to exact vengeance, he must break through to the Spirit Emperor realm within a year. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Chu family's branch in Fengyan City, the room was filled with attendees, all the elders having gathered. Chu Lingtian's cultivation has been rendered null. The quota for the Academy's assessment shall be inherited by Chu Haochen, declared a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. This individual was none other than Chu Shan, the head of the Chu family's branch in Fengyan City. Standing behind him was his second son, Chu Haochen. Currently, Chu Lingtian is nothing but a waste, and thus is unworthy of the Academy's assessment quota. Indeed, the quota for the Academy's assessment is exceedingly precious. Young Master Chun possesses exceptional talent, and with the support of the main family, he is bound to shine brilliantly in the Academy assessment. Congratulations to the head of the family. Our Chu family branch in Fengyan City is about to welcome its second disciple to the Academy. The elders spoke in unison. The Qian Empire boasts 3 grand academies, the pinnacle of martial arts institutions within the empire. Every aspiring youth in the empire takes great pride in gaining admission to an academy. Each year, the 3 academies hold a joint assessment, wherein only the most outstanding youths from each county are eligible to secure a quota and participate in the assessment. As a leading force in Fengyan City, the Chu family's branch possesses one such assessment quota. Originally, this quota belonged to Chu Lingtian. However, given his current status as a waste, it has naturally been revoked. I object. A cold voice reverberated from outside the conference hall. Chu Lingtian strode into the room. You, a mere waste, have no place to speak here. One elder retorted sharply. The assessment quota was intended for the family's top genius. Given your current lack of cultivation, it is only right to reclaim it. Youth Master Chen's extraordinary talent, combined with the main family's backing, makes him the most suitable candidate for the Academy assessment. Chu Shan's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of coldness flickering within their depths. He spoke slowly. Chu Lingtian has made great sacrifices for the family and deserves the best recuperation. Someone, escort Chu Lingtian to the countryside villa. Before he could finish, Chu Lingtian interjected, in half a month, I shall challenge Chu Haochen to a life-and-death duel, whatever fate may hold. Let it be. Chu Lingtian was acutely aware that should he be sent to the countryside villa, death would not be far behind. Chu Shan would surely employ underhanded means to ensure his accidental demise in the countryside. Thus, he could not allow himself to be sent away. Moreover, to reclaim the academy assessment quota and seek vengeance, he had to initiate a life-and-death duel with Chu Haochen. Upon hearing Chu Lingshan's words, the elder's expressions shifted dramatically. A life-and-death duel is the most brutal form of confrontation, requiring both parties to sign a death agreement, continuing the fight until one side perishes. None had anticipated that the cultivation of Feng Chu Lingtian would dare to challenge Chu Haochen to such a duel. The eyes of the elders converged upon Chu Haochen. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Chu Haochen sneered, accepting the challenge. Had this been 5 days ago, he might have had some reservations. But now, Chu Lingtian was merely a waste he could crush him with a single hand. As he contemplated the prospect of finally ridding himself of the shadow of Chu Lingtian, who had always overshadowed him, a perverse sense of pleasure surged within Chu Haochen. Seeing Chu Haochen agree to the duel, a glint of cold light flashed in Chu Lingshan's eyes as he turned to leave. Everyone believed him to be a failure, destined to perish in half a month. However, he would prove them all gravely mistaken. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Lingtian closed the door and sat cross-legged on his bed. In his mind, a time-worn and ancient 9-tiered pagoda loomed, the Chaos Pagoda. With a mere thought, the entrance to the first level of the Chaos Pagoda swung open. In an instant, Chu Lingtian's form vanished from the room, transported to an expansive realm. This was the inner sanctum of the first level of the Chaos Pagoda. Within this space, there lay only a meditation mat and a vast expanse of land. The presence of farmland within the pagoda's confines sparked a notion in Chu Lingtian's mind. Could it be that one could cultivate within this realm? If the pagoda's space permitted cultivation, then he could sow medicinal herbs in the fields. With the first level's time flow rate of 100 times faster, after a year in the outside world, he could reap a bountiful harvest of century-old herbs. After a decade, he would yield a plethora of millennia-old herbs. It is well known that many medicinal herbs possess the ability to expedite cultivation and enhance one's prowess. However, such herbs typically require centuries, if not millennia, to mature. Yet, with the Chaos Pagoda at his disposal, Chu Lingtian could easily seek out seeds or immature herbs to plant within its confines. After a period of waiting, he would be able to harvest. Although he had lost his spirit flame bloodline, the presence of the Chaos Pagoda, with its 100-fold time acceleration, rendered even the most exceptional bloodline talents inferior to him. A glint of determination shone in Chu Lingtian's eyes. Brimming with confidence, the Flame Dragon bloodline, classified as a 7th-tier bloodline, was indeed formidable. However, in comparison to his 100-fold time acceleration, the difference was akin to that of heaven and earth. Moreover, his current abilities were weak, allowing him only to enter the first level of the Chaos Pagoda. Once his strength improved, he could advance to the second and third levels, where the time flow might be even swifter. Chu Lingtian mused aloud. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he meticulously organized his thoughts and devised a cultivation plan. With another thought, he returned to his room. From beneath his pillow, Chu Lingtian retrieved the last of his 100 taels of silver notes and left the Chu residence. He made a bulk purchase of provisions for 2 years along with some basic medicinal herb seeds. Upon returning to his room, he focused his mind and, with provisions, water, and herb seeds in hand, entered the first level of the pagoda's space that he resolved to enter a 2-year seclusion. Once he had amassed sufficient wealth, he could directly purchase fasting pills, eliminating the need for such extensive supplies of food and water. Chu Lingtian sighed in resignation. Previously, as the foremost genius of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City, he had never been short of money. However, 5 days ago, after being stripped of his spirit flame bloodline by Chu Shan, he had become a mere shell of his former self. The fortune he had accumulated over the years was seized by Runner, leaving him with only a single 100-tael silver note. Chu Lingtian first approached the fields and sowed the medicinal herb seeds. He then settled onto the meditation mat, adjusting his state of mind before forming the seals for his cultivation technique, the fire cloud art, and commenced his practice on the Jiuzhou continent. Martial arts and techniques are categorized into 4 tiers. Yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, from lowest to highest. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The fire cloud art, which Chu Lingtian practiced, is an advanced yellow tier technique, a family heirloom of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. Accessible only to direct descendants. Both martial arts and techniques possess 5 realms of cultivation: initial, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Previously, although Chu Lingtian was the top genius of the Chu family branch, he had only managed to cultivate the fire cloud art to the minor accomplishment stage. The disparities between the 5 realms of techniques and martial arts are vast. If Chu Lingtian could elevate the fire cloud art to the major accomplishment stage, his rate of absorbing the world's spiritual energy would increase by more than double. And if he reached the perfection stage, the absorption rate would triple. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this time, apart from eating and occasionally tending to the herbs, Chu Lingtian devoted all his energy to cultivation. Although he had restored his foundation and could practice again, the extraction of his spirit flame bloodline had rendered him a bloodline less wastrel, significantly diminishing his innate talent and slowing his cultivation progress. Nevertheless, his comprehension remained intact. Coupled with his previous cultivation experience and the aid of medicinal herbs, 2 years of diligent practice restored his cultivation to the late stage of the spirit realm's 6th level. Additionally, he had advanced the fire cloud art to the intermediate stage and the fire cloud palm to the major accomplishment stage. While his combat prowess was not quite on par with his former self, it was sufficient to contend with practitioners at the 7th level of the spirit realm. The late stage of the spirit realm's 6th level was far from adequate to eliminate Chu Haochen in a life-and-death confrontation. He needed to not only regain his former strength, but also to advance further still. Chu Lingtian stated solemnly. Although Chu Haochen's awakened purple fire bloodline was merely a 3rd-tier bloodline, as the 2nd son of the family head, he had access to even more cultivation resources than Chu Lingtian. While his cultivation might not surpass that of the former Chu Lingtian, he had nonetheless reached the early stage of the spirit realm's 9th level. Thus, with Chu Lingtian's current strength, he was still woefully insufficient to defeat Chu Haochen. Noticing that his provisions were running low, Chu Lingtian concluded his training. Rising to stretch, basic medicinal herbs had become of little assistance to him. With his current cultivation level, only herbs of the 1st tier or above could yield any effect. Chu Lingtian mused to himself that on the Jiuzhou continent, medicinal herbs are classified into 9 tiers based on their efficacy, from the lowest to the highest. They are 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and so forth up to 9th tier. The seeds he had previously purchased were all of the most basic variety, maturing in a year or 2, and were not even 1st-tier herbs, possessing minimal efficacy. He needed to find a way to procure a batch of 1st-tier herbs. After pondering for a considerable time, he focused his mind and exited the 1st level of the pagoda's space, returning to the external world. Although Chu Lingtian had spent a full 2 years cultivating within the pagoda, only 7 days had elapsed outside. The Chaos Pagoda, a supreme treasure forged by an unparalleled master, would undoubtedly pave the way for him to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation in the future. A confident smile graced Chu Lingtian's lips at that moment. The gate of the side courtyard suddenly exploded. A strikingly proud woman, flanked by 2 attendants, stormed in with a fierce demeanor. Chu Lingtian, how dare you hoard silver notes? You truly are a scoundrel. Thankfully, I did not marry you. Otherwise, who knows how you would treat me in the future? She coldly mocked. The newcomer was none other than Runner. Now, she had become the fiancée of Chu Haochen, enjoying a measure of power within the Chu family. Chu Lingtian stepped out of the house and cast a glance at Runner. Once his gaze had been filled with affection for her, but now he felt nothing but revulsion. Kneel and apologize. Compensate for the damaged gate, and I may temporarily spare you, allowing you to witness as I trample Chu Haochen beneath my feet during our life and death duel. Chu Lingtian spoke coldly. Upon hearing his words, Runner was momentarily taken aback. then burst into laughter. Chu Lingtian, do you still think you're the Chu family's #1 genius? I've heard that you've been so frightened by the life and death duel in 8 days that you've gone mad, spending 100 taels of silver on a massive amount of provisions that I was skeptical. But now, I believe it. If Chu Lingtian had not been frightened into madness, how could he utter such nonsense? The two attendants beside her laughed heartily, their gazes towards Chu Lingtian filled with mockery. Ignoring the three, Chu Lingtian coldly said, I will count to 5.5, 4, 3. As he counted down, Runner's expression darkened, and she shouted at her two attendants. You want to die? Air, break his limbs for me. The two attendants, grinning menacingly, approached Chu Lingtian. Although Adun Air were merely attendants, they had been following Chu Haochen and had both reached the first level of the spirit realm. In their eyes, dealing with the incapacitated Chu Lingtian was child's play. How dare these two lowly attendants attempt to lay hands on me? Such audacity is unforgivable. With that, Chu Lingtian stomped his foot violently on the ground, propelling himself forward like a swift leopard, instantly closing the distance to Ada and Aer. Before they could react, they felt a tightening around their throats, lifted off the ground by Chu Lingtian's grip. Spare me. Ada's words were cut short as a sharp crack echoed. Chu Lingtian tightened his hands, crushing their throats. Then, as if discarding refuse, he tossed their lifeless bodies aside. The entire sequence transpired in a flash, taking less than a breath's time from start to finish. Weren't you supposed to be a waste? Runner exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock, suddenly realizing your cultivation may be useless, but your physical strength remains. Before the extraction of the spirit flame bloodline, Chu Lingtian was a practitioner at the late stage of the 9th layer of the spirit master realm. Even with just the strength of his physical body remaining, he was not someone that two mere practitioners at the first layer of the spirit master realm could hope to contend with. This thought crossed her mind. Runner felt her fear dissipate, and with a cold snort, she declared, Chu Lingtian, considering our past connections, if you kneel and bow your head now, I might still plead with young Master Chen on your behalf, allowing you to live a few more days. Otherwise, slap. Before she could finish her words, Chu Lingtian's figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared before her, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. How dare you strike me? Slap. Chu Lingtian retaliated with another sharp slap. Slap. A series of 3 slaps left Runner's face swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. Immediately kneel and apologize. Compensate for the damaged gate. Otherwise, you shall face death. Chu Lingtian's voice was as chilling as the depths of the abyss. With her legs giving way, Runner sank to her knees before him. I was wrong. I'd beg young Master Tian for my life. As she spoke, she hastily produced a stack of banknotes, totaling 500 taels of silver. Chu Lingtian accepted the banknotes from her hand and then cast his gaze upon her bosom. Sensing his stare, Runner smirked inwardly, thinking, this lecherous man is still the same. Lusting after my beauty, she deliberately puffed out her chest, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, attempting to entice Chu Lingtian. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed in the air. Withered flowers and fallen willows. Do you think you can seduce me? Chu Lingtian scoffed coldly. He reached out with his right hand and yanked the jade pendant from around Runner's neck. This pendant was made of high-quality mutton fat jade, worth 1,000 taels, subsequently holding the banknotes and the pendant. Chu Lingtian made his exit from the Chu residence. He understood well that Runner had come with 2 servants under the orders of Chu Haochen. He could no longer remain in the Chu family. Otherwise, Chu Shan and his son would undoubtedly seek an excuse to strike against him. After leaving the Chu residence, Chu Lingtian headed straight to the trading market of Fengyun City, where he pawned the jade pendant. He then used the banknotes to purchase 2 bottles of spirit-repelling pills, 1 bottle of chi-concealing pills, 1 bottle of rejuvenation pills, a basic alchemist manual, and a most ordinary alchemy furnace, just like medicinal herbs. Pills are categorized into 9 grades. However, each grade of pills is further subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. First-grade herbs can be used to refine first-grade pills, while second-grade herbs can be used for second-grade pills, and so forth. The spirit-repelling pill is the most basic first-grade low-level pill, allowing one to go without food for half a month when consumed. The rejuvenation pill is also a first-grade low-level pill that has healing properties. The chi-concealing pill, on the other hand, is a first-grade mid-level pill that accelerates cultivation speed. Its efficacy far surpasses that of the basic herbs Chu Ling Tian had previously consumed. As for the basic alchemist manual, it serves as an introductory guide for aspiring alchemists, helping practitioners become first-grade alchemists. Maximize the absorption of herbs' effects. The best method is to refine them into pills. Thus, Chu Ling Tian intended to become an alchemist. Although the basic alchemist manual is merely an introductory text, the difficulty of cultivation is immense. Ordinary practitioners require a significant investment of time and energy to become alchemists. Fortunately, Chu Ling Tian possessed the Chaos Treasure Tower, which afforded him an abundance of time. After wrapping up his purchases, Chu Ling Tian exited the alchemy shop and made his way to a deserted corner, where he concentrated and stored his items in the first layer of the treasure tower. Subsequently, he left the trading market and hastened out of the city, entering the Fengyun mountain range. The Fengyun mountain range is a territory inhabited by demonic beasts. Within the mountains, the spiritual energy is dense, and numerous demonic beasts reside, including powerful second-tier high-level beasts. Similar to practitioners, demonic beasts also vary in strength. The Jiuzhou continent classifies demonic beasts into 9 realms, from low to high: first-tier beasts, second-tier beasts, third-tier beasts, up to 9th-tier beasts. Each tier is further divided into low, medium, and high levels. A first-tier low-level beast possesses strength equivalent to a practitioner at the first to third layers of the Spirit Master realm. A first-tier mid-level beast corresponds to a practitioner at the 4th to 6th layers, and so forth. That a second-tier high-level beast possesses strength comparable to a practitioner at the 7th to 9th layers of the Spirit Master realm. Fengyun City derives its name from its proximity to the Fengyun mountain range. Chu Ling Tian's decision to leave the Chu family and venture into the Fengyun mountain range was twofold. First, after dealing with a dun heir, it was highly likely that Chu Shan would deduce that he could once again cultivate and might attempt to eliminate him. Second, the Fengyun mountain range is rich in spiritual energy, not only harboring many demonic beasts but also abundant in precious medicinal herbs. Chu Ling Tian did not need to find mature first-grade herbs, as long as he could locate seeds or immature first-grade herbs. He could plant them in the first layer of the treasure tower. This would significantly reduce the difficulty of searching for herbs, just as Chu Ling Tian had anticipated upon entering the Fengyun mountain range. The family head, Chu Shan, led several elders to his residence in a furious manner. Chu Ling Tian, you have committed unprovoked violence, killing 2 loyal servants and injuring my son's fiancée. Why don't you come out and accept your punishment? Chu Shan spoke coldly as his words fell. He turned to the third elder, Chu Jiang, and exchanged a glance. Chu Jiang immediately understood, unleashing his cultivation and transforming into a blur as he dashed into the house, intending to take advantage of the moment to kill Chu Ling Tian. However, upon entering, he discovered that Chu Ling Tian had not returned. Chu Ling Tian has fled, Chu Jiang declared in a low voice. Hearing this, Chu Shan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately commanded the Chu family members to search the entire city for Chu Ling Tian. An hour later, the elder leading the search returned to the Chu family to report. Family head. According to the clues, Chu Ling Tian has entered the Fengyun mountain range. Upon hearing this, Chu Shan narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him that I should have acted decisively when I extracted the spirit flame bloodline and eliminated Chu Ling Tian then. Although it would have brought shame upon me, it would have been better than leaving a potential threat. Chu Shan lamented inwardly. Noticing the worry on Chu Shan's face, Chu Haochen spoke up, Father, there's no need to worry. As long as Chu Ling Tian wishes to enter the academy, he will undoubtedly reappear in 8 days for a life-or-death duel with me. That time, I will personally eliminate him. According to Runner's description, although Chu Ling Tian's cultivation had been crippled, his physical strength remained, which was why he could kill Ada and Aer. His strength was at most comparable to a practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd layers of the Spirit Master realm. In contrast, his own cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Spirit Master realm. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that when Chu Shan offered the Spirit Flame bloodline to the main family, they rewarded him with a substantial bounty, including the Spirit Martial pill, a second-tier mid-level pill. The efficacy of the spirit martial pill was several times stronger than that of the qi-concealing pill. With the aid of the spirit martial pill, Chu Haochen was confident he could break through to the first layer of the spirit master realm, or even higher, within half a month. Therefore, in his view, the life-or-death duel in 8 days would undoubtedly result in Chu Lingtian's demise. Chu Shan nodded in agreement. Even in the worst-case scenario, should Chu Lingtian recover his foundation and resume cultivation, he would never be able to catch up to Chu Haochen in such a short time. However, to be safe, Chu Shan turned to the third elder, Chu Jiang, and ordered, "Third elder, you will enter the Fengyan mountain range to pursue Chu Lingtian and bring him back to the family," emphasizing the words "bring back." Chu Shan placed particular weight on them. Chu Jiang immediately understood and left the Chu family with a fierce determination. Watching Chu Jiang's departing figure, Chu Shan curled his lips into a cold smile. Inwardly thinking, "Chu Lingtian, you can only blame your own misfortune for awakening the spirit flame bloodline in your next life. Just be reborn as an ordinary person." Although the third elder Chu Jiang was relatively weak among the elders, he had still reached the first layer of the spirit master realm, that he was more than capable of dealing with Chu Lingtian. At this moment, Chu Lingtian had already advanced 5 miles into the Fengyan mountain range. Arriving at a tranquil valley, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed 3 small trees, each half a meter tall, deep within the valley, each bearing 4 or 5 greenish fruits, first-grade herb, red fire fruit. Chu Lingtian's eyes instantly lit up. Mature red fire fruits are bright red in color. Upon the 3 diminutive trees hung verdant fruits, the unripe specimens of the fiery red fruit, which served as one of the principal ingredients for concocting the vital qi elixir. This very fruit was among the primary objectives of Chu Lingtian's expedition. Without delay, he set forth, approaching the small trees, just as he was poised to excavate the roots and transplant them into the first layer of the treasure pagoda. A piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air. Chu Lingtian lifted his gaze, and there, above the valley, loomed a gargantuan eagle. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the eagle's eyes gleamed a fiery crimson, akin to 2 blazing flames. It was a first-tier intermediate demonic beast, the crimson-eyed eagle. Chu Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. The text had warned that rare treasures are often guarded by fierce beasts, and this proved to be the case. The crimson-eyed eagle ranked among the elite of first-tier intermediate beasts, its strength comparable to that of a practitioner at the late stage of the 6th level of the spirit realm. The eagle's gaze fixated intently on Chu Lingtian, evidently regarding him as its prey. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle descended like a cannonball, its sharp talons slicing through the air, aiming directly for Chu Lingtian's chest, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet the true nature of the hunt remained uncertain. Chu Lingtian bellowed loudly. If the crimson-eyed eagle deemed him prey, he too would regard the eagle as his quarry. In a swift motion, Chu Lingtian executed the Chu family's agile technique, the swift body step, evading the eagle's assault. The swift body step, akin to the fire cloud palm, was a high-level yellow-grade martial art. Previously, he had only mastered it to a medium level, but after 2 years of rigorous training within the first layer of the treasure pagoda, he had attained a great mastery of the technique. Moving with the swiftness of a startled swan, in the instant he dodged the crimson-eyed eagle's attack, Chu Lingtian had already positioned himself behind the beast. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed a powerful strike, landing a devastating blow on the eagle's left wing. Chirp! The crimson-eyed eagle emitted a cry of agony, its left wing sustaining a grievous injury. Chu Lingtian's assault made it clear to the eagle that this adversary was not to be underestimated. Igniting its fury, with a forceful flap of its wings, it distanced itself from Chu Lingtian before pivoting around to face him, its claws poised to unleash a crimson claw mark, the innate martial skill. Crimson Blood Claw! Chu Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Demonic beasts were not merely brutish. They too possessed martial techniques. However, their skills were innate, classified as innate martial arts. Generally, ordinary demonic beasts possessed only one innate martial skill, while those with formidable strength and potent bloodlines could wield multiple such abilities. The claw mark produced by the crimson-eyed eagle was its innate martial technique, the Crimson Blood Claw, a formidable attack capable of severely injuring a typical practitioner at the late stage of the 6th level of the spirit realm. Alas, its opponent was Chu Lingtian. Although his cultivation was at the late stage of the 6th level, his combat prowess rivaled that of a practitioner at the 7th level. Fire Cloud Palm, Chu Lingtian shouted. He transformed his right hand into a palm, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, directed towards the incoming Crimson Claw mark. Boom! The two forces collided mid-air, producing a resounding thud. The razor-sharp claw mark faltered not for a second, shattering instantly. Chu Lingtian's palm, undeterred, pierced through the Crimson Claw mark and struck fiercely against the eagle's right wing. The eagle's pupils contracted in disbelief. It had not anticipated that its innate martial skill would be so easily vanquished before Chu Lingtian. Before it could react, Chu Lingtian's palm had already impacted its right wing. Chirp! The crimson-eyed eagle screeched once more in pain. Upon closer inspection, its right wing lay shattered, revealing exposed, ivory bones, with blood dripping from the wound, splattering the ground in crimson droplets. This strike had grievously injured the crimson-eyed eagle. Through their two confrontations, the eagle comprehended that it was no match for Chu Lingtian. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. However, with its right wing broken and its left wing also injured by Chu Lingtian, its speed was greatly compromised before it could even soar 5 meters. Chu Lingtian, employing the swift body step, had caught up to it was over. Chu Lingtian approached the rear of the crimson-eyed eagle, forcefully stomping on the ground, leaping into the air, and executing the fire cloud palm once more. A terrifying surge of spiritual power coalesced in his palm, crashing down onto the eagle's back. Like a kite severed from its string, the crimson-eyed eagle plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the eagle lay lifeless in a pool of its own blood. With a mere thought, Chu Lingtian stored the eagle's corpse within the first layer of the treasure pagoda. Demonic beasts were treasures in their own right. Their inner demon cores and primordial blood could be utilized as medicinal materials for alchemy. Their bones could serve as spiritual materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. Thus, some practitioners made a living by hunting demonic beasts. The treasure pagoda space not only facilitated training and the cultivation of medicinal materials, but also served as storage, rendering the need to purchase high-grade storage artifacts unnecessary in the future. A faint smile graced Chu Lingtian's lips. Storage bags typically offered internal spaces ranging from a few cubic meters to several dozen cubic meters. Higher-tier storage artifacts included storage jade pendants, storage wristbands, and storage rings, each of which commanded exorbitant prices. Chu Shan, as the head of the Chu family's branch in Windy Cloud City, possessed merely a single storage jade pendant, with an internal space of merely 100 cubic meters. In contrast, the first layer of the chaotic treasure pagoda boasted a space 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold larger. Not to mention, beyond the first layer, the treasure pagoda had 8 additional layers. After dispatching the crimson-eyed eagle, Chu Lingtian turned his attention to the depths of the valley, uprooting the 3 red fire fruit trees, and with a thought, entering the first layer of the treasure pagoda, planting them in the soil. In a year or so, the red fire fruits will be ripe, Chu Lingtian mused. Having completed this task, he exited the first layer of the treasure pagoda, resuming his journey deeper into the Windy Cloud mountain range. A day swiftly passed. During this time, Chu Lingtian encountered 3 first-tier intermediate demonic beasts and 7 first-tier low-level beasts. After vanquishing them all, he had gathered sufficient medicinal materials. With his objectives fulfilled, it was time to cultivate. Chu Lingtian entered the first layer of the treasure pagoda and began his training. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Windy Cloud mountain range, Chu Jiang was engulfed in malevolent energy, fervently searching for traces of Chu Lingtian. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not locate him in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Over these 3 days, Chu Jiang scoured the periphery of the Windy Cloud mountain range, uncovering several locations that appeared to bear Chu Lingtian's traces, yet he was still unable to find him. Could it be that Chu Lingtian has ventured into the inner region of the mountain range? Chu Jiang furrowed his brow. The Windy Cloud mountain range was vast, divided into inner and outer regions. The outer region housed weaker, demonic beasts, predominantly first-tier, low-level, and intermediate beasts, while the inner region was home to formidable first-tier high-level beasts and powerful second-tier beasts. For Chu Lingtian, a practitioner at the 6th level of the spirit realm, to enter the inner region was tantamount to courting death. However, as he had yet to find Chu Lingtian in the outer region. After some contemplation, Chu Jiang resolved to enter the inner region to continue his search. Yet little did he know that even if he searched the inner region thoroughly, he would never find Chu Lingtian. While 3 days passed in the outside world, 10 months had elapsed within the first layer of the chaotic treasure pagoda. With the aid of the vital qi elixir, Chu Lingtian's cultivation had advanced to the initial stage of the 8th level of the spirit realm. The efficacy of the vital qi elixir was several times that of basic medicinal materials. Regrettably, the funds acquired from Runner had only sufficed to purchase a single bottle of the elixir. Had he procured several more, he would have at least reached the late stage of the 8th level, or even the 9th level of the spirit realm. If only I had more. Chu Lingtian lamented. Though the purchased vital qi elixir was long since consumed, he was fortunate that after 10 months of waiting, the medicinal materials he had planted in the fields had matured. Chu Lingtian could now begin his training as a basic alchemist. As long as he could become a mid-tier first-grade alchemist, he would be able to concoct the vital qi elixir himself. Chu Lingtian retrieved the foundational text for alchemy and, after a thorough reading, began his training according to the methods described within. He formed intricate hand seals with both hands, channeling the spiritual power within his body. Alchemy fire arise. The conjuration of alchemical fire was the most fundamental step in becoming an alchemist. For an ordinary person, this could take several days to accomplish. Some alchemical prodigies can condense the flame of elixirs within a single day. Clearly, Chu Lingtian, whose bloodline has been siphoned away, does not belong to this illustrious group, that he devoted an entire day to mastering the technique for gathering elixir flames. However, he is yet to produce even a flicker of fire. Chu Lingtian had anticipated this outcome and remained undeterred. Within the confines of the treasure tower, time is something he possesses in abundance. He persevered in his practice, striving to condense the elixir flames. As time flowed like water, a fortnight slipped by in the blink of an eye. With the fruits of his arduous training, Chu Lingtian finally managed to gather a tiny flame, though it was merely the width of 2 fingers, flickering uncertainly as if it might extinguish at any moment. Nevertheless, this marked the first step in his journey to becoming an alchemist. Seizing the moment, he continued his practice. Another fortnight passed, and the once minuscule flame had expanded to the size of a fist, radiating intense heat that caused the surrounding air to crackle and pop. I can proceed to the next step, Chu Lingtian murmured to himself. He positioned the alchemy furnace before him, setting aside the 3 required medicinal herbs. Elixir flame arise, he commanded, swiftly forming hand seals to conjure a sphere of elixir flame before directing it toward the furnace. With a whoosh, the flame shot forth, instantly swelling into a roaring inferno, raising the ambient temperature by several degrees. Following the basic alchemical recipes recorded in his manual, he added the 3 herbs into the furnace one by one. Concoct a medicinal pill. One requires not only elixir flames, but also a precise recipe. For an alchemist, these recipes are invaluable. High-grade recipes can surpass even the most formidable techniques and martial arts in worth. The foundational manual for alchemists contains only 3 basic recipes. The recipe for the low-grade elixir, the pill of abandoning grains, the recipe for the rejuvenation pill, and the recipe for the mid-grade elixir, the qi cultivation pill. Chu Lingtian is currently attempting to concoct the simplest of these, the pill of abandoning grains. Damn Chu Lingtian, were it not for you, how would this elder have ventured into the depths of the Fengyun mountain range? How could I have encountered the ironback wolf and found myself in such a wretched state? When I capture you, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces. The shadowy figure was none other than the 3rd elder of the Chu clan's branch in Fengyun City. Chu Jiang. 3.5 days prior, he had scoured the outskirts of the Fengyun mountain range in vain for Chu Lingtian, and now he had ventured deeper into the inner region to continue his search. Over the first 3 days, luck had been on his side, as he encountered only first-grade high-level beasts, posing no threat to him. However, last night he confronted a ferocious ironback wolf, a second-grade low-level beast. formidable enough to match a practitioner at the second level of spirit mastery. Upon spotting the ironback wolf, Chu Jiang immediately turned to flee, but the beast had no intention of letting him escape and pursued him relentlessly. After more than an hour of flight, just as he was nearing the outskirts of the Fengyun mountain range, the ironback wolf howled in frustration and ceased its chase, sparing Chu Jiang tea that moment. As Chu Lingtian caught sight of Chu Jiang, the latter also recognized him. "You wretched spawn! At long last, this elder has you in my grasp." Chu Jiang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he laughed maniacally. In that instant, he had completely forgotten the fatigue of fleeing for his life. As long as he could slay Chu Lingtian, he would leave the Fengyun mountain range and earn a substantial reward from the clan leader, Chu Shan. The prospect of that reward overshadowed any weariness he felt from his escape. "Wretched spawn, if you kneel and take your own life now, I may show you mercy and leave you with a complete corpse," Chu Jiang proclaimed arrogantly, regarding Chu Lingtian as nothing more than a fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. In response, Chu Lingtian's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he coldly retorted, "Third elder, if you were to kneel and take your own life now, I too could show you mercy and leave you with a complete corpse." Chu Jiang's expression darkened instantly, his voice turning icy as he declared, "This elder has already given you a chance, but you chose to squander it. Do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he stomped his right foot forcefully onto the ground, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Chu Lingtian. His right hand clenched into a fist, aimed directly at Chu Lingtian's dantian. Though Chu Jiang was only utilizing 50% of his strength, he believed that, with his cultivation at the first level of spirit mastery, dealing with Chu Lingtian would be effortless. Sensing the might behind Chu Jiang's punch, Chu Lingtian wore a mocking expression. He shifted his shoulder and stepped aside, channeling all his strength into his right fist and launching a powerful strike forward. "A cripple dares to match fists with me? Truly seeking death," Chu Jiang scoffed, envisioning the scene of shattering Chu Lingtian's fist into dust. In an instant, their fists collided mid-air. Chu Jiang's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a surge of overwhelming power emanating from Chu Lingtian's punch. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Chu Jiang's right fist was deformed by the force, his knuckles crushed. He cried out in agony. Before his scream could fade, Chu Lingtian rushed forward, his iron fist, accompanied by a deep sonic boom, struck mercilessly against Chu Jiang's chest. Feeling the tremendous force of the incoming punch, Chu Jiang's pupils constricted, and he hastily employed his evasive technique to dodge. Unfortunately, Chu Lingtian's mastery of the evasive technique surpassed his own, allowing him to close the distance in an instant. The powerful and domineering fist slammed directly into Chu Jiang's chest. Chu Jiang tasted blood, spewing a mouthful of crimson as his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into a sturdy ancient tree. Upon closer inspection, Chu Jiang's chest was slightly concave, the force of Chu Lingtian's punch having fractured several of his ribs and inflicted serious injury. Chu Jiang rose. Clutching his chest, disbelief etched across his face, he stammered, "Your foundation has been restored. Not only can you cultivate anew, but your cultivation has also reached the first level of spirit mastery. How is this possible?" Chu Lingtian had been stripped of his spiritual flame bloodline by Chu Shan through secret methods, reduced to a mere cripple. How could he possibly restore his foundation, resume cultivation, and even break through to the first level of spirit mastery in such a short span of days? This transcended mere miracle. It was a divine occurrence. After the initial shock, Chu Jiang seemed to realize something, a greedy glint shining in his eyes as he fixated on Chu Lingtian, akin to a treasure of unparalleled value. "You must have encountered some extraordinary fortune, allowing you to reach the first level of spirit mastery in such a brief time. It must be so. If he could seize this opportunity, his cultivation might skyrocket, potentially reaching the fifth level of spirit mastery or even breaking into the realm of great spirit master." The more Chu Jiang contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision himself usurping Chu Shan to become the head of the Chu clan's branch in Fengyun City. "Wretched spawn, prepare to meet your end," Chu Jiang roared, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the late stage of the first level of spirit mastery, his fierce aura sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest. He stomped his foot, launching himself toward Chu Lingtian like a cannonball. Though Chu Lingtian had injured him earlier, Chu Jiang believed it was due to his own carelessness. While Chu Lingtian had indeed reached the first level of spirit mastery, the aura he emitted suggested he had only just entered the initial stage. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang had attained the late stage of the first level as long as he approached the situation with seriousness. Dealing with Chu Lingtian would be more than sufficient. Come at me. Chu Lingtian's eyes shone with fierce determination, his spirit ablaze with fighting intent. He had intended to find a slightly weaker second-grade low-level beast to hone his skills. And now, with Chu Jiang at hand, it was the perfect opportunity. With a swift motion, Chu Lingtian activated his evasive technique, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Chu Jiang in the blink of an eye. The two were locked in combat. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fierce exchanges resonated in the air. Although Chu Lingtian was slightly weaker in cultivation than Chu Jiang, he had perfected his evasive technique, granting him remarkable speed in contrast, Chu Jiang had only mastered his evasive technique to a proficient level. After a series of exchanges, Chu Lingtian emerged unscathed, while Chu Jiang bore the brunt of several heavy blows, compounding his injuries. Damn it! How could Chu Lingtian have perfected his evasive technique to such an extent? Chu Jiang's face was a canvas of fury and astonishment. Should this confrontation persist, his injuries would inevitably worsen. Gritting his teeth, Chu Jiang braced himself against a powerful punch from Chu Lingtian, retreating to create distance between them. You wretched creature, this elder admits to having underestimated you. Yet today, you shall meet your demise. Chu Jiang declared through clenched teeth. Tiger Claw, he bellowed, unleashing his most formidable technique. As the third elder of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City, he had perfected the Tiger Claw to its pinnacle. Wielding immense power, with a full force eruption, even cultivators of the same tier would find it impossible to withstand his might. Observing his right hand, fingers curved, he channeled his inner spiritual energy to coalesce upon his claws, tearing through the air as he aimed a ferocious strike at Chu Lingtian. The thunderous roar, imbued with regal ferocity, resonated through the heavens. Upon closer inspection, a faint phantom of a tiger claw materialized above Chu Jiang's right paw, emanating an aura of sharpness and intimidation. Third Elder, had you cultivated the tiger claw to perfection, perhaps you could have bested me. Alas, you have only reached its advanced stage. Therefore, it is you who shall perish today. As his words fell, Chu Lingtian's right hand came together, striking out with full force. Fire Cloud Palm. With the thrust of Chu Lingtian's palm, the surrounding air quaked violently, manifesting a colossal palm imprint, 1 meter in diameter, that surged forth with overwhelming force, shattering the air as it bore down upon Chu Jiang. A dull thud resounded as the tiger claw phantom clashed with the palm imprint in midair. The once confident Chu Jiang's expression shifted dramatically, terror flaring in his eyes, for astonishingly, the formidable tiger claw phantom faltered before the palm imprint, shattering in an instant. The palm imprint continued, relentless, barreling straight towards Chu Jiang. At that moment, Chu Jiang had no time to evade. He could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet, he was no body cultivator. His physique had not been tempered, and there was no way he could withstand the fire cloud palm. Chu Jiang screamed in agony, his body propelled backwards, crashing through several ancient trees. Upon closer scrutiny, his arms were broken, his chest caved in severely, and blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground a deep crimson, a pitiful sight indeed. "Spare me, young master, spare me," Chu Jiang pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. In his current state, reeling from grievous wounds, he could scarcely stand, let alone engage in battle with Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian approached Chu Jiang, cold indifference etched across his features. In your next life, remember to be a good person. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. He was resolute, knowing that if he spared Chu Jiang, the latter would not only fail to express gratitude, but would likely seek revenge in the future. Hence, Chu Jiang must die today. With that thought, Chu Ling Tian did not grant Chu Jiang another chance to speak. His right hand moved like a blade, swiftly severing the latter's neck. Chu Jiang's head fell, akin to a ball, his eyes wide open. Unable to close them in death, he had never anticipated that his journey through the Fengyan Mountains would culminate in his own demise, that on the road to the Yellow Springs. You shall not be alone. Chu Hao-chun will join you shortly, Chu Ling Tian remarked. Casting a glance at Chu Jiang's lifeless body, his voice devoid of warmth, he bent down and extracted a cloth bag from Chu Jiang's waist. This bag was none other than Chu Jiang's storage pouch. With his death, the spiritual imprint within the pouch dissipated. Chu Ling Tian's spiritual power allowed him to effortlessly probe its contents, as expected of the third elder. His wealth is indeed substantial. After inspecting the items within the storage pouch, a faint smile graced Chu Ling Tian's lips. Though Chu Jiang's storage pouch was a modest rank, its interior brimmed with a plethora of treasures, primarily consisting of first-tier beast inner cores, essence blood, some remnants of corpses, and various first-grade herbs. These were likely acquired during his recent ventures in the Fengyan Mountains. Additionally, the pouch contained 5 vials of elixirs, a stack of silver notes, and 2 martial techniques. Upon counting, he discovered that 1 vial contained a revitalization pill, while the other 4 were spirit chi pills. The silver notes totaled 50,000 taels. As for the 2 martial techniques, they were the Tiger Claw and the Xian Fire Sword Finger. Both techniques were family heirlooms of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. The Tiger Claw was classified as a high-level yellow-grade technique, while the Xian Fire Sword Finger was a low-level mysterious grade technique, recognized as the strongest martial art of the Chu family branch. Only those of elder rank and above were eligible to cultivate it. Chu Jiang, being of mediocre talent, ranked lowest among the elders of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. Thus, upon acquiring the Xian Fire Sword Finger, he did not rush to cultivate it, intending instead to perfect the Tiger Claw before embarking on the Xian Fire Sword Finger. Fortunately, it was Chu Jiang who had pursued him. Had it been another elder, the outcome might have been dire. Chu Ling Tian took a deep breath, feeling a surge of relief. This experience underscored the necessity for him to swiftly elevate his own strength. Glancing skyward, he mused, "Several hours remain until noon that I can enter the first layer of the treasure tower and cultivate for a while longer." The battle with Chu Jiang had significantly enriched his combat experience, and he needed time to assimilate it. Moreover, having obtained the Xian Fire Sword Finger, Chu Ling Tian naturally intended to practice it. If he could master it before the life-and-death confrontation, his chances of victory would be greatly enhanced. With a thought, Chu Ling Tian entered the first layer of the chaotic treasure tower, commencing his training in the blink of an eye. Over a month had passed. Through arduous practice, he finally managed to cultivate the Xian Fire Sword Finger to its initial stage. Though he could only barely manifest the technique as a low-level mysterious grade martial art, its power surpassed that of the perfected Fire Cloud Palm, in addition to mastering the Xian Fire Sword Finger. With the aid of the 4 spirit chi pills, Chu Ling Tian's cultivation progressed from the initial stage of a spirit master to the mid-stage of a spirit master. After entering the spirit master realm, his cultivation speed significantly slowed. He had initially thought that the 4 vials of spirit chi pills procured from Chu Jiang would be sufficient to propel him to the peak of the late stage of a spirit master, or even enable a breakthrough to the second stage. However, to his dismay, the 4 vials only facilitated his advancement to the mid-stage. Had my spirit flame bloodline not been drained, I would have reached the great spirit master realm by now. Chu Ling Tian seethed, yet lamentations of what if held no value. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Chu Ling Tian sought to calm his emotions, although the loss of his bloodline had severely hindered his cultivation speed. The presence of the chaotic treasure tower was sufficient to mitigate this disadvantage. In the future, should he encounter a grand opportunity and regain his bloodline, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights, surpassing all talented individuals. Based on the current efficacy of the spirit chi pills, I will need to acquire higher-grade elixirs once I reach the 3rd stage of the Spirit Master realm. Chu Ling Tian stated solemnly, recognizing the urgency to elevate his alchemical skills. As a mere mid-tier first-grade alchemist, he must strive to attain the status of a second-grade alchemist promptly. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would continue to dwindle. Once he dealt with Chu Hao Chun and passed the Academy's assessment, he would head to the trading market to procure elixir recipes and materials. Having formulated his subsequent training plan, Chu Ling Tian focused his thoughts and exited the first layer of the treasure tower. Returning to the outside world like the tea that moment, the sun blazed high in the sky, and only a few hours had elapsed. Chu Zhang's corpse had been devoured by nearby beasts, leaving behind merely a pool of dried blood. Chu Hao Chun, runner, I come to bid you farewell. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Ling Tian's eyes as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding towards Fengyun City, the central square of Fengyun City. A throng had gathered. Today marked the joint examination of the three great academies, with the heads of the prominent families in Fengyun City bringing their most exceptional offspring to participate. At the center of the square stood a massive stone platform, upon which stood two middle-aged men, one plump and the other slender, alongside an elderly man. These three were the examiners dispatched by the three academies, I am Zhao Songbai, an outer elder of the Riyao Academy. Today, alongside Chen Feng, the outer elder of the Mingyue Academy, and Li Yinhe, the outer elder of the Xingchen Academy, I serve as the examiners for this Fengyun City Academy assessment that I hope all participants perform admirably and strive to pass the examination to join the academy. The corpulent middle-aged man proclaimed, his voice resonating like a great bell, reaching every corner of the central square. Impressive! Elder Zhao's cultivation is at least at the Great Spirit Master 5th stage, on the edge of the square. Chu Haochen felt the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Songbai, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, Chu Shan shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. The Daylight Academy is the foremost among the three great academies, and Elder Zhao's cultivation has reached at least the 8th level of the Great Spirit Master. Upon hearing this, Chu Haochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A powerhouse of such caliber, the 8th level of the Great Spirit Master, is merely an outer elder. The Daylight Academy truly deserves its title as the Empire's premier academy. Its foundation is indeed formidable. I must join the Daylight Academy during this examination. Chu Shan patted Chu Haochen on the shoulder and smiled. With young Master Chu Yunxiao around, your admission to the Daylight Academy is as good as certain. Young Master Chu Yunxiao of the Chu family is indeed one of the top 10 true disciples of the Daylight Academy. Naturally gifted, he stands out among the disciples of the Academy, by employing the Academy's secret techniques alongside various rare treasures. He merged the Spirit Flame bloodline, extracted from Chu Lingtian, with his own Fire Serpent bloodline, transforming it into the 7th grade Bloodline Flame Flood Dragon bloodline, thus leaping to become a top genius of the Crimson Flame Empire. Today, Chu Yunxiao holds a prestigious position within the Daylight Academy, surpassing even ordinary inner elders. It is rumored that he is currently vying for the position of chief disciple. Should he succeed, his status within the academy would rise above all elders, second only to the academy's master. Hearing his father's words, Chu Haochen nodded vigorously. Once he entered the Daylight Academy, with young Master Chu Yunxiao's protection, his future was bound to be bright. Beside him, Runner tightly clung to Chu Haochen's arm, playfully saying, "You mustn't abandon Runner after joining the Daylight Academy." Chu Haochen embraced Runner's slender waist and laughed. "Of course I won't abandon you. I will bring you along." That Runner was named so, for she truly was a darling. Before he tired of their playful banter, he had no intention of leaving her behind. Chu Haochen surveyed his surroundings, disappointment washing over him as he remarked, "The only flaw is that Chu Lingtian. That cowardly turtle has hidden away. If he had come today to fulfill our life-and-death duel, it would have been immensely satisfying to slay him in public." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "Chu Haochen, the half-month period has elapsed. It is time for our life-and-death duel." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd in the central square as they turned to look behind. There a figure slowly approached, none other than Chu Lingtian. Once the most talented prodigy of the Chu family's branch, he was well known among the families of Fengyun City. Seeing him openly challenge Chu Haochen to the most brutal of life-and-death duels caused a stir in the central square. Rumors had circulated that Chu Lingtian had already been rendered useless. Did a cripple dare to challenge Chu Haochen? Was he tired of living? Had it been the former Chu Lingtian, this duel might have held some merit. But now, Chu Haochen could easily dispatch him with a mere finger. That runner's gaze towards Chu Lingtian was filled with resentment. Chu Lingtian, today marks your demise. She turned to Chu Haochen, her voice tinged with a whimper. Young master, 8 days ago, Chu Lingtian slapped me and forced me to kneel. You must avenge me. Chu Haochen vowed. Rest assured, today I will ensure that Chu Lingtian suffers and cannot escape death. On the stone platform, Zhao Songbai, who was about to announce the commencement of the examination, furrowed his brow, musing to himself, the surname is Chu. It must be from the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City. If it were any other family's descendants making such a commotion before the Academy's examination, I would surely reprimand them. However, since it is a branch of the Chu family where Chu Yunxiao belongs, I shall turn a blind eye. After all, a life-and-death duel won't take long. It will serve as entertainment. Upon witnessing Chu Lingtian truly come forth to fulfill the life-and-death duel, Chu Haochen revealed a cruel smile. Chu Lingtian, since you are eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, clearing a space for the life-and-death duel between Chu Lingtian and Chu Haochen. The thought that Chu Lingtian had managed to escape from the Fengyun Mountains crossed Chu Shan's mind, but was swiftly extinguished. It was impossible. Chu Jiang was a late-stage expert of the first level of the Spirit Master realm, easily capable of dealing with Chu Lingtian. It was likely that Chu Lingtian had merely had a stroke of luck in evading Chu Jiang as pursuit. Despite this reasoning, a hint of unease lingered in Chu Shan's heart. Be cautious. He retrieved a dark red pill from his storage jade pendant and discreetly handed it to Chu Haochen, advising him in a low voice, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, consume this pill immediately. Not worry. Fathered, a mere cripple. I can easily subdue him without even employing my martial techniques, Chu Haochen declared confidently. Though he spoke thus, he accepted the pill to placate Chu Shan. Chu Shan nodded slightly, flipping his hand to produce a life-and-death agreement from his storage jade pendant, proclaiming loudly, in this life-and-death duel, both parties agree willingly, with no grievances in life or death. Once both sides sign the agreement, the duel may commence. Eagerly, Chu Haochen signed his name on the agreement and then cast a provocative glance at Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian approached Chu Shan and inscribed his name on the document. Chu Shan raised the agreement above his head, displaying it to the gathered crowd. He then stepped aside and announced, the life-and-death duel between Chu Lingtian and Chu Haochen officially begins. Wait, Chu Lingtian suddenly interrupted him. Chu Haochen raised an eyebrow, mockingly saying, having second thoughts about the duel. Too late, Chu Lingtian sneered coldly. Regret? Not at all. That I merely wish to emphasize that this life-and-death duel is not only a personal grudge between us, but also concerns the qualification for the Academy examination for the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City. Whoever wins shall be recognized as the top genius of the Chu family branch and represent them in today's Academy examination. Indeed, whoever wins will be the top genius of the Chu family branch. Chu Haochen replied impatiently, Enough talk, let us get this started. Once I deal with you, I have to focus on the Academy examination. Chu Shan declared, the life-and-death duel officially begins. As his words fell, Chu Haochen stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his initial stage Spirit Master cultivation, his aura sweeping across the surroundings. With the aid of a Spirit Martial Pill, Chu Haochen had finally broken through to the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm just yesterday. Though he had barely reached this level, it was sufficient to look down upon the younger generation of Fengyun City. As far as he knew, the highest cultivation level among the participants in this Academy examination was merely the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Spirit Realm. He was the only one who had entered the Spirit Master Realm. The Chu family of Fengyun City truly deserved its reputation as a branch of the county's Chu family, having nurtured a descendant of the Spirit Master Realm. This time, Chu Haochen intended to shine brightly at such a young age. Achieving the initial stage of the Spirit Master Realm foretold an unlimited future. The onlookers gasped and Runners' face beamed with pride. Further convinced that betraying Chu Lingtian to climb into Chu Haochen's bed was the wisest choice, stood on the stone platform. Zhao Songbai, Chen Feng, and Li Yanhua all exchanged nods. Although Chu Haochen's aura seemed somewhat unstable, he had indeed reached the initial stage of the Spirit Master Realm. Among all the exam participants from Lian County, he could barely be ranked in the upper tier. Hearing the crowd's praises, Chu Haochen felt a surge of pride and looked at Chu Lingtian with a smug expression. Do you still wish to fight? Out of respect for our shared lineage, I will grant you the opportunity to take your own life. Chu Lingtian scoffed. I had assumed that, with the support of the main family's resources, your cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Master realm, or even higher. I did not expect you to barely step into the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm. Truly pathetic. Chu Haochen's expression darkened instantly, his voice icy as he retorted, I had intended to allow you a swift death, but you seem intent on courting disaster. Today, I shall ensure that you suffer and die in agony. With that, Chu Haochen transformed into a blur, launching himself at Chu Lingtian. Bang! Chu Haochen's approach was swift, but his retreat was swifter as he reached Chu Lingtian. The latter delivered a lightning-fast punch, sending him flying. His hands had barely managed to absorb the impact of Chu Lingtian's blow, still trembling slightly. The mid-stage of the Spirit Master realm. How could this be possible? Chu Haochen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had managed to break through to the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm so quickly due to the Spirit Martial Pill bestowed by the main family. How could a cripple, stripped of his bloodline, possibly cultivate faster than he? Unwilling to accept this, Chu Haochen charged at Chu Lingtian once more. This time, he exerted all his strength, unleashing the fire cloud palm. Boom! A deep, resonant explosion reverberated through the air. Chu Haochen, with his right hand forming a palm, concentrated his spiritual energy within, tearing through the atmosphere as he struck forcefully towards Chu Lingtian. The perfected fire cloud palm was indeed a source of embarrassment to showcase. Chu Lingtian slightly shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. He raised his right palm, channeling his spiritual energy, and struck forward. Boom! Chu Lingtian had long since mastered the fire cloud palm to perfection. Its might far surpassed the one wielded by Chu Haochen. As Chu Lingtian's palm descended, the surrounding air trembled, coalescing into a colossal palm imprint with a diameter of 1 meter, shattering the air with a terrifying force. The imprint crushed Chu Haochen's palm wind with an overwhelming might, slamming down upon him with ferocity. Chu Haochen let out a pained wail as his body was violently hurled away. Upon closer inspection, his right arm lay shattered and several ribs were broken, leaving him grievously injured. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, gaped in shock. They had anticipated a swift victory for Chu Haochen, but were taken aback to realize that he and Chu Lingtian were not even in the same league. Chu Lingtian, today I shall ensure your body is reduced to ashes. Chu Haochen rose, fixating his furious gaze on Chu Lingtian as he roared in anger. In his left palm appeared a dark red pill. The very one Chu Shan had stealthily given him before the life and death pact. Chu Haochen had initially believed this duel to be a sure victory, rendering the pill unnecessary. Yet now, in his quest for victory, he had no choice but to resort to this trump card. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. As it entered his system, a crimson hue suddenly enveloped his eyes. His cultivation soaring from the initial stage of Spirit Master to the mid-stage, emanating an aura of wild, oppressive power. Blood igniting pill. On the stone platform, Zhao Songbai narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood igniting pill was a high-tier second-grade elixir, enabling the user to burn their internal blood energy to forcibly elevate their cultivation. It was a life-saving treasure, exceedingly precious. Chu Lingtian, prepare to meet your demise. Chu Haochen bellowed, swinging his left palm to unleash the fire cloud palm once more. With his heightened cultivation, the power of the fire cloud palm surged several times beyond its previous might, generating a deafening sonic boom that was utterly terrifying. This strike was sufficient to severely injure even a late-stage Spirit Master. The onlookers, witnessing this, cast sympathetic glances towards Chu Lingtian. Alas, they had initially believed Chu Lingtian would ultimately triumph, but little did they know that Chu Haochen concealed such a formidable trump card. The disparity between a mid-stage Spirit Master and a late-stage one was substantial. Chu Lingtian's defeat seemed inevitable. The once celebrated prodigy of the Chu family branch was now poised to meet his end, a lamentable fate indeed. Not only the onlookers, but also Zhao Songbai, Chen Feng, and Li Yanhua on the stone platform shared this sentiment. Although Chu Lingtian had perfected the fire cloud palm, his strength was commendable. However, Chu Haochen, having consumed the blood-igniting pill, had elevated his power to the mid-stage of a spirit master, making it impossible for even the perfected fire cloud palm to withstand his might. Did you think you were the only one with a trump card? Chu Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile as he regarded the approaching Chu Haochen. He brought his right hand into a sword-like formation, raising it above his head before forcefully cleaving it downwards. Mystic fire sword finger, Chu Lingtian shouted. His internal spiritual energy surged to his fingertips, transforming into a 2-meter-long crimson sword energy that radiated intense heat and sharp sword intent. Mystic fire sword finger? How is this possible? Chu Shan's face changed dramatically at the sight of the crimson sword energy. Disbelief etched across his features. The mystic fire sword finger was the most potent martial skill of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. Rated as a low-grade mystic technique with an extremely high difficulty for cultivation. Only those of elder rank and above were qualified to practice it. How could Chu Lingtian, who had never learned the mystic fire sword finger, possibly unleash it? Did this mean that Chu Lingtian had not merely been fortunate to evade Chu Zhang's pursuit, but had actually slain him? This thought flickered through Chu Shan's mind, but before he could contemplate further, a sharp slicing sound rang out. The crimson sword energy, akin to a divine weapon, was unstoppable. Not only did it sever Chu Haochen's palm wind, but also shattered his left palm, leaving a 1-foot-long gash across his chest, deep enough to reveal bone. Chu Haochen lay amidst a pool of blood, emitting agonized wails. Chu Lingtian, with a swift motion, utilized a body flicker technique to appear before Chu Haochen, an icy, murderous intent radiating from him. Chu Lingtian, if you kill me, my father will never let you off, Chu Haochen cried out in terror, his visage pale and trembling. Chu Lingtian paid no heed to Chu Haochen's threats. He extended his right hand, grasping Chu Haochen by the neck and lifting him into the air. Fear not, you shall not be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. Your father will soon follow you, Chu Lingtian replied coldly. Hearing these words, Chu Haochen's face drained of color, his vitality waning. Father, save me! Chu Haochen screamed desperately. Just as Chu Lingtian prepared to act, a fierce sword energy suddenly surged from behind, aiming for his back. The assailant was none other than Chu Shan. Chu Lingtian scoffed, hoisting Chu Haochen and evading the sword energy with a swift step. In a life-and-death duel, outsiders must not intervene. Head of the family, are you intent on breaking the rules of this contest? Chu Lingtian taunted. Whoosh! The gazes of the onlookers instantly converged upon Chu Shan, many displaying disdain. Zhao Songbai and the others on the stone platform frowned in disapproval. In a life-and-death duel, both parties had willingly signed the agreement, absolving any grievances. Since Chu Lingtian and Chu Haochen had entered into a life-and-death pact, no outsider was permitted to intervene. Chu Shan's interference had already violated this principle. The scrutiny from the crowd weighed heavily upon Chu Shan. In the confines of the Chu family, he could break the rules without consequence. However, now in the central square, surrounded by members of various powerful families in Fengyan City and external elders from the 3 great academies, any blatant disregard for the rules would jeopardize the Chu family's standing in the city. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the murderous intent rising within him and addressed Chu Lingtian. If you spare Haochen, I shall fulfill any request you have. Saying this, he forcefully pulled Runner over, kicking her knee to force her kneel before Chu Lingtian. Did you not despise Runner? If you release Haochen, you may deal with her as you wish. Runner gasped in shock. Head of the family, I am Haochen's fiancé. Slap. Before she could finish her words, Chu Shan struck her across the face, a treacherous servant daring to dream of marrying into the Chu family. How preposterous! Runner trembled at Chu Shan's words, freezing in place. In that moment, she comprehended that she was merely a plaything to Chu Haochen, and all her aspirations of being the future matriarch of the Chu family branch were mere illusions. An overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. Had she known this would occur, she would never have betrayed Chu Lingtian. Desperately, she turned to Chu Lingtian, her voice trembling with tears. Young Master Tian, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to serve you as a maid for life. Chu Lingtian regarded the remorseful runner, tears streaming down her face, with no sign of compassion. He understood that her regret stemmed not from genuine contrition, but from the fear of death. Looking towards Chu Shan, he stated indifferently, "If you agree to 2 conditions, I shall spare Chu Haochen." Chu Shan's heart leapt with joy as he hastily inquired, "What are they?" First, as a servant, runner colluded with others and betrayed her master. According to family rules, how should she be dealt with? Chu Lingtian asked coldly. "Execution," Chu Shan replied. As the words fell, he brought his hand down like a knife, directly sweeping across Runner's neck, sending her to her fate. Runner clutched her bleeding neck, her eyes fixed on Chu Shan with intense hatred, uttering, "You and your son shall not have a good end." With that, she collapsed to the ground. Chu Shan turned to Chu Lingtian and asked, "What is the second condition?" Chu Lingtian, with a playful expression, replied, "The second condition is quite simple. If you forfeit your own cultivation, I shall spare your son's life." Chu Shan's face darkened instantly. "Chu Lingtian, do not push your luck. Excessive, you, driven by your selfish desires, not only ruined me, but also bestowed my rightful assessment quota at the academy upon your son, Chu Haochen. You dare to call me excessive?" Chu Lingtian's gaze was as frigid as ice as he declared, "I am merely collecting a bit of interest." Chu Shan felt a slight tremor in his heart, a trace of fear surging within him, that he felt as though he were being scrutinized by an unparalleled beast. A mere mid-stage practitioner of the Spirit Master's first realm is nothing but trash. I could crush him with a single hand. How could he possibly pose a threat to me? Chu Shan quickly shook his head, dismissing all such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. As the head of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City, his cultivation had reached the second realm of the Great Spirit Master. Even without employing any martial techniques, he could easily crush Chu Lingtian. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Chu Shan immediately resorted to threats. "Chu Lingtian, should Haochen perish, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces and your bones ground to dust." Before Chu Shan could finish his words, a sudden explosion echoed as Chu Lingtian's right hand exerted force, directly shattering Chu Haochen's throat. He did not even have time to utter a scream before he met his demise, his head rolling away like a ball. "Chu Haochen, you have only yourself to blame for your father's unwillingness to abandon his cultivation to save you," Chu Lingtian remarked, shaking his head slightly, and carelessly discarding the headless corpse as if it were mere refuse. "Chu Lingtian, I shall make your life a living hell." Chu Shan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chu Haochen's body, rage coursing through him. The murderous intent radiating from him was overwhelming as his cultivation, now unleashed, struck terror in all who beheld it. His right hand transformed into a palm, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings frantically converged into his palm. In an instant, a phantom imprint of spiritual energy coalesced before him. Though he did not employ any martial techniques, as a great spirit master of the second realm, even a casual strike contained incomprehensible power. This strike could not be withstood by even a practitioner at the fifth realm of the Spirit Master. With Chu Haochen dead, the life and death duel had ended, while attacking Chu Lingtian now might invite public censure. It would not violate the rules of the duel. As Chu Shan's right palm struck forth, the spiritual energy imprint shattered the air and forcefully slammed toward Chu Lingtian, in the face of such overwhelming power. Chu Lingtian remained calm. Devoid of any fear, he turned to the 3 elders on the stone platform, saying, "Esteemed seniors, as the examiner for this academy assessment, I should be under the academy's protection until the examination concludes. Correct?" The 3 elders exchanged glances. Then, Li Yinheng, an elder from the outer sect of the Star Academy, waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind that blocked Chu Shan's spiritual energy imprint. N01 is permitted to act against the examiner until the academy assessment concludes. Li Yinheng's voice resonated throughout the central plaza, and oh wonder Chu Lingtian chose today for the life and death duel. He had such cunning intentions. The glint in Chu Shan's eyes flashed coldly, and his murderous intent toward Chu Lingtian intensified. He raised his head to Li Yinheng and protested, "Elderly, I am the head of the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. Chu Lingtian is not an examiner sent by my family." I emphasized this before the duel commenced. This life-and-death duel is not merely a personal grudge between me and Chu Haochen. It also concerns the Academy assessment quota for the Chu family branch in Fengyan City. The victor shall be deemed the greatest talent of our branch and can represent it in today's Academy assessment. Chu Ling Tian interjected. Yinheng nodded slightly, acknowledging Chu Ling Tian's words. The spectators had all heard the conversation between Chu Ling Tian and Chu Haochen before the duel. Chu Haochen had openly admitted that the winner would be the greatest talent of the Chu family branch. Yinheng turned to Chu Shan, coldly stating, if the head of the Chu family dares to lay a hand on the examiner again, do not blame me for being unaccommodating. Saying this, he lightly stomped his foot, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the entire central plaza, although his cultivation was not as formidable as Zhao Songbai's. As an elder of the Star Academy, he had reached the 5th realm of the Great Spirit Master, more than sufficient to deal with Chu Shan. Feeling Li Yinheng's stance, Chu Shan had no choice but to relent. Chu Ling Tian, what does it matter if you represent the Chu family branch in the Academy assessment? It merely prolongs your life a little longer. Once you are eliminated, I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. Chu Shan glared at Chu Ling Tian, his murderous intent boiling over. The Academy assessment occurred annually, with similar content each time that he was confident that Chu Ling Tian could not possibly pass the assessment. A faint smile graced the corners of Chu Ling Tian's mouth as he did not respond to Chu Shan. For actions speak louder than words, the results of the assessment would serve to deliver a resounding slap to Chu Shan's face. On the stone platform, Zhao Songbai surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, the Academy assessment officially begins. All examinees, please ascend to the stone platform. As his words fell, 7 individuals, aside from Chu Ling Tian, climbed onto the platform. These 7 hailed from the other 7 prominent families of Fengyan City. Comparable in age to Chu Ling Tian, the eldest among them was merely 17, and the weakest had already reached the late stage of the 8th realm of the Spirit Master. This was due to 2 rules governing the Academy assessment. First, it only applied to practitioners under the age of 18. Second, the examinee's cultivation must be above the late stage of the 8th realm of the Spirit Master. Those who did not meet these criteria were ineligible to participate in the Academy assessment. Once all the examinees were in place, Zhao Songbai introduced the rules. This Academy assessment consists of 2 parts. The first part is the qualification assessment, where the examinee's bloodline ranks will be scored. First-grade bloodlines earn 1 point, second-grade bloodlines earn 2 points, third-grade bloodlines earn 3 points, and so forth. The second part is the comprehension assessment, which scores the examinees based on their mastery of martial techniques. Those who reach the minor accomplishment stage of a high-tier yellow-grade martial technique earn 1 point. Those who reach the intermediate stage earn 2 points. And those who reach the major accomplishment stage earn 3 points, and so on. The scores from both assessments will be combined, and those who achieve a total score of 6 points or more will pass the assessment. And in addition to the 2 assessments, there is an extra assessment that, if any of you are alchemists or artifact craftsmen, you can earn additional points. However, Zhao Songbai had little hope for the extra assessment. For Fengyan City was merely a small city within Luyun Prefecture. The offspring of the prominent families in Fengyan City generally possessed low qualifications, preoccupied with practicing their techniques and martial skills, leaving little time to devote to the arts of alchemy or artifact crafting. Let the assessment commence. With a grand wave of his hand, Zhao Songbai produced a 2-meter-tall crystal tablet from his storage ring. This tablet, known as the Bloodline Testing Tablet, is a spiritual artifact capable of detecting the bloodline within practitioners. The first examinee, please step forward and place your right hand on the Bloodline Testing Tablet. Zhao Songbai instructed that a robust young man stepped forward, raising his right hand to press against the crystal tablet. This man was named Lu Yuan, the foremost talent of the Lu family in Fengyan City, and he had reached the mid-stage of the 9th realm of the Spirit Master. With a whoosh, as Lu Yuan's right hand touched the crystal tablet, it suddenly erupted with a golden light. Once the brilliance faded, 2 lines of text appeared on the tablet. 4th grade, flowing gold bloodline. Zhao Songbai glanced at the tablet and remarked nonchalantly, 4th grade bloodline, you earned 4 points. Now, proceed to the second assessment and showcase your martial skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately demonstrated his martial techniques, that he channeled his spiritual energy into his legs and leaped into the air, instantly executing 3 afterimages with his kick. Zhao Songbai nodded. Advanced yellow-grade martial technique. Phantom leg cultivated to major accomplishment, earns 3 points. The total score is 7 points. You have passed the assessment. Excitement illuminated Lu Yuan's face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder Zhao." "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Below the platform, the Lu family members cheered and celebrated. Passing the assessment meant that Lu Yuan had officially become a preparatory disciple of the academy. Once all the examinees completed their assessments, regardless of which of the 3 major academies selected Lu Yuan, he would become a formal disciple of that academy. "I hope Yuan can enter the Daylight Academy." The head of the Lu family silently prayed. The Daylight Academy, as the foremost of the 3 major academies, possessed formidable strength and profound heritage. All the prominent families wished for their offspring to join the Daylight Academy. Zhao Songbai glanced at Lu Yuan and said, "You may step aside. The second examinee. Please step forward for assessment." As his words fell, Lu Yuan quickly stepped aside. That a young man clad in fine garments stepped forward. Like Lu Yuan before him, the young man raised his hand to the crystal tablet. With a whoosh, the crystal tablet suddenly radiated a blue light. 3rd grade, water cold bloodline. Continuing, the man in the splendid robes clasped his hands together, exerting all his strength to unleash the family's secret martial technique. The water wave palm. Zhao Songbai remarked indifferently, 3rd grade bloodline, earns 3 points. The Huang tier advanced martial skill, water wave palm, cultivated to the intermediate stage, earns 2 points. The sum of the 2 assessments totals 5 points. Assessment not passed. From the audience, the father of the man in splendid robes hurriedly shouted, "Elder Zhao, my son is water wave palm, has barely reached the great accomplishment stage. I kindly ask you to reconsider and reevaluate." Zhao Songbai cast a sidelong glance at the father, his voice cold. "Are you questioning my judgment? When I say he has cultivated the water wave palm to the intermediate stage, that is the intermediate stage." The formidable aura of an 8th heaven grand spirit master erupted, a tremendous pressure bearing down on the father of the man in splendid robes like Mount Tai. Instantly, the father was filled with terror, trembling and daring not to utter another word. Zhao Songbai snorted coldly and shifted his gaze to Chu Lingtian and the others, stating, "The 3rd candidate stepped forward to accept the assessment." A stunningly beautiful and voluptuous woman promptly approached the crystal monument to begin her evaluation. In the blink of an eye, except for Chu Lingtian, the other 7 candidates had completed their assessments. Apart from the top candidate, Lu Yuan, 3 others had passed. The 3rd candidate, the captivating woman, Su Mei, who barely achieved 6 points. The 5th candidate, Zhou Hu, who also received 6 points. And the 6th candidate, Wu Pengfei, who earned 7 points. All eyes converged upon Chu Lingtian, the only remaining candidate yet to undergo assessment. Among the gazes, one filled with venomous hatred came from Chu Shan. "Chu Lingtian, your time of reckoning is nigh." Chu Shan glared at him, his eyes glinting with malice. On the stone platform, Zhao Songbai announced, "The 8th candidate stepped forward to accept the assessment." Chu Lingtian advanced, placing his right hand upon the crystal monument. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Out of full 10 breaths passed, yet the crystal monument remained utterly unresponsive. Confusion flickered across many faces. What is going on? Is the bloodline testing monument broken? Why is there no response? The first 7 candidates had all passed without issue. Why did it falter when it came to Chu Lingtian? Previously, rumors had circulated within Fengyun City regarding Chu Lingtian's downfall, but the major clans were unaware of the specifics. After all, Chu Shan, as the head of a branch family, had employed sinister methods to extract the bloodline from the family's top talent. A most disgraceful act. Thus, only those from the Chu family branch were privy to the truth. Hearing the crowd's confusion, Chu Shan laughed maniacally. The bloodline testing monument is not broken. It has failed to respond because Chu Lingtian possesses no bloodline. What? The crowd gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. That's impossible. Wasn't Chu Lingtian supposed to have awakened a 5th grade bloodline? The spirit flame bloodline? One voice interjected. Before the statement could be completed, the speaker realized something and quickly fell silent. Many quick-witted individuals understood the implication. If Chu Lingtian, who had awakened the fifth-grade spirit flame bloodline, now possessed no bloodline, it could only mean one thing. That bloodline had been forcibly extracted by someone employing nefarious techniques. Given the enmity between Chu Lingtian and Chu Haochen, the entire situation could be easily deduced. Disdainful glances were cast towards Chu Shan, with some even spitting at him. In response, Chu Shan remained expressionless. His actions were not only to curry favor with the main family, but also to pave the way for his second son, Chu Haochen, to enter the academy and secure a brilliant future. Yet now, Chu Haochen was dead. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Revenge. He longed to shred Chu Lingtian into pieces to appease the spirit of Chu Haochen. Chu Lingtian, it is all over. Prepare to meet your fate. Chu Shan was engulfed in murderous intent. Hearing this, Chu Lingtian cast a disdainful glance at Chu Shan and retorted, "Who told you it's over? This is merely the first assessment. There is still the second one to come. Save your breath. I know you have barely managed to cultivate the Xuanhua sword finger to the initial stage, which would only earn you 5 points. Without a bloodline, it is impossible for you to pass the assessment." Chu Shan sneered. Ignoring Chu Shan, Chu Lingtian took a deep breath to steady himself and then unleashed the Xuanhua sword finger. The crimson sword energy coalesced in an instant, exuding a sharp sword intent that was awe-inspiring. Zhao Songbai declared, "No bloodline, 0 points." The Xiantier low-level martial skill, Xuanhua sword finger, cultivated to the initial stage, earns 5 points. The total of the two assessments is 5 points. Assessment not passed. Wait, before he could finish, Chu Lingtian interrupted him. Zhao Songbai narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone cold. "What, do you also wish to challenge my judgment? Are you claiming to have cultivated the Xuanhua sword finger to the minor accomplishment stage?" In his view, for Chu Lingtian to achieve a score above 6 and pass the assessment, he must have cultivated the Xuanhua sword finger to the minor accomplishment stage. Chu Lingtian shook his head. "Of course not. I merely wish to inform Elder Zhao that my assessment is not yet complete." Not yet complete? Zhao Songbai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean to say that you wish to undertake an additional assessment?" "Indeed, I would appreciate it if Elder Zhao could clarify the rules for the additional assessment," Chu Lingtian replied. Zhao Songbai scrutinized Chu Lingtian for a moment. Though he found it hard to believe that Chu Lingtian possessed the capability for an additional assessment, he nonetheless explained, "The additional assessment is only applicable to alchemists and artifact masters. If you are a first-tier low-level alchemist or artifact master, you can earn an extra point. If you're a first-tier mid-level alchemist or artifact master, you can earn an extra 3 points. If you're a first-tier high-level alchemist or artifact master, you can earn an extra 5 points. An artifact master is defined as one who can forge spiritual devices. Both spiritual devices and elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, with each grade further divided into low, mid, and high levels. For instance, the storage bag on Chu Lingtian is a first-tier low-level spiritual device, while the storage jade pendant at Chu Shan is a second-tier low-level spiritual device that in addition to storage-type spiritual devices. There are also offensive and defensive spiritual devices that a typical first-level spiritual master, if equipped with a suitable spiritual device, could even contend with a third-level spiritual master. However, Fengyun City is remote, and spiritual devices are scarce. Predominantly held by the upper echelons of the major clans, ordinary individuals find it hard to access them. "Elder Zhao, I am a first-tier, mid-level alchemist," Chu Lingtian declared. "Impossible. I have never seen you practice the path of alchemy." "How could you possibly be a first-tier, mid-level alchemist?" Chu Shan shouted. "This boy dares to deceive you for extra points. His assessment qualification should be immediately revoked, and he must face severe punishment." Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Chu Lingtian's lips. "If I were a first-tier, mid-level alchemist, what would you do?" "If you were a first-tier, mid-level alchemist, as the head of the family, I would immediately slap you 10 times as punishment for your slander," Chu Shan scoffed. "Good." Chu Lingtian waved his right hand, retrieving the materials needed for refining the chi-nourishing pill from his storage bag. Simultaneously, with a flick of his mind, he summoned the alchemy furnace from the first layer of his pagoda space. Thanks to the concealment of the storage bag, no one would detect anything amiss. The materials within Chu Lingtian's storage bag had been gathered by Chu Jiang a few days prior in the Fengyun mountain range, including those necessary for refining the qi-nourishing pill. Pure bravado, Chu Shan sneered, wholly unconvinced that Chu Lingtian could be a first-tier, mid-level alchemist. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Lingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, directly igniting the alchemical fire to commence his pill refining. As time passed, a surge of intense unease welled up within the once confident Chu Shan. It seemed that Chu Lingtian truly possessed the ability to refine elixirs. The process of creating the qi-nourishing pill had its complexities. Even if Chu Lingtian grasped merely the basics of alchemy, success seemed implausible. Chu Shan consoled himself internally. Half an hour later, Chu Lingtian extinguished the alchemical fire, concluding the refining process. He rose and approached the alchemy furnace, lifting the lid to retrieve a qi-nourishing pill. This pill must surely be a failure, devoid of any efficacy. Until this moment, Chu Shan still harbored illusions, believing that Chu Lingtian had failed in his alchemical endeavors. Yet in the next instant, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Zhao Songbai received the essence-gathering pill, examined it earnestly, and proclaimed essence-gathering pill, a mid-tier first-grade elixir of medium quality. Not only had Chu Lingtian successfully refined the essence-gathering pill, but its quality had also reached the medium grade. This was sufficient to prove that Chu Lingtian's alchemical skills had attained the level of a mid-tier first-grade alchemist. This cannot be. Elder Zhao, this child must have employed some trickery to deceive you. This essence-gathering pill must be a counterfeit. Chu Shan bellowed frantically. He refused to accept the truth. If Chu Lingtian truly was a mid-tier first-grade alchemist, he would gain an additional 3 points, passing the examination and becoming a disciple of the academy. Thereby receiving its protection, it would then be exceedingly difficult for him to avenge Chu Haochun. Boom! A tremendous pressure surged forth, instantly bearing down on Chu Shan. Do you dare to question this elder's judgment? Zhao Songbai's voice was cold. Chu Shan snapped to attention, hastily retorting, No. He could not even defeat Li Yanhe, a 5th-tier Great Spirit Master, let alone Zhao Songbai, an 8th-tier Great Spirit Master. Zhao Songbai withdrew his gaze and announced aloud, Chu Lingtian, you have scored 5 points in the 2 assessments and an additional 3 points in the supplementary test, totaling 8 points. You have passed the examination. Wow! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. The bloodline-less Chu Lingtian not only passed the Academy's assessment, but also achieved an impressive score of 8 points, surpassing all other candidates and emerging as the top contender in this examination of the Fengyun City Academy. This not only shattered the record for the Fengyun City Academy's assessments, but was also a singular occurrence throughout the entire Qian Empire's Academy evaluations. Patriarch, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Chu Lingtian turned to Chu Shan, his eyes filled with mockery. Whoosh! All eyes instantly converged on Chu Shan, many sporting expressions of amusement. Chu Shan clenched his fists tightly. His face flushed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Shan shut his eyes and swiftly waved his palms, slapping his own cheeks. Slap! 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 A series of resounding slaps echoed throughout the central plaza. The onlookers began to murmur, and many erupted into laughter. As the patriarch of a branch family, Chu Shan had lost face, and from this day forth, he would become the laughingstock of Fengyun City. Chu Lingtian, I swear I will have your body torn to shreds. Hearing the jeers of the crowd, Chu Shan's eyes widened with fury, fixated on Chu Lingtian. His gaze rife with vengeance. If looks could kill, Chu Lingtian would have been riddled with wounds by now. In the face of Chu Shan's threats, Chu Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Completely unconcerned, just as he had stated earlier, he was merely collecting a bit of interest for now. Once he broke through to the Great Spirit Master Realm, it would be Chu Shan's demise. Silence! Zhao Songbai's commanding voice cut through the chaos. The once boisterous central plaza fell silent in an instant. Zhao Songbai slowly scanned the 5 successful candidates and spoke, Congratulations on passing the examination and becoming preparatory disciples of the Academy. Next, the 3 of us examiners will each select candidates to join our respective academies. With that, Zhao Songbai directed his gaze toward the top scorer, Chu Ling Tian, who had achieved 8 points. Although Chu Ling Tian lacked a bloodline, his ability to cultivate the low-level mysterious technique, the mysterious fire sword finger, to its initial stage demonstrated his remarkable aptitude, coupled with his status as a mid-tier first-grade alchemist. He possessed considerable potential for cultivation. Would you be willing to join my Riyao Academy? Zhao Songbai began, but before he could finish his sentence, Chu Shan abruptly interrupted. Elder Zhao, think carefully. Chu Ling Tian bears a grudge against our family's young master. Chu Yin Xiao. Just as Zhao Songbai was about to express his anger, he caught the implications of Chu Shan's words, his pupils narrowing as he recalled the Yin Jiao bloodline of Chu Yin Xiao. I see. Zhao Songbai sighed, averting his gaze from Chu Ling Tian. Chu Yin Xiao, possessing the renowned 7-tier Yin Jiao bloodline, was not only one of the top 10 true disciples of the Riyao Academy, but also the strongest contender for the position of chief disciple. Holding an exalted status within the academy, far surpassing even ordinary inner court elders, let alone an outer court elder like himself. If he were to recruit Chu Ling Tian into the Riyao Academy, it would likely offend Chu Yin Xiao. Considering his own interests, he had no choice but to abandon this plan. Zhao Songbai then turned his attention to Lu Yuan and Ma Pengfei, who had both scored 7 points, and asked, You two, would you be willing to join my Riyao Academy? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan and Ma Pengfei replied in unison, We are willing. The Lu and Ma families in the audience were ecstatic, cheering with joy. Meanwhile, Su Mei and Zhou Hu had scored 6 points, gazed eagerly at Zhao Songbai, hoping he would also recruit them into the Riyao Academy. However, Zhao Songbai did not even glance in their direction down on the sidelines. Chen Feng, an outer court elder of the Mingyu Academy, cast a glance at Chu Ling Tian and similarly shook his head. Although the Mingyu Academy and the Riyao Academy were two distinct institutions, their ties were close. As an outer court elder of the Mingyu Academy, he too was unwilling to offend Chu Yun Xiao for the sake of an unrelated individual. Chen Feng then turned his gaze towards Su Mei and Zhou Hu, contemplating for a moment before asking, Zhou Hu, would you be willing to join my Mingyu Academy? While both Su Mei and Zhou Hu had scored 6 points, Su Mei possessed a 3-tier bloodline and had barely cultivated her martial skills to the advanced stage, whereas Zhou Hu, with a 4-tier bloodline, had cultivated his skills to the intermediate stage. In comparison, Zhou Hu's potential was deemed higher. Thus, Chen Feng chose Zhou Hu. I am willing. Zhou Hu responded immediately. Although the Mingyu Academy was slightly inferior to the Riyao Academy, as the second-rank academy in the empire, its strength and foundation were not to be underestimated. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. Finally, it was time for Li Yanhe, the outer court elder of the Xing Chen Academy, to select candidates. As the weakest among the 3 major academies, Xing Chen Academy typically ended up with the leftover candidates from Riyao Academy and Mingyu Academy. However, this time the situation was different. Although Li Yanhe sympathized with Chu Ling Tian's plight, he shared the same sentiments as Zhao Songbai and Chen Feng, unwilling to wade into this murky water for the sake of an unrelated person. His gaze swiftly bypassed Chu Ling Tian and landed on Su Mei. Would you be willing to join my Xing Chen Academy? I am willing, Su Mei replied, although she felt a tinge of disappointment for not joining the Riyao Academy or Mingyu Academy. Being part of Xing Chen Academy, one of the 3 major academies, would undoubtedly benefit her future. Seeing that none of the 3 major academies had chosen Chu Ling Tian, a cruel smile crept across Chu Shan's face. As long as Chu Ling Tian did not join an academy, he would not be under its protection. Once the examination concluded, Chu Ling Tian would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely at his mercy. Just as Li Yanhe was about to conclude the selections and announce the end of the academy examination, Chu Ling Tian suddenly spoke up. Elderly, I am aware that Xing Chen Academy places great importance on talent. If you were to take me in, I can guarantee that I will secure first place in the upcoming freshman competition. As the weakest academy among the 3, Xing Chen Academy was particularly eager for talent. Yet each year, the top candidates from the academy's assessment were taken by Riyao Academy and Mingyu Academy. This left Xing Chen Academy in a state of helplessness, constantly seeking ways to alter this situation. This was also the reason why Chu Ling Tian had the audacity to engage in a life-and-death duel and participate in the academy assessment. as he was confident he could persuade Xingqian Academy to provide him with a safety net. Just as Chu Lingtian had anticipated, upon hearing his words, Li Yanhe's eyebrows slightly raised, redirecting his gaze back to him. Although you're the top scorer in this examination of Fengyun City Academy, your achievements are not particularly remarkable when viewed across the entire empire. Why, what means do you claim you can secure first place in the freshman competition? Li Yan, he inquired. The freshman competition would encompass all new entrants to Xingqian Academy, numbering in the hundreds, including offspring from prominent families across various counties. By virtue of my understanding, Chu Lingtian replied confidently. The reason my achievements may not seem remarkable is due to my lack of a bloodline. Were I to possess a bloodline, I would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius across the entire empire. Though his understanding was not truly exceptional, with the presence of the Chaos Treasure Tower, he felt emboldened to boast of his extraordinary comprehension. Upon hearing this, Li Yanhuan nodded slightly. Indeed, without the lineage, Chu Lingtian had achieved a score of 8 that had he possessed a bloodline, his score would have exceeded 10. Below the stage, Chu Shan, noticing Li Yanhua's wavering interest, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Elderly, think carefully. How could a mere waste without a bloodline possibly claim the first position in the new student competition of the Starry Academy? He is only using this pretext to save his own worthless life. Should Elderly admit him into the Starry Academy, and should he fail to shine in the competition, the only one to face punishment will be you. Chu Lingtian boldly declared, I am willing to stake my life to guarantee that I will secure first place in the new student competition. Upon hearing Chu Lingtian's assurance, Li Yanhua made up his mind and replied, Very well. In that case, I shall admit you into the Starry Academy. I hope you remember your words. If, after 1 month, you have not achieved first place in the competition, I shall personally ensure your demise. By accepting Chu Lingtian, Li Yanhua understood he might offend Chu Yanxiao, but he was in the Starry Academy, not the Sun Academy. As long as Chu Lingtian could perform brilliantly in the competition, he would be rewarded handsomely by the Academy's higher-ups. For the sake of a great reward, why not take a gamble? Should he win, all would be well. Should he lose, it would only be Chu Lingtian who paid with his life. If I do not achieve first place in the new student competition, I shall commit suicide to atone for my failure, without the need for Elder Li's intervention. Chu Lingtian declared with formidable determination. In the outside world, a month equated to over 8 years within the first level of the tower. If after enduring 8 long years of hardship, he could not secure first place in the competition, what was the point of his cultivation? He might as well end his own life. Thus, the Academy's assessment concluded entirely. The 5 students entering the 3 great academies had 1 hour to bid farewell to their families and pack their belongings. After 1 hour, they were to gather at the central square. Zhao Songbai and his companions would escort them to their respective academies. Chu Lingtian had no family to bid farewell to, nor any belongings to pack. He headed directly towards the trading market. Before proceeding to the Starry Academy, he intended to sell off all his unnecessary items and purchase a batch of medicinal seeds and recipes. Chu Shan fixated on the departing figure of Chu Lingtian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, wishing he could strike him down immediately. Yet he could not act. Chu Lingtian was now a disciple of the Starry Academy. Should he dare to harm him, the Academy would not spare him. Master, can we just let this go? An elder from the Chu family branch said unwillingly. Let it go. Absolutely not, Chu Shan replied coldly. There are others besides Chu Lingtian who have passed the assessment and entered the Starry Academy. If Chu Lingtian were to die within the Academy, it would naturally have no connection to our Chu family branch. A murderous glint flickered in Chu Shan's eyes as he devised means to eliminate Chu Lingtian. Upon arriving at the trading market, Chu Lingtian made his way directly to the Treasure Pavilion at the heart of the market. The Treasure Pavilion was the largest trading house in the Qian Empire, with businesses spread across the entire empire and branches in various cities. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, Chu Lingtian wasted no words and immediately took out the demon cores, his life essence, and a portion of his remains from his storage bag. In addition to these items, he also retrieved all the rejuvenation pills he had concocted within the first level of the tower, numbering over 100 and filling more than 10 jade vials, encompassing low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade varieties. I wish to sell these items, Chu Lingtian stated. The steward of the treasure pavilion nodded, his gaze sweeping across the items before speaking. These demon cores, life essences, and remains all originate from ordinary first-tier demon beasts. Totaling 2,000 taels, the rejuvenation pills amount to 3,000 taels. Chu Lingtian nodded in agreement with the transaction. The steward then instructed his subordinates to store the items in the warehouse before handing Chu Lingtian a banknote for 5,000 taels. Accepting the banknote, Chu Lingtian now possessed a total of 55,000 taels. I also wish to purchase high-tier first-grade, low-tier second-grade, and mid-tier second-grade recipes, Chu Lingtian requested. The steward's eyes brightened slightly. High-tier first-grade recipes still fell within the realm of basic recipes and were not overly expensive. However, recipes of second grade and above required alchemists to expend their soul, energy, and utilize special methods to create. The higher the tier of the recipe, the steeper the price, the steward explained, within our treasure pavilion in Fengyan City. We have 36 types of high-tier, first-grade recipes, 22 types of low-tier second-grade recipes, and 12 types of mid-tier second-grade recipes. Here is the catalog of recipes for your perusal. With that, the steward flipped his hand, producing an exquisite booklet from his storage jade pendant and presenting it to Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian accepted the booklet and began to peruse it. The treasure pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the largest trading house in the Qian Empire, with the Fengyan City branch alone offering such a plethora of recipes, including those for healing, enhancing cultivation, and even those like the blood ignition pill that could suddenly boost one's cultivation, showcasing a vast array of options. After pondering for a moment, Chu Lingtian selected 3 recipes from the booklet. I want the recipe for the Xuanqi pill, the recipe for the recovery pill, and the recipe for the spirit marshal pill. Among these 3 recipes, the Xuanqi pill was a high-tier first-grade pill that could accelerate a cultivator's training speed. The recovery pill was a low-tier second-grade healing pill, while the spirit marshal pill was a mid-tier second-grade pill that could similarly hasten a cultivator's training speed. Chu Haochen had relied on the spirit marshal pill bestowed by the main family to break through from the early stage of the 9th layer of Spirit Master to the early stage of the 1st layer of Spirit Master in a short time. The steward quoted the prices. The recipe for the Xuanqi pill is 1,000 taels, the recipe for the recovery pill is 5,000 taels, and the recipe for the spirit marshal pill is 20,000 taels. Totaling 26,000 taels. Chu Lingtian nodded, relieved that he had acquired all of Chu Zhang's wealth. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to gather 26,000 taels. How much does a set of seeds for the medicinal materials needed to concoct the Yunqi pill cost? Chu Lingtian inquired. As the largest trading house in the Qian Empire, the treasure pavilion offered a broad range of business, selling not only pills and medicinal materials, but also seeds for those materials. The steward replied, the Yunqi pill is a mid-tier first-grade pill, and it requires 3 types of ordinary first-grade medicinal materials. The value of its seeds is not high. One set of seeds costs only 3 taels. Chu Lingtian nodded and continued. Then how much do the seed for the medicinal materials needed to concoct the Xuanqi pill, recovery pill, and spirit marshal pill cost? The steward responded, the seeds needed for the Xuanqi pill cost 10 taels. The seeds for the recovery pill cost 20 taels, and the seeds for the spirit marshal pill cost 50 taels. Chu Lingtian could not help but gasp inwardly. He had intended to purchase more seeds for medicinal materials and cultivate them within the 1st level of the tower. But he had not anticipated the exorbitant prices for the seeds alone. The spirit marshal pill was a mid-tier second-grade pill, far beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he decided to forego purchasing the seeds required for it, focusing his efforts instead on the Yunqi pill, Xuanqi pill, and recovery pill. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lingtian addressed the steward. In addition to the 3 recipes, I would like 1,000 sets of seeds for the Yunqi pill, 1,000 sets for the Xuanqi pill, and 800 sets for the recovery pill. The steward calculated the total for the medicinal seeds comes to 29,000 taels, and with the 3 recipes, the grand total is 55,000 taels. This would perfectly deplete all of Chu Lingtian's banknotes. The steward accepted the banknotes handed over by Chu Lingtian and reminded him, it takes about 1 to 2 years for first-grade medicinal seeds to mature, while second-grade seeds take 3 to 5 years, which is quite a lengthy process as an alchemist. If you're eager to enhance your alchemical skills, I suggest using fully matured medicinal materials instead. Chu Lingtian replied, "No worries, I have plenty of time." He certainly understood that using mature medicinal materials was preferable, but that would entail a substantial expenditure, one he could not afford. Although cultivating from seeds was time-consuming. With the presence of the Chaos Tower, time was something he had in abundance. Hearing Chu Lingtian's response, the steward ceased to offer further advice and turned to instruct his subordinates to prepare the goods. After a brief moment, all the items were ready and laid out before Chu Lingtian. The seeds for all the medicinal materials were neatly packed in 9 cloth bags, categorized by type. In addition to that, there exists an ordinary scroll and 2 jade tablets. The ordinary scroll contains the recipe for the first-grade advanced elixir. The Xuanqi Dan, the 2 jade tablets record the formulas for the second-grade low-tier healing elixir. The Fushang Dan and the second-grade mid-tier elixir. The Lingwu Dan, after confirming that everything was in order, Chu Ling Tian waved his hand grandly, storing the items in his storage pouch, and turned to exit the treasure pavilion. Upon leaving the trading square, Chu Ling Tian made his way directly back to the central plaza. After waiting for more than half an hour, the other 4 disciples who had joined the academy also arrived at the central plaza. Sumei proactively approached Chu Ling Tian and greeted him, saying, "Young Master Chu, from now on we shall be fellow disciples, and we should grow closer." As she spoke, Sumei intentionally accentuated her impressive curves. Though only 17, her figure was voluptuous, and coupled with her stunning beauty, numerous young heirs within Fengyun City had fallen under her spell, as Sumei had anticipated that her overtures would capture Chu Ling Tian's attention. To her dismay, he merely responded with a detached not even casting a glance in her direction. Just as Sumei was about to say something, 3 resounding calls suddenly pierced the air. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept across the central plaza. 3 enormous eagles descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, these 3 eagles bore a striking resemblance to one another, with golden wings, golden eyes, and emanated an overwhelming aura. Each was mounted by an individual, namely, the outer door elders of the 3 great academies, Zhao Songbai, Chun Feng, and Li Yanhong. The 3 eagles before them were second-tier low-level magical beasts. The golden-winged eagles, capable of soaring thousands of miles, they have been specially tamed by the 3 academies for use as aerial transport. After all, the territory of the Qian Empire is vast, encompassing 18 counties and over 100 cities. Without flying mounts like the golden-winged eagles, it would take an inordinate amount of time for the 3 academies to send personnel to conduct assessments in various cities. Chu Ling Tian, Sumei. "Come aboard the eagle," Li Yanhong commanded. Looking at the 2, Chu Ling Tian and Sumei quickly leaped onto the eagle's back. The golden-winged eagle was immense, with a broad back that could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals without feeling cramped. "Return to the Xingqian Academy," Li Yanhong ordered the eagle beneath him. With a cry, the golden-winged eagle flapped its enormous wings with great force, taking to the skies and racing toward the direction of Xingqian Academy. Simultaneously, the other 2 golden-winged eagles also soared aloft, with Zhao Songbai and Chun Feng leading their respective disciples toward the locations of the Ri Yao Academy and the Mingyue Academy. The speed of the golden-winged eagles was astonishing, and the winds around them whipped like knives, causing Chu Ling Tian and Sumei to wince in pain on their faces. Chu Ling Tian managed to hold his ground, having reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Master first layer, while Sumei, whose cultivation was only at the late stage of the Spirit Practitioner 8th layer, would have fallen had Li Yanhong not assisted her in stabilizing her position. 2 hours later, a sprawling mountain range came into view. This range was known as the Xingqian Mountain Range, and the Xingqian Academy was established on the outskirts of a prominent peak within it. The Fengyun Mountain Range outside Fengyun City was merely a minor beast-infested area, home to primarily first- and second-tier magical beasts, with the strongest among them being only second-tier high-level. In contrast, the Xingqian Mountain Range was a medium-sized magical beast mountain range, covering an area more than 10 times that of the Fengyun Mountain Range, and inhabited by a plethora of third-tier magical beasts, and even some fourth-tier ones. Soon, Chu Ling Tian beheld a colossal mountain, adorned with numerous palaces and residences at its peak, waist, and base. Li Yanhong produced a specially crafted jade plaque and waved it toward the void. Suddenly, the empty air rippled, and a transparent barrier materialized before the 3 of them. This is the guardian array of the Academy. Li Yanhong explained. IT ensures the safety of the Academy's disciples from beast attacks. Since the Xingqian Academy is situated on the periphery of a medium-sized magical beast mountain range, it is essential to establish this protective array for the safety of the disciples. Moreover, the Guardian Array serves not only to fend off low-tier beasts, but also to repel formidable foes and safeguard the Academy's legacy. Currently, the array is operating at merely 10% of its capacity. If it were to unleash its full power, even a Spirit King at the 9th layer would find it impossible to breach. Once you receive your identity tokens, you will be able to enter and exit the Academy at your leisure, Li Yanhong added. He pressed his outer door elder token against the transparent barrier, which instantly created a large gap. Once the golden-winged eagle passed through, the gap vanished. The golden-winged eagle, carrying Li Yanhong, Chu Ling Tian, and Su Mei, alighted on a vast square at the foot of the mountain. The three dismounted the eagle, and at that moment, the square was already bustling with hundreds of individuals. The assessment times for all cities in the Qian Empire were standardized, following the conclusion of the assessments. The invigilators would escort the new students back to Xingqian Academy. The crowd consisted entirely of this year's new students joining Xingqian Academy. You two remain in the square. Once all the new students have arrived, a grand ceremony will commence to distribute identity tokens, cultivation resources, dormitory keys, and more, Li Yanhong instructed. Thank you, Elder Li. Chu Ling Tian and Su Mei clasped their fists in gratitude. Yanhong nodded and turned to depart. His task was complete. The subsequent proceedings would be overseen by other outer door elders responsible for the new student enrollment ceremony. As Chu Ling Tian surveyed the crowd, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Among the hundreds of new students, the weakest had already reached the late stage of the Spirit Practitioner 8th layer. This was the baseline for participating in the Academy's assessment. Conversely, the strongest had achieved the early stage of the Spirit Master 2nd layer. This was not comparable to Chu Hao Chun, who had forcibly elevated his cultivation through the use of blood-burning pills. These were genuinely Spirit Masters at the early stage of the 2nd layer. The Xingqian Academy, despite being the weakest among the three great academies, boasted such high-quality newcomers. Just how exceptional must the new students of the Ri Yao Academy, the foremost of the three great academies, be? Chu Ling Tian pondered. While he was lost in thought, several more golden-winged eagles arrived, each carrying new students. At last, all the new students had gathered. Silence, a voice, powerful and resonant as thunder, rang out, instantly silencing the bustling square. To the point where a pin drop could be heard, a stern-faced, middle-aged man descended gracefully, landing at the forefront of square. I am Zhou Chuan, an outer door elder of the Academy. You may refer to me as Elder Zhou from this point forth, the middle-aged man announced. This year, we have a total of 420 new students, all of whom are present. I hereby declare the commencement of the new student enrollment ceremony. Chu Ling Tian had expected the ceremony to be quite grand. However, Elder Zhou's next words doused his enthusiasm with cold water. The so-called enrollment ceremony is merely a means to teach you the rules and distribute your new student supplies. Elder Zhou stated in a frigid tone that I do not relish idle chatter. The rules are documented in the new student handbook. You may review them at your leisure, and any violations in the future will be met with severe consequences. Now, let us begin the distribution of supplies. Everyone, form 10 lines and approach in turn to collect your items. With that, 10 senior students advance to the forefront of the square. Before them lay 4 large cloth bags, each containing identity tokens, cultivation resources, dormitory keys, and new student handbooks. Each person is to take 1 item. All the new students swiftly form 10 lines, approaching in turn to collect their items, none daring to act out of turn. This was due to Elder Zhou's formidable presence, as it had attained the 9th layer of the Great Spirit Master. It wasn't long before Chu Ling Tian received all 4 items. The front of his identity token bore the inscription Outer Door Disciple, while the back showcased a scattering of stars, symbolizing the Xingqian Academy. The cultivation resources consisted of a vial of qi-nourishing pills containing 10 elixirs. Chu Ling Tian opened the jade vial for a brief inspection. The quality was commendable, all above mid-grade. The dormitory key was a simple iron key, accompanied by a wooden tag inscribed with number 366, Northwest District. Additionally, there was a new student handbook, which not only detailed the various rules that outer door disciples must adhere to, but also provided a comprehensive introduction to the academy, allowing new students to familiarize themselves with it. All new students pricked their fingers, letting a drop of blood fall onto their identity tokens. Zhou Chuan's resonant voice echoed throughout the square. The 420 new students promptly followed his instructions, each pricking their finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall onto their identity tokens. With a flash, a crimson light surged across the emerald green identity tokens, representing the establishment of a connection between the new students and their identity tokens. It is hereby declared that you are now disciples of the outer sect of the Star Academy. In 1 month, a grand competition for new students will take place. The top 8 competitors will receive generous rewards, with the first prize being so enticing that even the elder in charge would be tempted. I hope you all diligently cultivate your skills and strive to enhance your abilities to achieve remarkable results in the upcoming competition. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of all new students sparkled with excitement. After all, Zhou Chuan is a formidable master at the 9th level of the spiritual master realm. If he is tempted by the rewards, they must be exceedingly substantial. Many individuals have already rolled up their sleeves, eager to shine in next month's competition. With that said, Zhou Chuan took flight and departed. The ceremony for the new students concluded at this juncture. All new students, under the guidance of 10 senior students, proceeded towards the Northwest District to locate their dormitories. As you may approach Chu Ling Tian, her voice dripping with allure as she said, "Young Master Chu, my dormitory number is 438 in the Northwest District. Do you remember to visit me when you have the time, that we both hail from Fengyan City, and as fellow townsfolk, we ought to grow closer." Chu Ling Tian did not even spare her a glance. Brushing past her in search of his own dormitory, as the former top genius of the Chu family branch, his mind had matured significantly after experiencing the cruel machinations of Chu Shan. He could easily discern Su Mei's ulterior motives and chose to ignore her. How could I not believe it? So many scions from prestigious families have fallen at my feet. How could a mere fledgling like you escape my grasp? Su Mei regarded Chu Ling Tian's indifferent back, biting her lip as a chill flickered in her eyes. Just as Chu Ling Tian had surmised, Su Mei's approach was indeed calculated. After the academy's assessment concluded, Chu Shan visited the Su family and struck a deal with the family head that if Su Mei were to eliminate Chu Ling Tian within the Star Academy, Chu Shan would bestow a substantial reward upon the Su family. Su Mei believed that with Chu Ling Tian being merely a fledgling, it would be a simple matter to ensnare him. However, she did not anticipate that he would remain unperturbed, leaving her to seek alternative methods. The Star Academy was constructed against the backdrop of mountains, sprawling in size. The accommodations for Chu Ling Tian and others were referred to as dormitories, yet they resembled independent courtyards. The courtyard's doorplate bore the room number. Upon arriving at the entrance of courtyard 366, Chu Ling Tian took out a heavy iron key, unlocked the large iron lock, and entered. The courtyard was modest, spanning merely 100 square meters, containing only a single room. Simply adorned. Nevertheless, Chu Ling Tian was quite content. After all, they were merely new students, and such living conditions were already commendable. After tidying up the courtyard, Chu Ling Tian was suddenly interrupted by a loud, aggressive knocking at the door. Frowning, he called out, "Please enter." A man clad in splendid garments, exuding arrogance, stepped inside, flanked by 2 sycophants. "You are Chu Ling Tian of the Chu family branch from Fengyan City?" The man in fine clothes inquired with haughty disdain. "Indeed, I am," Chu Ling Tian replied, a hint of puzzlement flickering in his eyes. "And you are?" One of the sycophants raised his chin, sneering down at Chu Ling Tian. "Young Master Yi is a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent families of Luoyang County. The Yi family, alongside the Chu family, was one of the 3 great families of Luoyang County. However, the Chu family held the top position, significantly surpassing the Yi family in strength. "Owe you a business here?" Chu Ling Tian asked coldly, why Yi Fei Yu's brow furrowed, a displeased expression crossing his face. He had expected Chu Ling Tian to revere him, bowing and scraping like the 2 sycophants behind him, given his status as a direct descendant of the Yi family, renowned even within the county for his affluent lineage. After all, Chu Ling Tian was merely from the remote Fengyun city. How dare you speak to young Master Yi like that? One of the sycophants barked. Young Master Yi has come here to offer you a chance to follow him. Given that you also hail from Luyun County, as a mere waste without bloodline, you will surely find it impossible to survive within the Star Academy without young Master Yi's protection. As one of the three influential families of Luyun County, the Yi family wielded significant power. Immediately following the Academy's assessment, the Yi family had gathered information on all who passed the assessment and joined the Academy. This was to ensure that their descendants could recruit and ally with potential talents once they entered the Academy. Another sycophant chimed in. As long as you surrender the cultivation resources you receive each month, you will gain young Master Yi's protection. While Yifei sought to attract those with potential, he regarded someone like Chu Ling Tan, devoid of bloodline, as a mere waste, someone fortunate enough to join the Star Academy, destined for mediocrity, and thus ripe for exploitation. Therefore, as soon as the new student ceremony concluded, he had tracked down Chu Ling Tian's dormitory number, intent on extorting him that I have no interest in following others. You may leave. Chu Ling Tian coldly gestured, signaling them to exit. That Yifei's expression darkened. You insolent wretch, to be offered the chance to follow me is a privilege you should be grateful for. Since you do not appreciate this opportunity, I shall have no choice but to force you into submission. With that, he signaled to his two sycophants. They immediately unleashed their cultivation, attacking Chu Ling Tian from either side. Both henchmen hailed from second-tier families in the county, their cultivation at the initial stage of the spiritual master realm. They aimed to teach Chu Ling Tian a harsh lesson, hoping to instill some humility in him. I already offered you the chance to depart, if you insist on seeking your own demise. You have no one to blame but yourselves. A cold glint flashed in Chu Ling Tian's eyes. As he spoke, he executed the floating step technique, swiftly closing the distance to the two henchmen, bringing his palms together and striking with all his might. Though the two henchmen possessed commendable strength, their cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the spiritual master realm, and their yellow-grade advanced martial techniques had only reached the perfected stage. Boom! Chu Ling Tian's palms, imbued with terrifying force, shattered the attacks of the two henchmen and struck them fiercely. The henchmen flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashing against the door while Yifei watched as his subordinates were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths, cursing them as worthless. Chu Ling Tian, I underestimated you, that I did not expect you to have perfected a yellow-grade advanced martial technique. Yifei declared arrogantly, your prowess is adequate. I shall grant you one final opportunity to follow me. If you hand over today, as qi nourishing pills, I will let this incident pass. Due to time constraints, the Yi family could only gather approximate information on those who joined the academy. Yifei was aware that Chu Ling Tian hailed from the Chu family branch in Fengyun City and that he possessed no bloodline, having passed the academy's assessment through additional scoring. He also knew the extent of Chu Ling Tian's martial technique mastery. Leave my dormitory at once, and I may also spare you this time. Chu Ling Tian retorted coldly. You seek death. Yifei's eyes glinted with malice. Do you think you alone have perfected a yellow-grade advanced martial technique? He stepped forward, unleashing his full power as a late-stage spiritual master. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, channeling spiritual energy into it, launching a powerful strike at Chu Ling Tian. Fierce lion fist, he roared as a ghastly lion head phantom materialized above his fist, exuding a savage aura. As the lion head phantom charged toward him, Chu Ling Tian inhaled deeply, aligning his right fingers like a sword above his head before slicing downward. Mystic Fire Sword Finger. The spiritual energy within Chu Ling Tian coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into a 2-meter-long crimson sword qi, radiating intense heat and sharp intent, cleaving toward the lion head phantom. The Fierce Lion Fist and the Mystic Fire Palm were both top-tier yellow-grade advanced martial techniques, possessing formidable might. Yifei, having perfected the Fierce Lion Fist, could even contend with ordinary late-stage spiritual masters. Yet alas, the opponent he faced was Chu Ling Tian. The Crimson Sword Qi was razor-sharp and terrifyingly powerful. The lion head phantom barely managed to resist for a moment before being cleaved in twain. dissolving into nothingness. Before Yifei could react, he felt a searing pain in his chest, his body hurtling backward to crash beside his two henchmen. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a bloody gash across his chest, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones through the wound. This time, consider it a lesson. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be a matter of injury. Chu Lingtian looked down upon Yifei and his companions, his voice chilling as he uttered a single word, scram. The two sycophants immediately helped Yifei to his feet, retreating in a flustered manner. Once they were 100 meters away, Yifei turned back, his gaze fiercely fixed on Chu Lingtian's dormitory, his eyes filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, "This time, I shall consider it my misstep. Who would have thought that you, a waste without any bloodline, could cultivate a low-level Xian-tier martial technique to the initial stage? But do not revel in your triumph. I possess a third-grade bloodline, and my talent for cultivation far surpasses yours. In at most half a month, I shall break through to the initial stage of the second level of Spirit Master. Furthermore, I, Yifei, am on the verge of mastering the low-level Xian-tier martial technique, the Angry Lion Palm, to the initial stage. After half a month, I shall see how you boast." Inside the dormitory, Chu Lingtian remained oblivious to Yifei's simmering hatred and his plans for revenge upon gaining strength. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. For Yifei, half a month was merely half a month, but for him, who possessed the Chaos Treasure Tower, it equated to 1,500 days, or over 4 years. Such a lengthy period was ample time for his strength to ascend several levels. Once Yifei and his companions departed, Chu Lingtian confirmed no further disturbances and locked both the courtyard and room doors before entering his abode. He pondered that once he became powerful, he would need to devise a means to set up a small formation to protect his residence, to prevent anyone from secretly spying and discovering his secrets. Caution breeds longevity, he mused internally. The Chaos Treasure Tower was an unparalleled treasure. Should it be discovered, he would surely meet a dire fate, having witnessed the grand protective array of the Star Academy. The thought of establishing a small formation took root in Chu Lingtian's mind. However, his current weakness and financial constraints rendered such an endeavor impossible. Once his strength grew and his finances stabilized, he must obtain a small formation. With a thought, Chu Lingtian entered the first layer of the tower space that he promptly planted all the medicinal seeds he had acquired from the Treasure Pavilion in Fengyan City, then retrieved the freshman handbook to peruse. After a brief period, he set aside the handbook, having gained a comprehensive understanding of the Star Academy and its regulations. The academy was built upon a mountain, broadly divided into 3 regions: the peak, the mid-slope, and the foot of the mountain. Only the Academy Master, the 10 Elders, and the 10 True Disciples were permitted to reside in the peak area, while the mid-slope was reserved for Inner Disciples and Inner Elders. Outer Disciples and Outer Elders were relegated to the foot of the mountain, barred from ascending to the mid-slope, although the Outer Disciples and Elders dwelled at the mountain's base. There existed a hierarchy among them. The foot of the mountain was divided into 8 sections according to cardinal directions. The eastern, northeastern, northern, and northwestern areas were designated for ordinary Outer Disciples, each residing in a modest 100-square-meter courtyard. In contrast, the western and southwestern areas accommodated elite Outer Disciples, with residences spanning 500 square meters. The southern area was reserved for Outer Elders, who inhabited 3 entry courtyards, their surroundings exuding an antique elegance, far surpassing the accommodations of ordinary or elite Outer Disciples. Lastly, the southeastern area was allocated for disciples listed on the Outer Gate's potential dragon ranking, enjoying living conditions comparable to those of Outer Elders. Also residing in 3 entry courtyards, the potential dragon ranking was a list established by the Star Academy, where only the top 50 Outer Disciples would be recognized. Achieving a position on this ranking not only allowed for a better residence, but also conferred numerous benefits, such as receiving substantial cultivation resources monthly, earning academic credits, and being eligible for higher-level academy missions. Ordinary Outer Disciples could claim a vial of qi-nourishing pills from the resource hall each month, while elite Outer Disciples could collect 3 vials. Those on the potential dragon ranking could receive at least 1 vial of Xian-Qi pills monthly, with the quantity increasing in accordance with their ranking. The 50th position would yield 1 vial, the 30th would grant 2, and the top 10 would receive 3 vials monthly. Within the academy, currency was not gold or silver, but rather academic credits. Disciples could earn credits by completing academy missions, which could then be exchanged for pills, techniques, martial skills, or even spiritual artifacts and formations. Provided one possessed sufficient credits, even Earth-grade techniques and martial skills could be obtained. As for academy missions, they were precisely what their name implied: tasks issued by the academy. Thousands of missions awaited completion within the mission pavilion, varying in difficulty and rewards according to their level. It is important to note that all outer disciples were required to complete 2 academy missions each month. Failure to do so would result in severe penalties. Besides the mission pavilion, the credit hall, and the resource hall, there was another location within the academy known as the martial arts hall. On the 1st, 11th, and 21st of each month, outer elders would publicly teach and guide the cultivation of techniques and martial skills within the hall. After formulating a plan to first cultivate for a period within the tower, complete 2 academy missions, and then procure another batch of medicinal seeds, Chu Ling Tian stored the freshman handbook in his storage bag, focused his breath, and began his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 4 years had passed. Chu Ling Tian, deep in his cultivation, opened his eyes. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from within him, sweeping the surroundings. At last, he had broken through to the 3rd level of Spirit Master. With a long breath of relief, Chu Ling Tian slowly rose and stretched. After 4 years of arduous training, supplemented by medicinal pills, his cultivation had advanced from the mid-stage of the 1st level of Spirit Master to the initial stage of the 3rd level. Such a pace of cultivation could be deemed rather slow. Yet fortunately, this was the time within the 1st layer of the tower. Merely half a month had elapsed in the outside world. During these 4 years, aside from his cultivation, he had also advanced the Xian Fire Sword Finger from the initial stage to the intermediate stage and perfected the Fire Cloud technique to its fullest extent. Furthermore, his alchemical skills had barely reached the level of a high-tier 1st-grade alchemist, enabling him to concoct top-quality qi-nourishing pills out of the materials required to craft 1,000 qi-nourishing pills. He had successfully refined them 785 times, yielding at least 50 top-quality pills. All these pills have been consumed by Chu Lingtian.as for the materials needed to produce 1,000 Xianqi pills. 400 have been expended thus far, resulting in a little over 10 successful attempts, all yielding inferior Xianqi pills. Although the success rate was not high, each success would enhance his experience, subsequently improving future success rates. It was time to venture out and complete the academy missions. With a thought, Chu Lingtian exited the 1st layer of the tower space and returned to his dormitory. After ensuring that no one had intruded, he left the dormitory and made his way toward the mission pavilion. The pavilion spanned 3 levels. The 1st level allowed for the acceptance of level 1 to 3 outer missions, the 2nd level for level 4 to 6 missions, and the 3rd level for level 7 to 9 missions. The higher the mission's level, the greater the difficulty, and correspondingly, the richer the rewards. Ordinary outer disciples were confined to the 1st level for mission acceptance, while elite disciples could ascend to the 2nd level, and those ranked on the potential dragon list could access the 3rd at that moment. The 1st level of the mission pavilion was bustling with disciples gathered around the large mission board, selecting tasks suited to their capabilities. Chu Lingtian glanced at the mission board. Level 1 outer mission. Collect 2 1st-grade medicinal herbs, the Scarlet Fire Fruit, for 2 credits. Level 1 outer mission. Obtain the demon core of a 1st-tier high-level beast, the One-Horned Wolf, for 3 credits. Level 2 outer mission. Harvest a 2nd-grade medicinal herb, the Spirit Rock Grass, for 12 credits. Level 2 outer mission. Slay a 1st-tier high-level beast, the Golden Pattern Leopard, for 13 credits. Level 3 outer mission. Defeat a 2nd-tier low-level beast, the Iron-Backed Wolf, for 40 credits. Level 3 outer mission. Acquire the demon core of a 2nd-tier low-level beast, the Black Line Python, for 45 credits. The missions from levels 1 to 3 were not particularly challenging. With my current strength, they could be accomplished with ease. In the depths of his mind, Chu Lingtian mused to himself. The Ironback Wolf is a 2nd-tier low-level demon beast, its strength comparable to that of a practitioner at the 2nd level of the Spirit Master realm. The Black Line Python possesses slightly greater power, akin to a practitioner at the third level of the Spirit Master realm. Although Chu Ling Tian had just broken through to the early stage of the third level of the Spirit Master realm, he had already cultivated the low-level martial technique, the Xuanhua sword finger, to a proficient level that if it would unleash his full strength, even an average practitioner at the fourth level of the Spirit Master realm would not pose a challenge for him, let alone the Ironback Wolf and the Black Line Python. Approaching elder son of the task management pavilion on the first floor, Chu Ling Tian clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Elder son, I wish to undertake the task of slaying the Ironback Wolf and obtaining the demon core of the Black Line Python, both of which are third-tier outer sect tasks." Elder son cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ling Tian and replied coldly, "Present your identity token." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian retrieved his identity token from his storage pouch and handed it to Elder Sunday. The identity token serves not only as a means of entry and exit from the academy, but also for accepting tasks and receiving academic credit. Elder Sun took the token with a casual flick, his brow suddenly furrowing. "You're a newly admitted student to the academy." The absence of any task records or academic credits on Chu Ling Tian's identity token indicated that he was indeed a newcomer. "Yes," Chu Ling Tian responded. Elder Sun cautioned in a stern voice, "While the academic credits for third-tier outer sect tasks are substantial, their difficulty is high and not suitable for newcomers. I advise you to consider undertaking a first-tier outer sect task instead." In Elder Sun's view, as a newcomer, Chu Ling Tian's cultivation must be limited, making it improbable for him to complete a third-tier outer sect task. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Sunday. I have made my decision. I shall accept these two third-tier outer sect tasks," Chu Ling Tian asserted. "Humph, a path to self-destruction," Elder Sun scoffed. "The disciples of the academy are free to choose their tasks at will, and others have no right to interfere." As the elder responsible for the task management pavilion on the first floor, he had fulfilled his duty to advise, but should Chu Ling Tian choose to court danger, he could hardly be blamed. Elder Sun recorded the tasks of slaying the Ironback Wolf and obtaining the Black Line Python's demon core on a Chu Ling Tian's identity token, subsequently removing these tasks from the task board. After completing these actions, Elder Sun tossed the identity token back to Chu Ling Tian with an extremely indifferent demeanor, for in his eyes, Chu Ling Tian's journey was destined to end in death or severe injury. Each year, there are disciples who, overestimating their own strength, undertake overly challenging academy tasks, resulting in serious injuries, disabilities, or even loss of life. Elder Sun perceived Chu Ling Tian as one of those individuals. "Thank you, Elder Sun," Chu Ling Tian said with a respectful fist salute, turning to leave the task pavilion. Outside the pavilion, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, observing Chu Ling Tian's departure. After exiting the Star Academy, Chu Ling Tian pressed onward through the Xingshan mountain range, seeking traces of the Ironback Wolf and the Black Line Python. An hour later, he arrived at a secluded valley and halted, addressing the figure behind him with indifference. "You have followed me all this way. It is time to reveal yourself as a high-tier alchemist." His spiritual sense far surpassed that of other practitioners at the same level. He had sensed someone tailing him immediately after leaving the Star Academy. To confirm his suspicion, he had altered his course several times, and the person behind him had mirrored his movements, ultimately leading them to this secluded valley. As his words fell, three figures emerged from a distance. Two men and one woman, among whom was someone Chu Ling Tian recognized, Su Mei from the Su family of Fengyan City. Over the past fortnight, Su Mei had sought out Chu Ling Tian multiple times, but each attempt had been thwarted by the locked doors of his courtyard. Realizing that her plan to eliminate Chu Ling Tian through seduction had failed, she had shifted her strategy to align herself with Wang Ming, a direct descendant of the prominent Wang family from Beijiang County. Though the Wang family did not rival the three major families of Luyan County, there was still a force to be reckoned with. The burly man accompanying Su Mei was Wang Ming, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the first level of the Spirit Master realm. Behind him trailed a sycophant, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the first level of the Spirit Master realm and hailing from a third-rate family in Beijiang County. The earlier shadowy figure outside the task pavilion had indeed been this sycophant. "Su Mei, have you brought your companions here to ambush me?" Chu Ling Tian inquired, his tone nonchalant. "Chu Ling Tian, did you not already deduce this?" Why bother asking? Su Mei sneered, initially intending to toy with him before ending his life. But since he had failed to recognize her intentions, she would have to let Wang Meng take care of him instead. Wang Meng, embracing Su Mei, cast a contemptuous glance at Chu Ling Tian. His expression filled with disdain, reminiscent of Yi Feiyu from that day, completely disregarding Chu Ling Tian's presence. Although Su Mei had informed him of Chu Ling Tian's victory over Chu Haochen, who had forcibly enhanced his cultivation to the early stage of the second level of the Spirit Master realm by consuming a blood-boiling pill, Wang Meng still considered Chu Ling Tian inconsequential. As a direct descendant of the Wang family, Wang Meng not only had a higher cultivation level than Chu Haochen, but also possessed stronger hidden cards. Even Chu Haochen, under the effects of the blood-boiling pill, would meet his demise against him. That if you sever a limb now, I may spare your life. Chu Ling Tian stated coldly, a worthless wretch without bloodline, daring to act so brazenly before me, truly unaware of your own mortality. Wang Meng's eyes glinted with menace as he coldly declared, kneel and accept your death, and I may show mercy, leaving you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs and torment you to death. Chu Ling Tian shook his head at Wang Meng's words. I have already afforded you an opportunity, yet you do not cherish it. Thus, you shall remain in this valley forever. Menggu, stop wasting time with him. Kill him quickly, so we can go on our date. Su Mei purred, leaning against Wang Meng's chest. Very well. Once we have dealt with this brat and fulfilled your wish, I shall ensure you are well entertained. Wang Meng replied. Lewdness etched across his face as he squeezed Su Mei's rear. He then turned to his sycophant, commanding, Lu Chong, use the wolf head blade and slay him. Yes, young Master Wang. Lu Chong cackled, striding forth with an air of arrogance. With a swift motion, he drew a sharp, long knife from his storage pouch. Upon closer inspection, the blade was entirely black, the hilt shaped like a ferocious wolf's head, its ghastly green eyes glimmering ominously to a spiritual weapon. Chu Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. You country bumpkin from a remote town, you possess some discernment. This wolf head blade is indeed a low-tier spiritual weapon. Lu Chong waved the wolf head blade, boasting, knowing it is a spiritual weapon, you should hasten to kneel and accept your demise. Though Lu Chong's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the first level of the Spirit Master realm. With the wolf head blade, he was capable of contending against practitioners at the early stage of the second level of the Spirit Master realm. Such needless chatter, Chu Ling Tian replied with disdain. A mere low-tier spiritual weapon hardly merits my attention. Lu Chong's eagerness was ignited by Chu Ling Tian's nonchalance. With a furious roar, he swung the wolf head blade towards Chu Ling Tian, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Oh, you think you can kill me? Just with that, Chu Ling Tian scoffed, employing the floating step to become a mere afterimage, effortlessly evading Lu Chong's attack and reappearing behind him. Striking toward his back, as the fire cloud palm was unleashed, a dominating gust of wind accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom surged forth. Lu Chong's eyes widened in alarm, and he swiftly turned, exerting all his strength to swing the wolf head blade toward Chu Ling Tian. Breaking wind blade, a sharp blade of energy cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Chu Ling Tian. The breaking wind blade was a high-level yellow-tier martial technique. Although Lu Chong had only mastered it to the great completion stage, the enhancement provided by the spiritual wolf head blade significantly amplified its power. Lu Chong had previously defeated a peak practitioner at the late stage of the first level of the Spirit Master realm with this very strike. Upon witnessing the incoming blade energy, Chu Ling Tian merely regarded it with scorn, raising his palm to meet the attack. Bang! Lu Chong had anticipated that even if the breaking wind blade failed to severely injure Chu Ling Tian, it would at least push him back and inflict some wounds. His astonishment. However, Chu Ling Tian's palm wind was so overwhelmingly powerful that it shattered his blade energy effortlessly, crashing into his chest with devastating force. Ah! Lu Chong screamed, propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, crashing through several sturdy ancient trees. Upon closer inspection, his chest had caved in, his heart's meridian shattered by Chu Ling Tian's strike. Leaving him irrevocably dead, show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Lu Chong had just attempted to kill him, and naturally, he would not show any mercy. Each year, the Starry Academy witnesses the demise of disciples during their missions. As long as the evidence is meticulously eradicated afterward, there would be no repercussions. This is precisely why Su Mei, Wang Ming, and Lu Chong dared to plot against Chu Ling Tian. The number of outer disciples within the academy is exceedingly vast, with hundreds of new students joining each year. Consequently, the standing of an ordinary outer disciple is rather low. Should a formidable figure from a hidden dragon ranking or an inner disciple fall, the academy might conduct a serious investigation. However, the death of an ordinary outer disciple during a mission hardly garners any attention from the academy. Wang Ming's countenance abruptly changed at this sight, exclaiming, "Your cultivation has reached the second level of Spirit Master." To him, Chu Ling Tian's ability to slay Lu Chong with a mere palm indicated that his cultivation had at least attained the early stages of the second level of Spirit Master, if not the mid-stage. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian did not respond to Wang Ming, but coldly stated, "It is time for you to depart." Wang Ming retorted icily, "Do you really believe victory is assured?" "What a jest! I am not Lu Chong." That he stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the late stage of the first level of Spirit Master. At the same time, a golden battle blade materialized in his hand, radiating a sharp intent, clearly indicating its extraordinary quality, undoubtedly superior to the wolf-head blade. This golden battle blade, known as the gold-cutting blade, was a high-grade spirit weapon, a hidden trump card gifted to him by his father, intended to help him shine in the freshman competition and bring glory to the Wang family. This also bolstered Wang Ming's confidence, with the gold-cutting blade in hand and his family's martial skills. Even a mid-stage spirit master would not stand a chance against him. "Prepare to meet your end." Wang Ming swung the gold-cutting blade toward Chu Ling Tian, executing a fierce and audacious technique. Chu Ling Tian, however, danced lightly on his feet, effortlessly evading the attacks. Despite Wang Ming's commendable swordsmanship, his movement techniques were far too inferior. After several exchanges, not only did Wang Ming fail to land a blow on Chu Ling Tian, but he also suffered a strike in return, sustaining significant injury. "I shall dismember you into 8 pieces." Wang Ming roared, unleashing the golden light slash. He locked onto Chu Ling Tian, gripping the gold-cutting blade tightly, channeling his inner spirit force vehemently into the blade, and struck downward with immense force. With a thunderous sound, a colossal wave of golden blade energy coalesced, its might several times greater than the blade energy emitted by Lu Chong. While the power is commendable, alas, your cultivation is too feeble. Should your cultivation reach the third level of Spirit Master, perhaps you could pose a modicum of threat. Chu Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly, as the words left his lips. Chu Ling Tian brought his right hand forward, his fingers converging as he gestured. The Xian Fire Sword finger. In an instant, a crimson sword energy, several meters in length, materialized at his fingertips. The aura it emanated surpassed that of the golden blade energy, effortlessly dispersing its intent. How is this possible? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. In his petrified gaze, the crimson sword energy collided violently with the golden blade energy. The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Although the golden blade energy was formidable, Chu Ling Tian's cultivation had already reached the early stages of the third level of Spirit Master, and he had refined the Xian Fire Sword finger to a substantial level. Its power was simply beyond the reach of the golden blade energy. In less than a breath, the golden blade energy was shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Following this, the crimson sword energy continued unabated, crashing into Wang Ming, sending him hurtling through the air. Your cultivation is not at the second level of Spirit Master, but rather the third level. Wang Ming groaned, clutching his bloodied wound as he struggled to rise. That last strike had severely injured him. This moment. Even if he wished to flee, it was no longer an option. Wang Ming turned back, glaring venomously at Su Mei, cursing, "You vile woman, how dare you deceive me?" Had he known that Chu Ling Tian's cultivation was at the third level of Spirit Master, he would have never dared to provoke him. Su Mei's complexion turned ashen, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. Murmuring, "How could this be? Just half a month ago, his cultivation was clearly only at the mid-stage of the first level of Spirit Master. as Su Mei could never have imagined that their mere half-month, for someone possessing the Chaos Treasure Tower like Chu Ling Tian, equated to over 4 years. Wang Ming, witnessing Chu Ling Tian approach step by step, hastily implored, "Brother Chu, this is all a misunderstanding. If you spare me, the gold-cutting blade shall belong to you." With that, he lifted the gold-cutting blade with both hands, his demeanor earnest. However, a cold smile crept across Chu Ling Tian's lips. "If I kill you, will the gold-cutting blade not still be mine?" Despite Wang Ming's pleas for mercy and sincere demeanor, Chu Ling Tian, as a high-grade alchemist with formidable spiritual power, sensed the resentment flickering in Wang Ming's eyes. Clearly, if Chu Ling Tian were to let him go, Wang Ming would undoubtedly seek revenge upon returning. As the saying goes, cutting grass without uprooting it allows it to regrow with the spring breeze. Chu Ling Tian would not leave himself vulnerable to future troubles. Wang Ming, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Chu Ling Tian, trembled involuntarily, loudly threatening, "Chu Ling Tian, I am a direct descendant of the Wang family, a noble clan in North River County, and my father is an elder of the Wang family. If you kill me, my father will undoubtedly hunt you down." Chu Ling Tian paid no heed to Wang Ming's threats. "Enough of your prattle. It is time for you to depart. Your lackeys are already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." With that, Chu Ling Tian did not allow Wang Ming another moment to speak, delivering a decisive palm strike to his head, ending his life. As Su Mei, witnessing Wang Ming's wide-open eyes, unable to close in death, screamed in terror. Knowing escape was futile, she crawled to Chu Ling Tian's feet, pleading pitifully, "Young Master Chu, I admit my wrongs. I did not intend to be your enemy. It was Chu Shan who struck a deal with the head of my Su family, compelling me to act against you. I beseech you, young master, spare my life, and I shall do anything for you." In saying this, she deliberately tore her clothing, revealing a generous expanse of fair-skinned, a wilted flower attempting to entice me. Chu Ling Tian scoffed, raising his right palm and striking her forehead, sending her to join her paramour Wang Ming. After concluding matters with Su Mei, Chu Ling Tian collected the storage bags belonging to her and Lu Chong. Unlike Wang Ming, who possessed a storage jade pendant with greater capacity, the other two had mere storage bags. Upon inspecting the content of the storage jade pendant and the 2 bags, Chu Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the offspring of prominent families possess considerable wealth. The Su family, of which Su Mei was a member, while a family in Fengyan City, paled in comparison to the families of Lu Chong and Wang Ming. However, following the transaction between Chu Shan and the head of the Su family, a portion of the reward had been granted to Su Mei in advance, rendering her wealth even greater than Lu Chong's. The storage bag contained a whopping 60,000 taels of silver notes, 10 vials of qi-nourishing pills, and a volume of high-grade yellow rank martial arts. Lu Chong's storage bag held 40,000 taels of silver notes, 1 vial of profound qi pills, 3 vials of qi-nourishing pills, and a volume of the high-grade yellow rank martial art, the wind-breaking blade. Yet the most affluent was Wang Ming. Within his storage jade pendant resided 100,000 taels of silver notes, 5 vials of profound qi pills, a volume of the high-grade yellow rank martial art, the golden light slash, and a volume of the low-grade profound rank martial art, the shattered gold blade, coupled with the low-grade spirit weapon, the wolf head blade, and the high-grade spirit weapon, the gold-cutting blade. Chu Ling Tian's gains exceeded 300,000 taels of silver. Once the mission is complete, I shall seek a place to sell these items. Chu Ling Tian mused. Regardless of whether it was the spirit weapons, the wolf head blade, the gold-cutting blade, or the martial arts, the golden light slash, and the shattered gold blade, none should be exposed. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for others to deduce the connection between Wang Ming's trio and his own involvement in their deaths. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to sell them and exchange them for items he could utilize. The storage bag on Chu Ling Tian's person was far too small, unable to accommodate much. Despite possessing the chaotic treasure pagoda, he deemed it necessary to acquire a storage spirit tool with a more spacious internal compartment to maintain a FAAD. Consequently, he exchanged the storage pouch on his person for Wang Ming's storage jade pendant, subsequently transferring all his belongings into it. Upon completing this task, Chu Lingtian concealed the traces of his earlier skirmish and summoned several demon beasts. From a distance, he observed as the beasts devoured the remains of Su Mei, Wang Ming, and Lu Chong before he departed, venturing deeper into the mountains in search of the ironback wolf and the black-striped python. 3 hours later, in the depths of the outer region of the Starry Mountain Range, on a small hill, a figure shattered the innate martial technique of the black-striped python, striking it at its vital point and ending its life in a single blow. This figure was none other than Chu Lingtian. After a thorough search, he finally located the ironback wolf and the black-striped python. Dispatching both demon beasts, he then dissected the corpse of the black-striped python to extract its demon core, storing the remains within the jade pendant. Among the 2 outer gate tasks he had accepted, one required him to slay an ironback wolf, while the other demanded the acquisition of a demon core from the black-striped python. Thus, apart from the demon core, all other spoils belonged to Chu Lingtian. With the tasks completed, it was time to dispose of the belongings of Su Mei and the others. Chu Lingtian oriented himself and sped towards the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range. Beyond the mountains lay a city named Starry City. Due to its proximity to the Starry Mountain Range, Starry City boasted a thriving commerce, far surpassing the prosperity of Wind and Cloud City. After arriving in Starry City, Chu Lingtian took a brief stroll before heading to the treasure pavilion within the city. "Excuse me, do you have a private room available?" Chu Lingtian inquired upon entering the treasure pavilion. The steward, upon hearing this, appraised Chu Lingtian with a courteous demeanor and replied, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Generally, private rooms were reserved for significant transactions, hence the steward's respectful attitude. Under the steward's guidance, Chu Lingtian arrived at a private room on the 2nd floor. "May I inquire whether the esteemed guest wishes to sell or purchase items?" the steward asked. "Both selling and purchasing," Chu Lingtian replied, gesturing with his right hand to display all the items he intended to sell. Laying them on the floor of the private room, "I wish to sell everything," he added. The steward's eyes brightened as he promptly began to appraise the items. 13 bottles of chi-nurturing pills, valued at 3,900 taels. 1 black-striped python corpse, missing the demon core, valued at 10,000 taels. 1 low-grade Xian-level martial technique, valued at 100,000 taels. 3 high-grade Huang-level martial techniques. Due to the absence of a bloodline, Chu Lingtian's cultivation speed was sluggish, and by the time he reached the 3rd level of Spirit Master, the effects of the chi-nurturing pills had become negligible. Thus, he decided to sell all the chi-nurturing pills, retaining only the Xian-Chi pill. Altogether, that amounts to 330,900 taels, the steward reported. Chu Lingtian nodded in satisfaction with the price. Among the items, the most valuable was Wang Ming's low-grade Xian-level martial technique, which was worth a staggering 100,000 taels. The second most valuable was the high-grade spirit tool, the gold-cutting blade, valued at 80,000 taels. This also provided him with a clearer understanding of the pricing for martial techniques and spirit tools. The steward ordered the items to be taken to the storeroom and then handed the silver notes to Chu Lingtian. With the addition of these 330,900 taels, Chu Lingtian now possessed a total of 530,900 taels, qualifying him as a minor affluent individual. "What does the esteemed guest wish to purchase?" the steward inquired with a smile. "Oh, you have a small-scale formation?" Chu Lingtian asked. He had long wished to acquire a small-scale formation to safeguard his dwelling from prying eyes. Concealing his secrets, having previously been financially constrained, he was now eager to procure a small-scale formation. "Indeed, we do." The steward's eyes lit up. "What level of formation does the esteemed guest seek?" The prices for formations were exceedingly high. Even the lowest tier would start at over 30,000 taels. "I am not well-versed in formations, so I kindly request a detailed introduction," Chu Lingtian replied. The steward nodded and explained, "Formations are categorized by their potency into 9 grades, ranging from low to high, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, up to 9th grade formations. Additionally, formations are classified by their type, including attack formations, defense formations, enemy confinement formations, and illusion formations, among others." After the steward's explanation, Chu Lingtian gained a general understanding of formations. After some contemplation, he stated, "I wish to purchase a defense-type formation, primarily to prevent others from spying. Upon hearing this, the steward recommended, I have 3 formations I can suggest for the esteemed guest. The first is a second-grade formation, the Spirit Thought Formation, which can resist the probing of ordinary Spirit Master practitioners, priced at 100,000 taels. The second is a third-grade formation, the Thought Spirit Formation, capable of resisting the probing of ordinary Great Spirit Master practitioners, priced at 200,000 taels. The third is a third-grade formation, the Wind Soul Formation, which can withstand the probing of high-level Great Spirit Master practitioners and possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. Priced at 400,000 taels, should the esteemed guest desire a higher-grade formation, our treasure pavilion has those as well. The prices for spine prevention formations are relatively lower, as their power is limited. In contrast, attack formations of similar grades would cost at least double. Chu Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. I do not require a higher grade formation, being merely an outer gate disciple residing at the foot of the mountain. The strongest opponent he might encounter would be Elder Zhou Chuan, a 9th-level Great Spirit Master. Therefore, there was no immediate need for a higher grade formation. After pondering for a moment, he declared, I will take the Wind Soul Formation. Additionally, I wish to purchase a low-grade, Xian-level movement technique. After acquiring the Wind Soul Formation, he still had over 100,000 taels remaining, allowing him to purchase a low-grade Xian-level martial technique. While he possessed the Xian Fire Sword Finger for offense, his mobility techniques would need to keep pace with his growing strength, as he would inevitably face increasingly powerful adversaries. The high-grade Huang-level martial technique. The Agile Step would soon become insufficient. After deliberation, he ultimately chose a low-grade, Xian-level movement technique named Explosive Flame Step, priced at 100,000 taels. The remaining 3,900 taels were used to procure seeds for the medicinal materials required to concoct Xianqi pills. Chu Ling Tian stated, handing over the 530,900 taels in silver notes to the steward. The steward nodded and promptly dispatched someone to prepare the goods. Shortly thereafter, a servant arrived, carrying 4 exquisite wooden boxes to the private room. The steward opened the first 3 boxes, introducing their contents. The first box contains the array disc for the Wind Soul Formation. The esteemed guest merely needs to infuse their spirit power into the disc to deploy the formation. The second box contains the low-grade Xian-level martial technique, Explosive Flame Step. The third box holds 390 portions of seeds for the medicinal materials required to concoct Xianqi pills. Chu Ling Tian looked curiously at the steward, wondering why there was a 4th box when he had already received everything he purchased. The steward, noticing the curiosity in Chu Ling Tian's eyes, smiled and opened the 4th box, revealing a specially crafted silver card and several silver notes. The steward explained, as the esteemed guest has spent over 500,000 taels at our treasure pavilion, you are now entitled to become a silver card VIP. On future visits to the treasure pavilion, you will enjoy a discount of 5%. This 25,195 taels is the amount returned to you, though a 5% discount may seem trivial. One should not underestimate the significance of such savings. With his purchase totaling 530,900 taels, the 5% discount allowed Chu Ling Tian to save 25,195 taels. In reality, according to the rules of the treasure pavilion, the discount would only apply to the esteemed guest's next visit. But the steward, seeing Chu Ling Tian's youth and generosity, decided to grant him this favor to foster goodwill. Thank you, steward, Chu Ling Tian said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After conversing for so long, he realized he had yet to inquire about the steward's name. He had certainly detected the goodwill in the steward's words. Since the steward had extended his kindness, Chu Ling Tian was more than willing to reciprocate. A.S. the largest trading firm in the Qian Empire, cultivating a good relationship with the treasure pavilion held numerous advantages. The steward smiled and replied, My name is Fong Tao. You may refer to me as Steward Fong. Chu Ling Tian nodded and responded, Steward Fong, I have other matters to attend to, so I will not trouble you further today. With all my purchases complete, it is time for me to return to the Starry Academy. Please, esteemed guest, the steward replied courteously. Fong Tao remarked. With a wave of his right hand, Chu Ling Tian stored the 4 wooden boxes into his storage jade pendant, then turned to leave the treasure pavilion. 2 hours later, Chu Ling Tian returned to the Starry Academy and proceeded to the first floor of the task pavilion to report his completed missions. Elder Sun, upon seeing Chu Ling Tian return unscathed, was already quite astonished. When he beheld the iron-backed wolf carcass and the black-striped python demon core that Chu Ling Tian produced, his eyes widened in disbelief. You truly accomplished 2 Tier 3 missions. Chu Ling Tian chuckled softly. Elder Sun, isn't it time to reward me for my tasks? Coming back to his senses, Elder Sun took Chu Ling Tian's identity token, marked the tasks as completed, and deposited 85 credits into the token. Thank you, Elder Sun, Chu Ling Tian respectfully replied. Elder Sun inquired, What is your name? Chu Ling Tian answered, I am called Chu Ling Tian. Elder Sun nodded. To complete 2 Tier 3 Outer Sect missions, your strength must rank among the top 3 of this year's newcomers. Keep up the good work. I hope you can secure first place in the newcomer competition. Thank you for your encouragement, Elder Sun. Chu Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. After receiving the identity token, he departed the task pavilion and headed to the credits hall to understand the value of credits. The layout of the credits hall mirrored that of the task pavilion, consisting of 3 levels, corresponding to ordinary Outer Sect disciples, elite Outer Sect disciples, and the strong on the .as. Chu Ling Tian entered the first floor of the credits hall. A massive stone tablet came into view. The tablet was densely inscribed with characters outlining the credit exchange list. Advanced Yellow Rank Martial Art, the all-permeating Diamond Fist, 50 credits, High-Level Yellow Rank Martial Art, the Demon Subduing Palm, 60 credits, a bottle of Chi Pills, 20 credits, a bottle of Spirit Martial Pills, 100 credits, a high-level first-grade Spirit Weapon, the Azure Steel Sword, 150 credits, a high-level first-grade Spirit Weapon, the Purple Elemental Blade, 160 credits. Chu Ling Tian gazed at the credit exchange list, mentally estimating. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 500 taels of silver, although in purchasing power, 1 credit equates to 500 taels of silver. The Starry Academy, as one of the 3 great academies of the Qi Yin Empire, possesses profound resources. Compared to the external merchants, the treasures exchanged in the credits hall are of superior quality. And the techniques and martial arts offered are also more formidable that I shall strive to complete more tasks in the future to exchange for treasures in the credits hall, Chu Ling Tian mused. After comprehending the value of credits, Chu Ling Tian exited the credits hall, preparing to return to his dormitory to set up the wind solar array he had purchased. However, just as he reached the entrance of the dormitory and was about to open the gate, he heard a voice filled with malice behind him. Chu Ling Tian, kneel and apologize immediately, slapping yourself 10 times. I might show mercy and spare your miserable life. Turning around, he saw 3 figures striding menacingly toward him. It was none other than Yi Fei Yu and his 2 lackeys. Half a month prior, after being defeated by Chu Ling Tian, Yi Fei Yu had immersed himself in training, fueled by his rage. After a grueling half-month, he finally broke through to the early stage of the Spirit Master's second heaven. Not only that, but he had also cultivated the low-level Xian rank martial art, the Angry Lion Palm, to its initial realm, significantly boosting his strength. Upon his breakthrough, he immediately sought out Chu Ling Tian for revenge. Noticing Yi Fei Yu, Chu Ling Tian furrowed his brow and coldly stated, Have you forgotten my words? If there's a next time, it won't merely be a matter of injury. Yi Fei Yu recalled the humiliating defeat he had suffered at Chu Ling Tian's hands half a month ago, and his eyes flared with uncontrollable fury. Half a month ago, I was merely careless and lost to you. Today, I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. With that, Yi Fei Yu unleashed his full power. The might of the early stage of the Spirit Master's second heaven crashing toward Chu Ling Tian. You've broken through. Chu Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Since you are so confident in your strength, why not join me at the martial arts hall for a duel? Chu Ling Tian proposed after a moment's thought. The Starry Academy encourages disciples to compete against one another, thus private duels are not prohibited, provided they do not cause severe injury or death to fellow disciples. That if deep grievances exist between disciples, they may resolve them at the martial arts hall, which features a combat platform specifically for settling disputes. Chu Ling Tian believed that rather than being repeatedly harassed by Yi Fei Yu, it would be better to teach him a lesson at the combat platform. You wish to challenge me? Of course, that's fine. Yi Fei Yu sneered. Brimming with confidence in his abilities, he believed that without a bloodline, Chu Ling Tian must have made no progress over the past half-month. with his newfound power. Defeating Chu Ling Tian would be a piece of cake. The four of them swiftly made their way to the martial arts hall. Today, coincidentally, was a day when the outer sect elders were teaching. So the hall was filled with numerous outer sect disciples, many of whom were newcomers just admitted this year. Upon seeing Chu Ling Tian and Yi Fei Yu ascend the combat platform, a crowd gathered around them. Isn't the Yi Fei Yu the direct descendant of one of the three prominent families in Luoyang County? One bystander remarked. The other person looks unfamiliar. He must be a newcomer from a small place. How dare a country bumpkin from a small place challenge Yi Fei Yu on the combat platform? Truly ignorant. Another chimed in. I heard Yi Fei Yu is incredibly strong. He's surely among the top 10 newcomers this year. Only Wang Meng from the Beijiang royal family and Qin Zhan from the Changlin clan can compare. Hearing the spectators' discussions, a smirk crept onto Chu Ling Tian's lips. They were unaware that Wang Meng, whom they believed to be Yi Fei Yu's equal, had already perished in the Starry Mountain range. Devoured by beasts until not even bones remained, he was likely already digested. Since this is a duel, we must have stakes, Yi Fei Yu said coldly to Chu Ling Tian. If I win, you will kneel before everyone and submit to me, obeying my every command from now on. And if you lose? Chu Ling Tian inquired. Why? Yi Fei Yu replied. If I lose, I will kneel before you and slap myself 10 times to apologize. Chu Ling Tian shook his head. If I lose, I will kneel and submit to you. Yet if you lose, you merely kneel and slap yourself. Do you find this fair? Then what do you propose? Yi Fei Yu asked, frowning. Chu Ling Tian pointed to his storage jade pendant. If you lose, in addition to kneeling and apologizing, you must slap yourself and forfeit all your possessions as compensation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fei Yu replied, no problem, for he believed there was no way he could lose. If that's settled, then let the duel commence, Chu Ling Tian stated calmly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I shall allow you to strike first. Arrogant. Yi Fei Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his full power as a spirit master of the second heaven. Last time, I was careless and didn't exert my full strength, allowing you to win by luck. Today, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson, so you understand my prowess. With those words, a pair of silver gloves appeared in Yi Fei Yu's hands. These gloves, known as the flowing silver gloves, were first-grade high-level spirit weapons of formidable might. Previously, Yi Fei Yu had been too complacent to utilize his spirit weapon and was thus defeated by Chu Ling Tian. This time, he was determined to bring out his weapon from the outset. Furious Lion Fist. Donning the flowing silver gloves, Yi Fei Yu clenched his right fist, roaring as he unleashed a powerful strike toward Chu Ling Tian. A fierce lion's head phantom materialized in an instant, baring its fangs and lunging toward Chu Ling Tian. With a dismissive snort, Chu Ling Tian unleashed the fire cloud palm, shattering the lion's head phantom. If your strength is merely this, there's no need for a fight. Just kneel and concede. Chu Ling Tian scoffed at Yi Fei Yu's brows knitted tightly. He sensed that Chu Ling Tian's strength seemed to surpass what it had been half a month ago. Impossible! This child has no bloodline and possesses abysmal cultivation talent. Even if he trained for half a year, he would hardly make any progress. Yi Fei Yu shook his head. His thoughts were not unfounded. Indeed, after half a month of cultivation, Chu Ling Tian would not have made any significant progress. However, he could never have imagined that Chu Ling Tian, possessing the Chaos Treasure Tower, was under the influence of 100-fold time flow. While he had only cultivated for half a month in the outside world, Chu Ling Tian had been honing his skills for over 4 years within the first layer of the tower space. Do you think that I, the young master, have only achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation? In these past 2 weeks, I have also cultivated the low-level martial technique, Angry Lion Palm, to its initial realm. You stand no chance against me. Yi Fei Yu fully mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it frantically into his palms. Angry Lion Palm. Roar. As Yi Fei Yu struck with both palms, a resounding lion's roar reverberated throughout the martial arts hall. A majestic lion's phantom coalesced, akin to the true king of beasts, exuding a domineering aura. Yi Fei Yu, indeed a standout among this year's freshmen, had managed to cultivate the low-level martial technique to its initial realm within just half a month of enrolling. His talent was undeniably formidable. The Angry Lion Palm was a family heirloom technique of the Yi clan, renowned for its immense power. Currently, Yi Feiyu had only mastered it to an initial level, resulting in the phantom being somewhat ethereal, that if he were to perfect the technique, the lion's phantom would become incredibly solid and lifelike. Yi Feiyu's opponent was in for a calamity. This strike would undoubtedly inflict severe injury, perhaps leaving him bedridden for 10 days to half a month. The onlookers chattered among themselves, with none believing in Chu Lingtian. The power was decent, but merely decent. Chu Lingtian regarded the oncoming lion's phantom with disdain. With his right hand, he aligned his fingers like a sword and struck downwards. Mystic fire sword finger, crimson sword energy gathered at his fingertips, infused with scorching heat and fierce sword intent, slicing through the air and cleaving towards the lion's phantom with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feiyu's confident expression shifted dramatically. While the angry lion palm, as a low-level martial technique, indeed possessed remarkable power, Yi Feiyu had merely cultivated it to an initial level and was no match for the mystic fire sword finger. The crimson sword energy, with the force of thunder, obliterated the lion's phantom before crashing into Yi Feiyu. Bang! Yi Feiyu crashed against the edge of the martial stage, blood spewing from his mouth, and his breath rapidly weakened. He was gravely injured and lacked the strength to continue fighting. The surrounding spectators gaped, their eyes wide as saucers, utterly astonished. Yi Feiyu, who had reached the initial stage of the Spirit Master's second heaven, wielded a high-grade spiritual weapon and had cultivated the low-level martial technique Angry Lion Palm to its initial realm. Yet he had been defeated, and so miserably. This indicated that Chu Lingtian's strength far surpassed that of Yi Feiyu. Who was this person? Such overwhelming power! Given the strike he had just unleashed, he had evidently cultivated the low-level martial technique to an intermediate level. A freshman possessed such strength, comparable to that of an upperclassman. In my opinion, this individual undoubtedly had the potential to claim the first place in the freshman competition. Chu Lingtian paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd and approached Yi Feiyu directly, extending his palm and stating, "You have lost." Yi Feiyu grit his teeth, unwillingly removing the flowing silver gloves and erasing the sole imprint on his storage jade pendant before tossing them to Chu Lingtian. "I admit defeat. This is your compensation." With that, he attempted to leave. Chu Lingtian stopped him, coldly saying, "The wager has yet to be fulfilled. You cannot leave." According to their agreement, upon winning the duel, Yi Feiyu was to not only forfeit all his possessions as compensation, but also publicly kneel and slap his own face 10 times in apology. "Do not push your luck." Yi Feiyu's face darkened like water, his voice icy. "I am a direct descendant of the Yi family. Think carefully about the consequences." Chu Lingtian scoffed dismissively, unfazed by Yi Feiyu's threats. "You have 5 breaths to consider. If you refuse to fulfill the wager, I shall personally assist you in doing so." Chu Lingtian declared indifferently. 5, 4, 3. As he counted down, Yi Feiyu's expression shifted repeatedly. If Chu Lingtian were to take action, it would undoubtedly be 100 times more painful than doing it himself, and he would be even more humiliated. Just as Chu Lingtian reached one, Yi Feiyu clenched his teeth and abruptly knelt on the ground, raising his hands to swiftly slap his own face 10 times. Smack, smack, smack. After delivering the 10 slaps, Yi Feiyu fled the martial hall like the wind. He could no longer bear to remain there. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and one had anticipated that Chu Lingtian would truly compel Yi Feiyu to fulfill the wager. After all, Yi Feiyu was a direct descendant of one of the 3 great families of Luoyuan County. By taking such action, Chu Lingtian had undoubtedly made a formidable enemy of Yi Feiyu, who would surely seek revenge. However, Chu Lingtian was entirely unconcerned. He who humiliates others shall be humiliated in turn. Since Yi Feiyu wished to torment him, he must be prepared for the consequences. Chu Lingtian summoned his spiritual power to probe the contents of Yi Feiyu's storage jade pendant, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, Yi Feiyu's wealth far surpassed that of Wang Meng. In addition to the high-grade spiritual weapon, the flowing silver gloves, he possessed a fortune of 120,000 taels, a bottle of spirit warrior pills, a bottle of recovery pills, 5 bottles of profound chi pills, and a copy of the low-level martial technique, Angry Lion Palm. The total value exceeded 300,000 taels. After the freshman competition concluded, he could head to the treasure pavilion to sell these items. Chu Lingtian smiled faintly, collecting the flowing silver gloves into his storage jade pendant before departing the martial hall. Not long after he left, a familiar figure entered the martial hall. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, elderly. The newcomer was none other than the Outer Sect Elder, Li Yanheng. The martial hall hosted classes taught by Outer Sect Elders on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of each month, and this month it was Li Yanheng's turn to instruct. Upon entering the hall, he overheard the crowd discussing the duel and casually inquired, "Did someone just have a wager duel on the martial stage?" Indeed, Elder Li.IT was between two freshmen. One was Yi Fiyu from the Yi family, and the other was unknown. A teacher replied to Yi Fiyu, "Ah, he is considered a standout among this year's freshmen." Li Yanheng nodded, casually remarking, "He should have quickly defeated his opponent, right?" Replying to Elder Li, the battle indeed ended swiftly, but it was not Yi Fiyu who emerged victorious. An upperclassman responded. Yanheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yi Fiyu actually lost? What was his opponent's cultivation level? The upperclassman replied, "He is at the initial stage of the Spirit Master Third Heaven and has cultivated the low-level martial technique to an intermediate level. His strength comparable to that of an upperclassman." Yanheng couldn't help but be taken aback. Such a prodigy exists among this year's freshmen. Not yet 18. Yet reaching the initial stage of the Spirit Master Third Heaven and cultivating the low-level martial technique to an intermediate level. Such a talent would be considered exceptional even within the prestigious Daybreak Academy. If nothing unexpected occurs, this individual should be the frontrunner for first place in the freshman competition, Li Yanheng mused. Thinking of the freshman competition, Li Yanheng recalled Chu Lingtian that he surveyed the martial hall. Scanning the faces of all the Outer Sect disciples, but failing to spot Chu Lingtian, his expression darkened instantly. Chu Lingtian had boasted that he would claim first place in the freshman competition, yet he did not even attend the Elder's class. How disappointing it was for the Elder to have trusted him and given him the opportunity to join the Starry Academy. Truly, he was like mud that could not be molded. Li Yanheng scoffed inwardly. For disciples of ordinary talent, the lessons taught in the martial hall were incredibly important. With the guidance of Outer Sect Elders, they could avoid detours and save time in their cultivation. In Li Yanheng's view, Chu Lingtian, lacking bloodline and possessing inferior aptitude compared to ordinary disciples, should have cherished the lessons offered in the martial hall. This month's instructor was Li Yanheng himself, and during the last lesson, he had not seen Chu Lingtian. Now, in this session, Chu Lingtian had still not arrived. This further fueled Li Yanheng's anger, feeling that Chu Lingtian had betrayed his trust if he failed to show up for the next class. The Elder would not hesitate to be unmerciful. Li Yanheng let out a cold snort. After slightly adjusting his emotions, he turned his gaze towards the outer disciples within the martial arts hall and commenced his lecture. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Lingtian securely locked the courtyard door and retrieved the Wind Soul Array disc from his storage jade pendant. He channeled his spiritual energy into the array disc, causing the 4 small flags embedded within it to immediately levitate. Chu Lingtian skillfully maneuvered the 4 flags, positioning them at the 4 corners of the courtyard. As the flag settled, the array disc in his hand began to operate, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. Now, should anyone attempt to probe the courtyard with spiritual power, Chu Lingtian would sense their presence if their cultivation was below the Spirit King realm. Even if Chu Lingtian were within the first layer of the treasure tower, he would still be aware. This was because upon entering the first layer of the treasure tower, the main body of the Chaos Tower remained in the external world. Merely concealed as the master of the Chaos Tower, Chu Lingtian could utilize it as a medium to sense the changes in the Wind Soul Array. Now, he could rest assured and focus on his cultivation. A smile graced Chu Lingtian's face as he stepped inside. Then, with a thought, he entered the first layer of the treasure tower. After planting the seeds of the materials required for the refinement of 390 spiritual chi pills into the field, he began his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Wind Cloud City, at the Chu family branch, Chu Shan received the news of Su Mei's demise at the hands of a beast, infuriating him to the point of shattering his desk with a single slap. "What do you mean she was killed by a beast? In my view, Su Mei must have met her end at the hands of Chu Lingtian." Chu Shan gritted his teeth to AT that moment. His heart ached not for Su Mei's death, but for the reward he had already paid in advance after reaching an agreement with the Su family. Now that Su Mei was dead, the payment he had made was all for naught, leaving him with nothing but silence. Patriarch, Su Mei is dead, and our plan has utterly failed. What should we do next? The elder of the Chu family branch inquired. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shan replied, I recall that Su Mei once conveyed a message stating that Chu Lingtian had offended Yi Feiyu, the direct descendant of the Yi family. Find a way to get in touch with Yi Feiyu and see if you can eliminate Chu Lingtian through him. Understood. The elder accepted the order and immediately set out to contact Yi Feiyu. 10 days swiftly passed, and within the first layer of the treasure tower, nearly 3 years had elapsed. During this time, Chu Lingtian consumed all the materials required for the refinement of 990 spiritual chi pills, successfully refining them 850 times, among which 66 were the supreme grade. He also consumed 500 sets of materials needed for the refinement of healing pills, achieving 32 successful refinements, 2 of which were of the medium grade. Now, Chu Lingtian's alchemical proficiency had firmly reached the level of a low-tier second-grade alchemist. With the aid of the spiritual chi pills, after nearly 3 years of arduous cultivation, Chu Lingtian's cultivation level had progressed from the early stage of the Spirit Master S third realm to the late stage of the Spirit Master S fourth realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated the low-tier martial technique, explosive flame step, to a minor completion stage. Just as Chu Lingtian was preparing to continue his training, his brow suddenly furrowed as he sensed an unusual movement from the wind solar ray. Someone had entered his courtyard. With a thought, Chu Lingtian instantly left the first layer of the treasure tower and returned to the outside world. He found the door being forcefully flung open, and a familiar figure stormed in, filled with rage. Chu Lingtian, if you wish to die, why wait until the new student competition? I shall fulfill your wish this very moment. The furious voice belonged to elderly Yanhong. Today marked his 3rd visit to the martial arts hall for lecturing, yet he still had not seen Chu Lingtian, filling him with immense ire. After concluding his lecture, he had rushed over to confront Chu Lingtian in a rage. Elderly, what do you mean by that? Chu Lingtian began, but before he could finish, he witnessed Li Yanhong's face contorted with fury as he swung his right palm towards him, although this was merely a casual strike from Li Yanhong. As a formidable spirit master of the 5th realm, even his casual attack was sufficient to severely injure an ordinary spirit master. Chu Lingtian hastily executed the explosive flame step, transforming into a fleeting shadow to evade Li Yanhong's palm. A low-tier martial technique of the Xian rank. A glimmer of surprise crossed Li Yanhong's eyes. He distinctly remembered that during Chu Lingtian's life-and-death duel with Chu Haochen, he had employed a high-tier martial technique of the Huang rank. Yet in just 25 days, Chu Lingtian had mastered a low-tier martial technique of the Xian rank. Li Yanhong struck again, his right hand grasping the air, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to coalesce into a massive spiritual handprint that lunged towards Chu Lingtian. In truth, Li Yanhong's anger had subsided significantly. His second attack was merely to assess Chu Lingtian's current strength. Faced with the approaching spiritual handprint and lacking any means of escape, Chu Lingtian had no choice but to summon all his power. Xian Fire Sword Finger. The crimson sword energy emanated a terrifying sword intent, cleaving the spiritual handprint into Spirit Master S fourth realm. Late stage. How is this possible? Perceiving Chu Lingtian's cultivation, Li Yanhong's eyes widened in shock. During the academy assessment, Chu Lingtian's cultivation had been merely the mid-stage of the Spirit Master S first realm. How could he possibly have advanced to the late stage of the Spirit Master S fourth realm in just 25 days? Even a genius with a 5th or 6th tier bloodline could not cultivate at such a pace. Moreover, Chu Lingtian was a so-called talent devoid of bloodline. Unwilling to believe, Li Yanhong moved swiftly, appearing beside Chu Lingtian. Seizing his right wrist and channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him to scrutinize his cultivation, he truly has reached the late stage of the Spirit Master S fourth realm. Li Yanhong exclaimed in astonishment. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him no room for disbelief. Could it be that you are one of the favored by heaven recorded in ancient texts? Li Yanhong suddenly had an epiphany as he regarded Chu Lingtian. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Lingtian inquired. What does it mean to be favored by heaven? Li Yanhong released Chu Lingtian's wrist and slowly explained, those favored by heaven are individuals bestowed with celestial favor. Such individuals are graced with fortune, possessing astonishing comprehension. Their speed of cultivation in techniques, martial arts, and secret methods is remarkable. 300 years ago, a favored individual emerged in the Qi Yin Empire, achieving the Great Spirit Master Realm at 18, the Spirit King Realm at 21, and the Spirit Emperor Realm at 25, thereafter leaving the Qi Yin Empire to roam the continent, ultimately becoming renowned across the 9 provinces. Li Yanhong's gaze was piercing as he looked at Chu Lingtian. Yet you, in a mere 25 days since joining the academy, have elevated your cultivation from the early stage of the Spirit Master's first realm to the late stage of the Spirit Master's fourth realm. You have also cultivated a low-tier martial technique of the Xian rank to a minor completion stage, and a low-tier attacking martial technique of the Xian rank to a medium completion stage. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation and comprehension could very well indicate that you are favored by heaven. Before Chu Lingtian could respond, he heard Li Yanhong lament, Alas, the bloodline within you has been cruelly extracted by others through malicious secret methods. Otherwise, your future achievements could have rivaled those of the predecessors from 300 years ago. That may not necessarily be true. It is possible that it is precisely because your bloodline was extracted and you experienced great tribulation that you garnered the favor of heaven, thus becoming one favored by heaven. The more Li Yanhong contemplated, the more convinced he became. Such instances, though rare, were not unheard of. The Tao of heaven is elusive and omnipresent. There have been cases where individuals who had never cultivated were unexpectedly favored by the Tao, instantly becoming Spirit King realm experts. Others, possessing a first-tier bloodline and poor aptitude, received the favor of the Tao and directly transformed into geniuses with sixth-tier bloodlines. In Li Yanhong's view, Chu Lingtian's potential to be favored by heaven was likely related to his experiences. Chu Lingtian's mouth parted slightly, his expression one of shock. He had not anticipated that without uttering a word, Li Yanhong had conjured an entire narrative surrounding his circumstances. He had been contemplating what excuse to provide for his lack of bloodline, while cultivating so rapidly. Now, however, it seemed Li Yanhong had already devised the perfect alibi. He was favored by heaven. In truth, Elder Li's assertion was not entirely erroneous. Although Chu Lingtian was not truly favored by heaven, it was indeed the extraction of his bloodline that allowed the Chaos Tower to recognize him as its master. In comparison to those favored by heaven, the opportunities Chu Lingtian had received were even greater. Elder Li, why did you suddenly storm into your disciples' dormitory and take action against me? Coming back to his senses, Chu Lingtian asked in confusion. Li Yanhong, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile and replied, I am the outer elder responsible for teaching at the Martial Arts Hall this month. During the 3 sessions of the Martial Arts Hall, I did not observe your presence and assumed you had become negligent. Thus, Chu Lingtian exhibited an expression of realization. It turned out that Li Yin he believed he had been remiss and had violated their agreement, prompting him to come and impose punishment. Elder Li, I have been diligently cultivating, Chu Lingtian confidently asserted. The first place in the freshman grand competition shall undoubtedly belong to me. Li Yin he nodded in acknowledgement, given your current prowess. Securing first place in the freshman grand competition is highly probable. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment, lest you encounter unforeseen setbacks. Among the current cohort of freshmen, there are still hidden talents in cultivation. Just 10 days prior, a freshman on the martial stage defeated Yi Fei Yu, a direct descendant of the Yi family, in merely 2 moves, exhibiting strength comparable to that of senior students. Yin he intended to use this incident to spur Chu Lingtian, urging him to remain humble and continue his hard work. However, he was taken aback by the peculiar expression on Chu Lingtian's face after he finished speaking. Elder Li, the individual who defeated Yi Fei Yu on the martial stage 10 days ago, was none other than myself. What? Li Yin he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, instantly feeling embarrassed. These 2 vials of spirit martial pills are for you. Cultivate diligently, and once you secure first place in the freshman grand competition, I shall bestow upon you another significant opportunity. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lian he set down the 2 jade vials as compensation for misunderstanding Chu Ling Tian. Then swiftly departed as he exited the courtyard. He cast a glance at a corner of the yard. A formidable figure in the realm of the great spirit master at the 5th level. He had sensed the presence of a small array designed to prevent eavesdropping upon entering the courtyard. Yet, Lian he chose to disregard it, for such formations were not uncommon within the academy. Many individuals would set them up, as no one wished to be spied upon during their cultivation. After Lian he left, Chu Ling Tian picked up the 2 vials of spirit martial pills, focused his thoughts, and returned to the 1st level of the treasure tower to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed, with the assistance of spirit martial pills and profound chi pills. Chu Ling Tian, after enduring rigorous training for more than a year, had successfully advanced to the early stage of the 5th level of Spirit Master. His alchemical skills had also improved, allowing him to refine high-quality healing pills. Moreover, he had cultivated the explosive flame steps to a middle-level proficiency and the profound fire sword finger to a perfected state. With his current strength, he was more than capable of overpowering peers of the same rank. And even those at the early stage of the 6th level of Spirit Master might not stand a chance against him. Upon reaching the 5th level of Spirit Master, the efficacy of the profound chi pills diminished significantly. After the conclusion of the freshman grand competition, he would need to procure a large quantity of materials for refining spirit martial pills, aiming to elevate his alchemical proficiency to a mid-tier 2nd-grade alchemist. He mused. Additionally, the fire cloud technique was of too low a grade. Following the freshman grand competition, it would be essential to replace it with a low-tier profound technique at the very least. Rising from his seated position and stretching, Chu Ling Tian focused his thoughts once more, departing from the 1st level of the treasure tower and returning to the outside world at that moment. 5 days had passed in the outside world, marking the day of the freshman grand competition. Chu Ling Tian left his dormitory and made his way to the square. Upon his arrival, nearly all the freshmen had gathered. Surrounding the square were numerous senior students and outer sect elders, eager to witness the spectacle. After a brief incense sticks time, Zhou Chuan soared into the air, standing at the forefront of the square, and proclaimed loudly, "A month has passed, and today we shall commence the freshman grand competition. I hope all freshmen can achieve remarkable results in this contest. The top 8 of this year's competition will receive generous rewards. Firstly, the top 8 will attain the status of elite outer sect disciples and will be relocated to reside in the western region. Secondly, those placing 5th to 8th will receive 2 vials of spirit martial pills and 200 academic credits. The 4th place contestant will receive a low-tier profound technique and 400 academic credits. The 3rd place winner will be awarded a low-tier profound technique, a high-tier 1st-grade spirit artifact, and 600 academic credits. The 2nd place contestant will obtain a low-tier profound technique, a low-tier 2nd-grade spirit artifact, and 800 academic credits. Lastly, the 1st place winner shall receive a mid-tier profound technique, a mid-tier 2nd-grade spirit artifact, and 1,000 academic credits. Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's announcement of the rewards, the eyes of all freshmen sparkled with excitement. And no wonder Zhou Chuan had previously expressed interest in the rewards for 1st place. The mere acquisition of a mid-tier profound technique was valued at no less than 1,500 academic credits. Likewise, a mid-tier 2nd-grade spirit artifact held a value exceeding 1,500 academic credits. Coupled with the 1,000 academic credits reward, the 1st place prize exceeded 4,000 academic credits. That was indeed a staggering sum. Completing a 3rd-tier outer sect task typically yielded only 40 to 50 academic credits. Point 1 would need to accomplish at least 80 3rd-tier outer sect tasks to amass 4,000 academic credits, an endeavor that many outer sect disciples could not achieve in 2 years. Thus, when the freshmen heard of the competition's rewards, they were all invigorated, eager to commence the contest immediately. Zhou Chuan observed the fervor of the freshmen and continued, "This year's freshman grand competition consists of 3 rounds. The 1st round will be a pressure assessment. The 2nd round will be a free-for-all battle on the stage. The 3rd round will involve individual combat. The 1st round, the pressure assessment, will be overseen by myself and 9 outer sect elders, who will stand atop the 100-step stone staircase, exerting their full pressure. The freshmen will ascend the staircase while withstanding the pressure. Only those who reach the 60th step will be deemed qualified. In other words, freshmen who do not ascend to the 60th step are too weak to even qualify for the second round of the free-for-all battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chuan leaped into the air and positioned himself atop the 100-step stone staircase. Simultaneously, 9 outer sect elders gathered beside Zhou Chuan, among them 2 familiar faces to Chu Ling Tian, Li Yanhe and Elder Sunday. The first round of the freshman grand competition, the pressure assessment, now begins, Zhou Chuan proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the square. That instant, Zhou Chuan and the 9 outer sect elders simultaneously unleashed their pressure. Zhou Chuan, being at the 9th level of Great Spirit Master, along with the other 9 elders, all exceeded the 5th level of Great Spirit Master. 10 formidable pressures converged, akin to a ferocious wave, sweeping across the 100-step stone staircase. Even those standing outside the staircase felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that a robust freshman, confident in his abilities, was the first to step onto the staircase, braving the pressure as he climbed higher. Observing this, the other freshmen followed suit, ascending the staircase. The pressure on the first 20 steps was not excessively strong. Those at the early stage of the 9th level of Spirit Master could easily ascend. However, beyond the 20th step, the pressure intensified with each step taken. Before long, a scream pierced the air that a freshman was unable to withstand the pressure and tumbled down the staircase, thus eliminated. As time passed, more and more freshmen were eliminated, leaving fewer than 100 still climbing the staircase. The freshman in the lead had already surpassed the threshold of the 60th step. Chu Ling Tian felt it was time to begin, stepping onto the staircase to commence his ascent. The first 20 steps posed no challenge to Chu Ling Tian. He swiftly surpassed them with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the 21st step, he distinctly sensed the increase in pressure. Yet his pace hardly faltered as he continued to ascend rapidly. Below, Yi Fei Yu watched Chu Ling Tian's retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment. He turned to the man clad in black beside him and coldly remarked, "Zhao Zihao, with your strength, you should be able to conquer the 100-step staircase, right?" "Of course," replied the black-clad man, his face brimming with confidence. This individual, named Zhao Zihao, was a prodigy whom the Xingchun Academy had expended great resources to recruit early. Possessing a 5th-grade bloodline, the Frost bloodline, Chu Ling Tian had sensed this newcomer at the early stage of the 2nd level of Spirit Master during the freshman enrollment ceremony. The academy with the weakest standing among the 3 major academies. Xingchun Academy was particularly eager for talent, annually investing substantial resources to recruit 1 or 2 exceptionally gifted individuals for focus training. Zhao Zihao, as a key training target, enjoyed privileges far exceeding those of other freshmen. Not only did he receive a vial of profound chi pill each month, but an outer sect elder also provided him with tailored guidance in his cultivation. In just a month, Zhao Zihao had advanced to the early stage of the 3rd level of Spirit Master, further refining a low-tier profound technique to a middle-level proficiency, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Half a month prior, after being defeated by Chu Ling Tian in a wager, Yi Fei Yu realized that avenging his loss would be challenging with his own strength. Thus, he contemplated enlisting the help of another to exact revenge. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder of the Chu family branch had connected with him through a collateral descendant of the Yi family, desiring to eliminate Chu Ling Tian. Yi Fei Yu and the Grand Elder of the Chu clan's branch quickly found common ground. Through the Grand Elder, Yi Fei Yu learned of the wager between Chu Ling Tian and Li Yanhe. In Yi Fei Yu's view, directly killing Chu Ling Tian might prove challenging. However, thwarting his quest for the first place in the freshman grand competition would be a simple task. That's why Yi Fei Yu promptly sought out Zhao Zi how to forge an alliance. The reason Zhao Zihao managed to break through to the early stage of the Spirit Master 3rd level within a month was not solely due to his own efforts, but also thanks to the support from Yi Fei Yu and Chu Shan. First, we must suppress Chu Ling Tian's arrogant demeanor in the initial round, teaching him that there are always greater talents. Yi Fei Yu gritted through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zihao's lips curled into a confident smile as he stepped onto the stone steps. Rapidly ascending. Yi Fei Yu also began his ascent, albeit at a considerably slower pace than that of Chu Ling Tian and Zhao Zihao. Before long, Chu Ling Tian crossed the threshold, arriving at the 61st step. Beyond the 60th step, the pressure intensified significantly, causing many newcomers to falter. Each step became an arduous challenge. Yet, Chuling Tian maintained a steady pace, exuding ease and showing no signs of being affected by the oppressive force. Observing this from atop the 100-step stone staircase, Zhou Chuan and 9 outer sect elders exchanged appreciative glances. Chuling Tian's effortless climb attested to his cultivation level being at least mid-stage Spirit Master 2nd level. One outer sect elder remarked with a smile, "I initially thought Zhao Zihao would undoubtedly claim the top spot in this year's Freshman Grand Competition. However, it seems he now faces a worthy opponent." Beside Zhou Chuan, an outer sect elder clad in a black robe with an icy demeanor snorted in disdain. "Zhao Zihao will undoubtedly secure first place. This lad is impressive, yet he pales in comparison to Zihao." This black-robed elder, known as Wang Haichao, had attained the 8th level of Grand Spirit Master. Ranking among the elite in the outer sect elders, he was the very elder who provided Zhao Zihao with additional guidance in his cultivation. Upon hearing Wang Haichao's words, Li Yin he responded coolly, "Elder Wang, the Freshman Grand Competition has only just commenced. It remains uncertain who will ultimately seize first place." Wang Haichao cast a sidelong glance at Li Yin he. "It appears Elderly holds this newcomer in high regard. How about we place a wager on who will triumph between him and Zihao?" Upon hearing this, Li Yin he's eyes brightened suddenly, nearly bursting into laughter that he was well aware of Chuling Tian's true capabilities. Just 5 days prior, Chuling Tian had reached the late stage of the Spirit Master 4th level and had cultivated the Xian Hui sword finger to an intermediate level. Zhao Zihao's talent was indeed commendable, yet when compared to the favored son of destiny, Chuling Tian, he seemed insufficient. "What sort of wager do you propose?" Li Yin he inquired, suppressing his amusement. Wang Haichao replied coldly, "Let us wager 10,000 academic credits, shall we?" "Agreed." Li Yin he responded without a moment's hesitation. For the outer sect elders, while 10,000 credits was not a fortune, it was nonetheless a substantial sum. Many outer sect elders toiled for an entire year merely to earn 8 to 10,000 credits. At this juncture, Elder Son, who had been listening, interjected, "I would also like to partake." "May I?" Wang Haichao replied indifferently. "If Elder Son wishes to bet on Zihao's victory, you must first seek Elder Li's consent to join the wager." He assumed Elder Son intended to follow his lead and bet on Zhao Zihao to win, hoping to make a small profit off Li Yin he. However, to his surprise, Elder Son shook his head. "I did not inquire of the wrong person, as I wished to wager on the other individual." Elder Son's gaze shifted towards Chuling Tian. At this proclamation, Wang Haichao's expression darkened instantly. "Since Elder Son wishes to bestow credits upon me, I see no reason to decline," Wang Haichao replied coldly. Mirroring the terms of his agreement with Li Yin he. "If Zhao Zihao secures first place in the Freshman Grand Competition, I shall grant Elder Son 10,000 credits. Conversely, should he fail, Elder Son will owe me 10,000 credits." "Agreed," Elder Son acquiesced. Half a month prior, Chuling Tian had effortlessly completed 3 level 3 outer sect tasks, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess. Moreover, Li Yin he's recent performance further solidified Elder Son's faith in Chuling Tian's abilities. Thus, he expressed his desire to participate in the wager. Yin he cast a glance at Elder Son, and a thought suddenly surged in his mind. "Esteemed elders, is there anyone else, like Elder Son, who wishes to join the wager? Regardless of the number, should you wish to bet on Zhao Zihao's victory, I shall gladly accept." Yin he proclaimed with bravado. Elder Son's actions sparked an idea for Li Yin he, a betting pool. Should other elders join in, the stakes would become substantial. Naturally, if Chuling Tian ultimately lost, he would incur significant losses. However, he firmly believed in Chuling Tian's strength. Surprised, Elder Son regarded Li Yin he with wide eyes. He had not anticipated that Li Yin he would hold such confidence in Chuling Tian. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to follow Li Yin he into the wager. "I am like Elder Li. As long as it is a bet on Zhao Zihao's victory, I shall accept it all," Elder Son declared. The other elders, upon witnessing this, brightened with excitement, eagerly voicing their bets. Their thoughts mirrored those of Wang Haichao. One would be foolish to reject free credits. Zhao Zihao was indeed a prodigy whom the academy had invested heavily in recruiting, possessing a 5-rank frost bloodline with extraordinary potential. Moreover, with Wang Haichao providing him with tailored guidance, they believed there was no way Chu Ling Tian could overcome Zhao Zihao to claim first place in the freshman grand competition. I bet on Zhao Zihao's victory for 6,000 academic credits. I wager 8,000 credits. I stake 10,000 credits, excluding Zhou Chuan. All 6 outer sect elders placed their bets, all favoring Zhao Zihao to win the freshman grand competition. The smallest wager was 6,000 credits on Li Yanhe and Elder Sun's betting pool, while the largest was 10,000 credits, like Wang Haichao. In total, Li Yanhe and Elder Sun's betting pool amassed an impressive 55,000 credits in wagers. For the outer sect elders, 55,000 credits was no trifling sum. Some elders had accumulated credits amounting to that very total over the years. Elder Sun shot a glare at Li Yanhe, his lips moving as he employed a discreet method of communication. Li, I am betting alongside you. Should that rascal Chu Ling Tian lose, I will not let you off the hook. Rest assured. This time you will certainly profit handsomely. Li Yanhe transmitted back. Following the establishment of the wager, the elders turned their attention back to the scene below. This moment, with Zhao Zihao's vigorous ascent. He had surpassed the threshold, reaching the 61st step. Conversely, Chu Ling Tian leisurely advanced past the 71st step. The distance between the two was closing in. 8th step, 6th step, 4th step. Moments later, Zhao Zihao caught up to Chu Ling Tian, both arriving simultaneously at the 75th step. Zhao Zihao cast a provocative glance at Chu Ling Tian, as if to say, "Do you really think you can compete with me for first place?" Without hesitation, Zhao Zihao surpassed Chu Ling Tian, continuing his ascent. Wang Haichao, witnessing this, wore a smug smile. I've always maintained that this newcomer is commendable, yet he remains at a considerable disadvantage compared to Zihao. We are only at the 75th step, and Zihao has already outstripped him. Once the pressure test is completed, the distance between them will be at least 10 steps. Li Yanhe, however, remained silent. For facts speak louder than words. He was confident that Chu Ling Tian would soon catch up and surpass Zhao Zihao. Beyond the 80th step, the pressure surged once more. Zhao Zihao's expression grew tense as his pace began to slow. In stark contrast, Chu Ling Tian appeared unfazed, maintaining a steady rhythm. Gradually, the distance between them began to narrow once more. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step, as Zhao Zihao sensed Chu Ling Tian closing in behind him. His expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation to accelerate his pace, intent on leaving Chu Ling Tian behind once more. However, he overestimated his own abilities. Just as he increased his speed, he felt a wave of oppressive force crashing towards him, nearly overwhelming him to the ground. Zhao Zihao dared not remain arrogant, reluctantly slowing down that moment. Chu Ling Tian breezily passed him, ascending the 85th stone step without even casting a glance in Zhao Zihao's direction, for he was not worthy of his attention. Chu Ling Tian's indifference thoroughly infuriated Zhao Zihao, who seethed inwardly. This boy is merely putting on a brave front. His speed will surely wane, and when I surpass him, I shall humiliate him properly. Yet regrettably, while imagination is a beautiful thing, reality is often cruel. Beyond the 85th step, Zhao Zihao's speed again faltered, while Chu Ling Tian's pace remained unaltered. The distance between them widened. By the time Chu Ling Tian reached the 100th step and joined Zhou Chuan and the others, Zhao Zihao had only just ascended to the 90th step, lagging a full 10 steps behind Chu Ling Tian. Wang Haichao, witnessing this, wore a face as dark as thunder. When Zhao Zihao had surpassed Chu Ling Tian, he had confidently proclaimed that upon completing the pressure assessment, the distance between the two would be at least 10 steps. He never anticipated that the 10-step gap would be Zhao Zihao trailing behind Chu Ling Tian. This is merely the first round. Though this boy has fortuitously triumphed over Zihao, there is no doubt that Zihao's combat prowess will crush him. The victor of the third round's personal battle will undoubtedly be Zihao, Wang Haichao declared coldly. The other elders chimed in, affirming, indeed, the pressure assessment does not reveal much. Some disciples, though rough and tough, can withstand the oppressive force of higher-level practitioners even with lower cultivation. The ultimate competition in the freshman grand tournament will be the battle prowess. As a genius possessing a fifth-grade bloodline, Zhao Ziheo's combat strength far exceeded that of his peers. Even practitioners at the fourth level of Spirit Master might not stand a chance against him. Li Yanhua and Elder Sun exchanged knowing smiles at Wang Haichao and the other's words. Choosing not to respond, Li Yanhua approached Chu Ling Tian, patting him on the shoulder, and praised, "Well done. Perform admirably in the upcoming arena melee and individual battles." Elder Sun also encouraged, "Secure the first place in the freshman grand tournament. I have high hopes for you. Do not disappoint me." Although Chu Ling Tian found Elder Sun's attitude somewhat puzzling, he clasped his hands and vowed, "I will certainly strive to do my best." Just as they were conversing, Zhao Ziheo finally reached the 100th step, panting heavily at that moment. The stone steps were deserted, as all the new students had completed the pressure assessment. The 10 outer gate elders simultaneously lifted the oppressive force. The first round of the pressure assessment concluded with 96 new students passing and advancing to the second round of the arena melee. Among them, 2 ascended to the 100th step, 4 to the 90th step, 15 to the 80th step, 32 to the 70th step, and the remaining 43 to the 60th step, Zhou Chuan announced loudly. Although 96 students passed the pressure assessment, the disparities among the qualifiers were glaringly apparent. Chu Ling Tian and Zhao Ziheo, as the only 2 to reach the 100th step, possessed strength far beyond the others. The other qualifiers understood that the first place in this year's freshman grand tournament would likely emerge from one of the 2. Yi Feiyu glared at Chu Ling Tian, his face twisted with resentment, grinding his teeth in his heart. Damn it. Zhao Ziheo actually lost to Chu Ling Tian in the first round of the pressure assessment. How is that possible? In his mind, Zhao Ziheo should have effortlessly crushed Chu Ling Tian. Could it be that Chu Ling Tian's strength had risen once more? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Feiyu swiftly extinguished it. Impossible! How could a good-for-nothing without a bloodline possibly advance so rapidly? It must be due to his lowly origins and tough exterior that he fortuitously triumphed over Zhao Ziheo in the pressure assessment. With this thought, a cold glimmer flickered in Yi Feiyu's eyes. Chu Ling Tian, enjoy your moment of arrogance while you can. Once you lose the match, elderly Yanhua will surely take your life. On the 100th step, Zhou Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. The second round of the arena melee, as the name suggests, will involve mixing all students who pass the pressure assessment and placing them on 8 arenas to engage in chaotic battles. The last person standing on each arena will advance to the third round of individual battles. As words fell, 64 senior students promptly carried 8 massive arenas to the square. These arenas, constructed from solid rock, were virtually indestructible even against high-level spirit masters. Zhou Chuan, accompanied by 9 outer gate elders and 96 qualifiers, approached the arenas. He waved his sleeve, distributing 96 wooden tokens marked with different numbers randomly among the qualifiers. The numbers on the tokens range from 1 to 8, corresponding to arenas 1 through 8. Those with matching numbers would be grouped for the melee. Zhou Chuan explained the rules. Chu Ling Tian picked up the wooden token in his hand, which bore the number 6, not far away. Yi Feiyu glanced at his own token, which displayed the number 4. He scanned the surroundings and noticed a distinguished young man, whose token also bore the number 6. With a glint in his eye, he immediately approached the young man and whispered a few words. Zhou Chuan's gaze swept across the 96 qualifiers as he announced, "To the arenas." Chu Ling Tian and the others promptly made their way to their respective arenas, according to the numbers on their tokens. Once everyone was in position, Zhou Chuan declared, "The second round of the arena melee officially begins." As these words left his lips, fierce battles erupted across the various arenas. However, the situation on Arena 6 was somewhat different. The distinguished young man suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, only one person can emerge victorious from each arena. However, we have a formidable opponent who has ascended to the 100th step among us. If we engage in chaotic battles, the final victor will undoubtedly be that person. Therefore, let us join forces to eliminate him first, and then we can proceed with the melee." His words immediately garnered support from many. Indeed, we should unite to confront this strong adversary. Qin Shao is right. Only by eliminating that person first do we stand a chance. I concur with Qin Xiao's proposal. The distinguished young man, named Qin Zhan, hailed from the noble Qin family of Chongling County and was a direct descendant. His cultivation had reached the early second level of Spirit Master. He was one of the 4 who ascended to the 90th step during the first round of the pressure assessment. The other 3 were Yi Fiyu, Chun Chongfeng from the Chun family of Ning'an County, and Feng Haibo from the Feng family of Jinchuan County. Although the 4 of them reached the 90th step, they only made it to the 91st and 92nd steps before stopping, highlighting the evident gap in strength compared to Qin Zhan. Yi Fiyu had sought out Qin Zhan earlier to persuade him to unite against Chu Ling Tian in the arena. Qin Zhan had already harbored such thoughts, making their collaboration seamless. After all, there was only one advancement spot per arena. If they did not eliminate Chu Ling Tian first, he would have no chance of progressing. Having reached an agreement, the 2 quickly mobilized the other combatants on Arena 6. They were both influential figures. One was a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent families in Luoyang County, and the other was a direct descendant of the noble Qin family in Chongling County. They possessed substantial networks of connections that in no time, they had rallied 5 others. The first 5 to voice their agreement were those whom Yi Fiyu and Qin Zhan had approached beforehand. To confront one person in a united front is unfair, that I refuse to participate. A sturdy-looking man declared. 2 others also expressed their intent to decline. However, before they could voice their objections, they witnessed Qin Zhan and his 5 lackeys suddenly attack the sturdy man. Despite the man's best efforts to defend himself, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. With a sickening thud, he was sent flying from the arena, blood spraying forth as he was eliminated. Is there anyone else who wishes to refuse? Qin Zhan surveyed the crowd, his gaze icy as he spoke. The words were laden with a menacing undertone. Those who wished to decline hastily shook their heads. Very well, Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Chu Ling Tian, speaking with an air of arrogance. Chu Ling Tian, as you can see, we have 10 individuals on our side, that, if you are wise, you will leap down from the arena yourself to avoid injury. Chu Ling Tian casually dug in his ear and replied nonchalantly, I see that if you 10 were wise, you would jump down from the arena yourselves to prevent me from harming you. Although Qin Zhan's faction boasted a numerical advantage with 10 members, aside from Qin Zhan, who barely ascended to the 90th step during the first round of the pressure assessment, none of the remaining 9 had reached the 80th step. Their cultivation levels predominantly hovered around the late stage of the 9th layer of spirit practitioners and the early stage of the first layer of spirit masters, that in the face of absolute strength. Mere numbers held little sway. After all, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot hope to conquer a dragon. How audacious! Qin Zhan's expression darkened instantly, his voice icy as he declared, since you seek punishment, I shall oblige. Everyone, attack together. With that, he charged forward with 5 lackeys and 4 new students, aiming their full might at Chu Ling Tian. Qin Zhan believed that having climbed to the 91st step during the pressure assessment, his strength could not be far behind Chu Ling Tian's, and with the support of the 9 newcomers, they would swiftly defeat him. What he did not realize was that his ascent to the 91st step was merely due to the limits of his own strength. While Chu Ling Tian's ability to conquer the 100 steps stemmed from the fact that the pressure assessment consisted of only 100 steps. Outside the arena, Wang Haichao, observing the situation on Arena 6, couldn't help but smile, saying, elder son, it seems we need not wait for the 3rd round of individual battles. Faced with an assault from 10, this lad is destined to fail, as soon as he finished speaking. Chu Ling Tian's performance delivered a resounding slap to his face that on Arena 6, Chu Ling Tian surged forth like a tiger among sheep, sweeping through his opponents. The 10 from Qin Zhan could not even graze him, let alone land a blow, as Chu Ling Tian's speed was simply too remarkable. Having cultivated the explosive flame step to a considerable level, Chu Ling Tian moved with the swiftness of a startled phoenix, appearing before his adversaries in the blink of an eye, striking one down and sending him tumbling from the arena. Just as the others prepared to engage, Chu Ling Tian was already at the side of another opponent. In less than 10 breaths, aside from Qin Zhan, the other 9 had been sent flying from the arena, eliminated from the competition. This child has managed to cultivate a low-level Xian tier movement technique to a substantial level. Wang Haichao's expression turned grim that he had not anticipated that in this cohort of newcomers, aside from Zhao Zihai, there would be another capable of such mastery over a low-level martial skill. However, he took solace in the fact that while Chu Ling Tian practiced the explosive flame step, a movement technique emphasizing speed, Zhao Zihai's Ice Spirit Slash was an offensive technique of formidable power. Wang Haichao believed that while Chu Ling Tian might pose a slight threat to Zhao Zihai, the ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to Zhao Zihai. On Arena 6. As Qin Zhan beheld Chu Ling Tian approaching step by step, his face betrayed a growing panic. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between himself and Chu Ling Tian. Just as he prepared to concede in order to exit with some semblance of dignity, Chu Ling Tian executed the explosive flame step, instantly appearing before him. Slap! A resounding crack echoed through the air as Chu Ling Tian swung his right palm, delivering a stinging blow to Qin Zhan's face, sending him hurtling away, crashing heavily outside the arena. Upon closer inspection, Qin Zhan's left cheek was swollen, bearing a distinct imprint of 5 fingers, presenting a rather tragic sight in stark contrast to before. Chu Ling Tian, you did that on purpose. Qin Zhan glared at him with venomous eyes, his speech slightly slurred from the loss of several teeth, rendering him a comical figure. This is merely a minor lesson for you. Should you remain unconvinced, I can offer you a chance for a one-on-one duel, Chu Ling Tian said, gazing down at Qin Zhan with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan promptly fell silent. Even with the combined efforts of 9 newcomers, he was no match for Chu Ling Tian. Challenging him to a duel would merely be inviting further humiliation. Chu Ling Tian advances from Arena 6. Zhou Chuan announced. After the passage of a fragrant stick's worth of time, the battles on the other 7 arenas concluded, determining the advancing participants. Following the chaotic arena skirmishes, aside from Chu Ling Tian and Zhao Zihai, the other 6 had sustained varying degrees of injury. Thus, a half-hour intermission was granted before the commencement of the 3rd round of individual battles. After the half-hour respite, Zhou Chuan surveyed the 8 advancing participants and proclaimed, "You 8 represent the top 8 of this year's newcomer competition. We shall now proceed to the 3rd round of individual battles. You will draw lots to pair off, with the victors advancing until we determine the ultimate champion." With that, Zhou Chuan waved his right hand, revealing a lottery box before him. The 8 newcomers stepped forward in turn to draw lots. The wooden lots came in 4 colors. Those who drew the same color would be opponents. Zhou Chuan announced, Chu Ling Tian has drawn a blue lot. His opponent was Feng Haibo from the Feng family of Jinchuan County, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the 2nd layer of Spirit Masters and who had climbed to the 91st step during the 1st round of the pressure assessment. To the arena, Zhou Chuan's voice rang out as the 8 newcomers leaped onto 4 separate arenas, facing each other. The top 8 battles officially commence, he declared that on Arena 1, as Chu Ling Tian regarded Feng Haibo. Preparing to make his move, he was taken aback to see Feng Haibo raise his right hand and exclaim, "I concede." Chu Ling Tian paused, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Haibo. Feng Haibo clasped his hands together, stating, "I have witnessed Brother Chu's performance in the recent arena skirmish and realized that I am far from your match. I shall not bring humiliation upon myself." His strength was comparable to that of Qin Zhan. Since Qin Zhan, alongside 9 newcomers, could not contend with Chu Ling Tian, Feng Haibo naturally felt no confidence in his ability to do so. Thus, he conceded the moment the duel began on Arena 1. Feng Haibo concedes, and Chu Ling Tian advances. Zhou Chuan announced that on Arena 2, Yi Feiyu, fully engaged in battle with his opponent, felt a surge of resentment upon hearing the announcement, glaring daggers at Feng Haibo. "Feng, how dare you disregard my words? When the opportunity arises, I shall teach you a severe lesson," Yi Feiyu seethed internally. After Chu Ling Tian and Feng Haibo descended from the arena, Feng Haibo approached Chu Ling Tian and whispered, "Be wary of Yi Feiyu." Before the top 8 battles began, he came to me and stated that if I were to injure you during our duel, he would reward me with 100,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had believed that after their previous gambling bout, Yi Feiyu would think twice before provoking him again. However, it seemed he had not learned his lesson. "Thank you, Brother Feng," Chu Ling Tian said, clasping his fists in gratitude. After a brief interval, the battles on the other three arenas concluded, revealing three additional advancing participants to join Chu Ling Tian in the semifinals. As before, the four victors received a half-hour respite. After the half-hour break, Chu Ling Tian and the other three once more approached the lottery box to draw lots to the arena, Zhou Chuan instructed. The four participants leaped onto Arena 1 and Arena 2. Upon seeing his opponent, a smirk crept onto Chu Ling Tian's lips. His adversary was none other than Yi Feiyu. At that moment, Yi Feiyu's expression was exceedingly grim. Had Feng Haiba attempted to injure Chu Ling Tian during their duel, he might have dared to challenge him. However, with Feng Haiba conceding outright, Chu Ling Tian advanced unscathed, rendering Yi Feiyu's chances against him virtually non-existent. The semifinals officially commence. Zhou Chuan's words had barely left his lips when Yi Feiyu raised his right hand, preparing to concede. Before he could utter the words, Chu Ling Tian, utilizing the explosive flame step, instantly appeared before him. With his right hand poised, he struck forward, generating a terrifying sonic boom that aimed for Yi Feiyu's chest while Yi Feiyu's face paled, and he hastily raised his arms to defend himself. Crack! Having broken through to the early stage of the fifth layer of Spirit Masters, Chu Ling Tian's combat prowess had increased significantly since their last encounter just half a month prior. Yi Feiyu's arms appeared as fragile as paper. In an instant, they were mercilessly shattered without a moment's resistance. Pain etched across his face, he yearned to scream, yet a constriction gripped his throat. Chu Ling Tian's right hand clamped around his neck like a vice, hoisting him effortlessly into the air. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation rendered him voiceless, unable even to concede defeat. Since the last wager failed to impart any wisdom upon you, I shall ensure you learn your lesson today, Chu Ling Tian declared coldly. With that, maintaining his grip on Yi Feiyu's throat, he swung his left hand and struck Yi Feiyu's face with a fierce slap. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding slaps echoed relentlessly, after delivering dozens of stinging blows, leaving Yi Feiyu's visage resembling that of a pig and knocking out a significant portion of his teeth. Chu Ling Tian finally ceased. Should there be a next time, prepare to pay a visit to the underworld. With that, he discarded Yi Feiyu from the arena as one would dispose of refuse. The onlooking freshmen gasped in horror at the pitiable state of Yi Feiyu, their faces etched with shock. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the three prominent clans of Luoyang County. In the first round of the pressure assessment, he had ascended to the 92nd step of the stone staircase. His performance only surpassed by Chu Ling Tian and Zhao Zihao. Everyone had anticipated a fierce battle between Yi Feiyu and Chu Ling Tian, yet no one could have foreseen Yi Feiyu's utter vulnerability before Chu Ling Tian's might. Wang Haichao gazed at the fallen Yi Feiyu, his expression dark and stormy. He had assumed that, given Yi Feiyu's strength, even if he couldn't defeat Chu Ling Tian, he would at least manage to inflict some damage. Yet the outcome left him utterly astounded. Why Yi Feiyu, in the presence of Chu Ling Tian, appeared as defenseless as a mere child. This indicated that Chu Ling Tian's prowess far exceeded that of Yi Feiyu. Could it be that this lad truly had a chance against Zhao Zihao? A flicker of unease surged within Wang Haichao. He cast a deep glance at Chu Ling Tian and made an internal decision. Soon after, the battle on the second arena also reached a conclusion. Zhao Zihao predictably triumphed over Chun Changfeng, advancing to the final round. Originally, Yi Feiyu and Chun Changfeng, having lost in the semifinals, were to face off for third and fourth place. However, given Yi Feiyu's broken arms and severely swollen face, which barely allowed him to open his eyes, he was incapable of continuing the fight. Consequently, Zhou Chuan directly announced that Chun Changfeng secured third place in the freshman competition, while Yi Feiyu was awarded fourth. Struggling to widen his eyes, Yi Feiyu fixed a furious gaze upon Chu Ling Tian, his hatred reaching its zenith. Chu Ling Tian, when Zhao Zihao defeats you, that will be your demise. Wang Haichao approached Zhao Zihao, offering him a healing pill with genuine concern. Zhao Zihao's opponent, Chun Changfeng, a direct descendant of the prominent Chun family from Ning'an County, possessed commendable strength. He had achieved the initial stage of the second layer of Spirit Master and had cultivated a low-level profound technique to a nascent level. In the first round of the pressure assessment, he, like Yifu, had also ascended to the 92nd step of the stone staircase, his results only trailing behind those of Chu Lingtian and Zhao Zihao. Although Chun Changfeng could not best Zhao Zihao, he still managed to inflict some minor injuries upon him. Half an hour later, Zhou Chuan addressed Chu Lingtian and Zhao Zihao, "Step onto the arena." Upon hearing this, both men leaped onto the stage. The battle for the championship officially commences. Zhou Chuan proclaimed. As the words fell, Zhao Zihao did not rush to attack. Instead, he fixed a mocking gaze upon Chu Lingtian and remarked, "Chu Lingtian, do not think that your fortunate victory over me in the first round of the pressure assessment grants you the confidence to claim the title of champion in this competition. To attain first place, one must rely on strength, not luck." That, in his eyes, Chu Lingtian was merely a fortunate contender. Should he unleash his full power, even facing a spirit master of the fourth layer would present no challenge. Defeating Chu Lingtian would be effortlessly achieved. Enough of your empty words. Cease wasting time and make your move. I am eager to claim my reward for first place, Chu Lingtian retorted, boredom evident in his demeanor. Had it been a month prior upon his arrival at the academy, Zhao Zihao may have posed a genuine threat. However, the two were no longer in the same league. Chu Lingtian's actual combat prowess now surpassed that of many seniors who had been at the academy for 1 or 2 years. Let alone Zhao Zihao. Arrogant. Zhao Zihao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He advanced a step, unleashing the full force of his initial stage of the third layer of Spirit Master, an icy gust sweeping across the arena. Zhao Zihao had awakened a fifth-tier frost bloodline, naturally attuned to ice attributes. Cultivating ice-based techniques and martial arts would yield remarkable results. Today, you shall understand the vast chasm that separates you from a prodigy like me. With that declaration, Zhao Zihao propelled himself forward, charging at Chu Lingtian. His right hand formed a blade-like gesture, emanating a chilling aura as he aimed to strike at Chu Lingtian, observing the oncoming attack. Chu Lingtian smirked disdainfully, raising his left hand to intercept the blow. Overestimating your abilities, Zhao Zihao scoffed internally at Chu Lingtian's audacity. Although he was only exerting 70% of his power, it was not a mere spirit master of the third layer who could easily withstand it. The notion that Chu Lingtian believed he could catch it effortlessly was laughable. Zhao Zihao envisioned the moment his strike would sever Chu Lingtian's left hand. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The scene he had anticipated did not materialize. Chu Lingtian's left hand effortlessly caught his strike, suffering no injury, not even a scratch. With such paltry strength, you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Chu Lingtian mocked. Swiftly raising his right foot and delivering a lightning-fast kick toward Zhao Zihao. Caught off guard, Zhao Zihao felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen. Cough, he spat blood, his body propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow. Chu Lingtian offered no respite, his form blurring as he transformed into a shadow, launching himself at Zhao Zihao. Sensing the fierce wind approaching from behind, Zhao Zihao's expression changed, and he hastily pivoted, striking toward Chu Lingtian with both palms. However, his attack failed to even graze Chu Lingtian's clothing. Having cultivated the explosive flame step to an intermediate stage, Chu Lingtian's speed was extraordinary. After evading Zhao Zihao's assault, he delivered a powerful punch directly into Zhao Zihao's back. Zhao Zihao gritted his teeth, letting out a muffled groan, feeling significant internal injuries. Damn it, this lad's cultivation has undoubtedly reached the mid-stage of the third layer of Spirit Master, possibly even the late stage. Zhao Zihao abandoned his previous underestimation, dodging Chu Lingtian's strikes while retrieving a sharp sword from his storage jade pendant. This sword, known as the Ice Spirit Sword, was a low-tier second-grade spiritual weapon. With the Ice Spirit Sword enhancing his abilities, Zhao Zihao gradually turned the tide, exchanging blows with Chu Lingtian. Ice Blade, he shouted, swinging the Ice Spirit Sword to unleash several cutting waves of sword energy. Boom! Chu Lingtian countered with both palms, employing the Fire Cloud Palm to shatter the sword energy entirely. Seizing the moment, Zhao Zihao distanced himself from Chu Lingtian. That I can see that I underestimated you earlier. But this is where it ends. Even if your cultivation has reached the late stage of the third layer of Spirit Master, Victory in this duel belongs to me, Zhao Zihao proclaimed with a triumphant grin. He locked his gaze on Chu Lingtian, gripping the ice spirit sword tightly above his head. Ice Soul Slash. The surrounding ice attribute spiritual energy surged and condensed, forming a massive ice blade that hovered above Zhao Zihao, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Outside the arena, Wang Haichao observed this spectacle, a smug smile gracing his lips. Zhao Zihao is destined to win, although Chu Lingtian's strength is remarkable and even surpasses Zhao Zihao's. Zhao has cultivated the low-level, profound technique, Ice Soul Slash, to an intermediate level and wields a low-tier second-grade spiritual weapon. Unless Chu Lingtian's cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the fourth layer of Spirit Master or beyond, he will undoubtedly be unable to withstand this strike. Elder Wang, do not speak so definitively, lest you find yourself eating your words, Li Yanhua chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Does Elderly truly believe that Chu Lingtian's cultivation could reach the mid-stage of the fourth layer of Spirit Master? Wang Haichao let out a derisive laugh, his face etched with scorn in his eyes. The occurrence was utterly inconceivable. Within the span of merely a month since joining the academy, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the fourth level of the Spirit Master realm was an unprecedented feat for any prodigy in Xingqian Academy. At this moment, on the arena, Zhao Zihao tightened his grip on the Ice Spirit sword and struck down with force. Slicing through the air with a resounding crack, the massive ice blade bore down with terrifying momentum towards Chu Lingtian. Who told you my cultivation is at the late stage of the third level of the Spirit Master realm? Chu Lingtian gazed at the descending ice blade, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Channeling his full power, the might of the fifth level of the Spirit Master realm erupted explosively. Fire Cloud Palm. As Chu Lingtian thrust his right palm forward, the surrounding air trembled violently, coalescing into a crimson palm print with a diameter of 1 meter. Accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, it smashed towards the ice blade. Boom! The crimson palm print collided with the ice blade mid-air, producing a dull thud, despite the formidable power of the ice blade. Chu Lingtian's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the fifth level of the Spirit Master realm, surpassing Zhao Zihao by 2 significant realms. Such a vast disparity in cultivation levels could not be compensated for by a mere second-grade low-tier spirit weapon or a mid-level martial skill cultivated to the intermediate stage. Under the overwhelming force of the crimson palm print, the ice blade shattered in less than 3 breaths. Stumbling back, Zhao Zihao retreated 3 steps before steadying himself, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His complexion paling slightly. Already injured, he had found himself at a disadvantage during the earlier confrontation, compounding his injuries. Outside the arena, Wang Haichao's smile froze on his face, his expression turning ghastly. Yanhua's earlier words echoed like thunder in his ears. Chu Lingtian's cultivation felt like a colossal hand, threatening to leave his face swollen. How could this be possible? Wang Haichao stared fixedly at Chu Lingtian, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could never have imagined that Chu Lingtian's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the fifth level of the Spirit Master realm. Was this achievable by a newcomer who had only joined the academy for a month? Li Yanhua, too, was somewhat astonished, although he had already concluded that Chu Lingtian was favored by the heavens. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishingly rapid. The last time he had seen Chu Lingtian, his cultivation was still at the late stage of the fourth level of the Spirit Master realm. Yet merely 5 days later, he had broken through to the initial stage of the fifth level. This was not mere divine favor. It was divine grace. Regaining his composure, Li Yanhua turned to Wang Haichao and remarked with a smile. Elder Wang, at this point in the duel, the victor seems to be determined. There is no need for further combat. Zhao Zihao, at the initial stage of the third level of the Spirit Master realm, unless he had some powerful trump card to drastically enhance his combat capability, would undoubtedly face defeat. Wang Haichao exhaled sharply, coldly retorting, the duel is not yet concluded. The outcome remains uncertain. Yanhua's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed by the confidence Wang Haichao exhibited in his statement. Before he could voice his inquiry, on the arena, Zhao Zihao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared in fury. Chu Lingtian, you have forced my hand, With a swift motion of his right hand, he retrieved a silver sword from his storage jade pendant. This sword, known as the Xianbing sword, was forged from the horn of a mid-tier third-grade demon beast. The Ice Spirit Rhinoceros, achieving the status of a third-grade mid-tier spirit weapon. Under the sunlight, it radiated an eerie, bone-chilling gleam. Wang Haichao, how could you give your Xianbing sword to Zhao Zihao as a trump card? How shameless! Li Yanhua's brows furrowed in anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Haichao as a third-grade mid-tier spirit weapon. The Xianbing sword was worth its weight in gold, certainly not something Zhao Zihao could possess. After the conclusion of the top 4 battles, Wang Haichao had taken the precaution of discreetly providing Zhao Zihao with a healing elixir tea that moment. While others were distracted, he stealthily slipped the Xianbing sword to Zhao Zihao as a final trump card. Elder Sun also bellowed in outrage. This duel has lost all semblance of fairness. I propose we immediately disqualify Zhao Zihao from the competition. The rules of the new student competition do not prohibit newcomers from using spirit weapons of the 3rd grade or higher. Therefore, there is no basis for disqualifying Zihao, Wang Haichao retorted shamelessly. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chuan coldly stated, "Indeed, no such rule exists. Next year's new student competition will prohibit the use of spirit weapons above the 2nd grade to ensure fairness." In other words, the absence of this rule this year allowed Zhao Zihao to exploit a loophole. Li Yanhua and Elder Sun's faces revealed their unwillingness to owe them. It was clear that Chu Lingtian's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Zihao. However, with the enhancement of the 3rd grade mid-tier spirit weapon Xianbing sword, Zhao Zihao's combat power would skyrocket, inevitably turning the tide in his favor. The IKT was not that they lacked confidence in Chu Lingtian, but rather that the power of a 3rd grade mid-tier spirit weapon was overwhelmingly formidable. Even if Chu Lingtian had cultivated his low-tier martial skill to the intermediate stage, he would still be unable to defeat Zhao Zihao. "Chu Lingtian, I have long proclaimed that this victory belongs to me," Zhao Zihao declared, locking his gaze on Chu Lingtian, gripping the Xianbing sword tightly, and striking downwards with all his might. Ice Soul Slash. A thunderous shout echoed. The surrounding ice attribute spiritual energy surged violently, transforming instantaneously into a colossal blue ice blade radiating fierce momentum, slashing towards Chu Lingtian with power multiplied several times. This strike was sufficient to defeat an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of the Spirit Master realm. "Bring it on!" Chu Lingtian, gazing at the descending blue ice blade, felt no hint of fear. Rather, a fervent battle spirit surged within him. He swiftly donned the liquor silver gloves and unleashed his full strength with the Xuanhua sword finger. Slicing through the air with an ear-piercing crack, the crimson sword energy coalesced at his fingertips, imbued with scorching heat and razor-sharp sword intent, cleaving fiercely towards the blue ice blade. Wang Haichao, brimming with confidence in Zhao Zihao, witnessed Chu Lingtian's execution of the Xuanhua sword finger, and his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This boy has actually cultivated a low-tier martial skill to the realm of great success. How is this even possible?" The other outer sect elders widened their eyes in disbelief. For a newcomer who had only joined the academy a month prior to reach the initial stage of the 5th level of the Spirit Master realm was already astonishing enough. Yet, to have cultivated a low-tier martial skill to such a degree was unparalleled, making him undoubtedly the strongest newcomer not only in Xingshan Academy, but across all 3 academies. Li Yanhua and Elder Sun, who had originally given up all hope, lowered their heads, unable to witness the impending defeat of Chu Lingtian. Upon hearing Wang Haichao's words, both suddenly lifted their heads to look at the arena. "Ha ha, Chu Lingtian, I truly did not misjudge you," Elder Sun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Li Yanhua's face also lit up with excitement. Although Zhao Zihao wielded the 3rd grade mid-tier spirit weapon, his cultivation was significantly lower than Chu Lingtian's, and his proficiency in the low-tier martial skill was also inferior. The combination of these factors rendered the Ice Soul Slash's power slightly weaker than that of the Xuanhua sword finger. "Impossible! This cannot be real!" Zhao Zihao shouted in despair. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to bolster the power of the Ice Soul Slash. Yet, No matter how he struggled, he could not alter the outcome of his impending defeat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the crimson sword energy gradually eroded the blue ice blade, ultimately obliterating it entirely. PFF. Zhao Zihao felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, spitting forth a crimson spray as his body was violently hurled toward the edge of the arena. Already grievously injured, the residual force of the Xuanhua sword finger caused him to roll his eyes back before he fainted completely. The champion of this year's new student competition is Chu Lingtian. Zhou Chuan announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the square. Hearing this, Li Yanhua and elder son beamed with joy. They had placed bets, and Chu Lingtian's victory in the new student competition netted them a substantial profit, each winning 55,000 credits. Such a windfall would elevate their prowess to a new level. In stark contrast, Wang Haichao's countenance darkened, seemingly able to drip water from his gloomy expression. He could not fathom how such a prodigy could emerge among the newcomers. Shouldn't such a talent be found in the Ria Academy or the Mingyue Academy? Why had it manifested in the relatively weaker Xingqian Academy? Moreover, as a seasoned outer sect elder, he had received no prior notice of Chu Lingtian's existence. Logically, a talent of such caliber should have been reported to the outer sect elders upon joining the academy, just as it had been with Zhao Zihao. Yet, he had never heard of Chu Lingtian. Just as he was lost in confusion, Yi Feiyu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, shouted through his gap-toothed grin, "Cheating! Chu Lingtian must have employed some underhanded means to forcibly enhance his abilities." "Why do you claim that Chu Lingtian is cheating?" Wang Haichao immediately inquired. "Chu Lingtian is merely a waste without any bloodline. How could he possibly break through to the early stage of the 5th level of Spirit Master in just a month, and also master a low-grade mysterious technique to perfection? Such talent is unattainable, even for a genius with a 6th-grade bloodline," Yi Feiyu retorted. "Moreover, there is a wager between Chu Lingtian and elder Li Yanhe. During the assessment at the Fengyin City Academy, he made a bet that if he did not secure first place in the freshman competition, he would take his own life as an apology. Hence, to save his life, Chu Lingtian must have resorted to some despicable means to cheat." Yi Feiyu's words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. "What? Chu Lingtian is actually a waste without a bloodline. I thought he at least had a 5th-grade bloodline like Zhao Zihao. Could it be that Chu Lingtian truly cheated?" Wang Haichao turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, glaring at Chu Lingtian, coldly demanding, "Aren't you supposed to provide an explanation?" The other outer elders also shifted their attention to Chu Lingtian. After all, this concerned their wager with Li Yanhe and Elder Sunday. "Ah, I thought it was something of significance. Chu Lingtian indeed possesses no bloodline, but he has not cheated at that moment." Li Yanhe stepped forward to explain on Chu Lingtian's behalf. A waste without a bloodline, given a month, even a year, could not break through to the early stage of the 5th level of Spirit Master. How could he not have cheated? Wang Haichao scoffed dismissively. Utterly unconvinced by Li Yanhe's words, the other outer elders nodded in agreement with Wang Haichao. That is because Chu Lingtian is a favored child of heaven. Li Yanhe's words echoed like thunder in the ears of the crowd. "What? Chu Lingtian is actually one of the favored children of heaven recorded in ancient texts. It is said that such individuals are blessed by the heavens, endowed with fortune, and their cultivation speed and techniques. Martial arts and secret arts is astonishingly rapid. If Chu Lingtian is truly one of the favored, then everything would make sense." Wang Haichao snorted coldly. "Humph, you say Chu Lingtian is one of the favored children of heaven. But what evidence do you have to prove it?" On the arena, Chu Lingtian directed his gaze toward Wang Haichao and said calmly, "What if I can prove that I am one of the favored children of heaven?" Wang Haichao retorted coldly, "If you can prove it, then the first place in this freshman competition shall naturally belong to you. I shall raise no further objections." "That is not sufficient." Chu Lingtian shook his head. "If I can prove that I am one of the favored children of heaven, you must apologize to me and restore my tarnished reputation. Furthermore, you must present that spirit weapon as compensation." Following the direction of Chu Lingtian's outstretched hand, the spirit weapon he demanded was none other than the Xian Bing sword. "Elder Wang falsely accused me of cheating. If you do not apologize and restore my reputation afterward, then why should I be compelled to prove myself?" Chu Ling Tian countered. Wang Haichao narrowed his eyes slightly, believing he had discerned Chu Ling Tian's intentions, and sneered. So this is what you are after. Do you think I would shy away from giving you the Xian Bing sword as compensation? You are underestimating me. Pausing, Wang Haichao's tone turned icy. If you can prove that you are one of the favored children of heaven, then this Xian Bing sword shall be yours. But if you cannot prove it, then next year on this day shall be your day of demise. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Showing no concern for Wang Haichao's threats, isn't there a mid-grade mysterious technique as a reward for first place in the freshman competition? Give me 3 days' time, and if I can cultivate it to the initial stage, that should suffice to prove that I am one of the favored children of heaven, right? Chu Ling Tian's words immediately incited discussion among the elders. The difficulty of cultivating a mid-grade mysterious technique is exceedingly high. Even a genius with a 5th-grade bloodline would require a month of arduous effort to reach the initial stage that a waste without a bloodline, even given half a year, could not possibly achieve such a breakthrough. If Chu Ling Tian could truly cultivate a low-grade mysterious technique to the initial stage within 3 days, it would indeed serve as proof of his status as one of the favored children of heaven. Chu Ling Tian continued, In these 3 days, I shall remain in my dormitory and go nowhere. If the esteemed elders are not at ease, you may stand guard outside my room. Upon hearing this, the elders all nodded in agreement with Chu Ling Tian's proposed method of proving himself. Wang Haichao, observing Chu Ling Tian's calm demeanor, felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. Could it be that this young man truly is one of the favored children of heaven? Just as this thought arose, Wang Haichao extinguished it. Impossible! Favored children of heaven are exceedingly rare. In the past 1,000 years of the Qian Empire, only 3 have appeared. The most recent one was 300 years ago. Therefore, this young man cannot possibly be one of the favored. He is merely bluffing. With this thought in mind, Wang Haichao felt reassured, gazing at Chu Ling Tian as he sneered. Since that is the case, I shall grant you 3 more days to survive. After 3 days, when your lies are exposed, I shall personally send you on your way. Yifei Yu also cast a cold smile at Chu Ling Tian. In his view, this time, Chu Ling Tian was undoubtedly doomed. The gazes of the other elders towards Chu Ling Tian were filled with skepticism, convinced he would not succeed. Only Li Yin he maintained unwavering confidence in Chu Ling Tian. He had witnessed Chu Ling Tian's remarkable progress, breaking through from the mid-stage of the 1st level of Spirit Master to the early stage of the 5th level within a month, and mastering the Xian Hua sword finger from the initial stage to perfection. In addition to cultivating the exploding flame step to an intermediate stage. To him, the absence of a bloodline, coupled with such a frightening cultivation speed, could only mean that Chu Ling Tian was undoubtedly one of the favored children of heaven. Elder Sun looked at Li Yin He and transmitted a thought. Do you believe Chu Ling Tian can truly cultivate a low-grade mysterious technique to the initial stage within 3 days? Rest assured, Li Yin He transmitted back. This time, the credits we earn are entirely dependent on Chu Ling Tian. Shouldn't we consider repaying him? What do you mean? There was a hint of confusion in Elder Sun's eyes. Li Yin He transmitted, In the rewards for first place in the freshman competition, I intend to choose the first volume of the Long Yin Ju for Chu Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Although there is a mid-grade mysterious technique among the rewards for first place, the Xing Chun Academy, as one of the 3 major academies of the Qian Empire, possesses a profound heritage and has dozens of mid-grade mysterious techniques within the credit hall. After each freshman competition, the supervising outer elders select a mid-grade mysterious technique based on the winner's physique as a reward. While all these techniques are classified as mid-grade, there are still distinctions between them. Some barely qualify as mid-grade, while others are top-tier mid-grade techniques, boasting power that rivals ordinary high-grade mysterious techniques. The specific mid-grade mysterious technique awarded to the first-place winner is entirely at the discretion of the supervising outer elders. The Long Yin Ju, as mentioned by Li Yin He, is the most powerful technique among all mid-grade mysterious techniques in the Xing Chun Academy. It functions as both a qi refining technique and a body refining technique. Practitioners can absorb spiritual energy while cultivating the Long Yin Ju, simultaneously refining their physical bodies, making it incredibly potent. Of course, this technique also has a significant drawback. Its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high and extremely time-consuming. Ordinary cultivators require many years, even decades, of grueling effort to achieve success in the Long Yin Ju. However, in Li Yanhe's view, this drawback is not an issue for Chu Ling Tian, one of the favored children of heaven. Chu Ling Tian's cultivation speed is astonishing. While others may require years or even decades to attain success, Chu Ling Tian would likely achieve it in just a year or so. Thus, he wished to select the first volume of the Long Yin Ju for Chu Ling Tian. If Chu Ling Tian can successfully cultivate the first volume, his combat power would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Additionally, the reason the technique is referred to as the first volume of the Long Yin Ju is that its cultivation difficulty is so immense that it is divided into 3 volumes: upper, middle, and lower. The complete Long Yin Ju is an immensely powerful heavenly grade technique. After Li Yanhong concluded his transmission with Elder Sun, he promptly proposed to award the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to Chu Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Wang Haichao smirked with a hint of derision, refraining from voicing any opposition to in his view. Allowing Chu Ling Tian to cultivate the Dragon Flame technique would be far more advantageous for him. A standard mid-level mystic technique typically requires 1 to 2 months to reach the initial stage of mastery. The Dragon Flame technique, being a premier mid-level mystic technique, poses an even greater challenge. There is no way Chu Ling Tian could master it within 3 days. With Wang Haichao remaining silent, the other outer sect elders were even less inclined to object. Thus, the Dragon Flame technique was awarded to Chu Ling Tian as the prize for his first place in the freshman competition. In addition, he received a second-tier mid-grade spirit weapon named the Earth Fire Sword, 1,000 academic credits, the status of an elite disciple, and a key. The key was accompanied by a wooden tag inscribed with the words No. 155, West District. The other 7 freshmen who advanced to the 3rd round of individual battles also received their rewards according to their rankings. The freshman competition for this term concluded with Zhou Chuan's resounding declaration. Following the conclusion of the competition, Chu Ling Tian returned to his dormitory. Li Yanhong, Elder Sun, Wang Haichao, Zhou Chuan, and other outer sect elders gathered outside the dormitory to ensure that Chu Ling Tian would not leave his quarters in the ensuing 3 days. Besides the 10 outer sect elders, several veteran students and freshmen also congregated outside the dormitory, eager to witness whether Chu Ling Tian could truly prove himself as a favored individual of destiny. Originally, Chu Ling Tian had been assigned a new dormitory and could have moved in directly. However, he believed that relocating would necessitate the reconfiguration of formations, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he decided to postpone his move until this matter was entirely resolved. Once inside his dormitory, Chu Ling Tian inspected the Wind Soul formation to ensure its proper function before stepping into his room, securing the door behind him. With a thought, he entered the first layer of the pagoda's space. He retrieved the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique and began to peruse its contents. The dual cultivation of energy and body. The value of this first volume of the Dragon Flame technique is undoubtedly comparable to that of a high-level mystic technique. Chu Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder Elder Li and Elder Sun had actively suggested it as a reward for the first place in the freshman competition. He etched this favor into his memory. Closing the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique, Chu Ling Tian took a deep breath to adjust his state and commenced his cultivation according to the teachings. Within 10 months swiftly passed. Suddenly, Chu Ling Tian, with his eyes tightly shut, opened them wide, a brilliant firelight flashing across his gaze. As his aura surged to its zenith, he leaped into the air, his right fist clenched tightly, striking out with full force into the void. Bang! A piercing sound of an explosion reverberated. Although Chu Ling Tian did not employ any martial techniques in this punch, its power was akin to that of the Fire Cloud Palm. His physical realm had already reached the peak of the initial stage of body refinement. Indeed, the Dragon Flame technique was formidable. Merely reaching the initial stage of mastery allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate several times faster than before. More importantly, through the tempering of the Dragon Flame technique. His physical body had attained the pinnacle of the initial stage of body refinement. Chu Ling Tian clenched his fist, feeling the latent power beneath his skin, and a smile graced his face. The realms of body refiners and energy refiners differ. Energy refiners categorize their cultivation levels as Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Emperor, encompassing 9 levels. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers that, in contrast, body refiners are classified into 3 major realms: body refinement, body tempering, and spiritual body. Each realm is subdivided into early, mid, and late stages that a body refiner at the initial stage of body refinement possesses strength equivalent to that of a spirit practitioner at the 9th tier. Thus, Chu Lingtian's current physical realm, having reached the peak of the initial stage of body refinement, signifies that he is already comparable in terms of physical strength to an energy refiner at the 9th tier of a spirit practitioner level. With my current physical strength, should I unleash my martial techniques, their power would be at least 20% greater than before. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Lingtian's eyes. This is merely the initial stage of the Dragon Flame technique. According to the contents outlined in the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique, if I can cultivate it to the minor success stage, my physical realm will ascend to the mid-stage of body refinement. Should I reach the intermediate success stage, my physical realm will peak at the mid-stage of body refinement. If I achieve the major success stage, my physical realm will enter the late stage of body refinement. And if I attain the perfected stage, my physical realm will reach the pinnacle of the late stage of body refinement, making my physical strength equivalent to that of a great spirit master at the 9th tier. Over the course of these 10 months of arduous cultivation, aside from bringing the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to the initial stage, Chu Lingtian's own cultivation also advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the Spirit Master level. With his current strength, should he unleash his full power, he would be capable of contending against practitioners at the late stage of the Spirit Master level. Meanwhile, outside, 3 days had elapsed. Wang Haichao gazed at the tightly shut courtyard gate, sneering as he remarked, "The time has come. Since Chu Lingtian has yet to emerge, it indicates that he has not cultivated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to the initial stage. Therefore, he is not a favored individual of destiny." The other outer sect elders murmured in agreement. I had said as much. Favored individuals of destiny are exceedingly rare, seldom seen for centuries. How could Chu Lingtian possibly be one of them? It seems evident that Chu Lingtian indeed resorted to cheating in the freshman competition, that if he had not cheated, how could a talentless individual without any bloodline possibly triumph over Zhao Zihao, who possesses a 5th-tier bloodline? Yi Fiyu, upon hearing the elders' discussions, felt a surge of vindictive pleasure. Chu Lingtian, your demise is certain today. Li Yanhong and Elder Sun exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of concern. Could it be that I misjudged him? Is Chu Lingtian truly not a favored individual of destiny? Li Yanhong's brows knitted tightly. Elder Sun, filled with regret, thought, had I known, I would not have heeded Li Yanhong's suggestion to select the Dragon Flame technique for Chu Lingtian. I should have chosen a technique that barely qualifies as mid-level mystic. Wang Haichao cast a sidelong glance at Li Yanhong and Elder Sun, taking in their expressions with glee. Well then, Chu Lingtian's deception has been exposed. And once I execute him, the 2 of you shall owe me the 2,000 academic credits you promised. Just as Wang Haichao prepared to kick the door open and enter the courtyard, the tightly shut gate suddenly swung open, and Chu Lingtian emerged slowly. Who told you that I was lying? Chu Lingtian spoke coolly. Wang Haichao let out a cold laugh. The 3 days have elapsed. Since you have not cultivated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to the initial stage, it proves you are not a favored individual of destiny. Wang Haichao's words halted abruptly as his eyes widened in disbelief. As if he had seen a ghost, Chu Lingtian was channeling the Dragon Flame technique, and the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy surged towards him in a frenzy, instantly forming a small vortex of spiritual energy. Not only had Chu Lingtian cultivated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to the initial stage, but his cultivation had also reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Master level. An outer sect elder exclaimed in astonishment. The other outer sect elders, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in shock. The first volume of the Dragon Flame technique is the most powerful mid-level mystic technique of the Star Academy. boasting tremendous power comparable to ordinary high-level mystic techniques, yet it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Chu Lingtian has truly managed to master it within 3 days, and furthermore, his cultivation has advanced by a minor realm, reaching the mid-stage of the spirit master level. This is nothing short of a miracle. This cannot be real. The first volume of the Dragon Flame technique is a dual cultivation technique for energy and body. If your body has not been tempered, it signifies that you have not successfully cultivated the Dragon Flame technique. Unwilling to concede, Wang Haichao waved his sleeve, conjuring several wind blades that sliced toward Chu Lingtian. These wind blades were not particularly powerful. Their purpose was to test Chu Lingtian's physical strength. Therefore, Chu Lingtian made no defensive moves, allowing the wind blades to strike him. Clang, 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 the sounds of metal clashing echoed. The wind blades seemed to strike against an impenetrable wall, leaving no marks or injuries on Chu Lingtian whatsoever. Seeing this, Li Yanhong burst into hearty laughter. Chu Lingtian's physical realm has already reached the peak of the initial stage of body refinement. This is sufficient proof that he has cultivated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to the initial stage. Elder Sun also exclaimed with excitement. A cultivator without bloodline could achieve such a feat within 3 days. Only a favored individual of destiny could accomplish this. Upon hearing these words, the other elders of the outer sect nodded slightly in agreement. Elder Sun was right. Chu Lingtian was indeed a favored individual of destiny. Our Starfall Academy has struck gold this time. Alas, Chu Lingtian lacks a bloodline. Although he is a favored one, his potential is fated to be limited. Nevertheless, it can be said that he is destined to become a formidable great spirit master of the ninth heaven. Should he acquire a significant opportunity to awaken his bloodline once more, he might even hope to transcend to the Spirit King realm, or even to the Spirit Emperor realm. Spirit King cultivators are already considered powerful figures within the Crimson Flame Empire, capable of traversing the skies with great strength. However, it is an ironclad rule that cultivators must possess a bloodline to break through to the Spirit King realm. Hence, the elders were shaking their heads in lamentation. Had Chu Lingtian possessed a bloodline, coupled with the fortune of being a favored individual, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. But alas, ahem! Li Yanhua coughed lightly, drawing the elder's thoughts back to the present. Elder Wang, Chu Lingtian has already proven himself to be a favored one. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Li Yanhua said with a smile. Swish! Instantly, all eyes converged upon Wang Haichao, feeling the weight of their gazes. Wang Haichao's expression soured, his heart bleeding. According to their agreement, if Chu Lingtian could prove himself as a favored one, he was not only to apologize to him, but also to present the Xian Bing sword as an apology gift. That was a mid-grade spirit artifact, worth tens of thousands of academic credits, equivalent to half of his fortune. Wang Haichao yearned to breach the agreement, but it was made in the presence of Zhou Chuan and the 8 outer sect elders. If he were to break it, he would never be able to establish himself in Starfall Academy again. This elder was mistaken. I apologize to you, Wang Haichao hastily uttered, casting the Xianbing sword aside before turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. He could no longer bear to remain there. The other elders also promptly honored their wager, handing over academic credits to Li Yanhua and Elder Sunday. Both of them walked away with a profit of 55,000 credits. Their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Chu Lingtian, strive diligently to not become complacent simply because you are a favored one. If, after a month, you can bring glory to our Starfall Academy in the exchange competition with the new students of Mingyue Academy. This elder shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity, Zhou Chuan said, casting a deep glance at Chu Lingtian before departing. The other outer sect elders, along with the onlooking senior and junior students, also began to leave. Just as Feiyu prepared to slip away quietly, a hand blocked his path. Elder Wang has already apologized to me. What about you? Chu Lingtian teased. What do you want? Feiyu asked, his heart trembling. First, hand over your storage spirit artifact as compensation. Chu Lingtian extended his right hand, while Feiyu gritted his teeth, reluctantly producing his newly acquired storage jade pendant, erasing the soul imprint upon it, and handing it to Chu Lingtian. Even Wang Haichao had paid the price of the Xianbing sword. If he did not offer something in return, he certainly would not be able to leave today. Chu Lingtian activated his soul power to inspect the contents of the storage jade pendant. A faint smile gracing his lips as a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the three great families of Luoyang County. Yi Feiyu was highly valued by his family. Moreover, he had a collaboration with Chu Shan. Thus, despite having lost all his wealth to Chu Lingtian in a bet half a month prior, he now possessed a new storage jade pendant containing 50,000 taels of silver, a high-grade spirit artifact, and a bottle of spirit warrior pills. Can I leave now? Yi Feiyu ground out through clenched teeth. That of course not. Chu Lingtian chuckled lightly, turning to Li Yanhua and asking, elderly, how should we deal with Yi Feiyu for falsely accusing a fellow disciple? Li Yanhua fixed his gaze upon Yi Feiyu and replied coolly, for falsely accusing a fellow disciple, your cultivation resources for the year shall be revoked, and you will be required to clean all the latrines in the northwest area daily until the exchange competition with Mingyue Academy concludes. Should you dare to offend again, you will be expelled from the academy. Yi Feiyu's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing this. The revocation of a year's worth of cultivation resources did not concern him, but the daily cleaning of all the latrines in the northwest area was an immense humiliation. He was a direct descendant of the Yi family. Such a task would surely invite ridicule from all the new students. Elderly, is there no alternative punishment? Yi Feiyu began, only to be interrupted by Li Yanhua. If you do not accept the punishment, you will be expelled from the academy immediately. Yi Feiyu snapped his mouth shut. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely replied, disciple accepts the punishment. With that, he turned away, consumed by a storm of resentment. Li Yanhua watched Yi Feiyu's retreating figure and turned to Chu Lingtian, stating, this fellow has a narrow mind. He will not be able to swallow this grievance and will undoubtedly seek revenge on you. Chu Lingtian tossed the storage jade pendant in his hand and replied with a smile, if he wishes to send me a substantial sum each time, I wouldn't mind his attempts at revenge. Li Yanhua laughed heartily at this. Clearly, Chu Lingtian did not regard Yi Feiyu as a threat, and rightly so. Given Chu Lingtian's rate of cultivation, Yi Feiyu would be unable to catch up. The gap between them would only continue to widen. Elderly, what is this new student exchange competition with Mingyue Academy that Elder Zhou mentioned? Chu Lingtian inquired. Yanhua's expression grew serious as he began to explain. Every year, 2 months after new students enroll, our Starfall Academy holds an exchange competition with Mingyue Academy, aimed at honing the new students. Each academy sends 5 new students to compete. Initially, our Starfall Academy could win 1 or 2 matches. However, as the quality of our new students declined, we eventually ceased to win even a single match. In the last 3 years, Mingyue Academy has only needed to send 2 new students to defeat all 5 of ours. Elder Sun sighed and added, alas, last year, Mingyue Academy boasted that they would achieve a clean sweep this year, meaning they would only send 1 new student to defeat all 5 new students sent by our Starfall Academy. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingtian furrowed his brow. Mingyue Academy is being excessively unreasonable that if they truly achieve a clean sweep, it would be a disgrace for Starfall Academy, and we would have no face left to continue holding exchange competitions with them. Indeed, it is excessive, but we cannot help it if we are inferior in skill, Li Yanhua lamented. This year, our Starfall Academy has invested heavily to recruit Zhao Ziheo, who possesses a 5th-ranked bloodline, in hopes of winning at least 1 match in the exchange competition. However, it seems doubtful that I have heard that Mingyue Academy has recruited several geniuses with 5th-ranked bloodlines this year, one of whom hails from a prestigious family in the imperial capital and has already reached the 6th heaven of Spirit Master. His talent is astonishing. Elder Sun gazed intently at Chu Lingtian and remarked, Elder Zhou's words suggest he has high hopes for you and believes you can bring glory to our Starfall Academy. Li Yanhua concurred, exactly. As long as you can uphold the Academy's reputation in the new student exchange competition, the Academy will certainly reward you handsomely. Moreover, since Elder Zhou mentioned he would bestow upon you a grand opportunity, it must be something extraordinary. Zhou Chuan's status within Starfall Academy far exceeded that of ordinary outer sect elders. This was partly due to his cultivation level, which had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven of Great Spirit Master, on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit King realm and ascending to the inner sect. Furthermore, Zhou Chuan's father held a high position within Starfall Academy, wielding significant influence alongside immense strength. Thus, the grand opportunity Zhou Chuan spoke of was assuredly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Chu Lington nodded vigorously. Rest assured, both elders, I will strive to bring glory to the Academy in the new student exchange competition. Having joined Starfall Academy and become a disciple, he felt it was his duty to uphold the Academy's prestige. Even without the grand opportunity promised by Zhou Chuan, he would have acted in the same manner. Li Yanhua and elder son both nodded in satisfaction. After the two departed, Chu Lingtian returned to his quarters, tidied his belongings, then dismantled the wind solar array within the courtyard. He took the array plate and left his dormitory. Heading toward the Western District, as the first-place winner of a new student competition, he had earned the status of an elite outer sect disciple, along with a private residence spanning 500 square meters. Chu Lingtian arrived at number 155 in the Western District, retrieved his key, and unlocked the courtyard door. The residence assigned to elite outer sect disciples was far superior to the dormitory he had previously inhabited. Not only has the area expanded fivefold, but the courtyard is also adorned with various flowers and plants. Chu Lingtian surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction before retrieving the wind spirit array disc, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The four small flags atop the array disc shot forth, embedding themselves in the four corners of the courtyard. The wind spirit array then activated, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the premises. After completing this, Chu Lingtian did not rush to enter the first layer of the treasure tower for cultivation. Instead, he made his way to the credit hall as the first-place winner of the new student competition. In addition to his status as an elite outer sect disciple and possessing the Earth Fire Sword and the first volume of the Dragon Flame Art, he had also earned 1,000 credits. Chu Lingtian intended to explore the credit hall to see what treasures might aid him in his forthcoming cultivation endeavors. Upon arriving at the credit hall, he ascended directly to the second floor. The layout mirrored that of the first floor, with a massive credit exchange list prominently displayed in the center. However, the treasures listed were significantly more valuable than those on the first floor, with higher credit costs as well. The low-level Mystic Martial Technique, Demon Slayer Finger, was priced at 250 credits. The low-level Mystic Martial Technique, Void Shattering Sword Technique, was priced at 280 credits. The second-tier low-level Spirit Weapon, Primordial Staff, cost 600 credits. The second-tier low-level Spirit Weapon, Meteor Spear, was priced at 620 credits. Chu Lingtian's gaze scanned the list line by line until suddenly, his eyes sparkled with interest as they landed on the last two entries of the credit exchange list. The Blood Flame Sword Technique, a high-level Mystic Martial Technique, was priced at 6,000 credits. The Beginner Alchemist Manual, priced at 10,000 credits. Having already mastered the Fire Sword Finger to a consummate level, he would soon achieve perfection. Initially, he had intended to find a suitable mid-level Mystic Martial Technique. But upon seeing the Blood Flame Sword Technique, he felt a surge of desire. If he were to cultivate a higher-grade martial technique, he might as well go all in and directly pursue the high-level Mystic Martial Technique. Apart from the Blood Flame Sword Technique, the Beginner Alchemist Manual piqued Chu Lingtian's interest even more. Judging by its name, the Beginner Alchemist Manual resembled the foundational Alchemist Manual he had previously purchased. Could it be a guide for novice alchemists? Chu Lingtian speculated. He promptly approached Elder Chun, who managed the second floor of the credit hall, bowed in respect, and inquired about the basic information regarding the Beginner Alchemist Manual. Elder Chun explained, "The Beginner Alchemist Manual was authored by a senior alchemist from our Star Academy. IT was originally intended for the third floor of the credit hall, but the senior intentionally placed it on the second floor to encourage outer sect disciples. Within it, not only is the senior's journey from a second-tier low-level alchemist to a third-tier high-level alchemist chronicled, but also contains over 10 precious alchemical formulas. The price of 10,000 credits is undoubtedly a tremendous value." Chu Lingtian nodded repeatedly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Elder Chen's assessment. Although 10,000 credits was substantial, the worth of the Beginner Alchemist Manual far surpassed that amount. This was one of the many benefits of joining the Academy. "Please wait a moment. Disciple will gather the credits," Elder Chen added. With that, Chu Lingtian turned and left the credit hall. Although he currently possessed only 1,085 credits, he was still far from the 16,000 credits required to purchase the Blood Flame Sword Technique and the Beginner Alchemist Manual. However, he held a treasure worth tens of thousands of credits, the third-tier mid-level spirit weapon, the Ice Sword. He was confident that many Outer Sect elders would be interested in acquiring such a spirit weapon. Chu Ling Tian sought out Li Yinhe, directly stating his intention. You wish to sell the Ice Sword? Li Yinhe raised an eyebrow. Chu Ling Tian nodded, expressing his hope that Elderly could assist in contacting any elders who might wish to purchase it. Li Yinhe responded with a smile. Among the Outer Sect elders, there are no fewer than 10 with Ice attribute bloodlines. Many will surely be interested in the Ice Sword. However, the price will likely be somewhat lower than that of a typical third-tier mid-level spirit weapon. Chu Ling Tian acknowledged this with a nod of understanding. The original owner of the Ice Sword was Wang Haichao, and purchasing it from him could potentially offend Wang Haichao. Thus, the price for the Ice Sword would likely be discounted. Since you agree, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Li Yinhe said. Before long, Li Yinhe returned with a middle-aged man emanating a chilling aura. This Outer Sect elder possessed considerable strength, having reached the late stage of the 7th level of the Great Spirit Master Realm, only a minor realm below Wang Haichao, and thus was undeterred by the prospect of offending him. This is Elder Dong, Li Yinhe introduced to Chu Ling Tian. Elder Dong got straight to the point. I will offer 36,000 credits. If you agree to sell, I can assist you once Wang Haichao comes looking for trouble in the future. The typical price for a third-tier, mid-level spirit weapon hovers around 40,000 credits. Elder Dong's offer of 36,000 credits effectively represented a 10% discount. This price fell well within Chu Ling Tian's acceptance range, especially with Elder Dong's assurance. Therefore, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Elder Dong promptly transferred the 36,000 credits to Chu Ling Tian's identity token, then left with the Ice Sword, a broad smile on his face. With the Ice Sword in his possession, his strength surged significantly, comparable to an ordinary Great Spirit Master at the 8th level. Thank you, Elderly, Chu Ling Tian expressed gratefully, cupping his hands in respect. Yinhe waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for such formalities. Not only had Chu Ling Tian helped him earn 55,000 credits, but after the new student competition concluded, the Academy had also rewarded him handsomely for discovering such a prodigy as Chu Ling Tian. Thus, this small favor was hardly a burden. Upon leaving Elder Li's residence, Chu Ling Tian made his way back to the 2nd floor of the credit hall to purchase the Blood Flame Sword Technique and the Beginner Alchemist Manual. After deducting the 16,000 credits, he was left with 21,085 credits, sufficient to acquire a third-tier low-level spirit weapon. However, given his current strength, the second-tier mid-level Earth-Fire Sword was adequate for his needs. Therefore, Chu Ling Tian decided to retain the majority of his credits for future use as his strength increased. After exiting the credit hall, Chu Ling Tian proceeded to the 2nd floor of the task pavilion. According to the Academy's regulations, all Outer Sect disciples were required to complete 2 Academy tasks each month. Having been promoted to an elite Outer Sect disciple, he was now obliged to receive tasks from the 2nd floor of the task pavilion. Scanning the task board, Chu Ling Tian casually accepted 2 level 4 Outer Sect tasks. Retrieve the demon core from a 2nd-tier mid-level demon beast. The firearm ape for 200 credits. Retrieve the horns of a 2nd-tier mid-level demon beast. The blue pattern bull for 220 credits. With his current strength, level 4 Outer Sect tasks posed no threat to him. After claiming the tasks, he turned to leave the task pavilion. Chu Ling Tian made his way to the Xingqian mountain range to complete his tasks. In the 9th courtyard of the southeastern district, Yi Feiyu sat in the courtyard with a man bearing a prominent scar across his face. Brother Yang, I entrust everything to you, Yi Feiyu said. Cupping his hands in respect, the scar man waved his hand dismissively. Young Master you are too courteous. You are a cousin of young Master Peng, and thus one of my Faping Gang's own. If Chu Ling Tian dares to humiliate you, my Faping Gang will naturally not let him off the hook. The southeastern district contains only 50 courtyards designated for Outer Sect disciples on the potential dragon ranking. The 9th courtyard is reserved exclusively for the 9th-ranked disciple on that list. The man beside Yi Feiyu, named Yang Kuan, is a formidable figure ranked 9th on the potential dragon ranking and serves as the deputy leader of the Faping Gang. Wielding significant influence among the Outer Sect disciples, the Faping Gang is a small faction formed by Academy disciples, comprising nearly 100 members. The Star Academy encourages competition among its disciples, thus allowing the formation of such factions. Within the Academy, there are dozens of small factions, with the Faping Gang ranking among the top 10. That this top 10 is not limited to the outer sect, but encompasses the entire Academy. The leader of the Faping Gang, Yi Feipeng, is Yi Feiyu's cousin and a scion of one of the three prominent families in Luoyang County, the Yi clan in the hierarchy of the Yi family. He holds a higher status than Yi Feiyu. Yi Feipeng is a standout among the intersect disciples, possessing formidable strength, which allows him to gather numerous elites into the Faping Gang. Yang Kuan is one of the deputy leaders of the Faping Gang and also oversees the outer sect faction. After the conclusion of the new student competition, Yi Feiyu sought out Yang Kuan, hoping he would assist in avenging him. Brother Yang, be cautious in your actions, as Chu Ling Tian has good relations with Elder Li and Elder Sunday. We must avoid any missteps, Yi Feiyu cautioned. Yang Kuan replied nonchalantly. The new student competition has concluded, and the protection period for new students has ended. If senior students seek trouble with new students, as long as they have an excuse, the outer sect elders are prohibited from intervening. Moreover, I have the backing of the elder from the outer sect behind the Flying Pung Gang. Prior to the new student competition, the senior students are forbidden from provoking the newcomers. This period is often referred to as the new student protection period by the seniors. Once the competition concludes, after having spent a month acclimatizing to the Academy's regulations, the newcomers will no longer enjoy such privileges and will be treated as ordinary seniors. At this juncture, various small factions will seek to recruit the newcomers into their ranks. Naturally, it is quite normal for some friction to arise during this process. I shall await good news from Brother Yang with great anticipation, Yi Feiyu said with a smile, seemingly envisioning the scene of Chu Ling Tian being subdued by the Flying Pung Gang, in his view. Although Chu Ling Tian possessed commendable strength, he was still leagues beneath the Flying Pung Gang and would undoubtedly prove no match for them. After expending 3 hours, Chu Ling Tian successfully located and vanquished the firearm monkey and the azure-striped ox, obtaining the required demon cores and ox horns for his mission. Upon completing his task, he departed from the Starry Mountain Range and made his way to the Treasure Pavilion in Starry City. Entering the same private room as before, soon as he stepped inside, he waved his hand grandly, producing all the items he intended to sell and laying them out upon the floor of the room. Fong Tao cast a glance over the items and immediately began to assess their value. One corpse of firearm monkey, missing its demon core, valued at 30,000 taels. One corpse of an azure-striped ox, missing its horn, valued at 40,000 taels. One first-grade high-tier spiritual artifact, the flowing silver gloves, valued at 80,000 taels. One low-tier martial technique, the Rage Lion Palm, valued at 110,000 taels. 2 storage jade pendants. Moments later, Fong Tao declared, "Dear guest, the total amounts to 450,000 taels." Chu Lingtian nodded, and with this additional 450,000 taels, the total sum of silver notes in his possession exceeded 630,000 taels. With over 90% originating from Yi Feiyu. I wish to procure 500 seeds of the medicinal herbs required for refining the recovery pill, 2,000 seeds for the spiritual martial pill, and 2,000 seeds for the bone-forging pill, Chu Lingtian stated. The bone-forging pill is a second-grade high-tier elixir. Among the various formulas documented in the Beginner's Alchemist Manual, the recipe for the bone-forging pill is included. Its purpose is to assist body cultivators in refining their muscles and bones, enhancing their physical realm. With the aid of the bone-forging pill, Chu Lingtian's progress in cultivating the dragon flame technique would accelerate. Fong Tao replied, "The total comes to 310,000 taels. As a silver card VIP of our Treasure Pavilion, you are entitled to a 95% discount, bringing the total to 294,500 taels. Though the value of each seed is not exorbitant, the sheer quantity Chu Lingtian requires results in a considerable total." Nodding in agreement, Chu Lingtian retrieved 294,500 taels from his 450,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to Fong Tao. Fong Tao accepted the notes and promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the medicinal herb seeds. Half an hour later, a servant arrived at the private room bearing the seeds. With a casual wave, Chu Lingtian stored the seeds in his storage jade pendant, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Fong Tao, and departed from the treasure pavilion. Fong Tao stood by the window of the private room, watching Chu Lingtian's departing figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. A little over half a month ago, this young man was merely at the early stage of the third layer of Spirit Master. Yet now he has reached the mid-stage of the fifth layer. His cultivation speed is truly astonishing that if he can achieve the fifth layer of Grand Spirit Master or above within half a year. Perhaps I might consider granting him an opportunity. Upon returning to the Starry Academy, Chu Lingtian was promptly confronted by a group of senior students. The leader, named Feng Lei, was a squad leader of the Flying Peng Gang and had attained the late stage of the fifth layer of Spirit Master. "You're the first place winner of this year's new student competition, Chu Lingtian." Feng Lei scrutinized Chu Lingtian with an air of arrogance and declared, "The Flying Peng Gang finds your aptitude commendable and has decided to recruit you. Come, let us meet the deputy gang leader." "Not interested," Chu Lingtian replied, shaking his head in outright rejection. He had heard of the inner disciples forming small factions while accepting tasks of the task pavilion. But he had no desire to engage in such matters. His purpose in joining the Starry Academy was solely to enhance his strength swiftly and exact vengeance upon the Chu family. The Flying Peng Gang is a top 10 faction within the Academy. Being invited to join is a blessing you have earned over 8 lifetimes, and you dare to refuse? Feng Lei's tone turned hostile. "I have stated my disinterest," Chu Lingtian responded coldly. With that, he prepared to leave. However, the group encircled him. "You, who do not appreciate the favor bestowed upon you, shall witness the consequences of defying the Flying Peng Gang today," Feng Lei commanded, and his subordinates immediately charged at Chu Lingtian, intending to subdue him by force. Besides Feng Lei, 2 individuals had reached the early stage of the 5th layer of Spirit Master, while 4 others were at the late stage of the 4th layer. Showcasing considerable strength, the glint of cold light flashed in Chu Lingtian's eyes as he unleashed his power, instantly erupting with the might of the 5th layer of Spirit Master. With a single strike of the fire cloud palm, he sent all 6 assailants flying. Chu Lingtian's current combat prowess was comparable to that of a 6th layer Spirit Master, rendering Feng Lei's group utterly incapable of matching him. "Damn it! I underestimated him." Feng Lei's pupils constricted. He had assumed that with 6 subordinates, he could easily subdue Chu Lingtian, yet he was taken aback by how effortlessly his companions fell from the previous encounter. He realized that he was no match for Chu Lingtian and would require the assistance of someone above the 6th layer of Spirit Master to contend with him. Just as Feng Lei contemplated retreating, a whooshing sound pierced through the air, and Chu Lingtian, employing the explosive flame step, had already arrived before him. Chu Lingtian's right palm compressed the air, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom as it hurtled directly towards Feng Lei. Feng Lei's complexion changed drastically as he hastily swung both palms, executing his most formidable attack. Yet his efforts proved futile against Chu Lingtian's fire cloud palm, which obliterated his strike in an instant. Bang! Feng Lei spewed forth a crimson column of blood, crashing against the ground in agony. "You're finished. The Flying Peng Gang will not let you go unpunished." Feng Lei spat bitterly from his position on the ground. Hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Chu Lingtian's lips. "You must be the reinforcements sent by Yi Feiyu. Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Chu Lingtian effortlessly bypassed Feng Lei and his companions, proceeded to the Renwu Pavilion to submit his task, and then returned to his private residence. Upon entering his room, Chu Lingtian locked the door securely, then focused his mind and entered the first layer of the treasure tower space. He first planted the medicinal herb seeds into the soil, then sat cross-legged on a mat, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the dragon flame technique. In the blink of an eye, over 3 months had passed. While immersed in his training, Chu Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, sensing unusual activity in the wind solar ray. As a dozen individuals entered his private residence, with a thought, Chu Lingtian instantly vacated the first layer of the treasure tower space and returned to the outside world like tea that moment. Only a day had elapsed outside. Upon his return, he heard someone calling from the courtyard. "Is Brother Chu present? I am Feng Haiba. I apologize for the intrusion and kindly request Brother Chu's understanding." Hearing this, Chu Lingtian's eyebrows raised slightly. Feng Haibo was an opponent he had encountered during the top 8 matches of the new student competition that Ye Fiyu had attempted to bribe Feng Haibo before the match, hoping he would injure himself in the fight. But Feng Haibo had refused. Not only did he voluntarily concede, but he also informed Chu Lingtian of the incident afterward. Therefore, Chu Lingtian held a favorable impression of him. When Chu Lingtian opened the door, he saw Feng Haibo and over a dozen young men standing in the courtyard, each sporting bruises and injuries. What transpired here? Chu Lingtian inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. He recognized the other youths as fellow newcomers who had recently joined the academy. Among them was a rather honest-looking young man, who also left a positive impression on him. During the chaotic brawl in the new student competition, he had declined Qin Zhan's proposal to team up against him, resulting in both Qin Zhan and his sycophants knocking him off the stage. With a sigh, Feng Haibo explained, after the new student protection period ended, numerous small factions began seeking to recruit newcomers. We, not wishing to join any faction, ended up being taught a lesson by the senior students. They even threatened us, stating that if we did not join a small faction, we would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the academy in the future. Chu Lingtian frowned. Do the elders not intervene? Feng Haibo shook his head. The academy encourages the disciples within to compete with one another, thus turning a blind eye to such matters. Have you come to seek my help? Chu Lingtian asked that he held a favorable view of Feng Haibo and the honest young man. Should two individuals share such an intent, he would not hesitate to engage in some physical activity and teach those senior students who bully them a lesson. However, Feng Haibo shook his head upon hearing this. No, we have deliberated seriously among ourselves. Rather than joining an unfamiliar small faction and being oppressed and manipulated by the senior students, it would be far better to align ourselves with a small faction we can trust. After speaking, Feng Haibo and more than 10 new students turned their keen gazes toward Chu Lingtian. In an instant, Chu Lingtian grasped their meaning and pointed at himself, asking, "Are you suggesting that I establish a small faction?" "Precisely," Feng Haibo asserted emphatically. "Your performance in the freshman competition has been witnessed by all that we not only acknowledge your strength, but also commend your character, that we believe that joining the small faction you create, you would never exploit or manipulate us like those senior students." Others chimed in enthusiastically. "Indeed, Feng Xiao speaks the truth that if we must join a small faction, it is far better to join the one led by Xiao Chu. If Xiao Chu were to establish a small faction, I would be the first to join." Hearing this, Chu Lingtian quickly waved his hand. "I merely wish to focus on my cultivation. I have no intention of forming a small faction." Before he could finish, an abrupt shout rang out from outside the courtyard. The resident of Courtyard 155, Chu Lingtian, is arrogant and overbearing, with a volatile temperament and a tarnished reputation. Yesterday, he indiscriminately injured several members of my Faping gang. Displaying extreme arrogance, fellow disciples, be cautious of this individual. Never team up with him for outer sect tasks. Chu Lingtian's expression darkened as he inquired, "What is going on?" Feng Haibo explained, "It is the people from the Faping gang. Ever since you injured Feng Lei and others yesterday, they have been coming every 2 hours to shout and slander you." Feng Haibo glanced around and continued, "Your courtyard should be arranged with a formation that isolates these sounds, allowing you to cultivate in peace. That is why you haven't heard it." Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flickered in Chu Lingtian's eyes. The Faping gang had resorted to such despicable tactics to malign him. It was akin to courting death. As the saying goes, a rumor can spread with a single mouth, but it takes 1,000 legs to dispel it. If others truly believed him to be arrogant and ill-tempered with a questionable character, it would be challenging for him to establish himself within the academy. Seeing Chu Lingtian's demeanor, Feng Haibo quickly spoke, "Brother Chu, it is precisely because the Faping gang is slandering you that you should form your own small faction." "How so?" Chu Lingtian raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Feng Haibo elaborated, "The Faping gang is able to slander you because they are taking advantage of your isolation, that if you had your own small faction, your subordinates could naturally defend you. After all, the impact of one person speaking differs vastly from that of dozens." Hearing Feng Haibo's words, Chu Lingtian fell into contemplation. Moreover, if Brother Chu has his own small faction and establishes a foothold within the academy, the Faping gang or the outer sect elders would have to weigh the consequences before attempting to manipulate you. After all, controlling a person is vastly different from controlling a small faction. Furthermore, as the leader of a small faction, Brother Chu could command your subordinates. For instance, they could gather useful information for you and run errands, among other tasks. After all, one's energy is finite. If you establish your own small faction, you could devote all your energy to cultivation while delegating trivial matters to your subordinates. After listening to Feng Haiba, Chu Lingtian felt a stirring in his heart. Given this perspective, forming a small faction indeed held numerous advantages. Setting aside other considerations, just the fact that the Faping Gang and the outer sect elders could not easily manipulate him was sufficient justification for him to establish his own small faction. Ultimately, relying on others like Li Yanhua and Elder Sun was not as effective as strengthening himself and expanding his influence within the academy. "All right, I agree to form the small faction," Chu Lingtian declared. Upon hearing this, Feng Haiba and the others displayed expressions of elation. Although Chu Lingtian lacked a noble lineage, he was favored by the heavens, possessing strength surpassing that of ordinary senior students and an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. With him shielding them, their future days would undoubtedly be much improved. Moreover, unlike those self-important senior students, Chu Lingtian would not exploit or oppress them as he established his small faction. "Brother Chu, as the leader, please give the small faction a name," Feng Haiba suggested. After some thought, Chu Lingtian responded, "Let be called Lingtian Pavilion. This name derives from my own name, and I also hope that the members within the pavilion will possess the ambition to soar to great heights, diligently cultivating to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future." "A splendid name," Feng Haiba praised, then clasped his hands together and respectfully addressed Chu Lingtian. "I pay my respects to the pavilion master." The others followed suit, cupping their hands and in unison proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the pavilion master." Chu Lingtian nodded and said, "As Lingtian Pavilion has just been established, we do not yet have many members. For now, I appoint Feng Haiba as the vice pavilion master, responsible for the daily affairs of the pavilion. Once more members join, we will establish additional positions." "Yes," Feng Haiba and the others acknowledged, with Lingtian Pavilion newly formed. Their primary task was to recruit members and expand the influence of their small faction. Thus, Feng Haiba promptly led the members away from Chu Lingtian's courtyard, eager to recruit new students. After their departure, Chu Lingtian returned to his room, his thoughts focused as he entered the first layer of the treasure tower to continue his cultivation. The trivial matters of the pavilion could be handled by Vice Pavilion Master Feng Haiba. His main task as Pavilion Master was to enhance his strength. As long as he became sufficiently powerful, Lingtian Pavilion would stand unyielding. 10 months swiftly passed. After 10 months of arduous cultivation, Chu Lingtian's strength broke through to the late stage of the 5th tier of Spirit Master. Furthermore, he had perfected the Xuanhua sword finger, significantly enhancing his combat prowess that I can attempt to cultivate the Blood Flame sword art now, Chu Lingtian mused. The Blood Flame sword art was an advanced martial skill of the Xian tier, possessing formidable power, far surpassing that of the Xuanhua sword finger. Should he manage to cultivate the Blood Flame sword art to the preliminary level, his strength would surge several-fold at that time. Facing opponents several realms above him would pose no issue. Just as Chu Lingtian prepared to begin his training in the Blood Flame sword art, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the Wind Soul formation and promptly exited the first layer of the treasure tower to return to the outside world. At this moment, only 3 days had passed externally. The visitor was none other than Feng Haiba. He hurried to the courtyard to report the situation to Chu Lingtian. "Pavilion Master, the Faping Gang has sent a senior named Zhou Ruwei to publicly challenge Lingtian Pavilion on the martial arts platform." Feng Haiba's abilities were remarkable, and within just 3 days, he had made the name of Lingtian Pavilion known throughout the entire foot of the mountain. Moreover, he leveraged the fact that Chu Lingtian was favored by the heavens to recruit over 50 members for Lingtian Pavilion. Among them, 3 were senior students who had joined the academy the previous year. With these 50-plus members, Lingtian Pavilion's numbers had surpassed 70, that although 99% were newcomers with relatively weak strength, the scale was already considerable, surpassing that of many small factions that had been established for 2 to 3 years. With over 70 members dispelling the rumors, the Faping Gang's plan to slander Chu Lingtian crumbled in an instant. Upon receiving the news, Yang Kun, furious, smashed a teacup, directly using the excuse of the Lingtian Pavilion Master injuring members of the Faping gang to send a senior who had joined the academy the previous year to publicly challenge Lingtian Pavilion on the martial arts platform. He also hurled various insults at Lingtian Pavilion, uttering many disparaging remarks that we of the Faping gang do not bully Lingtian Pavilion. Do you not have several senior students? The Faping gang has only sent one senior who joined the academy last year. Yet we can topple the entire Lingtian Pavilion. What is this Lingtian Pavilion? A trash faction established by a bunch of newcomers. In my opinion, it should be renamed Trash Pavilion. Chu Lingtian, like a turtle, hides in his courtyard without daring to show his face. Renaming it Turtle Pavilion would suffice. You newcomers, what good is it to join a small faction led by someone like Chu Lingtian? A turtle, you might as well join my Faping gang. The leader of my gang is a distinguished figure among the inner disciples, Yi Faping. With just a flick of his finger, he could crush Chu Lingtian. If Lingtian Pavilion can defeat the person sent by my Faping gang, we will let the previous matters go and promise not to trouble Lingtian Pavilion again. If you cannot accomplish this, Lingtian Pavilion might as well merge directly into my Faping gang. The members of Lingtian Pavilion, upon hearing these provocations, could not remain seated. They rushed onto the stage to confront the representatives of the Fei Peng gang. The senior disciple sent by Fei Peng gang was named Zhou Rue. Although he had only joined the academy for a year, his astonishing talent and formidable strength had already elevated him to the mid-stage of the Spirit Master's 6th level. Like Zhao Zihao, he was one of the prodigies whom the Xingqian Academy had invested heavily in recruiting ahead of schedule last year, possessing a 5th-grade bloodline. Naturally, the members of Lingtian Pavilion stood no chance against Zhou Rue. Even when he allowed 2 or even 3 to attack him simultaneously, they were still utterly crushed. After listening to Feng Haiba's report, Chu Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing through them. No wonder Yi Feiyu sought out the Fei Peng gang. It turns out that the leader of the gang was also a member of the Yi family. This also indicated that the enmity between him and the Fei Peng gang was irreconcilable. Feng Haiba, anxious, inquired, "Master, what should we do next? If we cannot resolve this trouble, Lingtian Pavilion's reputation will be tarnished, and many members will surely leave that a small faction if it cannot even maintain its own reputation. How could it attract new members? It's simple. I shall ascend the stage and defeat Zhou Rue." Chu Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Feng Haiba's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, are you confident in defeating Zhou Rue? His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Master's 6th level. That it was not that he doubted Chu Lingtian, but rather that Zhou Rue's strength was overwhelmingly formidable as a prodigy who had been heavily recruited ahead of time by the Xingqian Academy. Zhou Rue's talent was no less than Zhao Zihao's. Coupled with over a year of cultivation at the academy, his prowess far surpassed that of Zhao Zihao. Although Chu Lingtian had bested Zhao Zihao in the freshman competition, Feng Haiba still felt uncertain facing Zhou Rue. Merely Zhou Rue. Nothing to fear, Chu Lingtian asserted confidently. With that, he departed the courtyard and made his way directly to the martial arts hall, with Feng Haiba hurriedly following behind. At this moment, the martial arts hall was already packed with onlookers. The news of Zhou Rue single-handedly overpowering dozens of Lingtian Pavilion members had spread throughout the foot of the mountain. Thanks to the deliberate promotion by the Fei Peng gang, many senior disciples had come to witness the spectacle. They had heard that the newly formed Lingtian Pavilion was led by a person recorded in ancient texts as favored by the heavens. Indeed, Chu Lingtian was favored by the heavens, but regrettably, he lacked a bloodline, limiting his future achievements. The Lingtian Pavilion had been oppressed to such an extent by the Fei Peng gang, and yet this favored individual had yet to make an appearance, which seemed rather cowardly. The Fei Peng gang was right. What should be called Lingtian Pavilion might as well be renamed the Tortoise Pavilion. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Yi Feiyu revealed a hint of vengeful glee on his face. Chu Lingtian, the humiliation you brought upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Just as the crowd was engaged in conversation, a sudden sound of rushing air pierced through, but a figure leapt onto the arena, standing opposite Zhou Rue. It was none other than Chu Lingtian. Seeing Chu Lingtian's arrival, Yi Feiyu sneered coldly and mocked, You shrinking turtle, you finally dare to show your face. Had you arrived any later, Zhou Rui would have toppled every member of your tortoise pavilion. Chu Lingtian cast a glance at Yi Feiyu, indifferently retorting, "Are you quite idle? Have you finished cleaning all the latrines in the Northwest District today?" The new students erupted into laughter, explaining to the puzzled senior disciples nearby. Wow, he was actually punished to clean all the latrines in the Northwest District. Ugh. No wonder their essay stench. It's coming from him. How disgusting. Does he not wash himself after such work? Yi Feiyu's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, trembling with rage. The punishment of having to clean the latrines in the Northwest District was known only to the new students. But with Chu Lingtian's words, the senior disciples were also made aware of it. His reputation was thoroughly tarnished. "Zhou Rui, shut that mouth of his for me." Yi Feiyu gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhou Rui turned his gaze towards Chu Lingtian and coldly stated, "Do you wish to strike yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Chu Lingtian ignored him, instead asking with indifference, "The Fei Peng gang claims that if I defeat you, they will cease troubling Ling Tian Pavilion. Is that true?" "Of course it is," Zhou Rui replied, filled with arrogance and confidence in his own strength. "If you win against me, the Fei Peng gang will certainly not trouble Ling Tian Pavilion again. But should you lose, Ling Tian Pavilion must merge into my Fei Peng gang. It's a deal," Chu Lingtian declared. Standing beside Yi Feiyu, Yang Kuan wore a smile of cunning satisfaction. Although Ling Tian Pavilion was newly established, its membership exceeded 70. If he could successfully merge all those individuals into the Fei Peng gang, it would be a significant achievement worthy of great rewards from the leader. Yi Fei Peng. Chu Lingtian's words fell. Zhou Rui stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage spirit master cultivation, a powerful pressure bearing down upon Chu Lingtian. Humph! Chu Lingtian let out a cold snort, releasing his own aura that instantly dissipated Zhou Rui's pressure. Late-stage spirit master. No wonder you are favored by the heavens. You indeed possess some skill. Ordinary senior disciples are not your match, but unfortunately for you, your opponent is me, Zhou Rui proclaimed proudly in an instant. He moved like lightning towards Chu Lingtian. His right leg emitted a golden glow as it shattered the air, striking fiercely towards Chu Lingtian's chest. Chu Lingtian swiftly dodged, utilizing the explosive flame step to evade Zhou Rui's whip-like kick, and then struck out towards Zhou Rui with his right palm. Zhou Rui pivoted instantly, executing a powerful counter with his leg. The two limbs clashed with a resounding impact. Zhou Rui staggered back a step, while Chu Lingtian stood firm. What? Zhou Rui is actually at a disadvantage. Chu Lingtian had cultivated the first volume of the mid-tier Xian-level technique, Dragon Flame Art, to the initial stage, and his physical realm had reached the peak of the body refinement stage. In close combat, Zhou Rui was naturally at a disadvantage. So the onlookers murmured among themselves on the martial arts platform. Zhou Rui shook his somewhat numb right leg and coldly declared, "The warm-up is over. I will now unleash my full power." With a flick of his wrist, a faintly golden long sword appeared in his hand. This sword, named the Golden Cloud Sword, was a mid-tier second-grade spirit weapon. With the Golden Cloud Sword in hand, Zhou Rui transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards Chu Lingtian. With the enhancement of the Golden Cloud Sword, Zhou Rui's combat strength surged dramatically. The fire cloud palm that Chu Lingtian executed could inflict not a scratch upon him. It's time to finish this. Zhou Rui locked his gaze on Chu Lingtian, swinging the Golden Cloud Sword. Golden Slash. As he swung the Golden Cloud Sword, the surrounding golden elemental energy coalesced into a massive golden blade, cleaving towards Chu Lingtian with terrifying force. The Golden Slash was a low-tier Xian-level martial technique, and Zhou Rui had mastered it to perfection. Combined with the enhancement of the Golden Cloud Sword, this strike was enough to sweep away any opponent of the same level. In his view, defeat for Chu Lingtian was inevitable. Not only did Zhou Rui think this way, but so did Yi Feiyu, Yang Kuan, and the gathered crowd. Do you think you alone possess a mid-tier, second-grade spirit weapon? Chu Lingtian regarded the incoming golden blade with a dismissive smile. Suddenly, he clenched his right hand into the air and retrieved the Earth Fire Sword, a reward from the freshman competition, from his storage jade pendant. Although he had not yet had the chance to practice sword techniques, the Xian Fire Sword finger was similar to sword techniques in that it could condense sword chi and sword intent. Most importantly, Chu Lingtian had cultivated the Xian Fire Sword finger to completion, having thoroughly comprehended this martial skill. Gripping the Earth Fire Sword, he exerted the full power of the Xian Fire Sword finger, wielding the sword as a finger, unleashing its might. With the enhancement of the Earth Fire Sword, the power of the Xian Fire Sword finger surged several-fold. Sizzle! A razor-sharp red sword chi coalesced instantly, emanating intense heat and fierce sword intent. The temperature on the martial arts platform rose dramatically within moments. Although Chu Lingtian's cultivation was slightly lower than Zhou Rui's, the perfected Xian Fire Sword finger, along with the Earth Fire Sword and the peak body refinement stage physique, amplified the power of the red sword chi, surpassing that of the golden blade. As the two forces collided, Zhou Rui's expression shifted drastically. He strained to activate the golden slash, attempting to enhance the power of the golden blade. Yet, no matter how much he struggled, the outcome had already been determined. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed through the air. The golden sword blade splintered into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness. The crimson sword energy maintained its ferocity, striking fiercely against Zhou Rui's body. Zhou Rui let out a wretched scream, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward, just as he was about to fly off the martial platform. Chu Lingtian suddenly appeared before him, his right hand darting out to seize Zhou Rui's neck, lifting him into the air. Slap! Before Zhou Rui could comprehend the situation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his face. Slap! 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 A series of resounding slaps followed, as Chu Lingtian delivered over a dozen blows, reducing Zhou Rui's mouth to a mangled mess and transforming his face into that of a pig's head before finally relenting. These slaps are for the members of my Lingtian Pavilion. Should there be a next time, the punishment will extend beyond mere slaps. Despite the calmness in Chu Lingtian's tone, the chilling undertone sent shivers down Zhou Rui's spine. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss, he realized that if he dared to oppress the members of Lingtian Pavilion again, his fate would be nothing short of abysmal. With that, Chu Lingtian casually tossed Zhou Rui aside, as one would discard refuse, sending him crashing down from the martial platform. Thud! The sound of Zhou Rui hitting the ground jolted the astonished onlookers awake. The martial hall erupted in an uproar. Am I dreaming? Zhou Rui actually lost to a newcomer. Although Zhou Rui was at the mid-stage of the 6th level of Spirit Master, his combat strength was no less than that of an initial stage Spirit Master at the 7th level. The fact that Chu Lingtian could defeat Zhou Rui indicated that his combat prowess had reached at least the mid-stage of the 7th level. My heavens, is this truly the person favored by the heavens as recorded in ancient texts? Feng Haibo and the members of Lingtian Pavilion stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock. They were aware of Chu Lingtian's strength, but never anticipated him to have ascended to such heights. Zhou Rui was a genius whom the Starry Academy had invested heavily in recruiting early last year. Yet, within just over a month of joining the academy, Chu Lingtian's power had already surpassed Zhou Rui's. One could only wonder how formidable he would become in another year. Coming back to his senses, Feng Haibo excitedly shouted, "The Pavilion Master is mighty." The members of Lingtian Pavilion echoed enthusiastically, "The Pavilion Master is mighty. The Pavilion Master is mighty." Their voices resonated throughout the martial hall. This battle had brought renown to Lingtian Pavilion among the outer sections within the hall. Some senior students began to contemplate whether they should join Lingtian Pavilion. How is this possible? Yi Feiyu clenched his fists, his face contorted in disbelief. Yet the facts were laid bare before him, leaving no room for denial on the martial platform. Chu Lingtian cast his gaze upon Yang Kuan. Speaking from a position of authority, Zhou Rui has lost. According to our agreement, the Faping Gang shall not trouble Lingtian Pavilion any further. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuan's expression darkened. He had believed that sending Zhou Rui would ensure a foolproof victory. Yet he was blindsided by the significant improvement in Chu Lingtian's strength since the last contest just days prior. Not only had he allowed Chu Lingtian to steal the spotlight, but now the Faping Gang could no longer harass Lingtian Pavilion. It was a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Yang Kuan took a deep breath, his resolve crystallizing. He would backtrack. Zhou Rui is merely a small team leader from the Faping Gang. His words carry little weight and do not represent us. Yang Kuan shamelessly declared, the agreement you made with Zhou Rui is one that I, the gang leader, did not consent to. His statement implied that the Faping Gang would continue to seek trouble with Lingtian Pavilion. The spectators erupted in mockery when Zhou Rui and Chu Lingtian established their agreement. Where were your protests? Now that you've lost, you wish to backtrack. Do you still have any shame? It was widely recognized that Yang Kuan's audacity was remarkable. Yet his blatant refusal to honor the agreement was astonishing. The vice leader of the Faping Gang, a powerhouse on the potential dragon ranking, displayed such shamelessness that it was truly eye-opening. Hearing the jeers, Yang Kuan scoffed and swept his gaze around. Those who are unconvinced may challenge me on the martial platform. His words immediately silenced the hall. Yang Kuan was ranked 9th on the potential dragon ranking, his strength formidable. None of the outer sect disciples present could hope to rival him. To challenge him on a martial platform would be akin to courting punishment. Yang Kuan surveyed the crowd, a smug expression gracing his face. Just as he was about to speak further, a crisp, cold voice interrupted. Vice Leader Yang, how grand your authority! What is the merit in bullying newcomers? If you have the capability, why not face me on a martial platform? Who? Yang Kuan's brows furrowed as he turned toward the entrance of the martial hall. There, a graceful figure strode in. She was tall, with fair skin and an exceptionally beautiful face, exuding an ethereal aura that lingered in the memory. Even the resolute Chu Lingtian found himself stealing glances at her. Shangguan Yinran. As Yang Kuan recognized the newcomer, his expression shifted slightly, and he promptly fell silent. Before the other outer sect disciples, he could display overwhelming dominance, but before Shangguan Yinran, he dared not assert himself. For she was the strongest, ranked first on the potential dragon ranking. Why the silence? Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Shangguan Yinran mocked, having just completed her academy task and passing through the martial hall. She had overheard Yang Kuan's shameless remarks, which ignited a wave of disdain within her, compelling her to step in on behalf of the newcomers. This matter does not concern you, Miss Shangguan. It is a grudge between the Faping Gang and Lingtian Pavilion. Yang Kuan's words were abruptly cut off by Shangguan Yinran's interjection that I simply cannot stand by while the Faping Gang bullies newcomers. If the Faping Gang wishes to display its strength and expand its influence, they may come to my Phoenix Gate. My Phoenix Gate will gladly oblige, Shangguan Yinran declared coldly. The Phoenix Gate was a small faction established by Shangguan Yinran, exclusively recruiting female disciples, though small in number. With only over 30 members, each possessed remarkable skills. Among them, 3 were ranked on the potential dragon ranking, wielding significant influence in the outer sect. Yang Kuan's expression soured, as Shangguan Yinran insisted on intervening. The Faping Gang would find it challenging to deal with Chu Lingtian in the future. Just as he pondered how to resolve the situation with Shangguan Yinran, Wang Haichao arrived. Shangguan Yinran, as the top ranked on the potential dragon ranking. Is it fitting for you to bully weaker disciples? Wang Haichao immediately placed the label of bullying upon Shangguan Yinran, portraying the Faping Gang as the aggrieved party. Yang Kuan's face lit up with delight at Wang Haichao's words. Although Shangguan Yinran was powerful, she was still an outer sect disciple. With Wang Haichao backing the Faping Gang, Shangguan Yinran would be compelled to retreat. Elder Wang, if you assert that Shangguan Yinran is bullying the weak, does that not mean Yang Kuan is also bullying newcomers? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air. The crowd turned to see Elder Dong stride into the martial hall. Wang Haichao narrowed his eyes, his tone turning hostile. Elder Dong, are you seeking to defend Chu Lingtian? The events of the newcomer competition had long circulated among the outer sect, and everyone was aware of the animosity between Chu Lingtian and Wang Haichao. Thus, Wang Haichao did not mince words, directly addressing the matter. Indeed, Elder Dong replied straightforwardly, the disputes among outer sect disciples should be resolved among themselves. As elders, it is best we refrain from intervening. What if I insist on intervening? Wang Haichao's voice turned frigid, the might of a great spirit master at the 8th level radiating outwards, enveloping the entire martial hall. Then let us take to the martial platform and settle this ourselves. Elder Dong chuckled coldly, retrieving the Xianbing sword from his storage jade pendant. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the Xianbing sword emanated a chilling aura, causing the temperature in the martial hall to plummet by several degrees. Wang Haichao's pupils constricted slightly as he quickly understood why Elder Dong was coming to Chu Lingtian's aid. His cultivation was only a minor realm above Elder Dong's, and in the past, with the Xianbing sword in hand, he had naturally regarded Elder Dong with disdain. However, the situation had now reversed. Bolstered by the Xianbing sword, Elder Dong's strength had surged, rendering him no weaker than Wang Haichao. If they were to face off on the martial platform, the victor was far from certain. Realizing this, Wang Haichao could only scoff and withdraw his pressure. Since this is a grudge between Lingtian Pavilion and the Faping Gang, why not let each faction send a representative to the martial platform for a duel, determining the outcome through combat? Wang Haichao suggested, you consider this fair, Elder Wang, if Yang Kun were to act shamelessly and take the stage personally. What could Lingtian Pavilion possibly use to defend itself? Elder Dong scoffed, declaring, in my opinion, this matter should end here. The Faping Gang, as per our agreement, shall no longer trouble Lingtian Pavilion. You, surnamed Dong, should be grateful for my leniency. Do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe that possessing the Xianbing sword guarantees your victory over me? Wang Haichao's expression darkened, just as he was about to erupt in anger. Chu Lingtian interjected, I concur with Elder Wang's proposal. Swish. The gazes of the crowd converged instantly upon Chu Lingtian. Master, you cannot agree. Given Yang Kun's shamelessness, he might very well take the stage himself. Below the martial arts platform, Feng Haiba cried out anxiously. Upon hearing Feng Haiba's warning, the onlookers nodded in agreement, having already witnessed Yang Kun's lack of shame. Should Chu Lingtian acquiesce to Wang Haichao's suggestion, it was highly likely that Yang Kun would personally confront him to ensure absolute victory. Chu Lingtian waved his hand, signaling Feng Haiba to remain calm. He turned his attention to Wang Haichao and remarked, let us dispense with any excuses about sending another representative from the Faping Gang to as the head of Lingtian Pavilion. I formally challenge the deputy leader of the Faping Gang, Yang Kun, to a duel scheduled for 2 months hence. The conditions remain unchanged. If I win, the Faping Gang shall not trouble Lingtian Pavilion thereafter. If I lose, Lingtian Pavilion will merge with the Faping Gang. What say you? The crowd gasped in unison upon hearing Chu Lingtian's words, and one had anticipated that he would take the initiative to challenge Yang Kun, the formidable 9th-ranked warrior on the Hidden Dragon list. It is noteworthy that the Hidden Dragon list comprises only 50 positions, while there are thousands of outer disciples. Even the lowest-ranked warrior on the list possesses the cultivation of the late stage of the Spirit Master's 8th realm. In contrast, Yang Kun, being the 9th-ranked warrior, has reached the late stage of the Spirit Master's 9th realm, merely a step away from the Great Spirit Master realm. As for the first-ranked Shangguan Yanran, she has already transcended into the Great Spirit Master realm and could have advanced to the Inner Sect, but she has undertaken a daunting 9th-level Outer Sect task that she has yet to complete, intending to finish it before her promotion. Wang Haichao narrowed his eyes, immediately discerning Chu Lingtian's intention, that he aims to close the gap between himself and Yang Kun within 2 months. But is that feasible? Chu Lingtian's current cultivation is merely at the late stage of the Spirit Master's 5th realm, while Yang Kun has attained the late stage of the Spirit Master's 9th realm. There is a staggering difference of 4 major realms between them. For an ordinary cultivator to bridge such a gap would require at least 2 to 3 years of arduous training. Although Chu Lingtian is favored by destiny, he ultimately lacks a bloodline, rendering his aptitude inferior. Thus, in Wang Haichao's eyes, Chu Lingtian is merely dreaming in broad daylight, since you are so confident in your own abilities. I shall oblige you, Wang Haichao declared with a cold smile. 2 months later, I will move the martial arts platform to the square for all to witness your duel with Yang Kun. With that, Wang Haichao turned and departed from the martial arts hall, a mocking grin upon his face. Chu Lingtian, let you remain the head of the pavilion for another 2 months. After that, all members of Lingtian Pavilion will belong to the Faping Gang. Yang Kuan laughed maniacally before swaggering away from the martial arts hall, accompanied by Yi Feiyu and the members of the Faping Gang. Elder Dong regarded Chu Ling Tian with a sigh, saying, "You are too impulsive, Te-O. Close a gap of 4 major realms in just 2 months is akin to climbing to the heavens." "I have confidence," Chu Ling Tian replied. Hearing this, Elder Dong ceased his commentary and departed. He had fulfilled his promise to Chu Ling Tian. Whether or not Chu Ling Tian could triumph over Yang Kuan in 2 months was no longer his concern. After Elder Dong left, Shangwan Yinran glanced at Chu Ling Tian and encouraged, "Do your best. I look forward to your performance in 2 months." With that, she too exited the martial arts hall. As the onlookers witnessed the conclusion of the spectacle, they began to disperse. Isn't Shangwan a royal surname? Could it be that Shangwan Yinran hails from royalty? Chu Ling Tian turned to Feng Haiba and inquired. Feng Haiba nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is said that she is a collateral descendant of the royal family, possessing an illustrious status and exceptional talent. After last year's new student exchange competition, she joined the Starry Academy as a privileged individual. Within less than a year, she has broken through to the Great Spirit Master realm, claiming the top position on the Outer Sex Hidden Dragon list." Chu Ling Tian nodded slightly at this revelation, but he felt a flicker of admiration for this noble descendant, who harbored righteous intentions. After leaving the martial arts hall, Chu Ling Tian promptly returned to his residence. With only 26 days remaining until the new student exchange competition with Mingyue Academy, he needed to hasten his efforts to enhance his strength. He had promised Li Yanhua and Elder Sun that he would bring glory to the Starry Academy during the competition. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Ling Tian locked the door, focused his mind, and entered the first layer of the pagoda space, immersing himself entirely in his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Fengyun City, at the Chu family's branch, Chu Shan received news from Yi Feiyu and erupted in rage. "Cursing useless! I provided him with so many resources, and not only did he fail to eliminate Chu Ling Tian, but he also allowed Chu Ling Tian to thrive in the Starry Academy. Utterly pathetic." The elder of the Chu family's branch wore a worried expression, saying, "Patriarch, what should we do next? Should we patiently await the duel between Chu Ling Tian and Yang Kuan in 2 months? Who could have anticipated that after being stripped of his bloodline, Chu Ling Tian would receive the favor of heaven and become the fabled favored one recorded in ancient texts? Although Chu Ling Tian lacks a bloodline and cannot ascend to the rank of Spirit King, a great spirit master of the 9th realm is still beyond the capabilities of the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City to contend with. It is important to note that even Chu Shan, the strongest member of the Chu family's branch, has only reached the 2nd realm of the Great Spirit Master. Should Chu Ling Tian be allowed to grow stronger, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chu Shan's expression darkened ominously. Based on Chu Ling Tian's actions, if he were to reach his full potential, he would leave no path for Chu Shan to escape. Therefore, it is imperative to eradicate this threat in its infancy. We cannot place all our hopes on that useless Yi Feiyu. In less than a month, the new student exchange competition between Mingyue Academy and Starry Academy will take place. I intend to have Hao Xian take action." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened. If young Master Xian takes action, success is assured. Hao Xian, mentioned by Chu Shan, is his eldest son, Chu Haoshuan. The Chu family's branch in Fengyun City already had a disciple in the academy before Chu Ling Tian's arrival at the Starry Academy, namely, Chu Haoshuan. Chu Haoshuan's aptitude surpasses that of his younger brother, Chu Haoyan, having awakened a 4th-grade bloodline that he excelled during the academy's assessments and joined Mingyue Academy. Now, Chu Haoshuan has become an inner disciple of Mingyue Academy, enjoying a certain status there. Chu Ling Tian, even if you are favored by heaven, what of it? The head of the family has plenty of ways to dispose of you. A cold glint flickered in Chu Shan's eyes. As time flowed like water, swiftly passing by, Chu Ling Tian had been cultivating the first layer of the pagoda space for over 7 years. Blood Flame Sword Technique. First move, Blood Flame Slash. A thunderous roar suddenly resonated through the space. Boom! Countless fire attribute spiritual energies converged wildly, forming a colossal phantom of a divine sword that slashed down from the sky with terrifying might. As a high-level martial skill of the Xian rank, The Blood Flame Sword technique comprises two moves, Blood Flame Slash and Blood Flame Breakthrough. Once cultivated to the initial stage, one can execute the first move, Blood Flame Slash. Upon reaching the perfected stage, the second move, Blood Flame Breakthrough, can be employed. After over 7 years of arduous training, Chu Ling Tian finally managed to cultivate the Blood Flame Sword technique to its initial stage. As the phantom sword descended, the earth before him was instantly cleaved, leaving a sword mark over 100 meters long. Truly fearsome. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs in the field had already matured and been harvested by Chu Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have felt immense regret. Huff! Chu Ling Tian retracted the earth fire sword, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Looking at the sword mark in the field, he nodded in satisfaction, as expected of a high-level martial skill of the Xian rank. Its power is indeed formidable, while long hours of hard work have not been in vain. This was still the result of him holding back, if he were to unleash his full power. The might of this strike would be even more terrifying. Apart from barely cultivating the Blood Flame Sword technique to an initial level over the past 7 years, Chu Ling Tian has also elevated his alchemical skills to that of a mid-tier second-grade alchemist. Presently, he is capable of concocting not only supreme spirit martial pills, but also medium-grade bone refining pills. With the aid of these spirit martial pills and bone refining pills, Chu Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the 7th heaven of the Spirit Master realm. And he has also attained a minor accomplishment in the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique, making significant progress within that realm. Currently, his physical cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, allowing him to rival a cultivator at the 4th heaven of the Spirit Master realm solely with his physical prowess. As for the explosive martial skill, the Flame Burst Step, he has already perfected it. He is contemplating learning a high-level mysterious movement technique from the exchange hall after the new student competition concludes at present. Even without employing the Blood Flame Sword technique, Chu Ling Tian can contend with cultivators at the 8th heaven of the Spirit Master realm. Should he unleash his full power and utilize the Blood Flame Sword technique, even late-stage 8th heaven cultivators may not prove to be his opponents. With his current strength, he is poised to challenge the Hidden Dragon rankings. Though Chu Ling Tian's training speed appears astonishing, it is, in fact, rather slow. After all, he has been diligently practicing for over 7 years within the first level of the pagoda, aided by an ample supply of spirit martial pills and bone refining pills. It is important to note that the spirit martial pill is a mid-tier second-grade elixir, while the bone refining pill is a high-tier second-grade elixir, both possessing formidable efficacy. The elite outer disciples of the Academy can only receive 3 bottles of first-grade mid-tier Qi gathering pills each month. The quantity of elixirs consumed by Chu Ling Tian in his cultivation surpasses even that of inner disciples. If only I still possessed a bloodline. Even the most inferior first-grade bloodline would significantly enhance my cultivation speed. Chu Ling Tian sighed. Yet to regain a bloodline is no simple task. It would require extraordinary opportunities to achieve. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his emotions, Chu Ling Tian focused his thoughts and exited the first level of the pagoda. Returning to the outside world, this moment. 26 days had passed in the outside world, and today marked the day of the new student exchange competition with the Mingyue Academy. Sect Leader, Elder Zhou requests your presence at the square. It appears the representatives from Mingyue Academy are about to arrive, reported a member of the Lingtian Pavilion as he entered the courtyard. I shall go at once. Chu Ling Tian responded, pushing open the door and leaving the courtyard for the square. The square was now densely packed, with over 90% of the outer elders and disciples gathered to watch the event. After all, the new student exchange competition was a matter of pride for the Xingqian Academy. To accommodate the spectators, a massive arena had been specially erected in the center of the square. At this moment, Zhou Chuan had already brought 4 other new students to the arena. These 4 individuals were Zhao Zihao, Chen Changfeng, Yi Fiyu, and Feng Haiba. Each of them had demonstrated outstanding performances in the new student competition and stood out among this year's newcomers. Notably, Zhao Zihao was a prodigy recruited at great expense by the Xingqian Academy, with the aim of securing a victory for the Academy in the exchange competition. However, Chu Ling Tian's emergence had overshadowed Zhao Zihao. Upon seeing Chu Ling Tian arrive, Zhou Chuan waved him over. Chu Lingtian promptly leaped onto the arena and stood beside Zhou Chuan. "Today, we shall witness your performance," Zhou Chuan declared solemnly. "I assure you, as long as you bring glory to the Xingqian Academy today, I shall reward you with a great opportunity. Rest assured, Elder, I will win the match." Chu Lingtian vowed. Zhao Zihao, overhearing their conversation, was filled with jealousy. This month of grueling training has yielded significant progress. In this new student exchange competition, I will surely surpass Chu Lingtian and reclaim the title of the top genius among the newcomers. Zhao Zihao thought to himself, gritting his teeth. After the new student competition, he had gone into seclusion, dedicating himself to rigorous training until just half an hour ago, thus remaining unaware of Chu Lingtian's victory over Zhou Rui. Had he known, he would have realized how naive his thoughts truly were. After waiting for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, an announcement rang out. "The Mingyue Academy has arrived." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the square, but a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, approached, accompanied by 4 men and 1 woman. This middle-aged man, named Zhang Jinan, was a distinguished elder from the Mingyue Academy. Boasting a cultivation level at the peak of the late stage of the 9th heaven of the Great Spirit Master Realm, his strength comparable to that of Zhou Chuan. Zhang Jinan led the 5 new students from Mingyue Academy onto the arena. Zhou Chuan stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Jinan. "Time flies. It has been several editions of the new student exchange competition," Zhang Jinan remarked with nostalgia. "Indeed," Zhou Chuan nodded. "You and I represented our academies in the new student exchange competition back in the day." Zhang Jinan chuckled lightly. "At that time, the newcomers of Xingqian Academy were quite formidable. We could barely manage to win a match or two. Now, the situation is vastly different. Not only can we not win a match, but we are unlikely even to see the 3rd-ranked newcomer from Mingyue Academy before the competition concludes." Zhang Jinan's words dripped with disdain and contempt, igniting a wave of fury among the gathered outer elders and disciples. Though they were seething with anger, they found themselves unable to voice their frustrations, for Zhang Jinan spoke the undeniable truth. In the past 3 years of new student exchange competitions, Mingyue Academy only needed to send 2 newcomers to defeat all 5 newcomers from Xingqian Academy. Zhou Chuan snorted coldly. "This year, our newcomers from Xingqian Academy will surely win a match." Zhang Jinan retorted dismissively. "Is that so? I have heard that Xingqian Academy has struck a stroke of good fortune this year, admitting a so-called prodigy named Chu Lingtian. However, it is regrettable that he is a talent devoid of a bloodline. Otherwise, he might indeed pose a threat to our newcomers from Mingyue Academy. According to ancient texts, those favored by the heavens possess extraordinary qualifications and astonishing comprehension. However, a talent lacking a bloodline is akin to a genius with physical defects and thus loses much of its fearsome potential." In Zhang Jinan's view, although Chu Lingtian, initially blessed by the heavens, might begin his cultivation at a rapid pace, the absence of a bloodline would increasingly impact his progress as his cultivation grew. Based on the information Zhang Jinan had received 26 days prior, Chu Lingtian's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 5th heaven of the Spirit Master Realm. In his estimation, even if Chu Lingtian had been favored by the heavens, the lack of a bloodline would limit his progress to a maximum of 2 minor realm advancements, reaching the mid-stage of the 6th heaven of the Spirit Master Realm. Within the Xingqian Academy, a cultivation level of the mid-stage 6th heaven of the Spirit Master Realm could easily crush all newcomers. However, within the talent-rich Mingyue Academy, it would not even place him among the top 5. The 5 newcomers brought by Zhang Jinan each possess cultivation levels at least at the mid-stage of the 6th heaven of the Spirit Master Realm, with the strongest among them reaching the mid-stage of the 7th heaven. The formidable strength of these 5 newcomers stemmed from several factors. First, their exceptional innate talents, all having awakened 5th-grade bloodlines, with one even awakening a top-tier 5th-grade bloodline. Second, the rigorous training provided by Mingyue Academy, which, as the 2nd-ranked academy in the Qian Empire, boasted strength and resources surpassing those of Xingqian Academy. And third, each of these 5 newcomers hailed from prestigious and powerful families, each family no less formidable than the 3 major families of Luoyang Prefecture. The newcomer with the top-tier 5th-grade bloodline came from a noble family in the imperial capital, With qualifications, financial backing, and influential backgrounds, these 5 newcomers naturally advanced in their cultivation at an astonishing pace, far exceeding that of ordinary students. Zhou Chuan, his expression grim, declared, "There is no point in further discussion. The truth will be revealed on the competition stage." Zhang Jinan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let the competition commence. Our Mingyue Academy is eagerly awaiting a clean sweep." With that, he turned to the only female newcomer among the 5 from Mingyue Academy and said coldly, "Chun Zihan, should you fail to achieve a clean sweep, prepare to face the consequences upon your return. Elder Zhang, rest assured, I will accomplish this clean sweep within 15 minutes." Chun Zihan proclaimed proudly, entirely dismissing the 5 from Chu Lingtian's side. Zhao Zihao, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "A mere woman dares to boast. Allow me to teach you a lesson." As the words fell, Zhao Zihao strode forward, the first to represent the Starry Academy in battle, after suffering defeat at the hands of Chu Ling Tian in the freshman competition. Zhao Zihao harbored a fierce determination within that he secluded himself for a month of rigorous training, and with the assistance of Wang Haichao's medicinal elixirs, his cultivation surged, breaking through to the initial stage of the 4th tier of Spirit Masters. Not only that, he had perfected the low-level mystic technique, Ice Soul Slash, to its pinnacle, resulting in a dramatic increase in power. Even an average practitioner at the initial stage of the 5th tier of Spirit Masters would find themselves outmatched by him. The first match of the Freshman Exchange Tournament commenced, pitting Chun Zihan of the Mingyue Academy against Zhao Zihao of the Starry Academy. As Zhou Chuan's voice resonated, Zhao Zihao unleashed his full might. The aura of an initial stage 4th tier Spirit Master soaring into the heavens. Ice Soul Slash. Zhao Zihao roared, gripping the Ice Spirit Sword and cleaving downward with all his strength. Surrounding Ice attribute spiritual energy swirled violently, coalescing into a massive ice blade that bore down upon Chun Zihan with a bone-chilling intensity. The onlookers gasped in awe at the might of this strike. So powerful. Even a mid-tier 5th tier Spirit Master might struggle to withstand such an attack. Zhao Zihao was indeed a genius preemptively recruited by the Starry Academy, his talent astonishing. Just a month had passed since the freshman competition, and yet his strength had escalated so dramatically. The female disciple from Mingyue Academy was bound to lose without question. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Chun Zihan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. This level of power is worthy of being called a genius. How laughable. With Zhao Zihao's abilities, he might have barely won a match in last year's Freshman Exchange Tournament. But unfortunately for him, he faced this year's competition, where his opponents were far superior. With a swift motion of her right hand, Chun Zihan conjured a long azure whip. Spirit Snake Whip, she flicked the whip, producing a sharp sonic boom. The azure whip lashed out like a ferocious spirit snake, shattering Zhao Zihao's ice blade effortlessly. Following that, she swung the whip again, striking viciously at Zhao Zihao. Zhao Zihao's countenance changed dramatically as he summoned all his strength to defend. However, the disparity between him and Chun Zihan was insurmountable, and he could not withstand the blow. Zhao Zihao screamed in agony, his body hurtling like a released arrow, crashing violently beyond the arena. The spectators, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in shock, their faces paling. Just moments ago, they had believed Zhao Zihao could win, yet in the blink of an eye, he was sent crashing out of the arena. His chest marred by a gaping wound, gravely injured and in a pitiful state. In stark contrast, his opponent, Chun Zihan, had merely utilized 2 strikes. This was no ordinary defeat. It was a resounding rout. Zhao Zihao and Chun Zihan were on entirely different levels. If even Zhao Zihao could not contend with her, then the likes of Chun Changfeng, Yi Fiyu, and Feng Haiba stood no chance whatsoever. Were they truly to witness the Starry Academy suffer a complete humiliation? If so, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Despair washed over the onlookers. Had Zhao Zihao managed to severely injure Chun Zihan, or at least land a blow, they might have held on to hope for the subsequent matches. But Zhao Zihao had barely lasted 2 exchanges against Chun Zihan, indicating that her strength far surpassed his, likely reaching at least the 6th tier of Spirit Masters, if not higher. Zhou Chuan's expression darkened as he declared. The first match of the exchange tournament goes to Chun Zihan of Mingyue Academy. He turned to Chun Zihan and said, "You may rest for a short while before the second match, or choose to continue with another Mingyue Academy freshman. Against such trash, there's no need for a break. Let us proceed to the second match." Chun Zihan retorted dismissively, "I have already assured Elder Zhang that I will complete a clean sweep within a quarter of an hour." The crowd seethed with indignation at Chun Zihan's arrogant proclamation, their fury boiling over as they yearned to rush onto the stage and teach her a lesson. Yet they could do nothing but place their hopes on the remaining 4 freshmen, praying they could salvage the Starry Academy's honor. Chun Changfeng, don't disgrace the Chun family of Ning'an County. Feng Haiba, if you defeat her, I will immediately withdraw from my faction and join Ling Tian Pavilion. Yi Feiyu, if you win, I will clean all the latrines in the Northwest District for you. Upon hearing the shouts, Yi Feiyu felt no encouragement, only a surge of frustration. He longed to retort, "I already cleaned the latrines this morning, and I want to have to do it again." His penance would conclude with the freshman exchange tournament. Today marked the final day of his punishment. Though the crowd fervently wished for Chun Changfeng, Feng Haibao, and Yi Feiyu to triumph, reality was unforgiving. Even Zhao Zihao, at the initial stage of the 4th tier of Spirit Masters, had been bested in mere 2 exchanges by Chun Zihan. The highest cultivation among the 3 was only mid-stage 3rd tier of Spirit Masters, and they too failed to last even a single exchange before being swept off the stage by Chun Zihan, losing their respective matches. From the moment Zhao Zihao took the stage to when Yi Feiyu was the 4th to be eliminated, only a brief moment had passed. Chun Zihan had already achieved a clean sweep of 4 victories, leaving only Chu Ling Tian as her final opponent. Were they truly to witness this girl achieve a clean sweep? If Chu Ling Tian were to lose, it would not merely be a clean sweep, but a humiliation at the hands of a mere woman, accomplished within a quarter of an hour. Chu Ling Tian, a favored child of destiny with formidable strength, had previously defeated Zhou Rui nearly a month ago, and he held promise in overcoming this girl. Yet it seemed a daunting task, for she had yet to unleash her full power. Her strength undoubtedly surpassed Zhou Rui's. The onlookers sighed in resignation, none harboring faith in Chu Ling Tian's prospects. "I could TS your turn." Chun Zihan's gaze fell upon Chu Ling Tian, her arrogance reaching new heights. Chu Ling Tian stepped forward, the 5th representative of the Starry Academy, to take the stage. "You are Chu Ling Tian, the so-called favored child of destiny?" Chun Zihan inquired, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze. "Indeed." Chu Ling Tian nodded. Chun Zihan narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of icy resolve flashing within. "Since you are a favored child of destiny, your strength must be extraordinary. I shall unleash my full power in the realm of combat. If my strikes are too heavy, do not blame me." Her words dripped with a hidden meaning, and as her voice faded, she channeled her power to its zenith, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak mid-stage 6th tier Spirit Master. Simultaneously, the azure whip in her hand transformed into a verdant green whip, now a mid-tier 2nd grade spiritual weapon. Noticing this, Chu Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Chun Zihan's series of actions felt distinctly unusual, as if there were a personal vendetta between them. The 5th match of the freshman exchange tournament commenced, with Chun Zihan of Mingyue Academy facing Chu Ling Tian of Starry Academy. As Zhou Chuan's announcement echoed, Chun Zihan launched the first strike with ruthless intent. "Spirit Snake Whip," she cried, swinging the verdant green whip with precision, aiming at Chu Ling Tian's dantian from a treacherous angle. Should this strike connect, it could severely injure him, potentially crippling his foundation. What a vicious attack! Chu Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he executed the explosive flame step, narrowly evading the incoming whip. "Thinking you can dodge? How naive!" Chun Zihan scoffed, her right arm whipping back and forth as the green whip, resembling a true spirit snake, relentlessly pursued Chu Ling Tian, maintaining its focus on his dantian. It became evident to Chu Ling Tian. He mused silently, realizing that his evasive maneuvers were intended to discern whether Chun Zihan's targeting of his dantian was accidental or deliberate. The evidence showed it was intentional. She truly aimed to cripple him. Chu Ling Tian concluded that this was his first encounter with Chun Zihan. They had never crossed paths before, let alone held any animosity. Her immediate aggression towards him suggested ulterior motives at play. His thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced that it was likely the machinations of Chu Haoxuan behind this. Only someone with influence over the Mingyue Academy's freshmen, and who bore a grudge against him, could orchestrate such a scheme. Only Chu Haoxuan. Chu Lingtian's suspicions were not unfounded. The mastermind behind Chen Zihan's actions was indeed Chu Haoxian. Upon receiving a message from his father, Chu Haoxian immediately leveraged his connections to locate Chen Zihan, instructing her to target Chu Lingtian during the freshman exchange competition, an inner disciple of the Mingyue Academy. Chu Haoxian already held a certain status within the institution. Furthermore, after Chu Shan employed a sinister secret technique to extract the spirit flame bloodline from Chu Lingtian and offered it to the main family, Chu Haoxian garnered the appreciation of the main family and has since distanced himself from the branch family of the Chu clan in Fengyan City, becoming a member of the main family. It is worth noting that the Chu family is the foremost among the three great families of Luoyuan County, possessing extraordinary power. The young master, Chu Yunxiao, having inherited the 7-rank bloodline of the Flame Flood Dragon, became one of the top 10 true disciples of the Ryu Academy and the strongest contender for the position of chief disciple. This has further elevated the influence of the Chu family, surpassing that of ordinary aristocratic families in the imperial capital as a member of the main family. Chu Haoxian's standing in Mingyue Academy has also risen considerably. Although Chen Zihan's family is not weak, she still feels compelled to show deference to the flourishing Chu family. Moreover, Chu Haoxian promised her a substantial reward upon successful completion of the task, prompting Chen Zihan to agree. Thus, during the competition, she aimed to eliminate Chu Lingtian. Having deduced the identity of the puppet master, Chu Lingtian ceased his evasion. He turned around and extended his right hand, reaching for the incoming whip. Seeking death, Chen Zihan scoffed, her face betraying a hint of disdain. She believed that he thought he could withstand her spirit serpent whip with nothing but his bare hand, as if he were a mid-stage body refinement practitioner. Yet in the next moment, her sneer froze on her lips, for not only did Chu Lingtian grasp her whip, but he also emerged unscathed. How could this be? Chen Zihan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could react, she felt a tremendous force surging towards her. Chu Lingtian exerted power through his right arm, yanking on the whip with such force that Chen Zihan was pulled toward him like a cannonball. Realizing she was being drawn closer to Chu Lingtian, panic set in as she desperately swung her emerald green whip, unleashing her most formidable technique, the Spirit Serpent Dance, under Chen Zihan's full exertion. The emerald green whip transformed into numerous whip shadows, resembling the tails of several stout serpents, striking wildly towards Chu Lingtian. The Spirit Serpent Dance is a low-grade, profound technique, and Chen Zihan had mastered it to a significant extent, capable of severely injuring practitioners of the same rank. Unfortunately for her, her opponent was Chu Lingtian. Her strongest attack fell to him like mere tickling, posing no threat whatsoever. In fact, Chu Lingtian didn't even need to exert half of his strength to deal with her. Fire Cloud Palm. Chu Lingtian brought his right hand together, summoning a fearsome and colossal palm imprint that instantly shattered all the whip shadows. Chen Zihan screamed, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently beyond the arena. Upon closer inspection, her chest was deeply concaved, not only breaking several ribs, but also injuring her internal organs. She would require at least 2 to 3 months of recuperation before she could stand again. Chen Zihan had intended to eliminate Chu Lingtian with her ruthless attack, and naturally, he would not show her any mercy in return. The fact that he did not incapacitate her on the spot was already a concession to Mingyue Academy. The onlookers, witnessing the bloodied and pitiful figure of Chen Zihan, were filled with disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously, suspecting they were seeing things that it's true. The one who was knocked off the stage is indeed Chen Zihan. The victor of this match is Chu Lingtian, an elder student exclaimed excitedly. His words ignited the crowd. I knew Chu Lingtian would defeat Chen Zihan. He truly is favored by the heavens. Showcasing formidable strength, we have finally secured a victory in this freshman exchange competition after nearly 4 years. On the stage, Zhou Chuan wore a delighted smile. Chu Ling Tian had indeed lived up to his expectations, bringing glory to the Xingqian Academy. Chen Jian shot a cold glance at Zhou Chuan, saying, "Elder Zhou, don't celebrate too early. Chen Zihan is merely the weakest among the 5 newcomers from our Mingyue Academy. Chu Ling Tian might have won this match by chance, but he will not win a second." Zhou Chuan chuckled, dismissing Chen Jian and S provocation. In his view, Chu Ling Tian's success in securing one victory was sufficient to uphold the dignity of Xingqian Academy. He had not even considered the possibility of winning 2 matches. Zhou Chuan looked at Chu Ling Tian and said, "You may rest for a short incense stick's duration before proceeding to the second match, or choose to withdraw and conclude this freshman exchange competition." Chu Ling Tian glanced down at Chen Zihan and echoed her earlier arrogant remarks. "Against such trash, there is no need for a break. Let us commence the second match directly. I shall complete a string of 5 within 15 minutes. The spectators were taken aback. No one had anticipated that Chu Ling Tian would be so audacious, not only aiming for a string of 5, but also insisting on completing it within a mere quarter of an hour. The other 4 newcomers from Mingyue Academy were enraged upon hearing his words. Seeking death, this arrogant brat. He thinks he is invincible just because he won by chance against Chen Zihan. When I take the stage, I will surely break your legs and force you to kneel in repentance. I, Zhao Chuang, will be the second to fight. I hope your strength is as formidable as your boast." Zhou Chuan was also somewhat astonished. Although he felt that Chu Ling Tian was merely posturing, he found his declaration incredibly gratifying. Ahem. Zhou Chuan cleared his throat and announced, "We invite the second newcomer from Mingyue Academy to take the stage." A burly man wielding a broadsword stepped forward, his face etched with a fierce demeanor. This man, named Zhao Chuang, had reached the late stage of the Spirit Master 6th layer, boasting greater strength than Chen Zihan, but he swung his broadsword menacingly at Chu Ling Tian, declaring, "Kid, within 3 exchanges, you will definitely fall off the stage." A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Ling Tian's mouth as he raised a finger and calmly declared, "Against you. 1 move is all that is required." Zhao Chuang's eyes flared with rage, feeling the deep-seated contempt in Chu Ling Tian's words. Chu Ling Tian truly did not regard him as a worthy opponent. The 6th match of the freshman exchange competition, Zhao Chuang from Mingyue Academy versus Chu Ling Tian from Xingqian Academy. The duel officially begins, Zhou Chuan announced. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Chuang unleashed his full strength, aiming to teach Chu Ling Tian a severe lesson. Sky Rift Blade. A gigantic wind blade sliced through the air, emanating a terrifying blade intent. Chu Ling Tian did not even glance at the wind blade. Instead, he brought his right hand together, casually sweeping it before him. Mystic Firesword Finger. A crimson sword aura coalesced instantly, shattering the massive wind blade with an unstoppable force, and without losing momentum, it directly struck Zhao Chuang. Puffed. Zhao Chuang spat out a fountain of blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground outside the arena. Unconscious, the onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment at Zhao Chuang, who had been knocked off the stage. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, they could accept that Chu Ling Tian had defeated Zhao Chuang, but they could not fathom that he had done so with a single move. Moments later, the square erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Point 1 move. Chu Ling Tian defeated Zhao Chuang, who was at the late stage of the Spirit Master 6th layer, with just 1 move. My heavens. Is this the power of someone favored by the heavens? Could it be that Chu Ling Tian was not merely bluffing? He truly intends to complete a string of 5. Zhou Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile stretched from ear to ear. Our Xingqian Academy has struck gold this time. As a peak practitioner at the 9th layer of the Great Spirit Master, his discerning eye quickly recognized that Chu Ling Tian had not exerted his full strength. Zhao Chuang's cultivation was at the late stage of the Spirit Master 6th layer. The fact that Chu Ling Tian could defeat him in 1 move without using his full power indicated that his strength was far superior. Likely at least at the early stage of the Spirit Master 7th layer, if not the mid-stage. According to Zhou Chuan's estimations, while Chu Ling Tian might not be able to complete a string of 5. However, a string of 4 victories is undoubtedly a matter of certainty. As he had anticipated, Chu Ling Tian did not take a break. He engaged in 2 consecutive battles. effortlessly defeating the third and fourth new students sent by the Mingyue Academy with a single strike each. Claiming victory in both contests at this moment, the onlookers were all aflame with excitement. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Chu Lingtian had successively triumphed over 4 new students from the Mingyue Academy, achieving a remarkable string of 4. This was indeed a string of 4. Since the inception of a new student exchange competition between the Xingchen Academy and the Mingyue Academy, Xingchen Academy had never won more than 3 matches. Especially in the past 3 years, they had not only failed to win a single match, but had not even laid eyes on the third new student from the Mingyue Academy. Yet today, Chu Lingtian made history. He accomplished a string of 4, setting a new record for Xingchen Academy in the new student exchange competition. A string of 5. A string of 5. A string of 5. The outer disciples and even the elders could not restrain themselves from shouting, eagerly anticipating that Chu Lingtian might achieve further glory. Zhang Jinan, hearing the crowd's cheers, turned pale and shouted at the last new student from Mingyue Academy. Wu Jianfeng, unleash all your strength and crush Chu Lingtian with the utmost speed. Show them what true talent looks like. Yes, a young man, armed with a long sword and bearing a sharp gaze, stepped forward to face Chu Lingtian. This individual was named Wu Jianfeng, hailing from a prestigious family in the imperial capital, possessing a top-tier 5th-grade bloodline known as the Thunderstorm bloodline, with extraordinary aptitude. The long sword he carried was named the Thunderstorm Sword, a 2nd-grade high-tier spiritual weapon. Although his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 7th-level Spirit Master, his combat prowess was hardly inferior to that of an early-stage 8th-level Spirit Master. The 10th match of the new student exchange competition, Wu Jianfeng from Mingyue Academy versus Chu Lingtian from Xingchen Academy. The duel begins, announced Zhou Chuan. That Wu Jianfeng did not rush to attack. Instead, he gazed at Chu Lingtian with an air of arrogance and said, "If your strength is merely what you've displayed in the first 4 battles, you may as well concede, lest you find yourself severely injured by my hand. Bedridden for 3 to 5 months." Chu Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "The strength of your fellow disciples is simply too weak. The first 4 battles only showcased 60% of my true capability." What Chu Lingtian spoke was the unembellished truth, devoid of exaggeration. However, to Wu Jianfeng, it sounded exceedingly arrogant. "You are brazen. I've already given you the opportunity to concede, but since you do not cherish it, do not blame me for being merciless." As his voice fell, Wu Jianfeng drew the Thunderstorm sword from his back and slashed downwards towards Chu Lingtian. Thunderstorm slash. The Thunderstorm sword unleashed a razor-sharp blade of lightning, radiating a terrifying aura as it struck towards Chu Lingtian. Though Wu Jianfeng did not employ his full strength, even a mid-stage 7th-level Spirit Master would find it challenging to withstand such an attack. In his view, it was more than sufficient to deal with Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian looked at the descending blade of lightning, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He clenched his right fist, channeling a tremendous force, and struck forward with a resounding blow. Bang! The seemingly formidable lightning blade was instantly shattered by Chu Lingtian's fist. Is that all? Chu Lingtian appeared utterly at ease. Qi and body dual cultivation. Wu Jianfeng felt the pressure emanating from Chu Lingtian, his pupils narrowing slightly. Although Chu Lingtian's punch had not employed any martial techniques, it had unleashed his full power, revealing the peak cultivation of a late-stage 7th-level Spirit Master, along with the physical prowess of a mid-stage body refinement practitioner. The combination of both allowed him to shatter the lightning blade with a single punch. The onlookers stared at Chu Lingtian in disbelief, their faces painted with shock, although they had tried to estimate Chu Lingtian's strength as high as possible. They had still underestimated him. That was the pinnacle of a late-stage 7th-level Spirit Master. Many elite outer disciples who had joined the academy for 2 or 3 years had not even reached that level. Not to mention, Chu Lingtian had also attained the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. This indicated that Chu Lingtian had cultivated the Xian-tier intermediate technique, Dragon Flame Art, to the level of minor accomplishment. It had only been a month since he acquired the Dragon Flame Art. A single thought surged through the minds of the crowd. No wonder he is favored by the heavens. What the crowd did not know was that, firstly, Chu Lingtian was not truly favored by the heavens. Secondly, even if he were, he would not be so extraordinarily gifted. Well done, Chu Lingtian, Zhou Chuan shouted with excitement. He had initially thought that a string of 4 would be Chu Lingtian's limit, yet he never imagined that his strength had ascended to such heights. Perhaps Chu Lingtian could indeed achieve the remarkable feat of a string of 5. Wu Jianfeng took a deep breath, casting aside his previous disdain that he spoke earnestly to Chu Lingtian. I underestimated you just now. You have earned the right for me to go all out. With that, he stomped his right foot down, akin to a raging thunder, launching himself towards Chu Lingtian with incredible speed. Simultaneously, he wielded the thunderstorm sword, unleashing a flurry of lightning blades in rapid succession. Come at me, Chu Lingtian shouted, wielding the earth fire sword and employing the explosive flame step to engage in battle with Wu Jianfeng. Clang, 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 the sound of intense metal clashes echoed as sparks flew. Both of them had perfected a low-tier, Xian-level movement technique, allowing them to move at astonishing speeds. Among the new students who had joined Xingchen Academy this year, only a few could clearly see the movements of Lingtian and Wu Jianfeng. Others found it difficult to even catch a glimpse of their figures. Truly, people surpass each other. Goods surpass goods, one new student lamented. Having only joined the academy for 2 months, our leader has already left us far behind. Another new student remarked, the leader is favored by the heavens. With astonishing comprehension. Moreover, the stronger the leader, the stronger the Lingtian Pavilion, and the greater the benefits we members will receive. Their conversation reached the ears of the surrounding senior students, stirring the desire among many to join Lingtian Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingtian and Wu Jianfeng had exchanged several rounds of blows that it must be said that as the foremost new student of Mingyue Academy, Wu Jianfeng indeed possessed remarkable skills. Although his cultivation was inferior to Chu Lingtian's, his swordsmanship was superb, and combined with the advantage of his thunderstorm sword, he fought evenly with Chu Lingtian. Of course, Chu Lingtian maintained the upper hand throughout. Bang! A muffled sound resonated. Wu Jianfeng was struck by Chu Lingtian's palm and swiftly retreated. He cast a sidelong glance at the imprint on his chest, exhaling a breath of foul air. The recent battle had made him realize that his strength was no match for Chu Lingtian's. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. That I never expected to be forced to such a point. Chu Lingtian, you have the ability to compel me to use my trump card. You may take pride in that. Wu Jianfeng grasped the blade of the thunderstorm sword with his right hand, slicing into his palm, blood gushing forth from the wound. He drove the thunderstorm sword into the ground, then swiftly smeared his hands with blood, forming intricate hand seals. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jianfeng completed dozens of seals. At the moment the final seal was formed, a blood-red mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. Blood Fury Technique, Wu Jianfeng roared, his aura surging explosively several-fold. His cultivation soared directly from mid-stage 7th-level Spirit Master to mid-stage 8th-level Spirit Master, a full realm enhancement. Secret Technique. Zhou Chuan's expression changed dramatically at this sight. Any secret technique is immensely valuable. Even the most ordinary secret techniques are worth more than intermediate Xian-tier techniques. Ordinary families and factions cannot even access secret techniques. That Wu Jianfeng had mastered a secret technique named Blood Fury Technique, owing to his background in an imperial capital aristocratic family. This technique functions similarly to a blood-burning pill, allowing the user to instantly elevate their cultivation and combat power. However, unlike the blood-burning pill, which is only effective for spirit masters below the 5th level, the Blood Fury Technique remains effective even at higher levels. Moreover, in fair and open duels, the use of pills like the blood-burning pill is prohibited. In contrast, the Blood Fury Technique is a secret technique, a manifestation of the practitioner's strength, and is permitted during duels. However, this secret technique has its drawbacks. First, it is time-limited, and second, once it expires, the user suffers backlash, which can result in anything from fatigue to severe injury. The ultimate victory in this match will undoubtedly belong to me. Wu Jianfeng locked his gaze on Chu Lingtian, brandishing the thunderstorm sword to unleash his most powerful strike. Thunderstorm slash, boom. The surrounding thunderous spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by a lethal force. Gathering frantically in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a gigantic thunderblade, hovering above Wu Jianfeng's head. Emanating a terrifying aura of thunder and sword intent, its power magnified several-fold compared to before. With a decisive slash, Wu Jianfeng swung the thunder sword, directing the colossal thunderblade towards Chu Lingtian. The onlookers felt the might of the thunderblade, their faces paling in unison. It was over. Chu Lingtian was bound to lose. This strike was insurmountable, even for a mid-stage cultivator of the 8th realm of spiritual masters. What's more, it was far beyond Chu Lingtian's capabilities. The notion of string of 5 was merely an illusion, an unattainable dream that Yifu venomously thought to himself. This strike should cleave Chu Lingtian to death. Even if it doesn't kill him, inflicting severe injuries would suffice. Alas, such delightful imaginings were met with the harshness of reality. Facing the descending colossal thunderblade, Chu Lingtian exhibited no trace of fear. Apologies, but I too possess a trump card. With both hands gripping the earth fire sword, he raised it above his head and, with a fierce swing, brought it down. The first form of the blood flame sword technique. Blood flame slash. In that instant, Chu Lingtian's aura surged to its zenith. The pinnacle of the late 7th realm of spiritual masters, combined with the mid-stage physical body realm, unleashed a torrent of overwhelming spiritual power into the earth fire sword. Boom! Countless fire attribute spiritual energies converged wildly, instantly transforming into a magnificent fiery, divine sword apparition, standing suspended in the air. The might emanating from the thunderblade paled in comparison to the fiery, divine sword apparition. In the next moment, the fiery divine sword apparition clashed with the gigantic thunderblade in mid-air. The terrifying shockwave of energy swept out like a hurricane. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. To them, this was no longer a mere contest between newcomers. Even the battle of the strongest at the tail end of the outer gate's potential dragon ranking would reach such a level. As all eyes remained fixated, the fiery divine sword apparition and the colossal thunderblade remained locked in a stalemate, seemingly equal in power. However, as time elapsed, cracks began to appear on the gigantic thunderblade, its momentum waning. Moments later, with a resounding crack, the colossal thunderblade could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered explosively. Wu Jianfeng let out a tortured scream. His body struck hard, crashing outside the arena. Utterly depleted of energy, victory. Chu Lingtian triumphed. Our Starry Academy has won. Not only did we win, but we also achieved a string of 5, and all within a quarter of an hour. The Lord is magnificent. The onlookers erupted with excitement, leaping in jubilation, their cheers echoing like a tsunami. It was no wonder they lost composure. The elation was simply overwhelming. Chu Lingtian had truly accomplished a string of 5. And all within a mere quarter of an hour. Even with the use of secret methods, and being from an imperial family with a top-tier 5th-grade bloodline, Wu Jianfeng was still no match for Chu Lingtian. Well done. Zhou Chuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chu Lingtian had brought immense glory to the Starry Academy. The outcome far exceeded his expectations. He recalled how last year, Zhang Jianan had boasted arrogantly, vowing to achieve a string of 5 in this year's newcomer exchange competition. In the end, he did achieve a string of 5. However, it was the newcomers from the Starry Academy who outperformed those from the Mingyue Academy. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianan's expression stood in stark contrast to Zhou Chuan's. Looking as grim as could be, he could never have imagined that Chu Lingtian's strength would be so formidable. Was this truly a person favored by the heavens? Devoid of any bloodline. Such a prodigy, why would he join the Starry Academy, which was at the bottom among the 3 major academies? That way Xin Feng, how did he manage admissions? Why did he not recruit such a talent for my Mingyue Academy? Zhang Jianan seethed internally, vowing to exact heavy punishment upon him once he returned. Inside the Mingyue Academy, the outer gate elder Xin Feng, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill run through him. Zhou Chuan glanced at the ashen-faced Zhang Jianan and announced loudly, "The current newcomer exchange competition has officially concluded, with the victorious party being the Starry Academy." The cheers from the square, which had begun to subside, erupted once more into deafening applause following Zhou Chuan's declaration. Zhang Jinan took a deep breath and coldly addressed Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan, this time, my Mingwei Academy has suffered. But do not rejoice too soon. This is merely a newcomer exchange competition, just an appetizer. The Triennial Academy Grand Competition is fast approaching that I hope that when the time comes, you will still be able to laugh, as you do now. Upon seeing the results of your Starry Academy. With that, Zhang Jinan swiftly departed with the battered Wu, Jianfeng, and Zhao Chuang, eager to leave the Starry Academy behind without delay. Watching Zhang Jinan and his group retreat, Zhou Chuan sighed softly. Zhang Jinan was correct. Compared to the Triennial Academy Grand Competition, the Newcomer Exchange was merely a prelude. The so-called Academy Grand Competition refers to the grand contest jointly hosted by the three major academies, which not only includes the Starry Academy and the Mingwei Academy, but also the formidable Day Academy. In past Academy Grand Competitions, the Starry Academy's results have been dismal, utterly crushed by the Mingwei Academy and the Day Academy. One could only hope that this time, the Starry Academy would achieve commendable results. Zhou Chuan glanced at Chu Lingtian and then at Shangwan Yanran among the crowd, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. The newcomer exchange competition was pivotal for the Starry Academy's reputation, and Shangwan Yanran, as the top of the potential dragon ranking, would undoubtedly not miss the opportunity. Chu Lingtian truly lived up to the descriptions of a heaven-favored individual recorded in ancient texts. His comprehension indeed astonishing that in just 2 months since joining the academy, he had not only cultivated the dragon flame technique to a small success, but also advanced the advanced martial skill, blood flame sword technique, to an initial stage. Truly an extraordinary feat. Beside Shangwan Yanran stood 3 other girls, one of whom, with pigtails, remarked, "I didn't expect there to be another prodigy in the outer gate aside from the Lord." Another girl shook her head in disbelief. The last girl lamented, "Compared to Chu Lingtian and the Lord, our cultivation speed feels like that of a snail." The Lord they referred to as Shangwan Yanran. The 3 girls beside her were all members of the Phoenix sect, each having ascended the potential dragon ranking, showcasing remarkable prowess. The girl with pigtails suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "Lord, regarding the level 9 outer gate task you accepted, wasn't he in need of an assistant skilled in fire attribute martial techniques?" Chu Lingtian would be a perfect fit. The other 2 girls nodded in agreement. They had all accompanied Shangwan Yanran in challenging that level 9 outer gate task and were well aware of its daunting difficulty. Shangwan Yanran glanced at Chu Lingtian on the arena and gently shook her head. Chu Lingtian's current strength is only comparable to the strongest at the tail end of the potential dragon ranking. It isn't sufficient to assist me in completing that level 9 outer gate task. He must possess at least a strength ranking within the top 10 of the potential dragon ranking. The girl with pigtails pondered for a moment and cheerfully suggested, "Then let us wait and see." Chu Lingtian's duel with Yang Kuan is just a month away. If he can defeat Yang Kuan, he will qualify to assist the Lord in completing the task. Shangwan Yanran nodded in agreement, increasingly looking forward to the upcoming duel in a month. In the square, all the outer gate elders and disciples wore joyous smiles, except for 2 individuals, Wang Haichao and Yang Kuan. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of concern in the other's eyes. They had initially believed that even if Chu Lingtian was favored by the heavens, the absence of a bloodline would prevent him from breaking through 4 major realms in just 2 months. However, now Chu Lingtian had reached the pinnacle of the late 7th realm of spiritual masters, just 2 major realms below Yang Kuan. With a month remaining until the duel, it was indeed possible for Chu Lingtian to catch up to Yang Kuan. To ensure absolute certainty, they must find a way to elevate Yang Kuan's strength. Wang Haichao thought coldly. He shot a venomous glare at Chu Lingtian before turning and leaving with Yang Kuan. With the conclusion of a newcomer exchange competition, the crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Zhou Chuan encouraged Zhao, Zaheo, Chun Chongfeng, and the others not to be discouraged and to continue their diligent cultivation, gifting each of them a vial of healing elixir and 2 vials of spirit martial elixirs as rewards for participating in the newcomer exchange competition. Then, Zhou Chuan turned his gaze toward Chu Lingtian. "You may return for now. Shortly, this elder will bring great fortune and come to your residence to find you." Qin Chongfeng and Feng Haiba looked at Chu Lingtian with envious expressions that he deemed a great opportunity by Zhou Chuan. A peak master at the late stage of the 9th level of spiritual mastery surely indicated an extraordinary fortune that, in stark contrast, Zhao Zihao and Yi Feiyu wore grim faces. The more opportunities Chu Lingtian seized, the stronger he became, rendering their hopes for revenge increasingly bleak. Indeed, Chu Lingtian clasped his fists and departed the square, heading back to his private residence. Half an hour later, Zhou Chuan and an elder with a restrained aura arrived at Chu Lingtian's abode. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Zhou Chuan bore a three-part resemblance to the elder. "This is my father, the Grand Elder of the Academy, Zhou Hong," Zhou Chuan introduced to these words. Chu Lingtian's expression shifted with surprise, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Elder within the Academy. Neither the outer nor the inner elders were ranked. Only the 10 Grand Elders had the privilege of being ranked. The Grand Elder held the highest position among them, second only to the Academy Master, wielding great authority. Moreover, as the Grand Elder of the Star Academy, Zhou Hong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of spiritual mastery. In the entire Qian Empire, he was regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. "This is the person you have chosen." Zhou Hong cast a glance at Chu Lingtian before turning his attention back to Zhou Chuan. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Chu Lingtian felt as if he had been thoroughly scrutinized. His strength is quite commendable, possessing the cultivation of the late stage of the 7th level of spiritual mastery and a mid-stage physical body realm. However, he lacks a bloodline, which severely limits his potential, Zhou Hong remarked indifferently. Chu Lingtian had initially awakened a 5th-grade bloodline, the Spirit Flame bloodline, but it had been maliciously seized by the Chu family. Although he lost his bloodline, he gained fortune from misfortune, becoming a favored individual of the heavens, as Zhou Chuan explained. During the recently concluded freshman exchange competition, Chu Lingtian single-handedly defeated 5 freshmen from the Mingyue Academy within a mere quarter of an hour, achieving a remarkable string of victories that brought great honor to our Star Academy. Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow, casting a look of approval toward Chu Lingtian. Zhou Chuan continued. "If Chu Lingtian is fortunate enough to obtain the Tsangyan order and enter the Tsangyan cave, awakening his bloodline once more, then with his status as a favored one, his future will undoubtedly be limitless." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhou Hong's eyes. Zhou Chuan was correct. Given Chu Lingtian's pace of cultivation, if he were to regain a bloodline, his prospects would indeed shine bright. With this thought in mind, Zhou Hong turned his gaze back to Chu Lingtian, stating coldly, "If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall grant you an opportunity." Before Chu Lingtian could inquire further, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhou Hong's being, bearing down on Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian quickly summoned all his strength to resist. As a powerhouse at the late stage of the 9th level of spiritual mastery, Zhou Hong's full pressure would be insurmountable for Chu Lingtian. Thus he merely controlled the pressure within the limits Chu Lingtian could bear. This test was not merely about strength, but rather a trial of willpower. Drip, drip, drip. Sweat trickled down Chu Lingtian's face, making him feel as though he were carrying a mountain on his back. Although the experience was excruciating, Chu Lingtian's gaze remained resolute, his posture as upright as a pine tree, devoid of any hint of yielding. Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, although this youth is merely 16 years of age, his willpower is remarkably steadfast, far surpassing that of his peers. Unbeknownst to Zhou Hong, although Chu Lingtian was indeed only 16, he had endured 20 years of arduous training within the first layer of the Chaos Tower since its acquisition. Thus, his psychological age had already surpassed 36. The duration of a stick of incense passed swiftly. Despite being drenched in sweat, Chu Lingtian maintained his upright stance, showing no signs of bending. Zhou Hong scrutinized Chu Lingtian deeply, choosing not to retract his pressure, wishing to ascertain the limits of Chu Lingtian's endurance. 1 stick of incense, 1.5, 2, 2.5. In the blink of an eye, 5 sticks of incense had elapsed. Chu Lingtian's vision began to blur, his lips turned pale, and he found himself on the brink of severe dehydration. Yet he persevered, his body unwavering. Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction, retracting his oppressive aura. "You have passed the assessment." Gasping for breath, Chu Lingtian took a moment to recover, his complexion gradually returning to normal. "Father, now that Chu Lingtian has passed your assessment, can he represent our Zhou family in battle?" Zhou Chuan inquired. "Certainly." Zhou Hong nodded, stating, "If others from the Zhou family ask, simply say that Chu Lingtian is my named disciple." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his father would hold Chu Lingtian in such high regard. Originally, he had planned to take Chu Lingtian as his own disciple, but now, Chu Lingtian was recognized as his father's named disciple, placing them on equal footing. Regaining his composure, Zhou Chuan called out to the bewildered Chu Lingtian, "Why are you dazed? Hurry and kneel to pay your respects to your master." Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's prompt, Chu Lingtian quickly came to his senses, dropping to his knees before Zhou Hong, bowing his head and exclaiming, "Disciple Chu Lingtian pays respects to master." Zhou Hong was the Grand Elder of the Star Academy, a formidable powerhouse at the late stage of the 9th level of spiritual mastery, with immense authority that rendered him a significant figure throughout the Qian Empire. To be able to take Zhou Hong as a master was a dream come true for countless young talents. The fact that Zhou Hong took the initiative to accept Chu Lingtian as a named disciple was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Naturally, Chu Lingtian would not let this opportunity slip away. Zhou Hong nodded and waved a gentle surge of spiritual energy, lifting Chu Lingtian back to his feet. "Hand me your identity token," Zhou Hong instructed. Chu Lingtian promptly retrieved his identity token from his storage jade pendant and respectfully presented it to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong produced his own elder's token and transferred 10,000 academic credits into Chu Lingtian's identity token, stating, "This 10,000 credits shall serve as a welcoming gift from your master." Chu Lingtian quickly clasped his fists. "Thank you, master. If you can obtain the Sangyan order and enter the Sangyan cave, awakening your bloodline anew, I shall officially accept you as a disciple and bestow upon you another significant gift," Zhou Hong said. He patted Chu Lingtian's shoulder, encouraging him. "Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint your master. Should you encounter any troubles in the outer sect, you may always seek assistance from your senior brother Zhou Chuan." "Yes," Chu Lingtian affirmed. Hearing this, Zhou Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Having transitioned from being just Zhou Hong's disciple to now being addressed as senior brother Zhou Chuan by Chu Lingtian was a significant change. However, this was to be expected. In the realm of cultivation, the worthy become the masters, regardless of age. Let alone that Chu Lingtian had just taken his father as a master. Should the day come when Chu Lingtian's cultivation far surpass his own, it would be entirely normal for him to bow respectfully to Chu Lingtian and address him as senior. "The remaining matter shall be for you to explain to Lingtian," Zhou Hong said, directing his gaze at Zhou Chuan. With that, he turned and departed the private residence. As the Grand Elder of the Star Academy, he had numerous matters to attend to and was exceedingly busy. Had Zhou Chuan not sought him out today, he would not have wasted his time in the outer sect. Once Zhou Hong departed, Chu Lingtian clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for granting me this tremendous opportunity." Zhou Chuan quickly helped Chu Lingtian to his feet, waving his hand dismissively. "Your ability to become my father's disciple is your own merit, having nothing to do with me." Zhou Hong's decision to accept Chu Lingtian as a named disciple was not due to Zhou Chuan's recommendation, but rather stemmed from his recognition of Chu Lingtian's indomitable willpower. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns, becoming increasingly arduous as one progresses. While talent and aptitude are indeed significant, willpower holds even greater importance. Only with a powerful will can one overcome numerous hardships, advancing further along the path of cultivation and ultimately becoming a formidable force. Zhou Chuan continued, "The great opportunity one mentioned to you is not merely about becoming a disciple, but rather the Sangyan order." The Sangyan order? A hint of confusion flickered in Chu Lingtian's eyes. He had overheard Zhou Hong and Zhou Chuan mention the Sangyan order and the Sangyan cave, yet he lacked a clear understanding of them. Zhou Chuan smiled slightly, explaining, "Within the Qian Empire, there are 3 significant opportunities, and the Sangyan Cave is one of them. This cave was left behind a century ago by the renowned powerhouse of the empire, the Sangyan Medicine Sovereign." The Sangyan Medicine Sovereign. Upon hearing the words, Chu Lingtian's pupils slightly constricted. To be deemed worthy of the title of medicine sovereign, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the first layer of the spirit sovereign realm. In addition to being a formidable fifth-rank alchemist, the next moment, Zhou Chuan confirmed Chu Ling Tian's conjecture. That Song Yin medicine sovereign was indeed a fifth-rank high-level alchemist, his cultivation having reached the fourth layer of the spirit sovereign realm. His alchemical skills were renowned not only within the Song Yin Empire, but also across the neighboring four nations. The Song Yin cave, which he left behind, served not only as his sanctuary for cultivation, but also as his final resting place. Within the cave, in addition to precious cultivation techniques, martial arts, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs, the most invaluable treasure was the legacy of the Song Yin medicine sovereign. Chu Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The inheritance left by a fifth-rank alchemist at the spirit sovereign level would undoubtedly be of utmost value. Even the top powers of the Qian Empire would be tempted by it. Before his demise, the Song Yin medicine sovereign had set up powerful formations within the Song Yin cave to select an heir to inherit his mantle. The cave opens every 10 years, allowing only those under the age of 20 who possess the Song Yin token to enter and vie for opportunities. Zhou Chuan spoke slowly. There are only 30 Song Yin tokens in existence. Prior to each opening of the cave, the formations within will randomly launch the 30 tokens. Only those fated to have them can obtain one. A month and a half ago, a powerful member of the Zhou family discovered its Song Yin token at the entrance of a beast den deep within the Xingchen mountain range. Unfortunately, after slaying the beast and retrieving the token, 2 other families arrived and also laid claim to it. A conflict erupted among the 3 families. However, due to their comparable strengths, none could gain the upper hand, leading them to report the matter to their respective families. After deliberation, the 3 major families decided to hold a competition, with each family sending 3 youths under the age of 20 to compete for the token. Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's account, Chu Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. It turned out that the great opportunity Zhou Chuan had referred to was indeed the chance to represent the Zhou family in the competition for the Song Yin token. If he could triumph over the other 8 participants, he would secure the token and gain entry into the Song Yin cave. Although this opportunity seemed less appealing compared to apprenticing under Zhou Hong. After all, only by winning the competition could he obtain the token, and losing would mean gaining nothing. Chu Ling Tian understood that this opportunity was far more precious than becoming Zhou Hong's disciple. It is important to note that the Song Yin cave is one of the 3 great opportunities within the Qian Empire, the very place where the Song Yin medicine sovereign's legacy lies. It opens only once every decade, and each time, there are only 30 available spots. Each spot is immensely valuable. The Zhou family, to which Zhou Chuan belongs, is a first-rate aristocratic family within the empire. Besides having Zhou Hong, a late-stage 9th-layer spirit king, overseeing them, there are also 3 other spirit kings in the family. Their strength far surpasses that of the Chu family. Furthermore, Zhou Chuan has already reached the pinnacle of the late-stage 9th-layer Great Spirit Master, standing just a step away from the Spirit King realm. Once he breaks through, the Zhou family will possess 5 Spirit Kings. Among the young prodigies under 20 in the Zhou family, there are at least dozens. However, there are only 3 spots for the competition, which means there are not enough to go around. Now, one of those 3 spots has been granted to Chu Ling Tian. Such an opportunity is undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of fortune. Chu Ling Tian clasped his hands in gratitude and deeply bowed to Zhou Chuan. "Thank you, senior brother. Your kindness I shall remember, and I will repay it in the future." Zhou Chuan waved his hand and replied, "This is something you have earned for yourself. Had you not brought glory to the Xingchen Academy in the new student exchange competition, I would not have been able to assist you, even if I wished to." Though he said this, Chu Ling Tian still committed this favor to memory, vowing to repay Zhou Chuan when the opportunity arises. Zhou Chuan continued, "Acquiring the legacy of the Song Yin medicine sovereign is exceedingly difficult. In 100 years, no one has succeeded. The reason I have you vie for the Song Yin token and enter the Song Yin cave is primarily for the blood spirit elixir." Before Chu Ling Tian could inquire further, Zhou Chuan's subsequent words caused his eyes to shine with excitement. The blood spirit elixir is a 5th-rank high-level elixir, immensely precious, for cultivators with awakened 1st or 2nd grade bloodlines. Consuming the Blood Spirit Elixir can directly elevate their bloodline by one tier. For those with awakened 3rd or 4th grade bloodlines, the elixir offers a 30% chance to promote one tier. However, for cultivators with awakened bloodlines of 4th grade or higher, the Blood Spirit Elixir has no effect. The Blood Spirit Elixir can elevate even 4th grade bloodlines with a 30% chance. If you can obtain a Blood Spirit Elixir, you should have hope to awaken your bloodline once more, Zhou Chuan remarked. Given Chu Ling Tian's ray of cultivation, should he regain his bloodline, it would be almost certain that he would break through to the Spirit King realm in the future. Thank you, senior brother. I will undoubtedly secure that Song Yin token. Chu Ling Tian clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with determination. This matter pertains to his future. That Song Yin token is something he is resolutely determined to obtain. I believe in you, senior brother. Zhou Chuan patted Chu Ling Tian on the shoulder and said, train well. Once the date for the competition is set, I will inform you. With that, he departed from Chu Ling Tian's courtyard. After Zhou Chuan's departure, Chu Ling Tian took stock of his gains from the day. In addition to becoming Zhou Hong's apprentice and obtaining a spot in the competition, he also received a welcome gift of 10,000 credits from Zhou Hong. With this additional 10,000 credits, he now possessed a total of 31,505 credits. Having perfected the explosive flame step, it was time to exchange his credits for a higher-grade movement technique at the credit hall. Chu Ling Tian mused, as his strength continued to rise. The low-level Xian rank explosive flame step no longer sufficed for him. He left the courtyard and made his way directly to the 2nd floor of the credit hall. Chu Ling Tian's gaze swept across the credit exchange list, and he could not help but display a hint of disappointment. The list contained only the Blood Flame Sword technique and a high-grade Metal Xian rank technique. All other martial techniques were below the level of high-grade Xian rank. Elder Chun, who managed the 2nd floor of the credit hall, noticed the disappointment on Chu Ling Tian's face and inquired, "Did you not find the treasures you wish to exchange for?" Chu Ling Tian nodded and said, "I seek to exchange for a high-grade Xian rank movement technique. However, the movement techniques on the exchange list are only at the mid-grade Xian rank and are not quite suitable for me." Elder Chun smiled and replied, "If you wish to exchange for a high-grade movement technique, you should go to the 3rd floor." Chu Ling Tian was taken aback. "Elder Chun, is it not the case that only those on the potential dragon list have the qualifications to access the 3rd floor?" As an elite outer sect disciple, he believed he was not eligible to ascend to the 3rd floor of the credit hall according to the Academy's rules, Elder Chun explained. Other elite outer sect disciples indeed lack this qualification. But you are different. Your strength is sufficient to place you on the potential dragon list. You simply have not challenged the strong at the bottom of the list. An exception can be made to allow you access to the 3rd floor of the credit hall. Elder Chun had naturally attended the new student exchange competition and had witnessed Chu Ling Tian's performance firsthand. With Chu Ling Tian's current strength, he was certainly capable of ranking at the bottom of the potential dragon list. Moreover, given that Chu Ling Tian had brought great honor to the Xingchen Academy during the competition, it was no trouble for Elder Chun to make a small exception for him. "Thank you, Elder Chun," Chu Ling Tian said while clasping his hands in gratitude. "Go ahead," Elder Chun replied nonchalantly. Chu Ling Tian ascended to the 3rd floor of the credit hall at a mid-grade 2nd-ranked spiritual artifact. The Breaking Gold Sword cost 2,500 credits, at a high-grade 2nd-ranked spiritual artifact. The Firepoint Spear costs 8,000 credits, a mid-grade Xian rank technique. The Thick Earth Formula costs 2,000 credits, a high-grade Xian rank martial technique. The Wind and Cloud Slash costs 5,800 credits. As he surveyed the treasures listed in the credit exchange, Chu Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Before long, he found the high-grade Xian rank movement technique, the Starfire Step. Priced at 5,500 credits, Chu Ling Tian immediately approached the outer sect elder managing the 3rd floor of the credit hall and purchased the Starfire Step. After spending 5,500 credits, he had 26,005 credits remaining. After considering his options, Chu Ling Tian decided not to hastily spend these credits, intending to wait until he reached the Great Spirit Master realm before exchanging for a suitable 3rd-rank spiritual artifact. After leaving the credit hall, Chu Ling Tian headed to the task pavilion, casually accepting 2 level 4 outer sect tasks. Slay the 2nd-level intermediate beast, the Cold Wind Wolf, for 250 credits. Slay the 2nd-level intermediate beast, the Golden Claw Eagle, for 250 credits. According to the Academy's rules, all outer sect disciples must complete 2 tasks each month. Chu Ling Tian planned to enter seclusion until the day of his duel with Yang Kuan. So he needed to complete the Academy tasks in advance to avoid being caught by someone like Wang Haichao, who might seize upon any opportunity to exploit him. Although Zhou Chuan was now his senior brother and could provide some protection in the outer sect. However, Chu Ling Tian was reluctant to trouble Zhou Chuan over such trifling matters. In any case, with his current strength, the level 4 outer sect tasks posed no challenge and would not consume much of his time. After 2 hours, Chu Ling Tian returned to the task pavilion with the corpses of the Cold Wind Wolf and the Golden Claw Eagle, completing the task and receiving a reward of 500 academic credits. Upon exiting the task pavilion, he promptly returned to his courtyard, locked the door, and then entered the first layer of the pagoda space to commence his cultivation. In just a month, it would be the day of his duel with Yang Kuan. Chu Ling Tian felt no apprehension regarding Yang Kuan, who was at the late stage of the 9th level of Spirit Master. Given his cultivation speed, catching up to Yang Kuan was hardly a challenge. What truly concerned him was the competition for the Tsang order. Since the other 2 families were able to sit down with the Zhou family to negotiate and establish a contest to determine the ownership of the Tsang order, it was evident that their strength was not inferior to that of the Zhou family, and they were likely also first-class aristocratic families of the empire. The direct descendants of the 3 great families possessed vast cultivation resources and were undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, each family could only send 3 representatives to battle, ensuring that only the best would be chosen. For Chu Ling Tian to triumph over the other 8 competitors and win the contest would be an arduous task. He must diligently cultivate and strive to enhance his strength. As Chu Ling Tian immersed himself in rigorous training, time swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. Over 8 years had gone by, while training. Chu Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a thunderous shout, 2 brilliant rays of light flashing in his gaze. As his voice echoed, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, sweeping through the first layer of the pagoda space. Chu Ling Tian's momentum escalated continuously. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated, marking the breaking of a boundary barrier. Boom! The previously peaked aura surged explosively, multiplying several folds. Chu Ling Tian successfully advanced from the late stage of the 9th level of Spirit Master to the early stage of the Great Spirit Master. Moments later, he retracted his aura and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At last, I have broken through. After over 8 years of arduous cultivation, supported by thousands of spirit martial pills and bone refining pills, he had finally ascended to the realm of Great Spirit Master. In contrast, had it been any other cultivator, after such a long period of diligent training and consuming so many pills, their cultivation would have reached at least the 3rd level of Great Spirit Master. Yet he had only barely broken through to the early stage of the 1st level of Great Spirit Master. This realization fueled Chu Ling Tian's desire to obtain the Tsang order. The Tsang cave was the only place he could access that held the promise of restoring his bloodline. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. During these 8 years, in addition to elevating his cultivation to the early stage of the Great Spirit Master, he had also cultivated the 1st volume of the Dragon Flame art to a middle stage mastery. His physical realm had reached the peak of the mid-stage of body refinement, harboring a tremendous strength equivalent to 1,000 pounds, allowing him to overpower ordinary 9th level Spirit Masters with sheer physical prowess. The Blood Flame Sword technique had been cultivated to a minor success, while the Starfire Steps had entered the initial stage. Now, should Chu Ling Tian unleash his full power, even a late-stage practitioner of the 2nd level of Great Spirit Master would not be his match. That I should now be capable of contending for the top position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Chu Ling Tian mused, clenching his fist and allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. However, he held little interest in claiming the top spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings, according to the Academy's regulations. Once an outer sect disciple breaks through to the Great Spirit Master realm, they could be promoted to an inner sect disciple and venture into the mountainside area. While being the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings came with many benefits, there remained a distinct gap when compared to inner sect disciples. Besides the enhancement of his strength, Chu Ling Tian's alchemical skills had also improved. Throughout these 8 years, he had exhausted all medicinal materials. achieving the pinnacle of a high-grade second-tier alchemist, capable of producing supreme-quality bone-refining pills with absolute certainty. Once he dealt with Yang Kuan, he intended to procure a batch of third-tier medicinal seeds from the treasure pavilion to cultivate within the first layer of the pagoda space. Once the herbs matured, he would strive to attain the status of a third-tier alchemist. Having concluded his cultivation session, he felt it was time to stretch his limbs and confront Yang Kuan. Chu Lingtian rose, stretched lazily, and with a thought, exited the first layer of the pagoda space and returned to the outside world. I could see that moment. A month had elapsed in the outside realm. Outside, Chu Lingtian's courtyard stood over 100 individuals, all members of the Lingtian pavilion, who had come specifically to cheer him on. Upon opening the courtyard door, Chu Lingtian was taken aback by the sight of this large crowd. He recalled that a month prior, the Lingtian pavilion had only around 70 members. How was it possible that, in just a month, their numbers had nearly doubled? From Feng Haiba, Chu Lingtian learned of the current situation of the Lingtian pavilion. A month ago, he had achieved an impressive record in the freshman exchange competition, setting a new best for the Starry Academy, which had propelled his popularity among the outer sect to its peak. Many regarded him as an idol and joined the Lingtian pavilion in droves. Some even abandoned their original smaller factions to align themselves with the Lingtian pavilion. When recruiting members, Feng Haiba had also implemented a conduct investigation. If any member exhibited questionable character, they were immediately rejected without exception. Otherwise, the number of members in the Lingtian pavilion would have been even greater. "You did very well," Chu Lingtian remarked, nodding in approval. If a member's character is in question, it could lead to numerous conflicts, which would be detrimental to the development of the Lingtian pavilion. Feng Haiba continued, "Due to the large number of members now, for ease of management, I have divided them into 10 small teams and appointed 10 team leaders on behalf of you, the pavilion master. During your month of seclusion, the Fei Peng gang attempted to disrupt your cultivation several times. But they were thwarted by me and the 10 team leaders. Compared to me, who merely delegates authority, you are far more suited to be the pavilion master," Chu Lingtian remarked with a hint of admiration. Feng Haiba shook his head, a serious expression on his face. The rapid expansion of the Lingtian pavilion, surpassing the vast majority of smaller factions in such a short time, is not due to my efforts, but because of you, pavilion master. Without you, no matter how hard I tried, the Lingtian pavilion would not have reached its current scale. Feng Haiba was not flattering Chu Lingtian. His words were sincere. The reason members joined the Lingtian pavilion was due to Chu Lingtian's personal charisma, not because of the vice-mastered, the spiritual pillar of the Lingtian pavilion. The pavilion master need not expend energy managing trivial matters. You just need to grow stronger and continuously bring glory to the Starry Academy. And the Lingtian pavilion will only grow more powerful, Feng Haiba stated earnestly. Once you become the chief disciple of our Starry Academy, the Lingtian pavilion will become the foremost faction of the Academy. Ha! I believe that day will come, Chu Lingtian proclaimed with exuberance. For others, becoming the chief disciple might seem as challenging as ascending to the heavens. But for him, possessing the chaotic treasure pagoda, it was merely a matter of time. After some contemplation, Chu Lingtian instructed Feng Haiba to present his identity token, and then transferred 5,000 academic credits from his own token. Establish a contribution leaderboard within the pavilion, and formulate a detailed set of contribution rules. Any member who contributes to the Lingtian pavilion shall receive academic credit rewards, Chu Lingtian commanded. Pavilion Master is magnificent, Feng Haiba exclaimed excitedly. Pavilion Master is magnificent. The members of the Lingtian pavilion echoed in unison. Their faces aglow with excitement. 5,000 academic credits may not seem significant to Chu Lingtian, but for ordinary outer sect disciples, it represented a substantial sum. Put it into perspective. A level 4 outer sect task only rewards 2 to 300 academic credits. 5,000 credits equated to the total reward for completing over 20 level 4 outer sect tasks. The members of the Lingtian pavilion were not as extraordinary as Chu Lingtian, capable of effortlessly completing level 4 tasks. Many members were currently unable to even complete level 3 outer sect tasks. With the incentive of these 5,000 academic credits, it would undoubtedly galvanize the members' enthusiasm, encouraging them to contribute more and allowing the Lingtian pavilion to flourish rapidly. Observing the exuberance of Feng Haibo and the members, Chu Lingtian smiled faintly. After I deal with Yang Kun, I will concoct a batch of qi-nourishing pills and profound qi pills as rewards for the contribution leaderboard. Given his current alchemical proficiency, crafting qi-nourishing and profound qi pills was not only a walk in the park, but the quality would reach supreme standards, surpassing the efficacy of the medicinal pills distributed by the Academy's resource hall. Chu Lingtian's words ignited even more fervor among the already excited members, prompting them to cheer uncontrollably. Pavilion Master is magnificent. Joining the Lingtian Pavilion was undoubtedly the best decision I ever made. With the Pavilion Master here, our Lingtian Pavilion will surely dominate the outer sect. How can one dominate the outer sect with mere ambition? My Lingtian Pavilion aims to reign supreme over the entire Academy in the future. After the excitement subsided, Feng Haibo, with a serious expression, reported to Chu Lingtian. After the conclusion of the freshman exchange competition, Yang Kun retreated into seclusion and has not shown his face since. However, Elder Wang and Yifeiyu frequently visit his residence, and Yifeiyu has been in close contact with individuals sent by the Yi and Chu families outside the Academy. They have made extensive preparations for today's duel, so the Pavilion Master must exercise caution. Chu Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. This is the advantage of forming a small faction. He need not worry, as the members will gather the necessary intelligence and report it to him. Rest assured, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much preparation is made, it is ultimately futile. Chu Lingtian remarked nonchalantly, as the time approached. Chu Lingtian, accompanied by the members of Lingtian Pavilion, strode confidently toward the square. Upon his arrival, he found the square already teeming with over 1,000 spectators, the atmosphere as vibrant as during the freshman exchange competition. Everyone was eager to witness whether Chu Lingtian could defeat Yang Kun, ranked 9th on the potential dragon list, and set a new record for the outer sect. Should he succeed, he will be the first prodigy to break into the top 10 of the potential dragon list within merely 3 months of joining the Academy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, with Chu Lingtian's current strength, not only could he penetrate the top 10, but he could also contend for the very top position. Wang Haichao, adhering to the initial agreement, promptly moved the combat platform to the center of the square. At that moment, Wang Haichao and Yang Kun were already standing atop the platform. Chu Lingtian's gaze swept over the two before landing on a few familiar faces below the platform. Li Yanhong, Elder Sun, and Shangwan Yanran. Chu Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement to the trio and then leaped onto the combat platform. Chu Lingtian, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might show you some mercy and lessen your suffering later. Yang Kun declared arrogantly. Clearly, during this month of seclusion, his strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious. Chu Lingtian cast a disdainful glance at Yang Kun and replied coldly, "Even if you kneel and plead for mercy now, I shall not be merciful." During this time, the Faping gang had caused considerable trouble for Lingtian Pavilion. As the Pavilion Master, Chu Lingtian naturally sought to avenge his members. "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Yang Kun's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Seeing both parties ready, Wang Haichao announced in a booming voice, "The duel officially begins." As his voice fell, Yang Kun, like lightning, brandished a silver spear and launched the first attack against Chu Lingtian. The silver spear, known as the Hunyuan spear, was a high-grade second-tier spiritual weapon. Immensely powerful, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kun had closed the distance to Chu Lingtian, the spear slicing through the air with formidable momentum. Striking towards him, Chu Lingtian smiled dismissively, choosing not to employ any techniques. Instead, he swung his right fist to meet the Hunyuan spear directly. Bang! 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 Both combatants staggered back 3 steps, though the clash ended in a stalemate. Yang Kun wielded a high-grade second-tier spiritual weapon, while Chu Lingtian was unarmed. The disparity was evident. Your physical realm has surprisingly reached the peak of the mid-stage body refinement realm. Yang Kun's pupils constricted, revealing his astonishment. This indicated that Chu Lingtian had cultivated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique to an intermediate level. That was the most potent mystic-level intermediate technique of the Xingqian Academy, its difficulty rivaling that of ordinary mystic-level advanced techniques. Just 2 months prior, Chu Lingtian had begun practicing the Dragon Flame technique, and now he had already attained an intermediate level. Was he even human? Not only Yang Kuan thought so, the onlookers shared the same sentiment. They had witnessed prodigies before, but never one as extraordinary as this. Wang Haichao's expression darkened momentarily. Within a mere 2 months, Chu Lingtian's combat strength had genuinely caught up to Yang Kuan's. Although he had anticipated this, the reality was still hard to accept. Contemplating the significant boost in Yang Kuan's strength over the past month and the trump cards prepared to ensure victory, Wang Haichao's expression returned to normal. In his view, even if Chu Lingtian possessed formidable physical strength, ultimately, victory would belong to Yang Kuan. With this thought, a smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Haichao's mouth as he approached the platform and provocatively addressed Li Yanhong, an elder son. "Gentlemen, do you dare to wager again?" Li Yanhong raised an eyebrow and inquired. "What are you proposing? If Chu Lingtian wins, I shall give you both 30,000 credits each. If Yang Kuan wins, you shall each pay me 30,000 credits. What say you?" Wang Haichao declared. This. Both Li Yanhong and elder son exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. It seemed Wang Haichao was exceedingly confident in Yang Kuan's victory, as the seasoned elders of the outer sect and formidable practitioners at the 8th level of the Spirit Master realm. Wang Haichao's assets were greater than those of ordinary outer sect elders, yet still finite. 2 months prior, during the freshman competition's wager, Wang Haichao had lost the Xianbing sword and 10,000 credits. The 60,000 credits he now proposed represented his entire fortune. If you two are hesitant to wager, you may simply bow your heads and concede to this elder. Wang Haichao continued to provoke. Li Yanhong snorted in disdain. "Who told you we are afraid to wager?" Elder son chimed in. "We merely worry that if you lose everything, you might take drastic measures." "Humph. Even if you two were to take your own lives." "I would never consider such an option," Wang Haichao retorted coldly. "Since you both do not oppose, the wager is thus established." Yanhong, an elder son, nodded in agreement, solidifying the wager. Over the past 3 months, they had witnessed Chu Lingtian's rapid ascent and continuous miracles, leading them to develop a blind trust in him in their eyes. Although Yang Kuan ranked 9th on the potential dragon list, Chu Lingtian was a person favored by fate, destined to perform another miracle and defeat Yang Kuan. Even if they lost the wager, it would not significantly affect them. The previous betting during the freshman competition had yielded each of them a profit of 55,000 credits. Thus, even if they lost this round, they would still each earn 25,000 credits, merely a reduction in their overall gains on the combat platform. Yang Kuan, shaking off his earlier astonishment, declared coldly, "With your physical realm, coupled with mystic-level advanced techniques, you may indeed be unmatched by ordinary practitioners at the late stage of the Spirit Master realm. However, it is unfortunate for you that you have encountered me." As his words fell, he forcefully stamped his right foot, unleashing a tremendous aura from within him. His cultivation had remarkably reached the initial stage of the Great Spirit Master realm. As he fully activated his cultivation, strands of wind attribute spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a blue spiritual armor. "The spiritual armor!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Kuan has actually reached the Great Spirit Master realm. The spiritual armor is a hallmark of practitioners within the Great Spirit Master realm. Upon achieving this level, one can manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a protective armor, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Yang Kuan, having barely broken through to the initial stage of the Great Spirit Master realm, manifested a somewhat ethereal blue spiritual armor. In contrast, a pinnacle practitioner like Zhou Chuan at the late stage of the Spirit Master realm would conjure an armor of solid substance, resembling real armor with formidable defensive strength. No wonder Wang Haichao was so confident. It turns out he had the support of Yang Kuan's breakthrough to the Great Spirit Master realm. Yanhong remarked solemnly. Given Yang Kuan's qualifications, achieving the breakthrough from the late stage of the Spirit Master realm to the Great Spirit Master realm would typically require at least 6 months. His rapid advancement within 2 months was largely due to the substantial backing from Wang Haichao, the Yi family, and the Chu family. After learning of the results from the freshman exchange competition, Chu Shan could only place his hopes on Yang Kun in a bid to enhance Yang Kuan's strength. He reported this matter to the head of the Chu family, only to be met with severe reprimands. The higher-ups of the family also understood the irreconcilable conflict between the Chu family and Chu Lingtian. Thus, after chastising Chu Shan, they bestowed numerous treasures upon him, urging him to swiftly eliminate Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian, prepare to accept your destined defeat. Yang Kuan, in a fit of arrogance, declared his intent. As his voice faded, he brandished the Hunyuan spear with all his might, charging towards Chu Lingtian in his mind. Having unleashed the powers of a first-level Grand Spirit Master, he was certain he could crush Chu Lingtian with overwhelming force, pin him to the ground, and teach him a severe lesson. Normally, a Grand Spirit Master would deal with those below their level as an adult would with a child. However, the confrontation between Yang Kuan and Chu Lingtian was anything but ordinary. With the Starfire steps, Chu Lingtian moved like a wraith. Yang Kuan's Hunyuan spear could barely graze him, though Yang Kuan's speed was commendable. His martial arts were merely of the low Xian rank, and he had yet to master them fully. In contrast, the Starfire steps employed by Chu Lingtian were of the high Xian rank, and when executed with full force, even an average second-level Grand Spirit Master could not match his speed. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in several rounds of combat. Not only was Yang Kuan unable to contend with Chu Lingtian, but he also found himself struck multiple times by Chu Lingtian's blazing sword. Despite the protection of his spiritual armor, Chu Lingtian's strikes left several bloody gashes on his body, igniting his fury. Chu Lingtian, I will ruin you, Yang Kuan bellowed, frantically channeling his inner spiritual energy into the Hunyuan spear. Wind wolf howl. A chilling wolf's wail echoed across the square as the surrounding wind attribute's spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into the phantom of a several-meter-long unicorn wind wolf. The Hunyuan spear in Yang Kuan's grasp transformed into the wolf's sharp horn, glimmering ominously. With all his power, Yang Kuan unleashed his martial technique. The phantom of the unicorn wind wolf, with its sinister green eyes, locked onto Chu Lingtian and charged at him like a blue blur. The wind wolf howl was a mid-level Xian technique, which Yang Kuan had mastered to perfection, capable of severely injuring an opponent of equal rank. Chu Lingtian is doomed, Wang Haichao declared confidently. Just as his words echoed, a fierce and unparalleled red sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the unicorn wind wolf phantom in twain. Crack! The seemingly formidable phantom shattered instantly, and the Hunyuan spear, acting as the unicorn's horn, was violently rebounded, piercing through Yang Kuan's left shoulder, crimson blood gushing forth and staining his garment. A cry of agony escaped Yang Kuan's lips, but he could not fathom that, despite unleashing the powers of a first-level Grand Spirit Master and employing a mid-level Xian technique, he could be so easily bested by Chu Lingtian. Elder Wang, it's over. The victor of this duel is Chu Lingtian, Li Yanhua remarked with a smile. Wang Haichao took a deep breath, his voice hoarse as he replied, "What's the rush? Yang Kuan has not yet conceded." At his words, Li Yanhua and Elder Sun were taken aback. Could it be that Yang Kuan still had a hidden card to play? They turned their gaze towards the platform, where Yang Kuan's face twisted in rage. A frenzied glint in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chu Lingtian, I had no intention of using this move, but you have forced my hand." With those words, Yang Kuan raised his right palm and struck his chest, spewing forth a significant amount of his life essence blood. For cultivators, life essence blood was incredibly precious, and losing even a small amount could greatly weaken them. Yet, Yang Kuan had expelled a considerable quantity. His complexion turned ashen, and his breath faltered. Ignoring his injuries, he stained his hands with his life essence blood, rapidly forming intricate hand seals. As the final seal was completed, Yang Kuan let out a chilling howl, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, sending shivers down spines. Wolf transformation technique. Suddenly, Yang Kuan's pupils turned a ghastly green. His physique expanded, bones cracking as a layer of wolf fur sprouted from his skin. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fearsome half-man, half-wolf form, exuding a terrifying aura. His previously diminished energy surged dramatically, elevating his cultivation from the early stage of a first-level Grand Spirit Master to the early stage of a second-level Grand Spirit Master. Yang Kuan had mastered a secret technique for enhancing his strength. Li Yanhua's expression soured instantly. Any form of secret technique was immensely valuable. Even the most ordinary secret techniques surpassed mid-level Xian techniques in worth. Common families and factions could hardly ever access such methods. Given Yang Kuan's strength and background, he should not have been able to acquire such a technique at all. Yanhua's gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Wang Haichao. Coldly demanding, is this secret technique from the Yi family or the Chu family? Wang Haichao remained impassive, offering no reply. Yanhua's suspicions were correct. The wolf transformation technique had indeed been imparted to Yang Kuan by the Chu family. The Chu family was the foremost among the three great families of Luoyuan County, possessing immense strength and profound heritage. Now, bolstered by the young master Chu Yunxiao, their influence rivaled that of the aristocratic families in the imperial capital. The Chu family possessed several secret techniques, and the wolf transformation technique was merely the most rudimentary among them. This technique bore similarities to the blood fury technique employed by Wu Jianfeng, but its side effects were exponentially more severe. Once a practitioner utilized the wolf transformation technique, their cultivation would drop a small realm once the technique wore off. This meant that regardless of the outcome of this duel, Yang Kuan would ultimately regress from the early stage of a first-level Grand Spirit Master back to the late stage of a ninth-level Spirit Master. This was precisely why Yang Kuan had been reluctant to employ this technique. Because of you, my arduous training has turned to naught in an instant. I shall make you pay in blood. Yang Kuan's ghastly green eyes fixated on Chu Lingtian, his murderous intent palpable as he roared. Wind wolf howl. He yanked the Hunyuan spear from his left shoulder, channeling the frenzied spiritual energy within him and infusing it into the spear. In an instant, a formidable unicorn wind wolf phantom coalesced. Its size doubling from before, a chilling wolf's howl reverberated through the square, causing even the weaker disciples to cover their ears. Chu Lingtian was about to lose. Despite his formidable combat prowess, even a first-level Grand Spirit Master could not contend with him. However, with the secret technique activated, Yang Kuan's cultivation had risen to that of a second-level Grand Spirit Master. Chu Lingtian could not withstand this onslaught. Having pushed Yang Kuan to such extremes, Chu Lingtian had every reason to take pride in his abilities. Wang Haichao wore a smug smile, believing Chu Lingtian was undoubtedly doomed. Yet just then, a cold voice rang out from the arena, akin to a bucket of icy water drenching him. The power of this strike is indeed formidable. It warrants my full effort. Chu Lingtian's words left the onlookers astounded. What? After all this time, has Chu Lingtian truly been holding back? If he could dominate Yang Kuan without exerting his full strength, what would happen when he did? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can bluster all you want, but it will not change the outcome of your defeat. Yang Kuan scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Chu Lingtian's claims that he unleashed his martial technique with full force. The unicorn wind wolf phantom slammed its claws into the ground, transforming into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling straight towards Chu Lingtian with immense might. Yet, as Chu Lingtian gazed at the incoming unicorn wind wolf phantom, a smirk curled upon his lips, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him, sweeping through the surroundings. Observing closely, the fire attribute spiritual energy converged wildly, coalescing into a crimson spiritual armor enveloping Chu Lingtian. Spiritual armor. Chu Lingtian's cultivation had reached the Grand Spirit Master realm as well. Heavens, in just a month, Chu Lingtian has ascended from the late stage of a ninth-level Spirit Master to the early stage of a first-level Grand Spirit Master. This is utterly monstrous. Chu Lingtian had not been lying. He had indeed refrained from using his full strength until now. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They had anticipated that as a favored child of destiny, Chu Lingtian should be able to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of a ninth-level Spirit Master to match Yang Kuan. Yet, none had expected him to break through to the Grand Spirit Master realm. That was the Grand Spirit Master realm. Placed within an ordinary city, one could indeed regard it as a top-tier combat force, as the head of the Chu family branch in Windcloud City. Chu Lingtian's cultivation has only reached the second level of the Grand Spirit Master realm. Within the Celestial Academy, upon entering the realm of Grand Spirit Master, one could be promoted to an inner disciple. enjoying privileges and status far superior to those of outer disciples. Remarkably, it has only been 3 months since Chu Lingtian joined the academy. Among his peers who also entered the academy at the same time, none have managed to reach even the 5th level of Spirit Master. Yet, Chu Lingtian is on the verge of ascending to the status of an inner disciple. Truly, it is a case of comparison breeds envy and disdain. With a low shout, Chu Lingtian grasped the earth fire sword and struck downwards with all his might, unleashing the first form of the blood flame sword technique. Blood flame slash, a tremendous surge of fire attribute spiritual energy. As if drawn by an irresistible force, converged in a frenzied manner, coalescing into an immense fiery sword phantom that radiated an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship. In the next moment, the fiery sword phantom collided violently with the phantom of the single-horned wind wolf in midair. Crack! The colossal shockwave surged outward in all directions. Even the sturdy training platform could not withstand this force, shattering and sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily mobilized their spiritual energy to defend themselves. This was no mere duel between outer disciples. It was a clash akin to that of inner disciples, some lamented. Both Chu Lingtian and Yang Kuan had already stepped into the realm of Grand Spirit Master. Although neither had yet been promoted, they were practically indistinguishable from inner disciples that, of course. With the secret technique of wolf transformation in effect, Yang Kuan could not hope to ascend to inner disciple status. For once the secret technique wore off, he would suffer a severe backlash, falling back to the late stage of the 9th level of Spirit Master. All eyes were fixated on the shattered training platform. Eager to ascertain the outcome of this battle, Wang Haichao stared intently at the platform, internally shouting, "Victory must belong to Yang Kuan. It must be Yang Kuan." Moments later, as the dust settled, Chu Lingtian stood upright, unscathed, while Yang Kuan lay crumpled in a pool of blood, having long since lost consciousness. There was no doubt that the ultimate victor of this confrontation was Chu Lingtian, as the crowd gazed intently. They observed a half-meter-long gash on Yang Kuan's body, extending from his shoulder to his waist. Through the wound, one could even glimpse the gruesome sight of bloodied organs, a horrifying sight indeed. Even without the backlash from the wolf transformation technique, Yang Kuan would require 1.5 years of recovery to possibly heal. This was still the result of Chu Lingtian holding back some of his power at the last moment. Otherwise, that strike could have cleaved Yang Kuan in two. Chu Lingtian. Well done. Li Yanhua let out a hearty laugh, just as he was about to announce the result of the duel when an enraged shout suddenly rang out. Chu Lingtian, daring to inflict such lethal force against a fellow disciple. You almost took Yang Kuan's life. I, as an elder, will teach you a lesson today. Wang Haichao roared, unleashing the full might of his 8th level Grand Spirit Master cultivation. Leaping towards Chu Lingtian with ferocity, Yanhua's expression changed, and he shouted, "Wang Haichao, how dare you?" He and elder son rushed to intercept. "You two think you can stop me?" Wang Haichao's eyes glinted with derision. With both the Yanhua and elder son only at the 5th level of Grand Spirit Master, they were far from his match. With a single strike, Wang Haichao sent both of them reeling. "Chu Lingtian, blame yourself for offending too many people," he said coldly. Although he forcibly attacked under the pretext of Chu Lingtian's lethal actions against a fellow disciple, it was against the rules. However, as a seasoned outer elder, as long as he did not kill Chu Lingtian on the spot, but merely crippled him, he would only face some reprimands afterward. Both the Yi family and the Chu family would mobilize their influence to protect him. Not only could he vent his frustrations, but he could also gain favor with the Yi and Chu families, achieving a double benefit. As Wang Haichao charged toward him, Chu Lingtian exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face that to dare to openly attack him in the outer sect was truly a fool's errand. Just as Wang Haichao was about to reach Chu Lingtian, a shadow dashed through the air, moving with lightning speed. Bang! Wang Haichao came and went in the blink of an eye, crashing violently into the mountainside 100 meters away, creating a massive crater. Upon closer inspection, one could see Wang Haichao's chest caved in, marked by a 5-fingered imprint, blood spewing from his mouth, and his breath barely hanging on. That strike had severely injured him. The crowd turned to see that the assailant was none other than the strongest among the outer elders. Zhou Chuan, Elder Zhou, I have not wronged you. Why do you strike me so ruthlessly? Wang Haichao managed to ask, clutching his chest in agony. Eli Yanhua and Elder Sun exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Zhou Chuan had intervened, especially with such intensity against Wang Haichao. Because Chu Lingtian has been accepted as a named disciple by my father. He is my junior brother, Zhou Chuan replied, icily. Wang Haichao's intentions to cripple Chu Lingtian were utterly unforgivable. Zhou Chuan had refrained from killing Wang Haichao, showing him mercy. Gasp. Zhou Chuan's words caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, Chu Lingtian has actually become Elder Zhou's junior brother. Elder Zhou was a formidable figure. At the peak of the 9th level of Grand Spirit Master, being his junior brother meant Chu Lingtian could walk with unparalleled confidence within the Celestial Academy. And no wonder Elder Zhou had been so furious moments ago, delivering a crushing blow to Elder Wang. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, but they were primarily fixated on the latter part of Zhou Chuan's statement. Meanwhile, Wang Haichao, Li Yanhua, Elder Sun, and Shangwan Yanran's attention was riveted on the former part. The faces of the four simultaneously paled, especially Wang Haichao, who turned ashen, his body trembling as if plunged into an abyss of ice. The outer disciples only knew that Zhou Chuan was immensely powerful, the strongest among the outer elders, but they were unaware that Zhou Chuan's father was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Academy, a top-tier powerhouse at the 9th level of Spirit King. For Chu Lingtian to be accepted as a named disciple by Zhou Hong meant he could indeed walk with impunity within the academy. Could it be that the great opportunity Elder Zhou had promised during the freshman exchange was precisely this acceptance as a named disciple by Grand Elder Zhou? Li Yanhua and Elder Sun exchanged glances, pondering this possibility. Elder Zhou, I was momentarily blinded by madness. I beseech you for another chance. Wang Haichao, disregarding his injuries, collapsed to the ground, trembling as he begged for mercy. However, Zhou Chuan paid him no mind, his expression cold as he replied, You may speak of such matters when you arrive at the punishment hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Haichao felt his body go limp. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It's over. It's all over. The punishment hall was a place designated for the severe punishment of those who committed grave offenses. Once one entered the punishment hall, even if they did not die, they would emerge severely weakened. By attacking Chu Lingtian, Wang Haichao had not only offended Zhou Chuan, but also incurred the wrath of Zhou Hong. It was uncertain whether he could retain his position as an outer elder, let alone survive within the punishment hall. Among the crowd, Yi Feiyu observed the scene, a chill coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to think twice before crossing Chu Lingtian again. Zhou Chuan nodded at Chu Lingtian before dragging the incapacitated Wang Haichao towards the punishment hall, regaining his composure from his shock. Li Yanhua announced loudly, The victor of this duel is Chu Lingtian. The square erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Although it had been anticipated, the reality of Chu Lingtian's victory over Yang Kuan still left everyone in disbelief. Today, I have truly witnessed extraordinary talent. Compared to Chu Lingtian, those so-called geniuses are nothing but trash. Chu Lingtian is indeed a person favored by the heavens, even more so than those recorded in ancient texts. In just 3 months since joining the academy, he has broken through to the Grand Spirit Master realm, meeting the requirements for promotion to an inner disciple. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The record set by Chu Lingtian would likely remain unbroken for ages to come. Shangwan Yanran gazed at Chu Lingtian on the martial arts platform, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. Despite lacking a bloodline, he had garnered the favor of the heavens, blessed with an extraordinary fortune that accelerated his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Moreover, he had caught the attention of the Grand Elder Zhou Hong of the Academy, who took him as a registered disciple. This series of revelations ignited a spark of curiosity within her regarding Chu Lingtian. 2 months prior, when he had boldly challenged Yang Kuan, she had stated that if he could defeat Yang Kuan, he would be worthy of joining her to assist in completing the most arduous outer sect level 9 task. Now, not only had Chu Lingtian triumphed over Yang Kuan, but he had also attained the realm of a grand spiritual master, his combat prowess rivaling her own. With Chu Lingtian's assistance, she felt a 90% certainty of successfully accomplishing that outer sect level 9 task. Seeing Chu Lingtian preparing to depart, Shangguan Yinran hurried to his side. Smiling as she said, "Congratulations on your victory over Yang Kuan and for setting a new record at the academy." Chu Lingtian replied politely, "Thank you that I have accepted an outer sect level 9 task, which is extremely challenging. Completing it single-handedly would be arduous, so I wish to invite you to form a team with me. Upon completion, all 5,000 academic credits will be yours. What do you think?" Shangguan Yinran spoke candidly. Chu Lingtian shook his head, gently declining. "I have no interest in the level 9 outer sect task. 5,000 credits may be a considerable sum for other outer sect disciples, but to me it is not particularly significant. Rather than squandering time on a high difficulty level 9 task, I would prefer to cultivate within the first layer of the pagoda, enhancing my strength to prepare for the upcoming Tsangyan competition." Shangguan Yinran was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Chu Lingtian's refusal. As a paragon of beauty and grace, hailing from royal lineage, she had been surrounded by countless admirers since childhood. Chu Lingtian was the first to reject her, leaving her quite astonished. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Chu Lingtian said courteously. Just as he turned to depart, Shangguan Yinran spoke again. "This level 9 outer sect task involves obtaining the demon core of a third-tier low-level demon beast, the Xianyin magic python. In its lair, I discovered a Gu'in cave which harbors precious Gu'in spirit liquid." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingtian abruptly turned around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The Gu'in spirit liquid that possesses body-tempering properties?" "Indeed," Shangguan Yinran replied with a slight smile, aware that she had piqued his interest. The Gu'in spirit liquid was a top-tier, third-grade medicinal material, renowned for its remarkable body-tempering effects, making it immensely appealing to body refiners. Should Chu Lingtian acquire some of the Gu'in spirit liquid, it would significantly expedite his cultivation of the dragon flame art. "What is the strength of the Xianyin magic python?" Chu Lingtian inquired. Shangguan Yinran responded, "It is comparable to a grand spiritual master at the second level, possessing the innate martial skill magic Yin fire. The blood flame sword technique you practice is of the Yang fire, perfectly countering it. Although Yin fire is also a type of flame, it embodies the power of Yin and possesses corrosive effects, making it quite troublesome. This is why Shangguan Yinran sought a companion skilled in fire attribute martial arts to counter the magic Yin fire of the Xianyin magic python." After pondering for a moment, Chu Lingtian asked, "When do we depart?" "In 10 days. I need to prepare," Shangguan Yinran replied. "Very well. I agree to team up with you." Chu Lingtian nodded. "He is the number 1 on the potential dragon rankings." Shangguan Yinran had already broken through to the realm of Grand Spiritual Master. With their combined strength, even a mid-level Grand Spiritual Master would find it challenging to contend with them. Furthermore, given his advantage over the Xianyin magic python, its power would be significantly diminished. Together, they were more than capable of defeating it. "Then, we shall meet in 10 days, Shangguan Yinran said with a smile. Chu Lingtian nodded and turned to leave. The ensuing 10 days would be ample time for him to further refine his strength. After departing the square, Chu Lingtian made his way to the 3rd floor of the Academic Credits Hall. Having already reached the realm of Grand Spiritual Master, the mid-tier, 2nd-grade spiritual weapon, the Earthfire Sword, had become less beneficial to him. It was time to acquire a more suitable 3rd-grade low-tier spiritual weapon. After perusing the list of available exchanges, his gaze settled upon a 3rd-grade low-tier spiritual weapon called the Fire Sparrow Sword. This sword was forged from the demon core of a 3rd-tier low-level demon beast, the Fire Spirit Sparrow, combined with 3rd-grade spiritual materials, boasting immense power. Priced at 18,000 academic credits, Chu Lingtian did not hesitate to make the exchange. After spending 18,000 credits, he found himself left with a mere 3,505 credits, instantly feeling impoverished. Enhancing one's strength is indeed a costly endeavor, Chu Lingtian lamented. The path of cultivation not only tests one's aptitude, but also their financial resources. As one's cultivation level rises, the resources consumed become increasingly substantial. As the saying goes, wealth is paramount in the cultivation world. This is why affluent families are more likely to nurture strong cultivators. Although I lack the support of a powerful family, possessing the Chaos Pagoda has already placed me above any scion in noble house. As long as I remain diligent, I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Chu Lingtian's heart was filled with ambition. Since the Chaos Pagoda had chosen him and bestowed upon him this extraordinary opportunity, he could not squander it. Moreover, he had numerous matters to address, such as avenging his grievances against Chu Shan, seeking justice from the Chu family patriarch, and locating his long-lost father. All these tasks necessitated a formidable strength before he could tackle them one by one after leaving the academic credits hall. Chu Lingtian did not return to his courtyard, but instead exited the Starry Academy, heading towards the treasure pavilion in Starry City. Upon arriving, he wasted no time and promptly sold the discarded Earth Fire Sword. He then purchased 1,000 seeds, each of the medicinal materials required for concocting qi-nourishing pills, xuanqi pills, spirit martial pills, and bone-refining pills. Additionally, he acquired 2,000 seed for the medicinal materials needed to produce spirit-nurturing pills. The spirit-nurturing pill was a third-grade low-tier elixir, one of the formulas recorded in the Beginner Alchemist Handbook, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's prowess, its efficacy far surpassing that of the Spirit Martial Pill. After entering the realm of Grand Spiritual Master, Chu Lingtian's cultivation speed had slowed considerably, requiring more advanced elixirs to keep pace with the progression of ordinary cultivators. Once Chu Lingtian exited the treasure pavilion, the steward Fong Tao stood by the window of a private room, observing Chu Lingtian's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with keen insight. In just 2 months, this young man's cultivation had astonishingly reached the realm of Grand Spiritual Master. Truly remarkable. If I am not mistaken, he must be the one from the Starry Academy who single-handedly defeated 5 new students from the Mingyue Academy during the newcomer exchange competition, the largest merchant organization in the Qian Empire. The treasure pavilion naturally possessed an extensive network of information. Being the supervisor of the Starry City Treasure Pavilion, Fong Tao held a certain level of authority and was privy to many happenings within the Starry Academy. Although Chu Lingtian lacked a bloodline, as a favored individual of the heavens, he was endowed with extraordinary fortune. Given his demonstrated cultivation speed, it is indeed possible for him to reach the realm of Grand Spiritual Master at the 5th level or higher within 4 months. Fong Tao mused, as long as he meets the criteria, I shall grant him that opportunity as the supervisor of the Starry City Treasure Pavilion. Upon returning to the Starry Academy, Chu Lingtian immediately went back to his courtyard, closed the door, and entered the first layer of the pagoda. After planting all the medicinal seeds in the field, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. In truth, with Chu Lingtian's current strength, he could have already moved into the grand residences of the southeastern region. However, he found the prospect tedious. After all, he would not be staying for long. Once he assisted Shangwan Yinran in completing the outer sect level 9 task, he intended to seek out Zhou Chuan to be promoted to an inner sect disciple. At that point, he would leave the foothills and venture into the mid-mountain area where inner sect disciples and elders resided. Time flew by, and nearly 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these nearly 3 years, Chu Lingtian's cultivation speed had been exceedingly slow. Even with the assistance of the Spirit Weapon Pill and Bone Refining Pill, coupled with nearly 3 years of arduous cultivation, he managed to elevate his prowess from the early stage of a great Spirit Master to the latter stage, albeit only barely. There remains a considerable distance before he can break through to the 2nd level of Great Spirit Master. Additionally, the progress in his cultivation of techniques and martial skills has been similarly sluggish. Only the Starfire step has advanced from its initial stage to a minor accomplishment. The upper volume of the Dragon Flame technique and the Blood Flame Sword technique have seen only slight improvements, without any breakthroughs. Furthermore, Chu Lingtian's alchemical skills have not witnessed any enhancement either. The cultivation of 3rd-grade medicinal materials is exceedingly time-consuming, and the ingredients required for the spirit-nurturing pill have yet to mature, necessitating a bit more time. Therefore, up until now, he has yet to refine a single spirit-nurturing pill. The pace is excruciatingly slow. At the current rate of cultivation, it would take him several decades of grueling effort to catch up with Chu Yunxiao. Chu Lingtian sighed heavily. Possessing the exceptional bloodline of the 7-rank bloodline Flame Flood Dragon, Chu Yunxiao's talent is astonishing, and he is now one of the top 10 true disciples of the Sun and Moon Academy, as well as the strongest contender for the position of chief disciple. Even though Chu Yunxiao has not yet ascended to the role of chief disciple, the influence of the Chu family is already comparable to that of the prominent aristocratic families in the imperial capital. Should he truly become the chief disciple, the Chu family's influence would likely rival that of the empire's foremost noble families. To that point, seeking vengeance would be akin to climbing an insurmountable mountain. Thus, he must expedite the enhancement of his strength. I hope the Earth-Een spirit liquid within the Earth-Een cavern is abundant enough to elevate my physical realm to the late stage of body refinement. Chulington murmured to himself that he rose to his feet, concentrated his thoughts, and departed from the first layer of the pagoda, returning to the outside world. The 10-day period had elapsed, and Chu Lingtian exited the secluded residence to find Shangguan Yinran. As a second-grade high-level alchemist, Chu Lingtian's spiritual power is remarkably potent, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same rank. He perceptively sensed that Shangguan Yinran's aura was slightly stronger than it had been 10 days prior. Clearly, Shangguan Yinran's strength had seen an increase. This is a fortuitous development for Chu Lingtian. After all, the stronger Shangguan Yinran becomes, the greater the likelihood of their successful collaboration on the task, truly deserving of the heavens' favor. Your strength has surpassed what it was 10 days ago. You must have broken through to the mid-stage of Great Spirit Master, correct? Shangguan Yinran appraised Chu Lingtian, her eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. Although her spiritual power is not as formidable as Chu Lingtian's, she too sensed the shift in his aura, clearly indicating his cultivation of some powerful technique. Chu Lingtian nodded. Indeed, my cultivation has indeed progressed. Shangguan Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. A prodigy. Her cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, with few peers able to keep pace with her. Chu Lingtian is the first individual she has encountered whose cultivation speed surpasses her own. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth towards the lair of the Xian-Een demon python, Chu Lingtian stated. Shangguan Yinran nodded in agreement. The two then departed from the Starry Academy. Journeying deep into the Starry Mountain Range, the Xian-Een demon python, a low-tier third-grade demon beast, resides several dozen miles away from the Starry Academy. After 2 hours of travel and encountering over 10 attacks from various demon beasts, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Xian-Een demon python's lair. Hiss! As they drew near, a low hiss emanated from the cavern. A 10-meter-long black, giant python shot out from the cave, swinging its massive tail with such force that it ruptured the air, striking directly at Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran. Demon beasts are acutely sensitive to the presence of humans. Shangguan Yinran had made several prior visits to complete this level 9 outer sect task, and the Xian'en demon python had undoubtedly recognized her. Thus, the moment they arrived, the Xian'en demon python lunged at them. Chu Lingtian raised his right hand, executing the fire cloud palm to collide fiercely with the sweeping tail. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the two forces met. Although the Xian-Een demon python possesses a robust physique, Chu Lingtian's physical power is not to be underestimated, combined with the enhancement of the fire cloud palm. The confrontation resulted in a stalemate. Without further ado, the two launched an aggressive assault against the Xian-Een demon python. Chu Lingtian engaged the beast head-on, while Shangguan Yinran executed flanking maneuvers. Despite it being their first collaboration, their synergy was exceptional. Hiss! Hiss! The Xian'en demon python incessantly lashed its tail, striking at the void. However, Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran, united in purpose, showed no fear of the beast. Before long, several gashes appeared on the Xian-Een demon python's body, with blood flowing like a gentle stream, staining the ground crimson. This provoked the Xian-Een demon python to fury. It opened its maw wide, expelling a jet of black fire wherever the fire traveled. Trees were instantly reduced to ash, showcasing its formidable power. Be careful, that is the demon-Een fire, Shangguan Yinran warned. Chu Lingtian's gaze sharpened as he wielded the fire sparrow sword, unleashing the blood flame slash. The imposing, fierce phantom of the fiery divine sword coalesced instantaneously, cleaving toward the black fire column. The two forces clashed mid-air, stalemating for a brief moment before dissipating simultaneously. Pucci, just then, Shangguan Yinran seized upon an opening in the Xian demon python's defense. Channeling all her strength into her silver, slender sword, piercing into the python's vital spot. Hiss! The Xian's demon python emitted a prolonged cry of agony, severely wounded, its aura plummeting. Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran exchanged glances, both wearing smiles of triumph. With its grievous injuries, the Xian demon python's strength had diminished significantly. Either of them could easily bring it down, just as Chu Lingtian prepared to deliver the final blow. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Xian demon python's body suddenly ignited with terrifying demon fire, and the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy seemed irresistibly drawn toward it, surging in frenzied torrents. In the blink of an eye, it formed a small vortex of spiritual energy. Shangguan Yinran was directly repelled by the raging flames of the demon fire. Under their watchful gaze, the Xian demon python's wounds began to heal. Not only that, but the creature's momentum surged rapidly as well. What is happening? Chu Lingtian exclaimed in shock. Just a moment ago, the Xian demon python had been severely injured, its aura weak. Now, not only had its injuries healed, but it had become even more powerful, its strength surpassing what it had been before. Shangguan Yinran's expression shifted as she cried out, "This is bad." It is about to advance. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingtian's heart sank. Originally a low-tier, third-grade demon beast, the Xian demon python possesses strength comparable to a great spirit master of the second level. If it were to advance, it would transform into a mid-tier, third-grade demon beast. Its power equivalent to a great spirit master of the fourth level, that we cannot allow it to complete its advancement. Chu Lingtian resolved instantly, unleashing the full force of his late-stage great spirit master cultivation. Gripping the Fire Sparrow sword tightly as he executed his strongest attack, Blood Flame sword technique. First form, Blood Flame slash. 100-meter radius of fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth violently, coalescing into a colossal phantom of the fiery divine sword. Bearing terrifying sword intent as it cleaved toward the Xian demon python, Chu Lingtian's cultivation had unexpectedly surged to the late stage of Great Spirit Master. Shangguan Yinran was taken aback. Upon reaching the Great Spirit Master realm, the cultivation speed of practitioners typically slows considerably. Ordinary cultivators often require years of diligent practice to transcend a minor realm. She had thought it miraculous that Chu Lingtian could break through a minor realm within 10 days. Yet he had astonishingly leaped through 2 minor realms, attaining the late stage of Great Spirit Master. Were it not for witnessing it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Chu Lingtian, devoid of any bloodline, possesses such prodigious talent. Should he have a bloodline, his cultivation speed would surely be astonishing. A thought flashed through Shangguan Yinran's mind. After the initial shock, she too unleashed her full power, her overwhelming aura soaring into the heavens. Shangguan Yinran's cultivation, like Chu Lingtian's, had reached the late stage of Great Spirit Master. The silver slender sword in her hand, a mid-tier third-grade spiritual weapon, surpassed the Fire Sparrow sword in rank. Under her complete focus, the silver slender sword manifested 4 formidable sword phantoms. Sword Phantom Slash. With a delicate cry, the 4 fierce sword phantoms shot forth, ruthlessly cleaving toward the Xian demon python. The Sword Phantom Slash is a high-level technique of the Xian tier. Its difficulty on par with the Blood Flame sword technique 10 days prior. Shangguan Yinran had since her impending breakthrough to a minor accomplishment, which is why she arranged to meet with Chu Lingtian to complete the task. Although both Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran acted swiftly and unleashed their strongest attacks, they were still a moment too late. The Xian demon python had already completed its advancement. Hiss! A piercing hiss echoed through the air, signaling the emergence of the Xian demon python. The malevolent flames enveloping its form surged exponentially, incinerating both the ethereal image of the flame divine sword and the 4 sword shadows. Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran simultaneously emitted a muffled groan, their faces paling considerably. The Xian demon python offered no respite, immediately opening its gaping maw, gathering a colossal mass of malevolent flames within. With a thunderous roar, the infernal fireball transformed into a terrifying pillar of flames, hurtling directly towards the pair, its power far surpassing that of the previous onslaught. Chu Lingtian and Shangwan Yinran's expressions morphed in horror as they unleashed their blood flame slash and sword shadow slash once more. However, the ascended Xian Yin Demon Python was now a mid-tier third-grade beast, its strength vastly exceeding theirs. The Flame Divine Sword's ethereal image and the four sword shadows were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the malevolent flame pillar. Puff! Puff! Both Chu Lingtian and Shangwan Yinran suffered grievous injuries, spitting out blood in unison. As the malevolent flame pillar surged again, Shangwan Yinran gritted her teeth against the pain, retrieving a crimson treasure mirror from her storage jade pendant. Positioning it before herself, and Chu Lingtian, she infused it with spiritual energy. The mirror erupted with a blinding radiance, transforming into a colossal illusory mirror that shielded them from the malevolent flames. A defensive spiritual artifact. Chu Lingtian's gaze sharpened. The value of defensive spiritual artifacts far surpassed that of offensive ones. Although the Crimson Treasure Mirror was merely a low-tier third-grade defensive artifact, its worth exceeded that of the silver slender sword she possessed. Truly, as a member of the royal family, her resources were undeniably substantial. Chu Lingtian mused, contemplating that among the outer sect, only Zhou Chuan could rival Shangwan Yinran's wealth. At the tea that moment, Shangwan Yinran's urgent voice pierced through his thoughts. Chu Lingtian, we must act quickly. The mirror won't hold much longer. Chu Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he beheld the malevolent flame pillar eroding the mirror's illusory form, realizing it would not be long before it shattered. The ascended Xian Yin Demon Python had doubled its strength and speed. Even if they wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. They were left with no choice but to fight for their lives. With a flurry of thoughts, Chu Lingtian made a decisive resolution. Today, either the Xian Yin's Demon Python would perish, or they would meet their end. Taking a deep breath, Chu Lingtian gripped the Fire Sparrow sword tightly, desperately channeling his internal spiritual energy into the blade. Blood Flame Sword Art, second form. Blood Flame breaks the heavens, he roared, not only pushing the Blood Flame Sword Art to its utmost limit, but also maximizing the potential of his mid-tier body, refinement stage physique. Typically, to execute the second form, one would need to cultivate the Blood Flame Sword Art to perfection. However, Chu Lingtian had only achieved a minor accomplishment at its peak. Thus, he was compelled to rely on his formidable physical strength to forcibly unleash Blood Flame breaks the heavens. The consequence of this approach was that his body had to endure an intense backlash. In mere moments, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his body trembled violently, and the bones within him emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Should he fail to withstand this backlash, not only would he be unable to execute Blood Flame breaks the heavens, he might very well lose his life. Shangwan Yinran, observing Chu Lingtian's condition, wore a look of deep concern. Yet she understood that they had reached a point where they must gamble their lives. If they could not slay the Xian Yin Demon Python, they would surely perish here. Gritting her teeth, she exerted all her strength into the Crimson Treasure Mirror, buying time for Chu Lingtian. Sensing the terrifying sword intent emanating from the Fire Sparrow's sword, the Xian Yin's Demon Python realized that the technique Chu Lingtian was executing posed a significant threat to its life. In a frenzy, it intensified the malevolent flame pillar's assault. Under its relentless attack, the mirror's radiance began to wane. Blood trickled from the corner of Shangwan Yinran's mouth. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not prevent the malevolent flame pillar's onslaught. Crack! A sound of shattering resounded. The mirror's illusory form fragmented like glass, completely obliterated. It was over. A glimmer of despair flickered in Shangwan Yinran's eyes, feeling as though she had dragged Chu Lingtian into this predicament. Had she not invited him, Chu Lingtian would never have ventured to confront the Xian Yin Demon Python, nor would he have faced such peril. She lamented that their fates were now intertwined in death, leaving her to apologize to him in the next life. Just as Shangwan Yinran closed her eyes, bracing for death, a cold yet resolute voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Shangwan Yinran's eyes flew open, turning to behold Chu Lingtian, bloodied and pale, yet standing tall with the Fire Sparrow sword raised overhead. delivering a powerful downward strike. With the sword's descent, a piercing cry resonated within a radius of several hundred meters. Fire attribute spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing under the fire sparrow sword's influence into a massive flaming divine sparrow, exuding an overwhelming presence. The fire sparrow sword, forged from the demon core of a low-tier third-grade fire spirit sparrow and crafted with third-grade spiritual materials, unleashed its power to the fullest in this strike. Merging with the second form of the Blood Flame sword art, Blood Flame breaks the heavens. It produced an unparalleled force. The flaming divine sparrow flapped its wings mightily, crashing into the malevolent flame pillar. Though the malevolent flame pillar was formidable and possessed corrosive properties, the Blood Flame sword art wielded Yang fire, which countered Yin fire, rendering it impervious to corrosion. After a brief standoff, the malevolent flame pillar could no longer withstand the onslaught and gradually retreated, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. With a triumphant cry, the flaming divine sparrow struck fiercely against the Xian-Yin demon python. The creature, contorted in agony, emitted a prolonged, tormented hiss. It writhed desperately in an attempt to extinguish the flames consuming it, but to no avail. As time wore on, the Xian-Yin demon python's aura dwindled, the brilliance in its eyes beginning to fade. "We have one." Shangguan Yinran exhaled in relief, her face reflecting the expression of one who had narrowly escaped death. She rushed to Chu Lingtian's side, supporting his faltering form, and retrieved a low-tier third-grade healing pill from her storage jade pendant, administering it to him. Chu Lingtian, having forcibly executed Blood Flame breaks the heavens, had endured a severe backlash that left his internal organs grievously injured. Fortunately, his body refinement stage had reached its mid-tier pinnacle, and with the formidable power of the Dragon Flame technique, which rivaled that of advanced martial techniques, he managed to barely survive the backlash. As the healing pill took effect, Chu Lingtian's injuries began to heal, and his complexion improved slightly. "I am grateful for your life-saving grace. When we return to the academy, I shall repay you well," Shangguan Yinran declared earnestly. Fortunate was she to have Chu Lingtian by her side. Had she invited another outer sect disciple to complete this ninth-tier task, death would have been their certain fate. Chu Lingtian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality. My perilous endeavor to slay the Xian-Yin's demon python was not solely for your sake, but for my own as well." Yet, despite his words, she had indeed saved his life. Just as Shangguan Yinran spoke, the Xian-Yin's demon python, whose gaze had begun to dull, suddenly regained a fleeting spark of vigor, opening its mouth to unleash a blood arrow. "Be careful," Chu Lingtian shouted, noticing the blood arrow's approach, but its speed was akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, soaring through the air. Shangguan Yinran had no time to evade and was struck by the blood arrow. Instantly, the arrow melded into Shangguan Yinran's body, merging with her blood. Chu Lingtian hastily pulled up her sleeve, revealing a black line appearing on her arm, visibly creeping towards her heart. "Damn it, this blood arrow is poisoned." Chu Lingtian cursed vehemently, swinging the fire sparrow sword with all his might, piercing the Xian-Yin's demon python's vital point, ensuring its demise. In truth, even if Chu Lingtian had not intervened, the Xian-Yin demon python would not have survived. That last attack was merely a final flicker of life before its death. Shangguan Yinran, disregarding any reproach towards Chu Lingtian, swiftly retrieved an antidote pill from her storage jade pendant, swallowing it down. She then seated herself on the ground, channeling her energy to combat the serpent's venom within her. As time passed, the black line on her arm did not dissipate. Rather, its spread slowed marginally. Clearly, the antidote pill was ineffective against the Xian-Yin demon python's venom. As the poison deepened, Shangguan Yinran's aura weakened, her lips turned pale, and her body grew cold. "I will take you back to the academy immediately." As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Lingtian prepared to lift Shangguan Yin, ran into his arms, and hastened back to the Starry Academy. As one of the 3 grand academies of the Empire, the Starry Academy boasted a profound heritage. If they could return to the academy, Shangguan Yinran would undoubtedly receive the cure she so desperately needed. Time was of the essence. At most, within an hour, the snake venom would infiltrate her heart. Why then, even deities would be powerless to save her. Shangguan Yin Ran trembled as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Chuling Tian paused momentarily. They had traveled from the Starry Academy to this location, consuming 2 hours in transit. Even if they were fortunate enough to encounter no beastly obstacles on their return journey, it was impossible for him to bring Shangguan Yin Ran back to the Starry Academy within an hour. You want me to stay here alone, to die with dignity? Shangguan Yin Ran said despondently. After I perish, you can return and bring my lifeless body back to the Academy, to present it to the royal family. In her eyes, death was an inevitable certainty, an inescapable fate. The sight of her lifeless form, poisoned by snake venom, would be nothing short of ghastly. Hence, she urged Chuling Tian to leave her behind, allowing her a dignified death. Since we have formed a team, we are comrades in battle. It is utterly inconceivable for me to abandon the life of a comrade. Chuling Tian rejected her suggestion without a moment's hesitation. Within an hour, I will surely concoct an antidote pill to save you. After declaring this, he retrieved a set of his own garments from his storage talisman and draped them over the trembling Shangguan Yin Ran. He then gathered a considerable amount of firewood from the surroundings and ignited a bonfire, ensuring she could find some warmth. Having done all this, Chuling Tian strode toward the corpse of the Xian-Yin demon python, a plan already forming in his mind. According to the handbook for novice alchemists, the life essence of serpent-like beasts was effective in counteracting their venom, as long as he could use the life essence of the Xian-Yin demon python as the main ingredient. Combined with several detoxifying herbs, he could refine an antidote pill to alleviate the snake venom afflicting Shangguan Yin Ran. However, the ascended Xian-Yin demon python was a mid-tier third-grade beast, and its life essence counted as a third-grade medicinal material. An antidote pill concocted primarily from it would undoubtedly attain the grade of a third-grade elixir. Yet, Chuling Tian's current alchemical prowess was merely that of a high-level second-grade alchemist. After exiting the first level of the pagoda and concluding the battle, approximately 2.5 hours had passed. Meanwhile, within the first level of the pagoda, 20 days had elapsed. The third-grade herbs he had planted should now be mature. Chuling Tian pondered in the outside world. 1 hour equated to over 8 days within the first level of the pagoda. If he could break through to a low-level third-grade alchemist within 8 days, there remained a possibility of saving Shangguan Yin Ran. With this thought, Chuling Tian took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the corpse of the Xian-Yin demon python. He drew forth the fire sparrow sword, which was embedded in the python's 7-inch mark, and swiftly dissected the corpse, extracting a small vial of life essence from its heart. This vial contained enough essence to produce 3 antidote pills, and he had to succeed within these 3 attempts. Chuling Tian's gaze was resolute. Holding the jade vial, he entered the cave. The existence of the Chaos Pagoda was Chuling Tian's greatest secret, one he could not divulge even to those closest to him. Otherwise, if it were to leak out, even if he had 10 lives, he would undoubtedly perish. Upon entering the cave, Chuling Tian concentrated his thoughts and entered the first level of the pagoda space. As he had anticipated, the third-grade herbs planted in the fields had matured. Wasting no time, he immediately harvested all the herbs and began to attempt refining the spirit cultivation pill. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed, and the 20th attempt failed. 7 days swiftly slipped by. During this time, Chuling Tian exerted himself tirelessly, dedicating himself wholly to alchemy, attempting 10 refinements each day, totaling 140 attempts, all of which ended in failure. The typical alchemist, under such immense pressure, would likely have faltered and chosen to give up, but Chuling Tian possessed an indomitable will. He would not concede until the final moment. At long last, on his 141st attempt, he succeeded. Although he had only managed to produce a low-grade spirit cultivation pill of the most inferior quality, it was indeed a tangible success. With this initial success as experience, the subsequent refinements went more smoothly. Chuling Tian seized the moment, refining 9 more times, achieving success 3 times, yielding a success rate of 1/3. He calculated the time and felt a surge of urgency. There was no time left to improve his alchemical skills. He needed to swiftly concoct the antidote pill, or else the snake venom would invade Shangguan Yin Ran's heart. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, He selected 2 herbs with detoxifying properties from the array of materials and extracted 1/3 of the Xian demon python's life essence from the jade vial, placing them into the alchemical furnace to begin the refinement of the antidote pill. Boom! Half an hour later, a muffled sound erupted from the furnace, and all the herbs were completely incinerated. The first attempt failed. Yet Chu Ling Tian did not succumb to despair. After adjusting his state of mind, he immediately plunged into the second attempt. Boom! After another half hour, another muffled sound resonated from the furnace, heralding the failure of the second attempt. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with determination. The third attempt had to succeed. He added the herbs and the last of the Xian demon python's life essence into the alchemical furnace, pouring all his focus into the third refinement. Finally, over an hour later, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted from the furnace. That he had succeeded, joy illuminated Chu Ling Tian's eyes as he hurriedly opened the furnace lid. Before him floated a pale, blue antidote pill, gently suspended within the furnace. Indeed, the antidote pill, though its quality was only inferior, it had been crafted from the life essence of the Xian demon python, specifically designed to counteract its venom. Outside, in the cave, Shangguan Yin trembled violently, a layer of frost forming on her skin, and even the air she exhaled was frigid, despite being covered by Chu Ling Tian's clothing and warmed by the bonfire. She felt no warmth whatsoever. It felt as though the blood within her veins was on the verge of freezing. Chu Ling Tian must have exerted himself to the fullest extent, just as her eyes began to close. A figure burst forth from the cave, descending beside her like a celestial being, enveloping her in his embrace. "Take this antidote pill." Chu Ling Tian's voice resonated softly in her ears, bringing her a profound sense of warmth. Shangguan Yin struggled to part her lips and consumed the antidote pill. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a pure energy that coursed through her meridians, spreading throughout her body. The medicinal effects took hold. The once icy Shangguan Yin ceased her violent trembling, her body temperature beginning to rise rapidly. The dark lines, which had crept perilously close to her heart, began to recede at a visibly accelerated pace. In no time at all, her complexion regained its rosy hue. Though her breath remained somewhat weak, the snake venom had been entirely purged. She opened her eyes to find herself nestled in Chu Ling Tian's embrace, and she let out a startled cry, "Da-da!" Shangguan Yin quickly sprang to her feet, her face as red as an apple. Observing her unusual demeanor, Chu Ling Tian immediately expressed concern. "What is it? Is the antidote pill ineffective?" No. The antidote pill is effective. The snake venom within me has been completely resolved," Shangguan Yin said, lowering her head, somewhat bashful, unable to meet Chu Ling Tian's gaze. Realizing her discomfort, Chu Ling Tian quickly apologized. "My apologies, Miss Shangguan. I did not intend to offend. That it was a matter of urgency, that I understand," Shangguan Yin replied. "Thus I harbor no intention of blaming you." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Shangguan Yin did not perceive him as a lecherous scoundrel. "With this antidote pill, young Master Chu has saved me twice already. Please allow me to pay my respects." Shangguan Yin clasped her hands in a salute. Bowing deeply to Chu Ling Tian, he hastily reached out to assist her, stating, "Miss Shangguan, you are being overly formal. As I said, we are comrades in battle. It is only natural that I would save you." "Though we may be comrades," Shangguan Yin replied earnestly, "the act of saving a life is certainly not a matter of course." In his first act of desperation, Chu Ling Tian risked his life to slay the Xian demon python, which would be said to have been partially motivated by his own interests. However, in the second instance where he saved a life, Chu Ling Tian was not compelled to intervene. Had he chosen not to concoct the detoxification pill, he would have incurred no loss. Instead, he could have monopolized the carcass of the Xian demon python and the Gu'in spiritual liquid within the cave. Furthermore, he would have had free reign over the treasure she possessed. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, Chu Ling Tian resolutely extracted the essence blood of the Xian demon python to forge the detoxification pill for her. Such kindness would undoubtedly be etched in Shangguan Yinran's heart, deserving of profound gratitude. Cough, cough. Chu Lingtian cleared his throat, shifting the topic. The Xian Yin demon python is dead. Let us swiftly procure the demon cores required for our mission. He then turned to enter the cave. Shangguan Yinran watched his retreating figure and smiled gently. She then picked up her silver slender sword and expertly dissected the Xian Yin demon python's corpse to retrieve its demon core. With a flick of her wrist, she stored the body in her storage jade pendant and followed Chu Lingtian into the cave. The interior of the cave was remarkably spacious. A ball of flame coalesced in Chu Lingtian's hand as he led Shangguan Yinran to the deepest part of the cavern. Before them loomed a massive black hole, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. This is the Gu Yin Cave, Shangguan Yinran remarked. Chu Lingtian nodded and leaped directly into the abyss, with Shangguan Yinran following closely behind. After descending several dozen meters, they landed on solid ground. Below the dark hole lay an expansive cavern, spanning thousands of square meters. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a small pool of water at the center. The liquid within was not ordinary water. It was a black substance, cold and piercing, akin to IC at IT, was none other than the Gu Yin spiritual liquid. Above the liquid pool, a colossal black stone pillar slowly dripped drops of the black Gu Yin spiritual liquid. Chu Lingtian gazed at the pool, a smile gracing his lips. This pool of Gu Yin spiritual liquid exceeds my expectations. In oh wonder the Xian Yin demon python could advance in rank. The ascension of demon beasts requires an immense amount of energy, tenfold more challenging than that of cultivators. Without this pool of Gu Yin spiritual liquid, the Xian Yin demon python would have needed at least 3 to 5 more years of cultivation to elevate to a mid-level third-tier demon beast. Though the liquid pool was shallow, Chu Lingtian estimated that it contained at least several dozen pounds of Gu Yin spiritual liquid. Dividing it with Shangguan Yinran would still yield a substantial amount, ample enough to elevate his physical realm to the later stages of body refinement. Just as they prepared to retrieve the Gu Yin spiritual liquid, Chu Lingtian's brow furrowed, his expression contemplative. After reaching the low-tier third-grade alchemist level, his spiritual power had significantly increased. In his perception, beyond the Gu Yin spiritual liquid, there seemed to be even more precious treasures hidden within the cavern. What is it? Shangguan Yinran inquired, puzzled. There should be other treasures in this cavern. Chu Lingtian replied, that he then closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual power to meticulously search the cave. Such formidable spiritual power. No wonder Chu Lingtian was able to concoct a detoxification pill specifically for the Xian Yin demon python's venom. It turns out his alchemical skills have reached the low-tier third-grade level. Shangguan Yinran's eyes sparkled with admiration. Earlier, while outside the cave, her focus had been solely on the detoxification. She had not realized the preciousness of the detoxification pill. Now, sensing Chu Lingtian's formidable spiritual power, she immediately understood a favored individual, with astonishing cultivation speed and combat prowess surpassing his peers, a low-tier third-grade alchemist, a noble gentleman, and a lifesaver. Each piece of information struck Shangguan Yinran like pebbles thrown into a pond, creating ripples in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at Chu Lingtian, her expression turned somewhat mesmerized. I found it. Chu Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the black stone pillar above the liquid pool. Shangguan Yinran, startled by his exclamation, quickly turned her head, inwardly chastising herself. What were you doing, Shangguan Yinran? If Chu Lingtian notices you were staring at him, it would be utterly embarrassing. As Shangguan Yinran's thoughts wandered, Chu Lingtian stomped his right foot on the ground, leaping into the air to grasp hold of the black stone pillar. Her attention piqued by his actions, Shangguan Yinran turned to look. She saw Chu Lingtian's right fingers converge like a sword, releasing sharp sword energy aimed directly at the center of the black pillar. Crack! In an instant, he cleaved a hole into it. A frigid aura permeated the to their astonishment. The center of the black stone pillar was hollow, containing a handful of milky white liquid, starkly contrasting with the black Gu Yin spiritual liquid. Although it was only a small amount, its temperature was even lower than that of the entire pool of Gu Yin spiritual liquid. This is the Ji Yin Ling Yin. Shangguan Yinran's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the milky white liquid within the pillar, gasping in astonishment. The Jin Ling Yin was an extraordinarily precious top-tier 4th-grade medicinal material, serving the same purpose as the Gu Yin spiritual liquid, body refinement, but its efficacy was tenfold stronger. Chu Ling Tian, you truly are a favored individual, blessed with extraordinary fortune. The likelihood of Ji Yin Ling Yan's emergence is exceedingly low. Among Tengayin caves, one might not even yield a single Ji Yin Ling Yan. Yet here you are encountering it, Shangguan Yinran exclaimed with a smile. Though the Ji Yin Ling Yan is but a small handful, its value far exceeds that of the entire pool of Gu Yin spiritual liquid. It is our good fortune. Chu Ling Tian replied with a chuckle, retrieving 2 jade vials from his storage pendant to evenly distribute the Ji Yin Ling Yen into them. Jumping down from the pillar, he returned to Shangguan Yinran's side and handed her one of the vials, saying, "This is for you." Shangguan Yinran was taken aback. "You wish to share half of the Ji Yin Ling Yen with me? As I mentioned, our fortune is shared as comrades in battle. Our gains should naturally be divided equally," Chu Ling Tian replied with a grin. "However, you discovered the Ji Yin Ling Yen. I did not contribute to its finding," Shangguan Yinran stated. Chu Ling Tian shook his head. "One cannot frame it that way. Had you not invited me to undertake this 9th-level outer sect mission, I would not have even had the chance to discover it." With that, he did not give Shangguan Yinran another opportunity to speak, directly placing the vial into her hands before turning to the pool to collect the Gu Yin spiritual liquid. As Shangguan Yinran gazed at the vial in her hands, waves of emotion stirred within her once more. In no time, Chu Ling Tian had filled all the Gu Yin spiritual liquid, managing to secure 4 jade jars. Each jar contained 10 pounds, totaling 40 pounds. With a wave of his hand, he stored 2 jars within his storage pendant and remarked to Shangguan Yinran, "These 2 jars are yours." Shangguan Yinran stepped forward, placing the vial containing the Ji Yin Ling Yen atop one of the jade jars, and cheerfully said to Chu Ling Tian, "The Ji Yin Ling Yen and Gu Yin spiritual liquid are of no use to me. They all belong to you." Chu Ling Tian frowned. "We agreed to split it, so they must be divided." Before he could finish, Shangguan Yinran interjected, "Elder Zhou Hong has taken you as his named disciple, presumably intending for you to participate in the contest for the Tsang Yen token." Chu Ling Tian paused, surprised. "How do you know?" "I have my sources of information," Shangguan Yinran replied with a smile. As far as I know, the 2 other families competing against the Zhou family are formidable, both being first-class noble clans of the empire, each with several spiritual kings in their ranks. Among the direct descendants of the 2 families under 20 years of age, some have already reached the 3rd level of Grand Spirit Master. The difficulty in obtaining the Tsang Yen token is immense. Upon hearing Shangguan Yinran's words, Chu Ling Tian's brow furrowed tightly. As a member of the royal family, Shangguan Yinran undoubtedly possessed extensive information. Moreover, there was no reason for her to deceive him. The 2 families competing against the Zhou family were first-class noble clans of the empire, with profound foundations. Their direct descendants would have cultivated superior techniques and martial skills, far surpassing their peers in combat prowess. Thus, he would need to estimate their strength at least a full realm higher. In other words, for Chu Ling Tian to triumph over the direct descendants of the 2 families, he would need to elevate his cultivation to at least the 4th level of Grand Spirit Master or higher. Given a year and a half, this would undoubtedly be within reach. However, judging by Zhou Chuan's tone, it seems that the competition will likely take place within the next month or 2, even with the assistance of the Chaotic Treasure Tower. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to break through to the 4th layer of a Grand Spirit Master within such a short time frame. Shangguan Yinran, observing Chu Ling Tian's expression, could not help but smile faintly. "Therefore, you must accept this bottle of extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and these 2 jars of Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. With their aid, your physical cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and the progress of your training in the Dragon Flame technique will also accelerate significantly." After pondering for a moment, Chu Ling Tian clasped his fists and replied, "I indeed require the extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid to enhance my strength. Consider them purchased with my credits, that I shall deliver the credits within a month." The Earth Yin Spirit Liquid is a top-tier 3rd-grade medicinal material, while the Extreme Yin Spirit Nectar is a top-tier 4th-grade material. The value of both far exceeds that of the Xianbing sword he sold. Yet he currently possesses only 3,505 credits, which is woefully insufficient. He would need some time to gather the necessary credits. Young Master Chu, if you insist on saying that, then it is too much of a formality. You are the benefactor who saved my life twice. If you must give me credits, let us calculate how much the life-saving grace is worth in credits, and I shall transfer them to you. Shangguan Yinran replied with a stern expression. Chu Lingtian was momentarily rendered speechless. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "Very well, I shall not give Miss Shangguan any credits. Let it be a favor I owe you." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yinran's face brightened with a smile. "That is more like it. We are comrades who have fought side by side and faced life and death together. There is no need for such distance to..." As she spoke, her face suddenly flushed, and she softly added, "In the future, do not call me Miss Shangguan. It feels too formal. You may call me Yinran." Chu Lingtian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Yinran, henceforth, you need not refer to me as young Master Chu. Simply call me by my name." Shangguan Yinran, blushing, nodded in response. However, due to the dimness of the cave, Chu Lingtian failed to notice the peculiar change in her complexion. The two scanned their surroundings once more, but found no additional treasures, so they exited the cave and left the cavern behind. With the Xian Yin demon python slain and the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid in hand, there was no longer any reason to remain. Chu Lingtian and Shangguan Yinran promptly set off to return to the Starry Academy. Upon their return, they went to the task pavilion to complete their mission and received a reward of 5,000 credits. Shangguan Yinran had initially intended to give all 5,000 credits to Chu Lingtian as agreed. However, Chu Lingtian adamantly refused, stating that he had already gained a significant advantage by acquiring the extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. How could he accept the 5,000 credits on top of that? Left with no choice, Shangguan Yinran accepted the 5,000 credits and said, "The task has been completed, and I'm going to advance to an inner sect disciple. Will you accompany me?" With their combined strength, they could have easily advanced to inner sect disciples long ago. Chu Lingtian shook his head. "I still need to gather the members of the Lingtian Pavilion and discuss a few matters before I proceed to advance to an inner sect disciple." "All right, then let us meet again at the foot of the mountain," Shangguan Yinran replied with a smile. Chu Lingtian nodded. The two parted ways at the entrance of the task pavilion, just as Chu Lingtian had walked a short distance. A sharp blade aura suddenly assailed him from behind. Frowning, Chu Lingtian employed the Starfire step, swiftly evading the blade strike. Turning around, he beheld a young man clad in luxurious attire, his face brimming with arrogance, glaring intensely at him with an icy gaze, as if he held a grudge against him. Before Chu Lingtian could speak, the young man coldly declared, "Brat, keep your distance from Shangguan Yinran. If I see you two interacting again, I will cripple your legs." Chu Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "What I do with Yinran is none of your concern." The young man's fury erupted at his words, and he retorted coldly, "Yinran, how affectionate! You dare to covet a woman that belongs to me? Chun Junjia, you are courting death." With that, the young man lunged at Chu Lingtian like a human cannonball, fueled by rage. Chun Junjia, second on the potential dragon ranking. Chu Lingtian's eyebrows arched slightly, instantly recognizing the young man's identity. Like Shangguan Yinran, Chun Junjia had already reached the first layer of a Grand Spirit Master. Yet for some unknown reason, he had not advanced to an inner sect disciple and remained at the foot of the mountain. It now seemed highly likely that this was due to Shangguan Yinran. Rumor had it that Chun Junjia hailed from a prestigious family and had awakened a 5th-grade bloodline, showcasing exceptional talent. He had joined the Starry Academy because an elder from his family held a high position there. He observed the approaching Chun Junjia. A smirk of disdain crept across Chu Lingtian's lips. Only at the early stage of the first layer of a Grand Spirit Master. "And you dare to act so arrogantly before me?" It appeared that Chun Junjia had likely been absent from the academy recently. He was unaware of the outcome of the battle with Yang Kun. With a cold snort, Chu Lingtian unleashed his cultivation at the late stage of the first layer of a Grand Spirit Master. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck forward with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Chun Junjia was sent flying. He stared at his slightly trembling arm, his expression shifting. Late stage of the first layer of a Grand Spirit Master. How is that possible? When did such a powerful figure emerge from the outer sect? In his mind, he rapidly recalled the profiles of all the top elites in the outer sect, but none could compare to Chu Lingtian. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him as a name surfaced in his mind. You are that favored one, Chu Lingtian. Among the outer sect, only Chu Lingtian, the favored one, could have advanced to the late stage of the first layer of a Grand Spirit Master during his time away at the Chun family for training. Indeed, Chu Lingtian admitted. Chun Junjie spoke with an icy tone. So, it is you, the bumpkin from that little place. And no wonder you are so ignorant of the rules. Who in the outer sect does not know that I, Chun Junjie, am pursuing Shangwan Yinran? How dare you try to interfere? It is said that the resentment of stealing a wife is greater than the heavens. Do you wish to become my mortal enemy? Chu Lingtian raised 2 fingers and coolly replied. First, I am unaware that you are pursuing Yinran. Second, I am not pursuing Yinran. We are merely friends. You call her Yinran so casually, yet still wish to argue. Chun Junjie hissed coldly that I will give you 2 choices. Either distance yourself from Shangwan Yinran and never associate with her again, or we become enemies, and from this day forth, it shall be a life-and-death rivalry. My Chun family is a first-rate noble clan in the empire, possessing immense power. My grandfather is the current head of the Chun family and the second elder of the Starry Academy. A top-tier expert at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Spirit King. You should think carefully. Although Chun Junjie framed his words as a suggestion, they were laden with threat. Chu Lingtian responded indifferently. Yinran and I are friends. There is no way I will sever ties with my friend. All right, if that is the case, then we shall see. Chun Junjie cast a deep glance at Chu Lingtian, leaving behind a harsh remark before turning to depart. The earlier confrontation had made him realize that he was not a match for Chu Lingtian. Thus, he opted not to continue the fight and retreated for the time being. After all, Chu Lingtian's cultivation had reached the realm of a Grand Spirit Master and was about to advance to an inner sect disciple. Once he reached the inner sect, he would have plenty of ways to deal with Chu Lingtian. As for Chun Junjie's threats, Chu Lingtian paid them no mind. Though Chun Junjie possessed exceptional talent, with the aid of the Chaotic Treasure Tower, his cultivation speed was far superior to that of Chun Junjie. The gap between them would only continue to widen. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Lingtian gathered the members of the Ling Tian Pavilion. I am about to head to the mountainside area. From now on, all matters within the pavilion will be handled by Feng Haiba. Chu Lingtian declared that I will not disappoint the pavilion master's expectations. Feng Haiba vowed. Chu Lingtian nodded and casually waved his hand. Producing the Qi-nourishing pills and Xian-Qi pills he had refined within the first layer of the treasure tower. These pills, like the 5,000 credits, were a reward from the contribution leaderboard. Every member who contributed to the Ling Tian Pavilion would not only receive credit rewards, but also pill rewards. Long live the Pavilion Master! Long live the Pavilion Master! The members of the pavilion cheered loudly, each brimming with excitement. Although the strength of the Ling Tian Pavilion was not particularly prominent among the many smaller factions in the outer sect. After all, aside from Chu Lingtian, no one had managed to ascend the potential dragon ranking. The benefits offered by the Ling Tian Pavilion were undoubtedly the best among all the small factions in the outer sect. Other small factions might set up contribution leaderboards to encourage members to contribute, but they typically only offered 1,000 or 2,000 credits. In contrast, the Ling Tian Pavilion's contribution leaderboard boasted a full 5,000 credits. Not to mention a plethora of Qi-nourishing pills and Xian-Qi pills. With the provision of these material rewards, the members' enthusiasm reached its zenith, eager to contribute at once. Chu Lingtian encouraged, I hope you will diligently practice and strive for an early promotion to inner disciples. Yes, the members of Ling Tian Pavilion replied in unison. Observing their excited expressions, Chu Lingtian smiled faintly, confident that it would not be long before Ling Tian Pavilion emerged as a top-tier force within the academy. After assigning the matters concerning Ling Tian Pavilion, Chu Lingtian tidied his belongings and left the guest house to seek Zhou Chuan, intent on advancing to an inner disciple. However, he soon discovered that Zhou Chuan was in seclusion. Thus, Chu Lingtian sought out Li Yanhong. The cultivation levels of the outer elders were all above the 5th realm of Great Spiritual Master, qualifying them to lead eligible outer disciples to the mid-mountain area. Under Li Yanhong's guidance, Chu Lingtian arrived at the resource hall in the mid-mountain area, where he demonstrated his cultivation level in front of an inner elder for verification. The inner elder nodded in approval and instructed Chu Lingtian to present his identity token to exchange it for an inner disciple token, while transferring the information and credits from the original token into the new one. Furthermore, the inner elder bestowed upon Chu Lingtian a key and 2 bottles of spirit martial pills. These 2 bottles were allocated to him as training resources. According to the Academy's regulations, ordinary inner disciples could collect 2 bottles of spirit martial pills from the resource hall each month. The key, attached to a wooden tag inscribed with 306 in the Northern District, indicated Chu Lingtian's dwelling in the mid-mountain area. After exiting the resource hall, Li Yanhong took Chu Lingtian on a tour of the mid-mountain area, explaining the regulations governing the inner disciples. The mid-mountain area bore similarities to the foot of the mountain, with a task pavilion, resource hall, credit hall, and martial arts hall. The task pavilion and credit hall each had 3 levels. The first for ordinary inner disciples, the second for elite inner disciples, and the third for the strong listed on the inner disciples rankings. The inner disciples rankings, akin to the outer disciples hidden dragon rankings, were specially established by the Academy to motivate inner disciples. However, while the outer disciples rankings had 50 slots due to the large number of participants, the inner disciples rankings only had 30 slots, reflecting the significantly smaller population of inner disciples as per Academy rules. Inner disciples were also required to complete 2 Academy tasks each month. Failure to do so would result in severe penalties. Beyond these, the mid-mountain area was divided into 4 major regions: the East, South, West, and North. The South region housed the inner elders. The East region was for the strong listed on the rankings. The West region accommodated elite inner disciples, and the North region was designated for ordinary inner disciples. "Thank you for your explanation, Elder Li," Chu Lingtian said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Yanhong waved it off casually, saying, "It's no trouble at all. Focus on your training. I look forward to the day you surpass me." With that, Li Yanhong departed with a smile. The gap between him and Chu Lingtian was now for major realms, in his view. Chu Lingtian would likely surpass him within a year. Naturally open-minded, Li Yanhong, as an elder, would take great joy in seeing an inner disciple exceed him. As it indicated the Academy's promising future, he eagerly anticipated the day Chu Lingtian would surpass him. After Li Yanhong's departure, Chu Lingtian arrived at 306 in the Northern District. Although this was a residence for ordinary inner disciples, it was a 3-courtyard estate, with its arrangement rivaling that of the outer elders' abodes. Upon entering the courtyard and surveying his surroundings, Chu Lingtian nodded in satisfaction that he approached the main house, took out the Wind Soul Array disc, and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, small flags shot out from the disc, embedding themselves in each corner of the main house. The Wind Soul Array then activated, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the main house. The Wind Soul Array was merely a small-scale formation with limited range, insufficient to cover the entire estate. Therefore, Chu Lingtian only set it up outside the main house. Observing the formation, he mused, in the outer sect, the Wind Soul Array can prevent all prying eyes, but in the inner sect, it falls short. That I need to upgrade to a more powerful formation soon. In the outer sect, the most formidable individual, Zhou Chuan, was merely at the late stage of the 9th realm of great spiritual master. However, in the inner sect, even the weakest elder had reached the Spirit King realm. The Wind Soul Array could not withstand the scrutiny of an inner elder. For safety's sake, Chu Lingtian must quickly replace it with a formation capable of evading the gaze of Spirit King experts. After setting up the Wind Soul Array, Chu Lingtian entered the main house, organized his belongings, and, with a thought, entered the space of the first layer of the treasure tower. With a casual wave, he retrieved the extreme Een Spirit Nectar and the Earth Een Spirit Liquid from his storage jade pendant. "I hope their effects do not disappoint me," Chu Lingtian murmured to himself. His ability to catch up with Zhou's family and the direct descendants of the 2 major families before the competition relied entirely on the extreme Een Spirit Nectar and the Earth Een Spirit Liquid. Seated cross-legged on a meditation mat, Chu Lingtian first picked up the jade jar and took a sip of the Earth Een Spirit Liquid. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt a chill sweep through him, as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice, involuntarily gasping in shock. He quickly set down the jade jar, formed a cultivation seal with his hands, and activated the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique, exerting all his strength to absorb the energy of the Earth-Een Spirit Liquid. The Earth-Een Spirit Liquid was a top-tier, third-grade medicinal material, possessing remarkable body-tempering effects, as the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique circulated. The Earth-Een Spirit Liquid flowed through Chu Lingtian's meridians, permeating his limbs and bones, beginning to refine his physique. Humph! Despite Chu Lingtian's extraordinary willpower, he could not suppress a series of muffled groans. Although the process of tempering his body was excruciating, the results were undeniably evident. Chu Lingtian's physical realm was rapidly ascending at a visible pace. Over the course of 3 months, time flew by. With the assistance of the Earth-Een Spirit Liquid, he elevated his physical realm from the pinnacle of mid-body refinement to late-body refinement. Relying solely on his physical strength, he could crush an ordinary great spiritual master of the first realm. Moreover, with the breakthrough in his physical realm, the progress of his cultivation in the first volume of the Dragon Flame technique also accelerated, successfully reaching the perfected state. Just as Chu Lingtian was preparing to continue his training, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly in the wind solar ray. With a thought, he instantly returned to the outside world. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. 5 figures stormed in with an imposing aura. The leader was none other than Chen Junja. Kid, since you refuse to recognize the good in me and insist on opposing me, today I shall show you the consequences of offending me. Chen Junja declared with arrogant bravado. The day before, after Shangwan Yinran and Chu Lingtian were promoted to inner disciples, Chen Junja had immediately followed suit. He had stayed in the outer sect solely because of Shangwan Yinran. Now that she had left, he saw no reason to remain in the outer sect any longer. Moreover, he was determined to teach Chu Lingtian a harsh lesson, ensuring that he would not dare to appear before Shangwan Yinran again. Yi Feiyu's cousin, Yi Feipeng, was merely one of the 3 major families in Luoyang County, a direct descendant of the Yi family. Yet he was able to establish a small force known as the Feipeng Gang within the academy. As for the direct descendants of the Chen family, their status was even more formidable. One of the 3 major forces in the academy, the Heroes Hall, was founded by Chen Junja's older brother, Chen Juanhao. Both Chen Juanhao and Chen Junja had awakened the 5th-grade bloodline and possessed remarkable talent. Chen Juanhao's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 4th realm of Great Spiritual Master, placing him second on the inner disciples rankings. He was just half a step away from breaking through to the 5th realm of Great Spiritual Master and becoming a true disciple. After Chen Junja was promoted to an inner disciple, he promptly sought out his brother Chen Juanhao. Upon hearing from Chen Junja that someone was attempting to interfere by pursuing Shangwan Yinran, a cold gleam flickered in Chen Juanhao's eyes. The 2 brothers' grandfather was not only the current head of the Chen family, but also the 2nd elder of the Xingchen Academy. Thus, they were well-informed and privy to many secrets. Shangwan Yinran's identity was not merely that of a collateral royal descendant. She was a direct descendant of the imperial family. Her father was none other than Emperor Shangwan Yin of the Qian Empire. Since Shangwan Yinran was still young and had not yet been officially designated as a princess, few people were aware of her true identity. All that most knew was that the reigning emperor had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Chen Juanhao and Chen Junja were unaware of the reasons behind Shangwan Yinran's arrival at Xingchen Academy. They only recalled their grandfather mentioning something related to the palace for the Chen family. The reasons behind Shangwan Yinran's presence at Xingchen Academy were of little consequence, when the heart of Shangwan Yinran is of paramount importance, given that Chen Junja and Shangwan Yinran are of similar age. This task was entrusted to him as the sole daughter of Shangwan Yin. Shangwan Yinran is cherished deeply. If the Chen family could secure a connection with her, they would soar to unprecedented heights, becoming esteemed relatives of the royal household. Thus, Chen Junja harbors profound resentment towards Chu Lingtian. Immediately, Chen Juanhao dispatched someone to inquire about Chu Lingtian's residence. Upon learning he resided at number 306 in the North District, he instructed Chen Junja to bring 4 elites from the Heroic Hall to teach Chu Lingtian a lesson. The 4 individuals accompanying Chen Junja possessed cultivation levels exceeding the initial stage of the Great Spirit Master's 2nd heaven, with one having even reached the latter stage of the same realm. In Chen Juanhao's estimation, Deploying these four would be more than sufficient to crush Chu Lingtian. Act now, commanded Chen Junjie to the four elites of the heroic hall. Just as they prepared to strike, a voice filled with indignation rang out. Chen Junjie, what are you planning to do? Turning around, they beheld Shangwan Yinran storming in, her face flushed with anger. Upon seeing her arrival, Chen Junjie instantly altered his demeanor, forcing a smile. Yinran, what brings you to this dilapidated estate? Have you come to look for me and found the wrong place? My residence is number 10 in the North District, surrounded by rare and exotic flora. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shangwan Yinran. First, do not address me as Yinran. We are not that familiar. Second, I have not come to the wrong place. I am here to find Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Chen Junjie's expression darkened at her words. The relationship between Chu Lingtian and Shangwan Yinran was closer than he had anticipated. Chu Lingtian was undoubtedly the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of Shangwan Yinran. What do you intend to do at Lingtian's residence? Shangwan Yinran inquired, her tone sharp. Chen Junjie replied, that rustic fellow, Chu Lingtian, has clashed with my heroic hall, and my brother has sent me to teach him a lesson. You dare! Shangwan Yinran's brows knitted in defiance as she retorted coldly. Chu Lingtian is my friend. No one is allowed to harm him. Her words only fueled Chen Junjie's anger further as a direct descendant of the Chen family. He had been like a sycophant, fawning over Shangwan Yinran, yet she scarcely acknowledged him. Meanwhile, Chu Lingtian, a mere country bumpkin without a lineage, could only hope to achieve the pinnacle of a great spirit master of the ninth heaven. The fact that Shangwan Yinran valued him so highly, referring to him as Lingtian and defending him fiercely, was utterly incomprehensible to Chen Junjie. This is a matter between my heroic hall and Chu Lingtian. Yinran, it would be best if you refrained from interfering, Chen Junjie stated coldly. He signaled to the four elite members of the heroic hall, two of whom approached Shangwan Yinran, intending to block her path. The other two, brimming with malevolence, advanced toward Chu Lingtian. Yet, Chu Lingtian displayed no sign of fear. Rather, he was engulfed in a fervent fighting spirit. He was not a soft target for anyone to manipulate. And the idea that two great spirit masters of the second heaven could defeat him was nothing short of a delusion. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a sound of air being sliced through suddenly resonated. A figure appeared like a wraith within the room. It was Elder Zhou Chuan. Elder Zhou, what brings you to the intersect? Chen Junjie inquired, his brows furrowed. Zhou Chuan cast a glance at Chen Junjie and replied coldly. Chu Lingtian is a registered disciple of my father, that if someone from the Chen family wishes to bully him, they must first seek the consent of the Zhou family. What? Chen Junjie's pupils constricted slightly. He had just returned from his training at the Chen family and was unaware of recent developments within the academy. Thus, hearing that Chu Lingtian had been accepted as a registered disciple by Elder Zhou Hong left him utterly astonished. Regaining his composure, Chen Junjie sneered, Elder Zhou, according to the Academy's rules, unless there is urgent business, outer sect elders are not permitted to linger in the mid-mountain area. This is not a place for you. You should promptly return to the foot of the mountain. Who told you I cannot linger in the mid-mountain area? Zhou Chuan retorted with a cold snort, an immense pressure erupting from him like a raging flood, sweeping toward the 5 members of Chen Junjie's party. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 were immediately forced to their knees, unable to muster any resistance. You have broken through. Chen Junjie's eyes widened. Zhou Chuan's aura did not signify the 9th heaven of the Great Spirit Master, but rather the 1st heaven of the Spirit King. I have been promoted to an inner sect elder and will henceforth reside in the mid-mountain area, Zhou Chuan stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Chen Junjie's expression darkened considerably. The patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Hong, and the patriarch of the Chen family, one being the Grand Elder of the Star Academy and the other the Second Elder, held comparable statuses and frequently clashed, resulting in a tense relationship between the Zhou and Chen families. Initially, both families had an equal number of Spirit King realm experts for each. However, with Zhou Chuan's breakthrough, the Zhou family now boasted 5, thereby gaining the upper hand over the Chen family. Moreover, given Zhou Chuan's relatively young age, he possessed significant potential for future cultivation, making it almost certain that he would reach the 5th heaven of the Spirit King realm. This was undoubtedly troubling news for the Chen family. I will remember today's events, and I shall repay you in kind. Chen Jun gritted his teeth as he spoke. With that, he shot a venomous glare at both Chu Lingtian and Zhou Chuan before leading the four elites of the heroic hall away from the estate. Shang Guanyin ran, sensing that Zhou Chuan likely had matters to discuss with Chu Lingtian, found an excuse to depart. Zhou Chuan watched a retreating figure before turning to Chu Lingtian, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done, junior brother. Shang Guanyin has been in the academy for some time, yet I have never seen her so close to a boy. You're the first. Chu Lingtian hurriedly clarified, senior brother Zhou. Yinran and I are merely friends. Oh, you've already called her Yinran? Progressing faster than I anticipated, Zhou Chuan teased. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingtian could only smile helplessly, refraining from further comment. However, I must caution you. Shangguan Yinran's status is extraordinary. If you truly have feelings for her, be prepared. Your future rivals are not limited to Chun Junjie alone, Zhou Chuan said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingtian's heart sank. Shangguan Yinran's identity was far more complex than the rumored collateral branch of a royal family. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Chu Lingtian replied respectfully. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no stirring in his heart for Shangguan Yinran. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. Not only did Shangguan Yinran possess breathtaking beauty, but her character and demeanor were also commendable. To marry such a woman would be a dream come true. Senior brother, you must have news regarding the competition. Chu Lingtian inquired. Zhou Chuan nodded. The three major families have confirmed their participants for the competition, which is scheduled for a month from now. As he spoke, Zhou Chuan waved his right hand, and a flash of light from the storage ring revealed 20 green jade vials on the table. These are 10 bottles of spirit-nurturing pills and 10 bottles of bone-tempering pills. They will be immensely beneficial for your cultivation, Zhou Chuan stated. Senior brother, I do not require these pills. Chu Lingtian began, but Zhou Chuan interrupted him. As a Spirit King realm expert, my resources are abundant. 20 bottles of pills are but a trifling matter to me, Zhou Chuan asserted. In the coming month, focus on your cultivation and strive to defeat the other 8 participants in the competition to claim the Sanyan token. With that, Zhou Chuan patted Chu Lingtian on the shoulder, just as he was about to turn to leave. He suddenly recalled something. By the way, among the 2 other families competing with the Zhou family is the Chun family. Chun Junjie is also one of the participants sent by the Chun family. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intent flashed in Chu Lingtian's eyes. Chun Junjie had repeatedly provoked him, and it would be an opportune moment to teach him a lesson during the competition. After Zhou Chuan's departure, Chu Lingtian gazed at the pills on the table and let out a wry smile. He truly had no need for these pills, whether it was the spirit-nurturing pills or the bone-tempering pills. He could concoct them himself. Although Zhou Chuan had broken through to the first heaven of the Spirit King realm and been promoted to an intersect elder, his resources were not as abundant as he claimed. Since he had only just achieved his breakthrough, the 20 bottles of elixirs must have cost Zhou Chuan a considerable number of credits. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Lingtian stored the 20 bottles into his storage jade pendant. Although he had no need for these elixirs, Zhou Chuan's gesture stirred a warm current within him. Since his father's disappearance, he had not felt such warmth in a long time. Chu Lingtian composed himself and departed the residence, making his way to the first floor of the mission pavilion, where he casually accepted 2 level 1 intersect tasks. The competition was set to take place in a month, and he intended to devote himself entirely to cultivation during this period. Thus, he needed to complete the 2 level 1 intersect tasks first. Given his current strength, accomplishing these tasks would not consume much time. 4 hours later, Chu Lingtian returned to the first floor of the mission pavilion with the completed tasks, submitting them to receive a reward of 3,000 credits. Subsequently, he hurried back to his residence, closed his door, and returned to the first layer space of the pagoda to commence his training. With the assistance of extreme Een Spirit Nectar, Earth Een Spirit Liquid, Bone Tempering Pills, and Spirit Nurturing Pills, Chu Lingtian's strength began to rise steadily. He advanced through the early, mid, and late stages of the second level of Great Spirit Master. As time flowed like a river, over 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! A powerful force erupted from within Chu Lingtian. surging towards the heavens at last, just before the competition commenced. He broke through to the early stage of the fourth level of Great Spirit Master. Chu Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant glimmer flashing within them. His rapid advancement in cultivation was largely due to the aid of extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. Over these 8 years, he had exhausted all of his extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. His cultivation of the Dragon Flame technique and physical realm had seen tremendous improvement. Although he still had some distance to cover before achieving the peak of the late stage of the body refinement realm, his physical prowess was more than sufficient to overpower an average Great Spirit Master at the 4th level. This realization deepened Chu Ling Tian's gratitude towards Shangwan Yinran. Had she not provided him with all the extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid, even with 8 years of hard work, his cultivation would have barely reached the early stage of the 3rd level of Great Spirit Master. Chu Ling Tian had also perfected the Blood Flame Sword technique and Starfire Step to a satisfactory level. If he unleashed his full strength, even an ordinary Great Spirit Master at the 5th level would not stand a chance against him. In terms of combat prowess, he was no weaker than the average Outer Sect Elders of the Starry Academy. In addition to his enhanced strength, his alchemical skills had also ascended to the pinnacle of a 3rd-rank low-level alchemist, allowing him to produce top-quality spirit-nurturing pills with absolute certainty that it was about time to venture out. Chu Ling Tian rose, stretched, and with a thought, exited the first layer space of the pagoda, and no sooner had he returned to the outside world than Zhou Chuan arrived at his residence. "Junior brother, are you ready?" Zhou Chuan inquired. Chu Ling Tian nodded. After over 8 years of arduous training in the first layer space of the pagoda, his strength had multiplied several times over, and he was confident in his ability to defeat the other 8 competitors and seize the Tsang Yin token. Zhou Chuan surveyed Chu Ling Tian and remarked with a smile, "It seems you are brimming with confidence. Junior brother, I shall preemptively wish you success in securing the top spot and claiming the Tsang Yin token." As an afterthought, Zhou Chuan advised, "The competition will be held at the Zhou family estate. Upon arrival, you may face some difficulties from certain individuals. You should directly confront a direct descendant of the Zhou family to showcase your strength and silence them." Chu Ling Tian nodded in understanding. With only 3 spots available for the competition, his presence as an outsider claiming one of them would naturally incite dissatisfaction among many in the Zhou family. The only way to silence them was through strength. Zhou Chuan led Chu Ling Tian away from the Starry Academy towards the Starry City, due to Zhou Hong serving as the Grand Elder of the Starry Academy. The headquarters of the Zhou family was established in Starry City, spanning a vast area and situated near the Starry Mountain Range. Starry City was a hub of commerce and a gathering place for formidable practitioners. Besides the Zhou family, there were also 2 other prominent families. One was the Chun family, where Chun Junjie resided, and the other was the Zheng family, the last family participating in the upcoming Tsang Yin token competition. Although the head of the Zheng family was not an elder of the Starry Academy, his strength was not to be underestimated, having reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of Spirit King. The head's grandson, Zheng Haitao, had awakened a top-tier 5th-rank bloodline, showcasing extraordinary talent. He joined the Ryu Academy and was accepted as a disciple by the 5th elder among the top 10 elders of the academy, ensuring a bright future ahead. The individual mentioned by Shangwan Yinran, who had reached the 3rd level of Great Spirit Master among the 3 prominent families, was none other than Zheng Haitao. However, that was now a thing of the past. 3 days prior, Zheng Haitao successfully broke through, entering the early stage of the 4th level of Great Spirit Master. When Zhou Chuan brought Chu Ling Tian to the Zhou estate, the martial arts hall was already bustling with numerous attendees. As soon as Chu Ling Tian arrived, he immediately drew the attention of many elders and disciples. Chu Ling Tian could distinctly sense that many gazes were laden with hostility. "Is this the so-called registered disciple of the family head? I see nothing remarkable about him. I heard this child is a person favored by the heavens as recorded in ancient texts, with an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. What if he is favored by the heavens? He still lacks bloodline power. His maximum cultivation will only reach the 9th level of Great Spirit Master. His potential is limited. It is truly a stroke of bad luck for the heavens to favor such a bloodline-less waste." Listening to the hostile remarks from the crowd, Zhou Chuan's brows furrowed as he unleashed the imposing aura of a first-level spirit king. Chu Ling Tian represents the Zhou family in this competition. A decision made personally by the family head. What, do you intend to defy the family head's order? The individuals who had spoken moments ago changed their expressions drastically. Zhou Hong was a formidable figure at the late stage of the 9th level of Spirit King, possessing absolute authority within the Zhou family, and no one dared to challenge his orders. Yet, the thought of an outsider taking a spot from him filled their hearts with resentment. Particularly, several of the elders had sons whose strengths were not to be underestimated. Had it not been for Chu Ling Tian's intervention, that competition spot would likely have been filled by one of their sons that we would never dare to defy the family head's order. However, if this child wishes to represent the Zhou family in battle, he must first prove his strength, a rotund elder interjected. His words immediately garnered support from others. Elder Zhou Yin speaks wisely. If this child lacks the strength, allowing him to compete would be a waste of spot. Indeed, I concur with Elder Zhou Yan's sentiments. If this child can prove his strength, I would agree to let him represent the Zhou family. Zhou Chuan had anticipated such a scenario and had already warned Chu Ling Tian before arriving at the Zhou estate. Just as he was about to select a direct descendant of the Zhou family for Chu Ling Tian to demonstrate his strength, Chu Ling Tian suddenly spoke up. Since Elder Zhou Yin wishes for me to prove my strength, why not engage in a battle between us? Chu Ling Tian's words caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Zhou Chuan was taken aback, hastily warning, Elder Zhou Yan's cultivation is at the early stage of the 5th level of Great Spirit Master. Implicitly, he suggested that Chu Ling Tian choose someone else. Yet Chu Ling Tian cast Zhou Chuan a reassuring glance, then turned to Zhou Yin and said, "Does Elder Zhou Yin dare to accept the challenge?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's anger flared, and he coldly replied, "Since you seek your own punishment, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today on behalf of the family head." Seeing Zhou Yin accept the challenge, Zhou Chuan had no choice but to disperse the crowd, clearing the space for the duel between Chu Ling Tian and Zhou Yin. "Child, do not accuse me of taking advantage of my strength over you. I shall give you 3 moves, solely defending without attacking. If you can force me back, you win," Zhou Yin proclaimed with a proud expression. In his view, even if Chu Ling Tian was favored by the heavens, lacking bloodline power meant that after entering the Great Spirit Master realm, his cultivation would surely progress slowly. He suspected that Chu Ling Tian had not even reached the 2nd level of Great Spirit Master yet. With his own strength, he could easily crush Chu Ling Tian with a single hand. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Chu Ling Tian's lips. "Elder Zhou Yin, there is no need for 3 moves. I shall resolve this in 1. Though Chu Ling Tian's tone was calm, it was imbued with a powerful confidence. Arrogant. Zhou Yan's fury ignited. Just as he was about to retort, his expression suddenly shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He beheld Chu Ling Tian brandishing the fire sparrow sword above his head. First move of the blood flame sword technique, blood flame slash. In the eyes of Chu Ling Tian, if he was to demonstrate his prowess and silence the voices of the Zhou family, he must undoubtedly exert his utmost strength to vanquish Zhou Yin with overwhelming force. Boom! Within a radius of 100 meters, the fire attribute spiritual energy seemed to be irresistibly drawn, converging frantically. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal phantom of a flaming divine sword. With this strike, Chu Ling Tian not only fully activated his cultivation, but also harnessed the power of his physical form. The phantom of the flaming divine sword became incredibly solid, akin to a true divine sword, emanating a terrifying aura of might. As the fire sparrow sword descended, the flaming divine sword phantom, bearing an astonishing ferocity, struck fiercely at Zhou Yin. Feeling the force of this blow, Zhou Yin immediately discarded his previous words and hurriedly retrieved a golden battle knife from his storage jade pendant, unleashing his most formidable attack. Golden Thunderblade, a blade of golden lightning coalesced and swept through the air, clashing violently with the flaming divine sword phantom. Though Zhou Yin had perfected the golden Thunderblade to its zenith, it was merely a mid-tier Shin-level martial skill, its power far inferior to the blood flame sword art. The golden lightning blade held out for only a few moments before being shattered by the flaming divine sword phantom. Uft! Zhou Yin tasted the metallic tang of blood in his throat and spat forth a crimson jet of blood, his body akin to a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently against the wall of the martial arts hall. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. Even Zhou Chuan was no exception. Although Chu Ling Tian had given him a reassuring glance before the duel began, he could never have imagined that Zhou Yin would prove so utterly defenseless against Chu Ling Tian. Despite Zhou Yin being the weakest among the elders of the Zhou family, he was nonetheless a genuine early-stage great spirit master. The fact that Chu Ling Tian had defeated Zhou Yin with a single strike indicated that his combat prowess had reached at least the mid-stage of the great spirit master realm. It had been barely over 40 days since Chu Ling Tian had broken through to the great spirit master realm, and his strength had surged to such heights. If given a few more months, would he not be on the verge of breaking into the Spirit King realm? After the shock wore off, a look of joy spread across Zhou Chuan's face. If even the early-stage Great Spirit Master Zhou Yin stood no chance against Chu Ling Tian, then the other 8 competitors in the contest could hardly hope to contend with him. That eye in his eyes, this contest was a guaranteed victory for Chu Ling Tian. Now, were there still any who dared to question Chu Ling Tian's strength? Zhou Chuan's gaze swept across the surroundings. Those who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads, refraining from uttering any further doubts. Chu Ling Tian had firmly established his credibility through absolute strength, silencing their criticism. After a cup of tea's time, Zhou Hong arrived with Chen Jia's patriarch, Chen Yuanxing, Zhang Jia's patriarch, Zheng Baoquan, and 6 young men, who were the representatives from the Chen and Zheng families participating in the contest. Among them was Chen Jing. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Chen Junjie fixed his gaze on Chu Ling Tian. Harboring a deep-seated hatred within at a month prior, he had returned to Chen Juanhao's residence with 4 elite members of the Heroic Hall, reporting the situation to Chen Juanhao. Upon hearing, Chen Juanhao immediately surmised that Chu Ling Tian would represent the Zhou family in the contest for the Zhangyan order. He further speculated that this was a deliberate move by the Zhou family aimed specifically at the Chen family, not only to win the affections of Shangwan Yanran, but also to seize the Zhangyan order and thwart the Chen family's grand plans. Upon hearing Chen Juanhao's analysis, Chen Junjie was furious. Both matters directly benefited him. Whether it was Shangwan Yanran or the Zhangyan order, both were immensely advantageous for his future, and he would not permit Chu Ling Tian to ruin his prospects. Chen Junjie and Chen Juanhao promptly returned to the Chen family to report the situation to the higher-ups. Over the past month, the Chen family had expended significant resources to enhance Chen Junjie's strength and increase his chances of victory. Although Chen Junjie cultivation had only advanced to the late stage of the Great Spirit Master realm, the Chen family was confident in their ability to secure his victory in the contest. All participants, please step forward, Zhou Hong announced. The 6 youths from the Chen and Zheng families, along with the 2 youth from the Zhou family, stepped forward. Following discussions among the 3 prominent families, the contest for the Zhangyan order would be divided into 3 rounds. To ensure fairness and impartiality, each family would propose a challenge. The details of the 3 rounds would be inscribed on scrolls placed before everyone, to be unveiled only before the commencement of each round. Zhou Hong explained the rules. As his words concluded, he elegantly flipped his right hand, retrieving a black scroll from his storage ring. This scroll contained the details of the first round of competition. Chen Yuanxing and Zheng Baoquan also produced 1 red and 1 blue scroll each from their respective storage rings, detailing the second and third rounds of competition. All 3 scrolls were laid upon the table. Zhou Chuan, acting as the judge for this contest, approached the table, picked up the black scroll, and announced to the audience, "The first round of competition will test willpower. Contestants must endure under the pressure of the judge for a quarter of an hour." Zhou Chuan's words caused the faces of the 6 youths from the Chen and Zheng families to change slightly. Clearly, as the proposer of the first round, the Zhou family had crafted a challenge that heavily favored their own participants. They believed that Zhou family disciples had undergone extensive training in willpower over the past month. Chen Junjie and his companions were astute in their deductions. The 2 direct descendants of the Zhou family had been subjected to the overwhelming pressure of a Spirit King elder daily for an entire month. Though the process was arduous, Their willpower had significantly strengthened to AS for Chu Ling Tian. It was needless to say, Zhou Hong had recognized his unwavering willpower, which was why he had taken him as a named disciple. However, this was to be expected. The Chun and Zheng families, as the proposers of the subsequent rounds, would undoubtedly craft challenges favoring their own participants as well. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhou Chuan produced an hourglass from his storage ring, explaining, "The sand within the hourglass will entirely flow to the bottom in exactly a quarter of an hour." Zhou Chuan flipped the hourglass over, declaring, "The first round of the contest officially begins." As his voice fell, the pressure of the first level of the Spirit King realm erupted from Zhou Chuan's body, crashing down like a fierce flood upon Chu Ling Tian and the other contestants. Chu Ling Tian remained unfazed, showing no signs of strain. Among the other contestants, only Zheng Haitao, at the early stage of the Great Spirit Master realm, appeared somewhat at ease. The other 7 gritted their teeth, striving to withstand the pressure. Thud! After a stick of incense had burned, one participant from the Zheng family could no longer hold on, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Eliminated from the contest a short while later, another contestant from the Chun family also fell, thus being disqualified. Just as the quarter hour approached its conclusion, a second contestant from the Zheng family knelt to the ground. When all the sand in the hourglass had trickled down, Zhou Chuan announced the end of the first round. Among the 9 contestants, only 6 had passed the initial round. All 3 participants from the Zhou family had successfully advanced, while 1 from the Chun family and 2 from the Zheng family had been eliminated. Zheng Baoquan's expression darkened slightly. Only Zheng Haitao remained from the 3 contestants sent by the Zheng family. Zhou Chuan approached the table, publicly taking the red scroll, unveiling it, and announcing loudly, "The second round of competition will test soul power. Each participant must activate a soul pearl and maintain it for the duration of a stick of incense." As Zhou Chuan's words concluded, Chun Yuanxing casually waved his hand, producing an exquisite wooden box from his storage ring, which contained 10 obsidian black pearls. These pearls were not mere ornaments, but soul pearls crafted through secret methods by alchemists, specifically designed to enhance soul power. Zhou Chuan distributed the soul pearls to the 6 participants advancing to the second round, then declared, "The second round of the contest officially begins." As his words echoed, Zhou Chuan ignited the incense on the table with a flick of his fingertip. The 6 participants immediately focused their soul power, lifting the soul pearls before them. Despite their diminutive size, the soul pearls felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds when supported by their soul power. The second round of competition clearly favored the Chun family disciples. Chun Junjie and another Chun family member named Chun Bin appeared relaxed, evidently possessing formidable soul power. As Chun Junjie exerted his soul power, he turned to observe Chu Ling Tian, eager to witness his struggle to maintain his composure. However, his expression abruptly shifted, for Chu Ling Tian was not faltering as he had imagined. Instead, he appeared calm and composed, even seeming more at ease than both him and the other Chun family disciple. "Impossible! This individual is undoubtedly putting on an act," Chun Junjie shouted fervently in his heart. He fixed his gaze intently on Chu Ling Tian, awaiting the moment when he could no longer maintain his FAAD and would be eliminated. However, as the incense burned out and the second round of the competition concluded, Chu Ling Tian remained composed, his expression one of serene indifference. This indicated that Chu Ling Tian's spiritual power surpassed his own. "Chu Ling Tian, even if your soul strength is formidable and your combat prowess exceptional, what of it? The Tsangyan order must rightfully belong to me." Chun Junjie gritted his teeth in silent determination. As the second round drew to a close, only 4 contestants remained: Chu Ling Tian, Zheng Haitao, Chun Junjie, and Chun Bin. The other 2 participants sent by the Zhou family had been eliminated in this round. Although the Zhou family was left with only Chu Ling Tian, Zhou Chuan wore a faint smile, as if he could already envision the moment Chu Ling Tian triumphed in the third round and claimed the Tsangyan order. The 2 young members of the Qin family were relatively weak. Chun Junjie was merely at the late stage of the Great Spirit Master First Heaven, while Chun Bin was at the mid-stage of the Great Spirit Master Second Heaven. Zheng Haitao, though, had achieved the early stage of the Great Spirit Master Fourth Heaven, making him a standout among his peers. Yet prior to the competition, Chu Lingtian had effortlessly defeated Zhou Yan, who was at the early stage of the Great Spirit Master Fifth Heaven. Thus, Zheng Haitao could never hope to be a match for Chu Lingtian. Not only did Zhou Chuan think this way, but so too did the members of the Zhou family who had witnessed Chu Lingtian's strength. Just when Zhou Chuan believed victory was assured for Chu Lingtian, he opened the last scroll on the table, and his expression shifted dramatically as he turned abruptly to face Zheng Baoquan, the head of the Zheng family. Under normal circumstances, the topic for the third round, as set by the Zheng family, would certainly favor their own contestants. Especially with Zheng Haitao's considerable strength, a battle of prowess would be most advantageous for him. However, the topic inscribed on the scroll was not a contest of strength, but rather an alchemical challenge. Zheng Baoquan remarked, his tone laced with mockery, "Is it that your esteemed Zhou disciple cannot comprehend the contents of the third round? Curse it, the Zheng family is allied with the Chun family." Zhou Chuan clenched his fists in frustration. The Chun family's elder was a fourth-tier high-level alchemist, thus many of the Chun disciples were skilled in alchemy as well. This explained the formidable spiritual power possessed by Chun Junjie and Chun Bin. Chun Junjie not only had exceptional cultivation talent, but also remarkable aptitude in alchemy. This was precisely why he was entrusted with the pursuit of Shangguan Yinran. Given that numerous Chun family members were of a similar age to her, if Chun Junjie were not gifted, even his grandfather, the family head, could not bestow upon him all the favorable opportunities. After reporting his suspicions regarding Chu Lingtian to the higher-ups of the Chun family, they had expended significant resources to ensure that Chun Junjie successfully advanced his alchemical skills to the level of a third-tier low-level alchemist within the past month. They also forged an alliance with the Zheng family to alter the third round's topic to one involving alchemy. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chuan solemnly announced, "The third round will be an alchemical contest. Contestants must prepare their own medicinal materials. The one who produces the highest tier and best quality elixir will emerge victorious." With that, he cast a worried glance toward Chu Lingtian, and he had anticipated that upon hearing of the alchemical contest, Chu Lingtian would display signs of panic. Yet to his surprise, Chu Lingtian remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned with Chun Junjie, Zheng Haitao, or Chun Bin. Could it be that my junior brother is confident in overcoming Chun Junjie? Zhou Chuan felt a surge of hope. Chun Junjie also noted Chu Lingtian's demeanor, sneering inwardly. What a show of bravado! Once this third round concludes, I shall seize the Sangyan order and humiliate you thoroughly. As Zhou Chuan observed that all four participants were in position, he declared, "The third round of the competition officially begins." As his words fell, Chu Lingtian, Zheng Haitao, Chun Junjie, and Chun Bin simultaneously retrieved their alchemical furnaces, conjuring their alchemical flames to commence their crafting. Although Zheng Haitao was an alchemist, his skills were lacking, and he was the first to finish that he produced a second-tier low-level elixir, the recovery elixir. The second to conclude was Chun Bin. As a direct descendant of the Chun family, and under the guidance of a fourth-tier high-level alchemist, his proficiency was commendable, achieving the level of a second-tier high-level alchemist. He crafted a second-tier high-level elixir, the Vitality Pill, known for its ability to fortify one's essence. Next, all eyes turned toward Chu Lingtian and Chun Junjie. Zhou Chuan watched Chu Lingtian with eager anticipation, hoping he would triumph over Chun Junjie. Yet, moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. The third to complete their alchemical work was, astonishingly, Chu Lingtian. "This is bad." Zhou Chuan's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease. Not only him, but the members of the Zhou family all sighed in dismay. Typically, the longer one takes to concoct an elixir, the higher the tier it represents in the eyes of Zhou Chuan and the Zhou family. Chu Lingtian's time was merely slightly longer than Chun Bin's. Suggesting that the elixir he had produced should also be a second-tier high-level one. Zhou family head. "It seems that Sangyan order will rightfully belong to my Chun family disciple," Chun Yuanqing said with a jovial demeanor. Zhou Hong replied coolly, "The contest is not yet concluded. Who shall claim that Sangyan order remains uncertain?" Chun Yuanqing's lips curled into a smirk, dismissing Zhou Hong's words as mere bravado. 2/4 of an hour later, Chun Junjie extinguished his alchemical flame, completing his work. Zhou Chuan approached Zheng Haitao, examining the elixir he had produced with great scrutiny, then proclaimed, "Recovery elixir, second tier low level, quality rated as superior. Following this, Zhou Chuan moved to Qinbin, stating vitality pill, second tier high level, quality rated as medium. Zhou Chuan cast a glance at Chu Lingtian, shaking his head to preserve his junior brother's dignity. He skipped over him and approached Chun Junior. Nurturing spirit pill, third tier low level, quality rated as inferior. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhou family were left in shock. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the announcement of Chun Junjia's alchemical result still left them astounded. A third-tier low-level alchemist, even in the bustling and competitive Starry City, would be considered a master of alchemy, highly sought after by various families and factions. And Chun Junjia was merely 18 years old. His ascension to a fourth-tier alchemist was virtually guaranteed. Should he obtain the Tsangyan order and gain some opportunities within the Tsangyan cave, even the prospect of becoming a fifth-tier alchemist would be within reach. Zhou Chuan, please declare the ultimate victor of the competition, Chun Junjia urged, casting a provocative glance at Chu Lingtian, as if to say, "Do you truly believe you can compete with me?" Zhou Chuan sighed softly, preparing to announce Chun Junjia's victory when Chu Lingtian interjected calmly, "Senior brother, you have yet to inspect the elixir I have produced." Chun Junjia scoffed, "I have crafted an inferior nurturing spirit pill. Is there truly a need to inspect your inferior concoction?" Chu Lingtian responded with a disdainful smile. "A mere inferior nurturing spirit pill dares to boast before me. How laughable." Chun Junjia felt a surge of rage swell within him. Coldly retorting, "I shall see what elixir you have concocted that dares to dismiss an inferior nurturing spirit pill." With that, he strode directly to Chu Lingtian's alchemical furnace, lifting the lid and retrieving a round elixir. An intense aroma of alchemical fragrance wafted through the air. Chun Junjia stared at the elixir in his hand, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "You actually produced a nurturing spirit pill as well. How can this be possible?" The members of the Zhou family, inhaling the rich fragrance of a nurturing spirit pill, erupted into exclamations of astonishment. My heavens! Chu Lingtian is also a third-tier low-level alchemist. The quality of this nurturing spirit pill, given its intense fragrance, must surely exceed medium grade. This implies that the ultimate victor is Chu Lingtian. The murmurs of the Zhou family reached Chun Junjia's ears, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Chu Lingtian completed his alchemical work a full 2/4 of an hour earlier. Even if he had also crafted a nurturing spirit pill, such a brief span of time could not yield a successful concoction. This elixir must be a forgery. Chun Junjia immediately set about examining the elixir, eager to publicly shame Chu Lingtian. Yet in the next moment his eyes widened in horror, as though he had seen a ghost. The nurturing spirit pill was indeed authentic, and its quality had reached the level of a supreme grade. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unwilling to accept this reality, Chun Junjia repeatedly inspected the elixir. Yet, no matter how many times he examined it, the result remained the same. This elixir was genuine. Zhou Chuan observed Chun Junjia, who remained silent for an extended period, and directly seized the elixir to examine it. After a brief moment, he exuberantly exclaimed, "Yuling Dan, a low-grade third-tier elixir of exceptional quality." Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's declaration, the Zhou family erupted in jubilation. It was indeed an extraordinary Yuling Dan. No wonder Chu Lingtian looked down upon the low-grade Yuling Dan refined by Chun Junjia. It turned out that his alchemical skills had reached the pinnacle of a low-grade, third-tier alchemist. Was this not the person favored by the heavens, as recorded in ancient texts? Truly, a prodigy of cultivation. Undoubtedly, the ultimate victor of the competition was Chu Lingtian. Zhou Hong, wearing a broad smile, turned to Qin Yuanxing and remarked, "I regret to disappoint the head of the Qin family. The Tsangyan token now belongs to my named disciple." "Humph!" Qin Yuanxing snorted coldly, ignoring Zhou Hong, and led Chun Junjia and the others away from the Zhou residence. The head of the Zhou family had indeed taken on a remarkable disciple, but alas, he lacked the bloodline. Unless he could obtain a great opportunity within the Tsangyan cave, even with extraordinary fortune and astonishing cultivation speed, he would remain stagnant at the 9th level of a great spirit master. Zheng Baoquan scoffed and departed with Zheng Haitao and the others. "The competition has concluded. Everyone disperse." Zhou Hong addressed the Zhou family members. "Yes, Patriarch. The Zhou family members promptly scattered, leaving only Zhou Hong, Zhou Chuan, and Chu Ling Tian in the expansive martial hall. You performed admirably. Zhou Hong praised Chu Ling Tian. This Sangyan token is yours. With that, Zhou Hong flipped his hand and retrieved a crimson token from a storage ring, tossing it to Chu Ling Tian. Upon closer inspection, the front of the token was adorned with the words Sangyan in an elegant script, while the back featured an engraving of an alchemical furnace. Thank you, Master. Chu Ling Tian received the Sangyan token, clasping his hands in gratitude. The Sangyan cave will open in half a month. Make sure to utilize this time wisely to advance your strength. Zhou Hong advised. According to the information we possess, the competition will be fierce. Notable young masters from first-rate imperial families, successors from the capital's prestigious families, as well as talented disciples from the Daybreak Academy and the Moonlight Academy will be present. Rest assured, Master, I will exert every effort. Chu Ling Tian replied solemnly. The Sangyan Cave was crucial for his potential to awaken his bloodline again. Regardless of who his competitors were, he was determined to seize this opportunity. Sensing Chu Ling Tian's resolve, Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and produced a crimson sword and a red pearl from his storage ring, presenting them to Chu Ling Tian. As my disciple, your status is not inferior to that of the young masters from first-rate imperial families or the heirs of prestigious families in the capital. These two spirit artifacts will significantly enhance your combat and defensive capabilities. Upon receiving the two spirit artifacts, Chu Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. The Crimson Sword, known as the Tianyan Sword, was a high-grade, third-tier spirit artifact with formidable power. The Red Pearl, named Lingyan Pearl, was a high-grade, third-tier defensive spirit artifact. With these two artifacts, Chu Ling Tian would be capable of contending against a great spirit master at the 6th level. Train diligently and strive to obtain the blood spirit elixir within the Sangyan Cave. Zhou Hong encouraged. Yes, Master, Chu Ling Tian affirmed. After leaving the Zhou residence, Chu Ling Tian did not return to the Star Academy, but instead headed to the Treasure Pavilion. With the Sangyan Cave opening in half a month, he needed to hasten his cultivation. However, lacking a bloodline and possessing limited aptitude, even with the assistance of the Chaos Treasure Tower, it would be challenging to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. After all, he had already reached the early stage of the 4th level of a great spirit master. Therefore, he needed to rely on external forces, such as extreme Yin Spirit Nectar, Earth Yin Spirit Liquid, or a substantial quantity of mid-grade, third-tier elixirs. Upon arriving at the Treasure Pavilion, Chu Ling Tian directly inquired, Manager Fong, do you have any extreme Yin Spirit Nectar or Earth Yin Spirit Liquid available? The external half-month time equated to over 4 years within the first layer of the Treasure Tower. The growth cycle of the herbs required to refine mid-grade, third-tier elixirs was relatively lengthy, and 4 years would not suffice for maturation. Thus, Chu Ling Tian could not rely on enhancing his alchemical skills to produce a large quantity of elixirs within this time frame, as for directly purchasing mature third-tier herbs or pre-refined mid-grade third-tier elixirs. That was beyond Chu Ling Tian's consideration. Given his cultivation aptitude, accelerating his cultivation speed would require consuming hundreds or even thousands of elixirs, not merely 10 or 8. The cost of directly purchasing mature third-tier herbs or pre-refined mid-grade third-tier elixirs would be astronomical. Therefore, Chu Ling Tian could only set his sights on the extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. Fong Tao replied, We do have some Earth Yin Spirit Liquid, but it is exceedingly expensive. As for extreme Yin Spirit Nectar, only the headquarters in the imperial capital possesses it. Chu Ling Tian nodded, not surprised. Extreme Yin Spirit Nectar was a top-tier 4th-grade herb with a very low birth rate. Among 10 Earth Yin caves, it was unlikely even one would yield extreme Yin Spirit Nectar. It was thus normal for the Treasure Pavilion in Star City to lack stock. Chu Ling Tian retrieved the Fire Sparrow sword from his storage jade pendant and handed it to Fong Tao, saying, How much Earth Yin Spirit Liquid can this spirit sword be exchanged for? With the Tianyan sword now in my possession, the Fire Sparrow sword can be retired. Fong Tao took the Fire Sparrow sword, examined it carefully, and offered it can be exchanged for 10 pounds of Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. Chu Ling Tian nodded. Let us proceed with the exchange. Shortly thereafter, Fong Tao returned with a green jade jar containing the earth-ing spirit liquid. After verifying its authenticity, Chu Ling Tian casually waved his hand to store the jade jar in his storage jade pendant and bid farewell. Fong Tao watched Chu Ling Tian leave, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he murmured, "This young man has already attained the early stage of the 4th level of a great spirit master. Preparation should be made in advance." Upon returning to the Star Academy, as soon as Chu Ling Tian stepped into his courtyard, before he could close the door, a melodious voice rang out. "Ling Tian, congratulations on winning the competition and acquiring the Tsangyan token." The graceful figure entered the courtyard. It was Shangguan Yinran. Chu Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He had just won the competition, and Shangguan Yinran had already received the news, further indicating her significant status, far surpassing that of a mere branch family member of the Imperial clan. "If it weren't for the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid you provided, I wouldn't have won the competition so easily." Chu Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. "Do not flatter me that I have heard that the content of the 3 rounds of the competition did not involve a test of combat strength. Your victory was due to your own willpower, soul strength, and alchemical skills, unrelated to the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid I provided," Shangguan Yinran responded. Chu Ling Tian shook his head. Although there was no combat involved, the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of the Dragon Flame techniques. First volume, why physical realm and soul strength have both improved considerably with the enhancement of my cultivation. Moreover, my control over the alchemical fire has also seen significant progress. Chu Ling Tian was not merely flattering Shangguan Yinran. He was speaking the truth. Without the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid, although he would have still emerged victorious in the competition, he would not have done so with such ease. Furthermore, with the Tsangyan cave opening in half a month, without the assistance of the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid, it would have been impossible for his cultivation to reach the early stage of the 4th level of a great spirit master so swiftly at that time. He would need to compete for opportunities against the young masters of first-rate imperial families and the heirs of prestigious families in the capital. If his cultivation was too weak, he would not even qualify to compete. Sensing the sincerity in Chu Ling Tian's words, Shangguan Yinran smiled sweetly, realizing the impact of her assistance. My help has been so significant. It seems you owe me a great favor," she remarked with a smile. Chu Ling Tian replied earnestly, "Indeed, if you need my assistance with anything, do not hesitate to ask." A sly glimmer crossed Shangguan Yinran's eyes. "I do have a matter that requires your help, but the difficulty is rather high, and that favor alone is not sufficient. Therefore, I have come to ensure that you owe me even more." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Tian's eyes filled with confusion as he struggled to comprehend Shangguan Yinran's meaning. But in the next moment his eyes widened in realization. Shangguan Yinran waved her sleeve, extracting a jade vial and 2 large jade jars from her storage jade pendant. Chu Ling Tian sensed a familiar aura emanating from the jade vial and the jars. "Yinran, are these the extreme Yin spirit nectar and earth Yin spirit liquid?" Shangguan Yinran nodded. "Indeed, the jade vial contains 3 taels of extreme Yin spirit nectar, and the 2 large jade jars together hold 60 pounds of earth Yin spirit liquid." Chu Ling Tian could not help but swallow hard. Shangguan Yinran produced a greater quantity of extreme Yin spirit saliva and earth Yin spirit liquid than they had previously acquired in the cavern of the Xian Yin magic python. These extreme Yin spirit saliva and earth Yin spirit liquid were meticulously collected by me, with the hope of aiding you in seizing opportunities within the Tsangyan cave, Shangguan Yinran declared. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ling Tian responded, "Yinran, I cannot accept them." Although he greatly desired the extreme Yin spirit saliva and earth Yin spirit liquid, he believed in the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. He had already owed Shangguan Yinran a significant favor and could not take advantage of her further. "I have already mentioned that I do indeed require your assistance, but the task at hand is exceedingly challenging," Shangguan Yinran insisted earnestly. Chu Ling Tian shook his head, resolutely stating, "Unless you disclose what this task entails, I shall not accept." With no other option, Shangguan Yinran offered a justification. Very well. Within the legacy of the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor, there exists a fifth-tier high-grade pill known as the Fire Luan Pill, which is of great importance to me. My intent in helping you elevate your strength is to secure your aid in obtaining the Fire Luan Pill. In truth, Shangwan Yin Ran was not entirely deceitful in her words. The Fire Luan Pill was indeed crucial for her. However, both the Fire Luan Pill and the Blood Spirit Treasure Pill that Chu Ling Tian sought were fifth-tier high-grade pills, attainable only by reaching the innermost depths of the Tsang Yin Cave and undergoing the inheritance assessment of the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor. If Chu Ling Tian were to acquire the Fire Luan Pill, he would undoubtedly also be able to obtain the Blood Spirit Treasure Pill. Thus, Shangwan Yin Ran had chosen this rationale. Very well. I shall ensure that the Fire Luan Pill is brought back for you. Chu Ling Tian promised. Shangwan Yin Ran smiled, saying, Then I shall await your good news, Ling Tian. With that, she left behind the extreme Yin Spirit Saliva and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid, turning to depart. This debt of gratitude is indeed substantial and must be repaid. Chu Ling Tian mused as he glanced at the jade vial and large jade basin. Setting aside the immense value of the 3 or 2 extreme Yin Spirit Saliva and 60 pounds of Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. The mere fact that Shangwan Yin Ran had utilized her connections to gather them was already a significant favor. With a wave of his right hand, he stored the jade vial and large jade basin in his storage jade pendant. Then, with a thought, he entered the first layer of the treasure tower and began his cultivation. Time flew by, and over the course of 4 years, Chu Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes during his training. Gripping the Tian Yin sword tightly, he struck downward with tremendous force. Second form of the Blood Flame sword technique. Blood Flame breaks the heavens. With the slash of the Tian Yin sword, a fierce and surging wave of flames erupted, unleashing an overwhelming divine might. Wherever the flame wave passed, the void trembled, and the air crackled, as though possessing the power to shatter the heavens. After enduring such arduous training, I have finally mastered the Blood Flame sword technique to its pinnacle. Chu Ling Tian thought, retracting the Tian Yin sword with a faint smile gracing his lips. After more than 4 years of intense cultivation, he had completely consumed the extreme Yin Spirit Saliva and Earth Yin Spirit Liquid provided by Shangwan Yin Ran, as well as the 10 pounds of Earth Yin Spirit Liquid he had purchased. Both the training of the Dragon Flame technique's first volume and his physical realm had seen tremendous enhancement. Although he had yet to break through to the perfected realm, he could now overpower ordinary 6th-level Great Spirit Masters with sheer physical strength. As for his cultivation, he had reached the late phase of the 4th level of Great Spirit Master. With the merging of Qi and body, coupled with the enhancement of the Tian Yin sword, even a late-stage 6th-level Great Spirit Master might not necessarily be his opponent. Furthermore, Chu Ling Tian had also perfected the Blood Flame sword technique and Starfire step. Now, he no longer had to endure backlash when forcefully executing Blood Flame breaks the heavens. With my current strength, I should be able to obtain the Blood Spirit Treasure Pill within the Tsang Yin Cave. Chu Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. He slightly adjusted his state and then, with a thought, exited the first layer of the treasure tower. Before long, Zhou Chuan arrived at the courtyard. Sensing Chu Ling Tian's aura, he knew that his strength had once again increased and cheerfully remarked, Senior brother, I knew you wouldn't disappoint. With your current strength, you are more than capable of competing against the young masters of the Empire's top noble families and the successors of the aristocrats in the imperial capital. Chu Ling Tian inquired, Do you have specific information regarding those who will be entering the Tsang Yin Cave this time? Zhou Chuan chuckled. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have shared it with you. With that, he flipped his palm and retrieved a scroll from his storage ring, tossing it to Chu Ling Tian. The scroll contained not only the information gathered by the Zhou family regarding those entering the Tsang Yin Cave, but also relevant details about the cave itself. Just as Chu Ling Tian was about to unroll the scroll, Zhou Chuan interrupted him, saying, No need to rush. It takes over 2 hours to fly from the Xingchen Academy to the Tsang Yin Cave. You can peruse it leisurely on the way. Chu Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two departed the courtyard, heading towards the area of the academy where flying spirit beasts were kept. Since Zhou Chuan had reached the Spirit King realm, he was now capable of flying. However, The Tsang Cave was over 1,000 miles away from the Xingchen Academy, and if you were to carry Chu Ling Tian while flying, not only would the speed be slow, but it would also consume an immense amount of spiritual energy, making it far less convenient than riding a flying spirit beast. The Xingchen Academy housed two types of flying spirit beasts: the second-tier low-grade spirit beast, Golden Winged Eagle, and the third-tier low-grade spirit beast, Fire Feather Eagle. Outer sect elders could ride the Golden Winged Eagle, while inner sect elders could ride the Fire Feather Eagle. Zhou Chuan summoned a massive Fire Feather Eagle, and together with Chu Ling Tian, they leaped onto its broad back. "Let us set off," Zhou Chuan commanded. The Fire Feather Eagle flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of radiant light as it soared into the sky at breathtaking speed. Fortunately, Chu Ling Tian had reached the late phase of the 4th level of Great Spirit Master, boasting considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain his footing on the back of the Fire Feather Eagle. Stabilizing his form by channeling his spiritual energy, Chu Ling Tian then unfurled the scroll and began to read attentively a first-rate noble family within the empire. The Zhou family was well informed, and the scroll detailed the information of 29 youths entering the Tsang Cave. This meant that, aside from Chu Ling Tian, all the information regarding the other entrants was contained within. However, this was not a challenging task. The Tsang token was exceedingly precious. Only the affluent or influential could obtain it. Ordinary small families or minor factions, even if they were fortunate enough to acquire the Tsang token, would struggle to retain it. Thus, all those entering the Tsang Cave hailed from distinguished lineages, and with a little inquiry, one could easily glean their details. Chu Ling Tian read through the information of the 29 individuals at a rapid pace. Among them, most were at the 2nd or 3rd level of Great Spirit Master and posed no threat to him. However, there were 3 individuals who warranted his particular attention. Point 1 was named Mo Ingjie. Hailing from a noble Missouri family of the imperial capital, with a cultivation level at the early phase of the 5th level of Great Spirit Master and considerable combat prowess. Another was Su Fei, who, from the first-rate Su family, who was also a disciple of the 4th elder among the top 10 elders of Mingyue Academy. He not only reached the mid-phase of the 5th level of Great Spirit Master, but was also a 3rd-tier low-grade alchemist. The last one was named Chu Yunhe, from the main Chu family, and was the cousin of Chu Yun Xiao. He was also a disciple of the 9th elder among the top 10 elders of the Ryu Academy. Like Su Fei Hu, his cultivation had reached the mid-phase of the 5th level of Great Spirit Master, and he possessed alchemical skills at the level of a 3rd-tier low-grade alchemist. Chu Yunhe. Chu Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Sensing the chill radiating from Chu Ling Tian, Zhou Chuan cautioned, "Junior brother, while your combat ability is remarkable, do not let it guard down. Whether it be Mo Ingjie, Su Fei Hu, or Chu Yunhe, they all come from prestigious families and must have hidden trump cards." Chu Ling Tian nodded in understanding. Even he possessed a 3rd-tier high-grade spiritual weapon, the Tianyin sword, and a 3rd-tier high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Ling Yin Pearl. It was certain that Mo Ingjie, Su Fei Hu, and Chu Yun had been equipped with life-preserving trump cards by their family elders before setting out. "Chu Yunhe, if you do not provoke me, I shall let you go without a second thought. But should you choose to be blind and seek your own demise, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way." Chu Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with determination. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he continued to peruse the scroll. In addition to the information of the 29 individuals, the scroll also contains details regarding the Tsang Cave. The Tsang Cave has been opened more than 10 times, and the circumstances within have long been grasped by the major powers of the empire, a prominent family in the empire. The Zhou family is certainly well acquainted with it. Inside the Tsang Cave, there are 4 passageways. Young individuals holding the Tsang order will be randomly teleported to one of these passageways upon entering the cave, where they will undergo a series of assessments. This arrangement aims to disperse the candidates, preventing those with overwhelming strength from banding together to eliminate others and monopolize opportunities. The first trial is named the Puppet Array, which tests combat prowess. The second trial is called the Soul Power Ladder, assessing the strength of one's soul. The third trial is known as the Bamboo Illusion Forest, evaluating one's character. After passing these 3 trials, The four passageways will converge at the entrance of the Inheritance Gate, located at the deepest part of the cave. Stepping through the Inheritance Gate grants access to the legacy trials left by the Tsangyan Medicine Emperor, consisting of 3 distinct tests. For each trial successfully completed, substantial rewards are bestowed. The Blood Spirit Treasure Pill and the Fire Phoenix Pill are the rewards for the second trial. Should one succeed in all 3 inheritance trials, they shall receive the entirety of the Tsangyan Medicine Emperor's legacy and treasures. However, with each opening of the Tsangyan Cave, only one individual can enter the Inheritance Gate. Once someone steps into the Inheritance Gate, all other candidates, regardless of which trial they have reached, will be teleported out of the Tsangyan Cave. It appears that in order to seize an opportunity, not only must one pass all trials, but they must also do so at an astonishing speed. Mused Chu Lingtian. 2 hours later, a massive mountain came into view for Chu Lingtian. The fire feather eagle gracefully descended before a grand cave situated on the mountainside. Upon closer inspection, 2 bold characters, Tsangyan, were intricately carved above the cave entrance. At this moment, dozens of individuals had already gathered outside the Tsangyan Cave, all hailing from noble families. Many recognized Zhou Chuan and greeted him. "Brother Zhou, is this the disciple recognized by Senior Zhou Hong?" Someone inquired. "I've heard this young man is one favored by the heavens as recorded in ancient texts, exhibiting astonishing speed in his cultivation. Just half a month ago, he effortlessly crushed the direct descendants of the Zhou, Chun, and Zheng families to claim the Tsangyan order. With such talent, he is destined to be a formidable competitor for the Tsangyan Medicine Emperor's inheritance." While the Zhou family could gather information on the other 29 individuals, other families could certainly gather intelligence on the Zhou family as well. Amidst the chatter, an unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted. "What formidable competitor? Just a useless fellow who stumbled upon good fortune." Everyone turned to see a young man of imposing presence, the very Chu Yunhe, as the cousin of Chu Yunxiao and a direct descendant of the Chu family. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the seizure of Chu Lingtian's bloodline. However, he perceived nothing amiss. In his eyes, the branch family members were akin to servants. The main family's decision not to take Chu Lingtian's life was the utmost mercy. That Chu Lingtian, ungrateful and resentful, dared to seek revenge was utterly unforgivable. He had 2 objectives for coming to the Tsangyan Cave. One was to obtain the inheritance of the Tsangyan Medicine Emperor, and the other was to teach Chu Lingtian a harsh lesson. Chu Yunhe cast a disdainful glance at Chu Lingtian, adopting an air of superiority, and commanded, "You, the waste of the Chu branch, should kneel and pay your respects before the direct heir of the main family." A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Lingtian's eyes as he instantly deduced Chu Yunhe's identity. Just as he prepared to respond, Zhou Chuan snorted coldly, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a spirit king at the first level. Pressing forward towards Chu Yunhe, "You want my junior disciple to kneel? Who do you think you are?" Chu Yunhe's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily sought assistance from his senior brother, an elite of the Daylight Academy and a cousin of Chu Yunxiao. He had joined the ranks of the Academy's top 10 elders, serving under the 9th elder. The middle-aged man beside him was Zhao Wu, the 9th elder's eldest disciple and a mid-stage spirit king, who stood as an internal elder of the Daylight Academy. Zhao Wu waved his hand to deflect Zhou Chuan's might and spoke. "Elder Zhou, my junior brother was merely jesting. There is no need to take it seriously." Zhou Chuan replied coldly, "I do not wish to hear such jokes again. Otherwise, do not blame me for playing a grand joke on this scion of the Chu family." Zhou Chuan's voice was icily chilling, imbued with a palpable threat. Chu Yunhe's expression darkened, and he attempted to retort, but Zhao Wu swiftly intervened. Although his cultivation surpassed Zhou Chuan's by a minor realm, Zhou Chuan's father was a formidable spirit king at the 9th level, with a powerful background. The techniques, martial arts, and spirit artifacts at his disposal far exceeded Chu Yunhe's. Should a conflict arise, defeat would be inevitable for him. Observing the grim countenance of Chu Yunhe, Chu Lingtian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At the same time, he grew increasingly grateful towards Zhou Chuan. From Zhou Chuan, he felt a long-lost sense of care, though Chu Yunhe refrained from further provocation due to Zhou Chuan's martial prowess. He did not remain idle. Instead, he wandered about, whispering conspiratorially with certain individuals. Before long, Half an hour had passed, and the remaining individuals arrived successively at the cave entrance. With a rumble, the entire mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck. "The Tsangyan cave is about to open," someone shouted. The heavy stone door began to slowly open, revealing a crimson light barrier before it. This barrier was the protective formation of the cave, which not only randomly teleported candidates to one of the 4 passageways, but also assessed their age. Should a candidate exceed the age of 20, even while holding the Tsangyan order, they would be denied entry. There have been noble families attempting to cheat by sending a 21-year-old with the Tsangyan order into the cave, only to be thwarted by the crimson barrier. With the protective formation in place, not a single individual could enter the Tsangyan cave, even if they were merely 1 day over the age limit. "The first to enter the inheritance gate shall undoubtedly be me," a young man shouted, utilizing his identity technique to dash towards the crimson barrier ahead. Others, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, rushing towards the barrier. Chu Lingtian employed the Starfire steps, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged into the crimson barrier. He instantly felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a wide passageway. In this passage, he was not alone. 7 others accompanied him. Once the dizziness subsided, they all instinctively charged forward. After advancing over 100 meters, a vast square emerged before them. This was the first trial. The puppet array. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingtian stepped into the square. With a whoosh, the puppet array activated, and towering wooden figures materialized, emanating a fierce aura. Although these wooden figures were not particularly strong, possessing only the initial stage of a great spirit master, their numbers totaled a daunting 20 for an ordinary cultivator. Overcoming them would indeed present a challenge. However, for Chu Lingtian, the puppet array posed no difficulty whatsoever. At that moment, the other 7 individuals also stepped into the square. With a whoosh, 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 each of them encountered 20 wooden figures before them, just as Chu Lingtian had. Just as he prepared to engage the wooden figures, a sharp sword aura suddenly surged from behind him. Chu Lingtian furrowed his brow, dodging the sword aura and turning to see a young man wielding a bronze sword approaching him with ill intent. This young man was named Mo Ingjia, one of the 3 opponents he needed to be wary of. Glancing behind Mo Ingjia, Chu Lingtian noticed a burly man straining to hold back 40 wooden figures, allowing Mo Ingjia to free his hands. "This must be our first encounter. We have yet to clash before," Chu Lingtian remarked nonchalantly. Ingjia smirked coldly. "There is no enmity between us, but you can blame yourself for offending those you should not have." At that moment, the wooden figures behind Chu Lingtian launched a fierce attack. Yet he paid them no heed, deftly evading their strikes with the Starfire steps while regarding Mo Ingjia, asking, "Are you referring to Chu Yunha?" "Chu Yunha cannot command me," Mo Ingjia retorted arrogantly. Despite Chu Yunha's distinguished status, Mo Ingjia hailed from the noble Missouri family of the imperial capital, with cultivation at the initial stage of the Great Spirit Master at 5 levels, rendering him unafraid of Chu Yunha. Chu Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. If it's not Chu Yunha, then it must be Chu Yunxiao. Exactly. Mo Ingjia directly acknowledged the situation. Today, Chu Yunxiao is basking in the limelight, the rising star of the Daylight Academy, with a future that knows no bounds. Even though Mo Ingjia is the heir of the Mo family, he still yearns to cling to Chu Yunxiao's coattails. Having exchanged enough pleasantries, it is time to send you on your way. A cold glint flashed in Mo Ingjia's eyes as he swung his bronze sword, charging towards Chu Lingtian, that a smirk curled at the corner of Chu Lingtian's mouth. Your choice to strike amidst the puppet formation merely aims to use these puppets to hinder me, preventing me from countering your assault. But do you truly believe these flimsy wooden figures can restrain me? Chu Lingtian abruptly halted, ceasing his evasions, his fists clenched tightly, channeling immense force into a devastating strike against the approaching wooden figures. Bang! Bang! Chu Lingtian's fists surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. The attacking wooden figures were obliterated by his blows. It is worth noting that these wooden figures possess the strength of merely an initial stage Great Spirit Master. Even without employing any martial techniques, Chu Lingtian could easily crush an ordinary Great Spirit Master of the 6th stage with his physical prowess alone. To him, These wooden figures were no more formidable than paper cutouts. From the moment Chu Lingtian ceased his movements to the instant he shattered all the wooden figures, only a fleeting moment had passed, and Mo Ingjie had yet to reach him. However, upon witnessing this scene, he was instantly engulfed by an icy chill that surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He realized with certainty that he was no match for Chu Lingtian. Without a hint of hesitation, Mo Ingjie decisively retreated, seeking to escape. Do you think you can flee without my consent? Chu Lingtian's voice echoed, as if it were emanating from the depths of the underworld. As the words fell, Chu Lingtian's figure flickered, employing the starfire steps to transform into a streak of radiant light. Sword dance storm. Sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind, Mo Ingjie gritted his teeth and swung his bronze sword. Unleashing his most powerful strike, that a tempest of sword energy, imbued with terrifying might, surged towards Chu Lingtian. He understood that this blow would not harm Chu Lingtian, but hoped it would slow his pursuit. Allowing him to escape the cave this moment, he had abandoned the assessment, relinquished the inheritance of the Sanyan medicine emperor, and sought only to preserve his own life. Yet, alas, the ideals of imagination are often beautiful, while reality is cruel. The seemingly formidable tempest of sword energy crumbled effortlessly beneath Chu Lingtian's iron fists, disintegrating instantly. Mo Ingjie's eyes widened in horror, as if he had encountered a ghost, as he fled at breakneck speed. He shouted to a burly man wielding a warhammer, "Come lend me your strength." The burly man, no ordinary individual, had attained the mid-stage of the Great Spirit Master 4th level. His family maintained a good relationship with the Mo family, which was why he complied with Mo Ingjie's command to temporarily fend off the wooden figures. Hearing Mo Ingjie's desperate plea, the burly man prepared to act, but it was already too late. Chu Lingtian had caught up to Mo Ingjie, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. "You cannot kill me. I am the young master of the prestigious Mo family in the imperial capital and an inner disciple of the Daylight Academy. If you slay me, neither the Mo family nor the Daylight Academy will let you go." Mo Ingjie, feeling the murderous intent radiating from Chu Lingtian, weakly threatened. Yet before he could finish his words, Chu Lingtian's right hand suddenly exerted force. Crushing his throat, crimson blood gushed forth, painting the scene in a gruesome tableau. The burly man stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. He had not anticipated that Chu Lingtian would dare to kill Mo Ingjie. After all, he was the young master of the prestigious Mo family. However, for Chu Lingtian, slaying Mo Ingjie was as simple as dispatching a chicken, his heart unruffled, since Mo Ingjie had harbored murderous thoughts. Seeking to use his life to curry favor with Chu Yunxiao, he had to be prepared for a counterattack. Bang! Just as the burly man was momentarily stunned, a wooden figure delivered a heavy punch from behind, severely wounding him. With his strength, dealing with 20 wooden figures was not overly challenging, but facing 40 was extremely strenuous. Now, having been severely injured, he could not possibly breach the puppet formation. Chu Lingtian cast a casual glance at the burly man, noting his grievous state as a fitting consequence of his actions, and chose not to further chastise him. With a flick of his hand, he claimed Mo Ingjie's bronze sword and storage jade pendant, then turned to depart the puppet formation as the heir of a prestigious family in the imperial capital. Mo Ingjie possessed considerable wealth. That bronze sword was a high-tier 3rd-grade spirit weapon. Additionally, his storage jade pendant contained over 1 million taels in silver notes, 2 intermediate-level mystic martial techniques, and several vials of elixirs. Just as he lamented his lack of funds to procure higher-grade anti-scrying formations, Mo Ingjie had conveniently provided the means. Truly a generous soul. Chu Lingtian mused with a shake of his head. After stowing the bronze sword in the storage jade pendant, Chu Lingtian transformed into a fleeting shadow, continuing deeper into the passage. Before long, he arrived at a stone staircase. This staircase was the second test, the soul power stairway, as the name suggests. It was specifically designed to test one's spiritual strength. As Chu Lingtian stepped onto the staircase, he immediately felt a tremendous wave of spiritual power pressing down upon him. For other candidates, overcoming the soul power stairway would require an immense effort. However, for Chu Lingtian, it was an effortless endeavor. A peak third-grade low-tier alchemist, his spiritual strength was exceptionally robust. The spiritual force emitted by the soul power stairway posed no threat to him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingtian ascended the 100 steps of the staircase, passing the second trial to the foot of the soul power stairway. Two young men raced towards him, just in time to witness Chu Lingtian's ascent to the 100th step. Both hailed from the top families of the county city, possessing the strength of early-stage Great Spirit Masters, placing them among the top 10 of the 30 candidates. They exerted every ounce of effort to navigate the puppet formation swiftly, hoping to catch up to Chu Lingtian. In their view, despite Chu Lingtian's remarkable prowess, the soul power stairway tested spiritual strength, and they believed it would take him at least half an hour to clear it. Thus, they felt they still had a chance. However, as they reached the base of the soul power stairway, they merely beheld the receding figure of Chu Lingtian crossing the threshold. What a waste of time! One lamented, the other nodded in agreement, a bitter expression on his face. They both believed themselves to be the foremost talents of their generation, possessing exceptional aptitude, yet when compared to Chu Lingtian, they felt utterly insignificant. The two abandoned their trial, turning away from the cave. Other candidates who had passed through the puppet formation watched in confusion as the two retreated. Upon inquiring about the reason, they learned that Chu Lingtian had already cleared the soul power stairway and proceeded to the third trial. Despair washed over the crowd, and like the two young men, they forsook their attempts, turning to exit the cave as well. Unbeknownst to Chu Lingtian, he was now the sole occupant of the passage. At this moment, he stood before a grove of purple bamboo. This was the third trial, the illusory bamboo grove. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingtian stepped into the grove. The bamboo swayed without wind, producing a rustling sound. Purple bamboo leaves drifted down, obscuring Chu Lingtian's vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a room belonging to the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City. Am I not within the Canyon Cave? How have I returned to the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City? Chu Lingtian sat up, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just as he pondered this, the tightly closed door was suddenly kicked open. A figure radiating a chilling aura entered the room. It was none other than Chu Shan, the head of the Chu family's branch in Fengyun City. Lingtian, do not blame me. Blame your ill fortune for awakening the spirit flame bloodline. Chu Shan's voice was frigid. Familiar words and a familiar scene instantly made Chu Lingtian realize what was transpiring, and he inwardly exclaimed, "This is an illusion." He remained within the illusory bamboo grove, and everything unfolding before him was an illusion, a recollection he wished to avoid. It was the moment Chu Shan had employed a sinister secret technique to extract his spirit flame bloodline. Chu Lingtian's complexion turned pale as he sought to flee. However, trapped in the illusion, his strength matched that of when his spirit flame bloodline was drawn, leaving him with only the 9th level of the Spirit Master realm, rendering him no match for Chu Shan. Bang! Chu Shan struck him down to the ground with a single palm, the oppressive aura of a second-tier Grand Spirit Master weighing upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Shan approached. Despair and fear began to fester within Chu Lingtian, and just as he was on the brink of a mental breakdown, the chaotic treasure tower in his mind trembled slightly, bringing him back to consciousness. Though Chu Lingtian still felt helpless and afraid, he was no longer in a state of panic. At that moment, his indomitable will came into play, but he gradually calmed himself, allowing the feelings of helplessness and fear to dissipate. In truth, breaking free from this illusion was not difficult. One merely had to remain steadfast in their heart. Chu Lingtian had never encountered an illusion before, and the bamboo forest had caught him off guard, compelling him to recall the most unwelcome memories. This had caused him to momentarily lose his composure, nearly falling into the trap. Fortunately, the chaotic treasure tower had awakened him in time. Now, restored to his calm state, Chu Lingtian no longer exhibited fear in his eyes, quietly observing Chushan's approach. All of this was now behind him. There was nothing to fear. Chu Lingtian murmured to himself. As Chu Shan reached him, he formed several intricate hand seals, and an abundance of dark energy coalesced in his right hand, transforming into a small black vortex. Chu Lingtian, from this day forth, you shall become a waste without bloodline. Chushin's eyes glinted with menace. Chu Lingtian impatiently retorted, hurry up, I'm still waiting to enter the inheritance gate for the assessment. This moment, he had completely dismissed the illusion from his mind. What inheritance gate? What assessment? It seems you have been frightened into a stupor. Chu Shan sneered repeatedly, waving the small black vortex down onto Chu Lingtian's dantian. As the secret technique was enacted, the black vortex gradually turned crimson, representing the extraction of the spirit flame bloodline. Yet, Chu Lingtian remained unfazed, his gaze serene and unwavering, and no matter what Chu Shan did, he could not disturb his state of mind, just as the spirit flame bloodline was completely drawn out. Darkness enveloped Chu Lingtian's vision. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself back within the bamboo forest. He exhaled a breath of stale air, having once again experienced the loss of his bloodline. Chu Lingtian felt his mental state had grown significantly, and his soul's power had seen a slight enhancement. With the 3 trials behind him, the inheritance gate lay ahead. Chu Lingtian adjusted his condition slightly and set off towards the innermost depths of the passage. Moments later, he arrived at a small square. This square connected 4 passages, and Chu Lingtian emerged from the second one. At the end of the square stood an ancient stone door, weathered and etched with the characters Tsang Yin. As long as the tester pushed open the stone door and entered, they could undertake the inheritance assessment. Chu Lingtian approached the stone door, pressing his hands firmly against it, exerting force through his arms. Just as he was about to push the door open, several piercing sounds of air being sliced through suddenly rang out from behind him. With a swift motion, several razor-sharp blades of energy and a torrent of searing flames hurtled towards him. Intent on taking his life, Chu Lingtian executed the starfire step, instantly appearing several meters away, evading the blades and flames. Turning to look, he saw 2 figures emerging from the first and third passages respectively. These 2 were Su Feihu and Chu Yuna. Su Feihu wielded a 9-ring broadsword, his entire being radiating with a ferocious blade aura. Chu Yunha, donned with crimson gloves, emanated a blazing heat from his palms. The reason these 2 could swiftly pass through the 3 trials was due to their formidable strength and the significant resources their families had expended to provide them with treasures capable of overcoming illusions. Su Feihu and Chu Yunha had initially believed they would be the first to arrive at the inheritance gate. However, they were taken aback to find that Chu Lingtian had outpaced them. Without time for shock, they immediately launched an attack on Chu Lingtian, resulting in the preceding scene. Chu Lingtian, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, and willingly cripple your own cultivation, I might spare your life as a courtesy of kinship. Chu Yunha declared arrogantly. Upon hearing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chu Lingtian's lips. Had you not provoked me, I might have let you be, but since you chose to court death, I can only stretch my limbs and send you on your way. Chu Yunha's brows furrowed, and he spoke icily. To dare speak with such bravado when death is imminent, I shall show you the might of a direct descendant of the master family today. As his words fell, Chu Yunha thrust his hands forward, conjuring 2 fiery palm prints that materialized from thin air, crashing toward Chu Lingtian. This strike was enough to severely wound an ordinary late-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 4th tier. However, Chu Lingtian was no ordinary late-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 4th tier. He unleashed a punch that shattered the fiery palm prints with overwhelming force. That all you've got. Chu Lingtian's eyes gleamed with disdain. He stepped forward, fully employing the starfire step, and in an instant, he was before Chu Yuna. Chu Yuna's expression changed as he hastily utilized his martial skills to conjure several fiery sword blades, slashing toward Chu Lingtian. Yet these fiery blades could not even graze Chu Lingtian's form, being obliterated by his terrifying punch. Chu Lingtian's right fist struck Chu Yunha with unstoppable force. Chu Yunha felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Spitting out a crimson fountain, his body crashing against the wall of the square like a kite with its string cut. Su Feihu, if you join forces with me to kill this brat, I will grant you the opportunity to enter the inheritance gate. Chu Yuna shouted to Su Feihu. The brief skirmish had made him realize that he might not be Chu Lingtian's match, prompting him to seek Su Feihu's alliance. Though he would lose the chance to undergo the Song Yin Medicine Emperor's inheritance trial, he believed that if he could kill Chu Lingtian, his family would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. And his cousin Chu Yunxiao would regard him with greater esteem. It's a deal. Su Feihu agreed without hesitation, in his opinion. Although Chu Lingtian was formidable, with the combined strength of himself and Chu Yunhe, even a Grand Spirit Master of the 6th tier would not stand a chance against them. Chu Lingtian, prepare to meet your end. Chu Yunhe bellowed coldly as he and Su Feihu flanked Chu Lingtian for both sides. This was a matter between Chu Yunhe and me, but since you insist on seeking death, I shall oblige. Chu Lingtian shook his head, his voice chilling to the bone. Since Su Feihu could not resist the temptation and chose to stand against him, Chu Lingtian naturally would not show him any mercy. As the saying goes, to show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. This was a truth Chu Lingtian fully understood. Boom, boom, boom. The three immediately erupted into fierce combat, the sounds of their clashes echoing incessantly. Although Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu fought in tandem, Chu Lingtian, wielding the heavenly flame sword, exhibited unparalleled combat prowess, far beyond what the two could withstand. In just a few exchanges, both of them bore wounds, while Chu Lingtian remained unscathed. Damn it, how can this brat be so powerful? Chu Yunhe gritted his teeth in frustration from the strength Chu Lingtian had displayed. Even a Grand Spirit Master at the early 6th tier would pale in comparison. Stop hiding your abilities. If you don't use your trump cards now, we will both perish here, Su Feihu shouted. Chu Yunhe nodded vigorously. He flipped his right hand, retrieving a red pill from his storage jade pendant, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole as the pill went down. Chu Yunhe let out a roar akin to a tiger's, his aura surging dramatically as his cultivation forcefully ascended from mid-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 5th tier to early-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 6th tier. Tiger Power Pill. Chu Lingtian raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the pill Chu Yunhe had consumed. The Tiger Power Pill was a high-grade 3rd tier pill, crafted from the essence of a 3rd tier high-level tiger-type demon beast. A life-saving pill that could instantly enhance the strength of the user. Meanwhile, Su Feihu rapidly formed intricate hand seals, and bizarre black patterns emerged across his body, forcibly elevating his own cultivation from mid-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 5th tier to early-stage Grand Spirit Master of the 6th tier. Secret technique. Chu Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, as direct descendants of the Chu family and the Su family's elite lineage, neither Chu Yunhe nor Su Feihu were to be underestimated. Both held hidden cards. Flame Surge Palm, Rift Wind, 9 slashes. Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu unleashed their full power, simultaneously executing their strongest attacks. A towering wave of flames surged forth, carrying a terrifying might as it rushed toward Chu Lingtian. On the other side, 9 massive wind blades sliced through the air, ruthlessly cleaving toward him. Any other Grand Spirit Master of the 6th tier would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such a ferocious assault. Alas, their opponent is Chu Lingtian. His power is formidable. Yet regrettably, both of you are far too weak. If only you both possess the cultivation of an initial stage Great Spirit Master of the 6th level, and then utilize the Tiger Strength Pill and secret techniques, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Chu Lingtian spoke scornfully. With that, he grasped the heavenly flame sword, channeling his internal spirit energy into the blade, and struck forcefully downward. Blood Flame Sword Technique. Second style, Blood Flame breaks the heavens. Boom! As the heavenly flame sword descended, a ferocious and surging wave of crimson flame swept forth, unleashing an overwhelming divine might. Its ferocity was several times greater than the fiery tides conjured by Chu Yunhe. Where the blood-red wave passed, the void trembled, and the air erupted with thunderous sounds, as if it truly possessed the power to shatter the heavens. The fiery tide was no match for the 9 wind blades, which were crushed within mere breaths. The blood-red wave continued its relentless advance toward Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu. The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Should this strike land, even if they survive, they would be gravely injured. Su Feihu, quickly summon your life-saving spirit artifact. Chu Yunhe shouted. As the blood-red waves surged toward them, Su Feihu hastily activated the mini-shield worn around his neck, transforming it into a massive light shield to protect himself and Chu Yunhe. This mini-shield was a third-grade high-tier defensive spirit artifact, boasting astonishing defensive power. I shall see how long this shield can withstand. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Chu Lingtian's mouth as he swung the heavenly flame sword again. Executing blood flame breaks the heavens. Though the shield, being a third-grade high-tier artifact, was indeed robust, it still had its limits. Moreover, it was wielded by Su Feihu, not by a powerful great spirit master of the 8th or 9th level. Thus, Chu Lingtian merely needed to employ the blood flame breaks the heavens a few more times to obliterate it. As the second wave of blood-red flames surged forth, cracks immediately appeared on the light shield, and as time passed, the number of cracks only increased. Chu Yunhe, how long do you intend to conceal that life-saving weapon your elder brother bestowed upon you? If you do not use it now, we shall both perish, Su Feihu bellowed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhe's face contorted in pain. The life-saving weapon given to him by Chu Yunxiao was exceedingly precious. Even with Chu Yunxiao's current status, he had only managed to acquire one that had it not been for the need to enter the Canyon Cave, this life-saving artifact would not have even reached his hands. Chu Lingtian, to die beneath the blood thunder pearl, you may well take pride in that. Chu Yunhe gritted his teeth and retrieved a blood-colored pearl from his storage jade pendant. He then cut his palm and gripped the blood-colored pearl tightly. Whoosh! The blood-colored pearl instantly erupted with a powerful, beginning to voraciously absorb Chu Yunhe's blood. In just a few breaths, he had lost 60% of his blood, his complexion paling to an extreme as his vitality waned. Just as he was about to succumb, the blood-colored pearl finally ceased its absorption, hovering in mid-air. Tiny arcs of blood-red lightning danced around the pearl, exuding a terrifying aura of thunder. Die, Chu Lingtian! Chu Yunhe roared with murderous intent. Hurling the blood-colored pearl with all his might, that moment, 2 waves of blood-colored flames crashed through the light shield, bearing down with terrifying force. Crack! The blood-colored pearl suddenly detonated, unleashing torrents of thunder that struck mercilessly at the blood-red wave. In an instant, the overwhelming lightning shattered the waves of blood flames, and then, with unstoppable momentum, engulfed Chu Lingtian. The blood thunder pearl, crafted using a special secret method, was an exceedingly valuable treasure. Having absorbed the majority of Chu Yunhe's blood, the blood thunder pearl possessed immense power, sufficient to annihilate an initial stage great spirit master of the 7th level. From Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu's perspective, Chu Lingtian was doomed without a doubt. The losses this time were tremendous, yet eliminating Chu Lingtian made it all worthwhile that a smile graced Chu Yunhe's face. Although he had used all his trump cards, slaying Chu Lingtian was a significant achievement, and his family would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Su Feihu's face also bore a smile. Though he too had exhausted all his resources, he had secured a place in the inheritance gate, as long as he could pass the first trial. He would receive the rewards left by the Canyon Demon Emperor, compensating for all his losses, that, if he could pass the second trial, it would be an enormous gain. Just as the two envisioned a bright future, a chilling voice echoed, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. If your strength were but a touch greater, I would have met my end here. But alas, your power is insufficient. A figure emerged from the torrential lightning. It was none other than Chu Lingtian. His clothing was tattered, revealing his muscular physique. Though gravely injured, he emanated a fierce aura, akin to that of a beast king. Even a powerful initial stage great spirit master of the 7th level could not withstand the assault of the blood thunder pearl. How could you possibly endure it? Chu Yunhe exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even with the evidence before him, he still could not accept the reality. Su Feihu's face mirrored his shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The power of the blood thunder pearl was indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, Chu Lingtian could not have resisted it. Fortunately, he had received a 3rd-grade high-tier spirit artifact, the Spirit Flame Pearl, from his master. As the torrential lightning engulfed him, the Spirit Flame Pearl activated with all its might, instantly forming a barrier of spirit flames around him for defense. Though the spirit flame barrier did not hold for long, it managed to absorb 60% of the Blood Thunder Pearl's power. The remaining 40% was endured by Chu Lingtian with his formidable physique. Your trump cards have all been exhausted. It is time for you to depart. A frigid glint flashed in Chu Lingtian's eyes. Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu shuddered, as if plunged into an icy abyss, immediately snapping back to reality. Who told you my trump cards were spent? Chu Yunhe gritted his teeth and flipped his palm, revealing a black pill. And oh wonder you are Chu Yunxiao's cousin. You still possess a hidden card. Su Feihu's eyes lit up with delight, just as he thought Chu Yunhe was about to unleash his might and slay Chu Lingtian. A sound of tearing air suddenly rang out. Chu Yunhe was fleeing. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, desperately rushing toward the first passage, wishing he could grow 2 more legs. Su Feihu was momentarily stunned. But then he realized, what nonsense trump card. Chu Yunhe had merely been deceiving both him and Chu Lingtian, aiming to catch them off guard and escape. Chu Yunhe, I curse your ancestors. Su Feihu cursed angrily and turned to dash toward the second passage. Watching the two desperately flee, a mocking smile appeared on Chu Lingtian's lips. Now you wish to run? Too late. He activated the Starfire step, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued Chu Yunhe into the first passage. Though Chu Yunhe fled with great speed, his mastery of the Starfire step allowed him to move even faster. In no time, Chu Lingtian caught up to Chu Yunhe and struck him down with a punch. Chu Lingtian, you cannot kill me. I am Chu Yunxiao's cousin, his right-hand man at the Daybreak Academy, and a disciple of the 9th Elder of the Daybreak Academy. Should you slay me, Chu Yunxiao will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Chu Yunhe cried out, his voice trembling with fear. Ha! Seek vengeance on me. I have no intention of sparing him. Chu Lingtian's tone was as cold as ice. The accounts between me and Chu Yunxiao will eventually be settled. Today, consider this the collection of interest. With that, Chu Lingtian did not grant Chu Yunhe another chance to speak, swinging his sword across his neck, sending him on his way. After dealing with Chu Yunhe, Chu Lingtian collected his spirit artifacts and storage jade pendant, then turned to return to the small plaza, rushing toward the second passage. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Since Su Feihu had become his sworn enemy, he must be completely obliterated. Otherwise, as Su Feihu, with his background, it is highly likely that he will seek revenge after leaving the Tsangyan Cave Mansion. Ultimately, Chu Lingtian caught up with Su Feihu on the soul power ladder and sent him on his way. Chu Lingtian exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having resolved 2 significant troubles, he could finally set off to venture into the Inheritance Gate with peace of mind. Outside the Tsangyan Cave Mansion, Feng Jie, an elder of the inner sect of Mingyue Academy, changed expression as he took out a shattered jade tablet from his storage ring. This jade tablet, forged using a unique secret technique, served as a life token. Its destruction signified the demise of its owner. Before departing, Zhou Chuan had also handed a life token to Chu Lingtian, instructing him to drop a drop of his life essence upon it. The owner of the jade tablet in Feng Jie's hand was none other than Su Feihu. The shattering of the tablet indicated that Su Feihu had met his end. Damn it! Who killed my junior apprentice? Feng Jie roared, his eyes flashing with cold light. He was not only an elder of the inner sect of Mingyue Academy, but also the eldest disciple under the 4th elder, making him Su Feihu's senior brother. With cultivation at the mid-stage of the Spirit King realm, Feng Jie was well aware that throughout the history of the Tsangyan Cave Mansion's openings, numerous geniuses had fallen, a fact not lost on him. Look at Elder Mo Feng. His demeanor remains remarkably stable. Zhao Wu remarked indifferently. Mo Feng, an elder from the illustrious Mo family of the imperial capital, was at the early stage of the Spirit King realm and had accompanied Mo Yingjie. Half an hour prior, Mo Yingjie's life token had shattered, indicating his death within the Tsangyan Cave Mansion. Initially, Mo Feng had been furious, but upon learning from the departing participants that Mo Yingjie had aggressively attacked Chu Lingtian and was subsequently slain by him, he immediately fell silent, his expression darkening to the utmost. The Mo family was already at fault in this matter, and given the Zhou family's superior strength over the Mo family, with Zhou Chuan also surpassing him, he could only swallow his anger in silence. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's mockery, Feng Jie was about to retort when he noticed Zhao Wu's expression suddenly shift. He turned his palm and produced Chu Yuna's life token. Gazing intently, he found the token had been utterly shattered. Dare to lay a hand on my junior apprentice. I, the elder, shall ensure the culprit is ground to dust. Zhao Wu roared with murderous intent. Chu Yunhe was not only his junior apprentice, but also the cousin of Chu Yunxiao, one of the most favored direct descendants of the Chu family. Now, with his death in the Sangyan cave mansion, he was bound to face severe consequences upon returning to the Riyao Academy. Feng Jie observed Zhao Wu's demeanor and scoffed. Just moments ago, Zhao had derided him for his emotional instability. Yet now, with Chu Yunhe's demise, Zhao Wu was no different. Among those who entered the Sangyan cave mansion, my junior apprentice's strength was undoubtedly among the foremost, possessing numerous hidden trump cards. Who could possibly have killed him? Zhao Wu furrowed his brow. My junior apprentice's strength is no less than that of Chu Yunhe. Who then could have slain him? Feng Jie spoke solemnly. The two exchanged glances and, in unison, turned their gazes towards Zhou Chuan. Among all who had entered the Sangyan cave mansion, the only one likely capable of slaying both Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu was Chu Lingtian. Even if a group were to join forces to defeat them, the backgrounds of the two would deter any lethal intentions against them. Zhou Chuan felt their scrutinizing stares, maintaining a calm expression devoid of emotion, though internally he let out a bitter laugh that he, too, suspected that Chu Lingtian was indeed responsible for this incident. This could lead to some trouble, Zhou Chuan mused silently. Had Chu Lingtian only killed one of the Mo Yingjia, Su Feihu, or Chu Yunhe, it would have posed no issue. However, having slain all three, the situation escalated significantly. Neither the Mo family, Su family, nor Chu family were to be trifled with. Should the three families unite, even with the Spirit King at the 9th level from the Zhou family, the situation would still be exceedingly precarious. As Zhou Chuan pondered, the crimson barrier at the entrance of the Sangyan cave mansion suddenly blazed with brilliance. Aside from the fallen Mo Yingjia, Su Feihu, Chu Yunhe, and Chu Lingtian, the remaining 26 participants were all teleported out. Someone has entered the inheritance gate, Mo Feng declared solemnly. Feng Jie and Zhao Wu quickly scanned the crowd of participants, failing to spot Chu Lingtian's figure. This confirmed that the one who had entered the inheritance gate was indeed Chu Lingtian. Initially, Feng Jie and Zhao Wu merely suspected that Chu Lingtian was responsible for killing Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu. Now, they were convinced that the culprit was none other than Chu Lingtian. Cold glints flickered in their eyes as they glared fiercely at Zhou Chuan, simultaneously retrieving a jade symbol from their storage rings. They whispered a few incantations before shattering the symbols. Simultaneously, Mo Feng produced a similar jade symbol, murmuring a few words before crushing it as well. The jade symbols they had used were called sound transmission jade symbols, crafted through a unique secret technique. These symbols were divided into mother symbols and child symbols. The three men had retrieved child symbols, whispering into them before shattering them. The holder of the mother symbol would receive their messages instantly, even from thousands of miles away, seeing the situation deteriorate towards the worst possible outcome. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and also retrieved a sound transmission jade symbol to relay a message to Zhou Hong. Unbeknownst to Chu Lingtian, who had stepped into the inheritance gate, he found himself in a vast hall devoid of furnishings. Just as he was puzzled, a weathered voice echoed. The first trial of inheritance begins. The challenger must simultaneously activate 5 soul orbs and maintain them for the duration of an incense stick to pass. As the voice faded, 5 ebony orbs materialized before Chu Lingtian. Not daring to delay, he immediately summoned his soul power to lift the 5 soul orbs. The difficulty of the first trial was not excessively high. As long as one possessed the alchemical skills of a low-tier 3rd-grade alchemist, passing was virtually assured. Both Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu, who had fallen at his hands, possessed the strength to pass the first trial. The duration of an incense stick swiftly elapsed. The first trial of inheritance has been passed. The challenger may choose one reward from the following 3 options. The weathered voice resounded again, with the conclusion of the statement. 3 wooden boxes appeared before Chu Lingtian. The first box contained a low-tier 5th-grade pill, the Breaking King pill, which could increase the probability of a breakthrough by 40% when consumed by a late-stage Great Spirit Master. The second box held a vial of high-tier fourth-grade pill, the Heavenly Origin pill, which could accelerate a cultivator's training speed, with effects 100 times superior to the nurturing spirit pill. Generally, only cultivators above the 5th level of the Spirit King realm would use the Heavenly Origin pill as an aid in their training. If a great spirit master consumed it, a single vial would suffice to elevate their cultivation by 2 or 3 major realms. The third box contained a low-tier 5th-grade pill, the Blood Lotus pill, a miraculous healing medicine capable of mending even the gravest of injuries, deemed a life-saving elixir. After some contemplation, Chu Lingtian chose the Heavenly Origin pill. He had no need for the Breaking King pill or the Blood Lotus pill. Only the Heavenly Origin pill was suitable, as it could rapidly enhance his strength. With the selection of the Heavenly Origin pill, the other 2 pills and the soul orbs vanished. The second trial of inheritance begins. The challenger must refine a low-tier 3rd-grade pill within 2 hours, achieving a quality of at least medium-grade to pass. With the Weathered Voices proclamation, a pill furnace and dozens of 3rd-grade medicinal materials abruptly appeared before Chu Lingtian. He could select any of these materials freely. Chu Lingtian chose the ingredients needed to refine the nurturing spirit pill, and then took out the pill furnace, igniting the alchemical fire as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the alchemical process. Over an hour later, he extinguished the fire and retrieved a flawless nurturing spirit pill from the furnace. That moment, a beam of light swept over the nurturing spirit pill as the Weathered Voice echoed. The second trial of inheritance has been passed. The challenger may choose one reward from the following 3 options. As the voice concluded, 3 wooden boxes reappeared before Chu Lingtian. The first box contained a crimson pill exuding a rich fire attribute energy. The Fire Phoenix pill, required by Shangwan Yinran. The second box held a blood-colored pill, radiating peculiar blood-colored glows. This was none other than the Blood Spirit Treasure pill, the very goal of Chu Lingtian's journey. Consuming the Blood Spirit Treasure pill would enable cultivators with awakened 1st or 2nd-tier bloodlines to elevate their bloodline by an entire tier, those cultivators with 3rd and 4th-tier bloodlines. Upon consuming the Blood Spirit Elixir, possess a 30% chance of elevating their bloodline by 1 rank. Should Chu Lingtian manage to ingest the Blood Spirit Elixir, he may have the opportunity to awaken his bloodline once more. Within the 3rd wooden box lies a blue elixir, known as the Breakthrough Emperor Pill, a high-grade 5th-tier medicinal concoction. When a powerful practitioner at the late stage of the 9th heavenly layer of Spirit King consumes the Breakthrough Emperor Pill, their chance of breaking through increases by 20%. Do not underestimate this 20% chance. For an average practitioner at the late stage of the 9th heavenly layer of Spirit King, the likelihood of advancing to the Spirit Emperor realm is less than 10%. The Breakthrough Emperor Pill is sufficient to entice the vast majority of such practitioners. As Chu Lingtian gazed upon the 3 wooden boxes, he found himself in a quandary. The Blood Spirit Elixir was his goal for entering the Tsangyan Cave, yet he had also promised Shangwan Yinran that he would procure the Fire Phoenix Pill for her. He could only choose one. After a moment of internal conflict, Chu Lingtian resolved. One must not be untrustworthy. Shangwan Yinran had aided him immensely, without her providing the extreme Yin Spirit Nectar and the Earth Yin Spirit Liquid. His strength could not have surged so rapidly. Faced with the combined might of Chu Yunhe and Su Feihu, as well as the formidable Blood Thunder Pearl, he would have been unable to withstand their assault. Thus, he ultimately chose the Fire Phoenix Pill. As Chu Lingtian selected the Fire Phoenix Pill, the Blood Spirit Elixir, the Breakthrough Emperor Pill, and dozens of medicinal herbs vanished in an instant that a solemn voice echoed. The 3rd trial of inheritance begins. If the challenger masters the Songlong fire control technique within 12 hours, they shall receive all of my bequeathed knowledge. With these words, a text on fire control suddenly manifested in the void. It was none other than the renowned Songlong fire control technique of the Tsangyan Medicine Emperor. The fire control technique is of utmost importance to alchemists that a potent fire control method can enhance the power of the alchemical flames and increase the success rate of alchemy. Typically, only alchemists of 4th tier and above possess such techniques. The introductory alchemy manual that Chu Lingtian exchanged for at the Starry Academy was authored by a mere high-ranking 3rd-tier alchemist and did not encompass any fire control techniques. Hence, he had not yet practiced any fire control methods until now. The Songlong fire control technique before him was incomplete, containing only the first half, allowing him to only reach the initial threshold of mastery. To obtain the complete technique, he must pass the third trial of inheritance and gain the legacy of the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor. After a brief glance at the technique, Chu Lingtian made a judgment. With his current cultivation aptitude, it was unlikely he could master it within 12 hours. The Tsingyan Medicine Emperor had long since fallen, leaving behind a trial of inheritance that operated solely through formations. Thus, my use of the Chaos Tower will remain undisclosed, Chu Lingtian mused. For others, 12 hours is merely 12 hours, but for him, who possesses the Chaos Tower, it translates to 100 days, without wasting a moment. Chu Lingtian concentrated and directly entered the first layer of the tower, commencing his training on the Songlong fire control technique. Time flowed like water, and 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. Songlong fire control technique, Chu Lingtian exclaimed, forming an intricate hand seal. The surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing before him into a mini fire dragon, although it measured only a few inches in length. It radiated intense heat. He had finally grasped the fundamentals. A flicker of excitement ignited in Chu Lingtian's eyes. A high-level fire control technique. The difficulty of mastering the Songlong fire control technique was exceptionally high. Over the course of 100 days, Chu Lingtian maintained unwavering concentration, and just as the trial's time was nearing its end, he achieved the threshold of mastery. With a thought, he instantly vacated the first layer of the tower. Returning to the hall at this moment, less than half a stick of incense remained before the trial concluded. Chu Lingtian hastily activated the Songlong fire control technique, summoning forth a mini fire dragon. The third trial of inheritance was passed. From this moment forth, you shall be the inheritor of the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor. As the profound voice faded, a brilliant light enveloped Chu Lingtian. When the radiance dissipated, 3 enormous wooden boxes appeared within the hall. Chu Lingtian peered into the boxes, his eyes widening in astonishment as his breath quickened. The first box contained dozens of precious elixirs, including the Blood Spirit Elixir, Fire Phoenix Pill, Breakthrough Emperor Pill, and the Breakthrough King Pill, and even more than one of each. Upon counting, he discovered there were 3 Blood Spirit Elixirs. This was more than enough for him to awaken his bloodline once again. The second box housed numerous scrolls, not only containing the complete Songlong fire control technique, but also dozens of alchemical formulas, several martial arts techniques, 2 secret techniques, and a journal detailing his alchemical experiences. It is worth noting that aside from being a 5th-tier high-ranking alchemist, the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor was also a formidable practitioner at the 4th level of Spirit Emperor. Thus, his legacy naturally extends beyond mere alchemical teachings. Upon counting, Chu Lingtian found that among the martial arts techniques, most were of high-grade Xian tier, with one reaching the intermediate Earth tier and another the low Earth tier. Among the martial arts techniques, one reached the intermediate Earth tier, while 2 reached the low Earth tier. Chu Lingtian had already practiced the upper volume of the Dragon Flame technique and would continue with the middle and lower volumes. Although the intermediate and low-level Earth tier techniques left behind by the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor were beyond his reach, they were nonetheless invaluable and could be exchanged for the treasures he required. What intrigued Chu Lingtian most in the second large box were not the techniques or martial arts, but the journal documenting the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor's alchemical experiences and those 2 secret techniques. As a 5th-tier high-ranking alchemist, the Tsingyan Medicine Emperor's insights into alchemy were incredibly precious. With this journal, Chu Lingtian would surely avoid many detours on his path of alchemy, as for the 2 secret techniques. One was named Tsingyan Blood Ignition Technique, and the other Blood Shadow Escape. The Tsingyan Blood Ignition Technique is a method for enhancing one's strength, far surpassing the Blood Fury Technique and Wolf Transformation Technique that Chu Lingtian had encountered. Should he master it, with his current prowess, the Tsingyan Blood Ignition Technique could potentially elevate his cultivation by at least 2 major realms, if not more. Moreover, even after advancing to the Spirit King realm, the Tsingyan Blood Ignition Technique would still retain its efficacy, albeit not to the same extent as during the Great Spirit Master realm. The Blood Shadow Escape, on the other hand, serves as a life-saving technique. Once activated, although it requires a certain price, It can allow one to instantly escape a distance of several dozen miles. With these two secret techniques, my ability to protect myself will be significantly enhanced. Even when facing ordinary Spirit King realm practitioners, I will possess the means to survive. That a smile curled at the corners of Chu Lingtian's mouth. He then turned his attention to the third large box, which housed over 100 mature medicinal herbs. The vast majority were third-tier herbs, with over 10 fourth-tier herbs and 3 fifth-tier herbs. For Chu Lingtian, this constituted yet another considerable fortune. Selling them in exchange for herb seeds would suffice for him to advance to a fourth-tier alchemist. With a grand sweep of his hand, Chu Lingtian stored all 3 large boxes within the first layer of the tower. I could see this moment. The formidable cultivators for various factions outside the cave should have gathered by now. Chu Lingtian mused with a light chuckle. Having spent such a considerable time in the Sungyan cave, the various factions must have deduced that he had reached the 3rd trial of inheritance. Should they learn that he had passed the trial and acquired the entirety of the Sungyan Medicine Emperor's legacy, it would undoubtedly incite envy in countless hearts. Although he had the backing of the Zhou family and the Starry Academy, the factions capable of obtaining the Sungyan Order were not insignificant powers. Should they unite, even the Zhou family and the Starry Academy would struggle to protect him. Thus, Chu Lingtian refrained from storing the treasures in his storage jade pendant, opting instead to keep them within the first layer of the tower. The various factions would never suspect that within his mind lay the unparalleled treasure known as the Chaos Tower. With the inheritance secured, it was time to depart. Chu Lingtian rose and left the inheritance gate, leisurely making his way toward the cave entrance. Just as he had anticipated, a plethora of powerful beings had gathered outside the cave, and the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. Beside Zhao Wu stood a solemn-eyed elder, exuding an aura of great strength, alongside a middle-aged man clad in black robes. The elder was none other than the 9th elder of the Daybreak Academy, Zhao Wu, and Chu Yuna's master, whose cultivation had reached the initial stage of the 7th heavenly layer of Spirit King. The black-robed middle-aged man was Chu Yuna's father, the head elder of the Chu family, Chu Hongfei, whose cultivation had attained the mid-stage of the 6th heavenly layer of Spirit King. Beside Feng Jie stood 2 venerable elders, the master of Feng Jie and Su Feihu, the 4th elder of the Mingyue Academy, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of Spirit King's 6th heaven, and Su Feihu's grandfather, Su Yongnian, the patriarch of the prestigious Su family in the empire, who had attained the mid-stage of Spirit King 7th heaven. Additionally, Mo Ingji's grandfather, Mo Guangwen, the head of the illustrious Mo family in the imperial capital, also arrived, his countenance cold as he stood beside Mo Feng. His cultivation was at the early stage of Spirit King's 6th heaven. Furthermore, numerous family heads and elder dignitaries for various factions had appeared, eager to profit from the chaos, all possessing cultivation above the 1st heaven of Spirit King. The assembly of Spirit King realm powerhouses had surpassed 30 individuals, exuding an overwhelming aura that was utterly terrifying. The candidates emerging from the Sungyan cave hid 100 meters away, none daring to approach, as their strength could not withstand the formidable pressure emanating from so many Spirit King realm experts. Zhou Hong had also arrived, standing beside Zhou Chuan. He surveyed the scene with a grave expression, the developments far exceeding his expectations. Although he had reached the late stage of Spirit King 9th heaven, making him a top-tier powerhouse in the entire empire, the 9th elder Chu Hongfei, 4th elder Su Yongnian, and Mo Guangwen were no trifles. Together, these 5 could certainly contend with him, should the 9th elder and others ally with other Spirit King realm experts. Even he would have to avoid confrontation. Father, my junior brother has killed Chu Yuna, Su Feihu, and Mo Ingjia. Their 3 families will undoubtedly seek vengeance against him, Zhou Chuan conveyed telepathically. Humph, in the pursuit of opportunity. Casualties are inevitable. This is a truth well understood by all. The 3 families are merely using this as an excuse. What they truly covet is the inheritance of the Sungyan medicine sovereign. Zhou Hong discerned the true intentions of the 9th elder and others with a single glance. What shall we do? My junior brother has been in the inheritance gate for over a day. He likely obtained the Sungyan medicine sovereign's legacy. A hint of worry flickered in Zhou Chuan's eyes. Zhou Hong replied telepathically, if Ling Tian did not acquire the Sungyan medicine's sovereign's inheritance, my strength is sufficient to protect him if he has obtained it. Then we will have no choice but to fight. Zhou Chuan nodded vigorously. As Chu Ling Tian's senior brother, he would undoubtedly safeguard him. Just as they were communicating, a flash of crimson light appeared at the cave's entrance, and Chu Ling Tian stepped out. Upon seeing him, everyone's gaze shifted, as if they beheld an extraordinary treasure. Without uttering a word, the ninth elder and others immediately took action, aiming to capture Chu Ling Tian. Boom! Zhou Hong moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Chu Ling Tian, blocking all attacks. You think the Zhou family is an easy target to be bullied? Zhou Hong said coldly, unleashing the full force of his late-stage Spirit King Ninth Heaven cultivation, a terrifying aura surging forth like a torrential flood, sweeping towards the crowd. Zhou Chuan also positioned himself in front of Chu Ling Tian, casting a reassuring glance at him before turning back, ready for battle with his spirit weapon in hand. Feeling the protection of his master and senior brother, warmth surged within Chu Ling Tian's heart. It felt wonderful to have such guardians. The ninth elder spoke indifferently. Elder Zhou Hong, your disciple has killed my student within the Sanyan Cave, as well as the student of the fourth elder of Mingyue Academy and the heir of the Mo family. Shouldn't there be an explanation? There must be an explanation. Chu Hongfei, fourth elder Suyong Yin, and Mo Guangwen simultaneously unleashed their auras, dissipating the pressure Zhou Hong had emitted. The two sides seemed poised to clash at any moment. In every prior opening of the Sanyan Cave, there have been casualties. When has an explanation ever been necessary? Zhou Hong retorted coldly. That is because the casualties before were merely from ordinary families. This time, it is the disciples of the Chu, Su, and Mo families. The ninth elder interjected. If Chu Ling Tian has obtained the Sangyan medicine's sovereign's inheritance and acquired a vast treasure, if he does not offer up 90% of his gains to compensate the three families, he shall not leave here unscathed. Do you think you can keep my Zhou Hong's disciple? Zhou Hong's eyes gleamed with cold light, an overwhelming killing intent rising like a storm, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. The ninth elder sensed the murderous intent emanating from Zhou Hong, his pupils narrowing slightly. Zhou Hong's strength was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. The ninth elder turned to the onlookers and said, if you are willing to assist, the Chu, Su, and Mo families will offer 20% of this haul as compensation. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Spirit King realm experts lit up. While 20% may seem modest, it was a treasure left by the Sangyan medicine's sovereign. As the empire's most renowned alchemist, the treasures he left behind would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. The prospect of 20% was enough to entice them. Without hesitation, the Spirit King realm experts agreed to support the ninth elder. Chu Ling Tian has gone too far. We must demand an explanation from the Chu, Su, and Mo families. In my opinion, Chu Ling Tian should surrender all his gains. I, from the Li family, support the ninth elder. I, from the Wu family, also support the ninth elder. Hearing the clamoring voices, Zhou Hong's eyes flashed with cold light. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power and carve a bloody path with Zhou Chuan and Chu Ling Tian. Chu Ling Tian suddenly spoke, I did not acquire the Sangyan medicine's sovereign's inheritance. The ninth elder and others revealed sardonic smiles, clearly disbelieving Chu Ling Tian's words that, you take us for 3-year-old children. The time limit for the third inheritance trial is 12 hours. Yet you have remained in the Sangyan cave for over a day. Who would believe you if you claim you did not acquire the Sangyan medicine's sovereign's inheritance? No matter how you argue. You must hand over the treasures left by the Sangyan medicine's sovereign today. Not only did the ninth elder and others disbelieve him, but even Zhou Hong and Zhou Chuan harbored doubts about Chu Ling Tian's words. Chu Ling Tian replied calmly, if you do not believe me, feel free to examine the storage spirit artifact on me to see if there are any treasures left by the Sangyan medicine's sovereign. As he spoke, Chu Ling Tian produced his storage jade pendant, emptied its contents, and erased the soul mark on it, allowing everyone to inspect it in addition to his own storage jade pendant. He also took out those belonging to Chu Yunha, Su Feihu, and Mo Ingja. The onlookers regarded Chu Ling Tian's actions with skepticism. Could it be that he truly did not obtain the Sangyan medicine's sovereign's inheritance? The ninth elder and others immediately stepped forward to investigate. As a fifth-grade high-tier alchemist and a spirit king of fourth heaven, the inheritance left by the Tsangyan medicine sovereign would undoubtedly be extraordinarily valuable. However, the ninth elder and others only found a Tianyuan pill and a Holwan pill among the items. These two were the rewards from the first two inheritance trials. Beyond that, everything else belonged to Chu Ling Tian himself. Unwilling to concede, the ninth elder, Chu Hongfei, fourth elder Xiong Yin, and Mo Guangwen activated their soul powers, repeatedly scanning Chu Ling Tian, hoping to uncover any hidden storage spirit artifacts. Yet, no matter how thoroughly they searched, they could find no evidence that Chu Ling Tian had obtained the Tsangyan medicine's sovereign inheritance. You clearly passed the second trial. Why did you not choose the blood spirit treasure pill, instead opting for the Holwan pill? Chu Hongfei coldly questioned Chu Ling Tian. Indeed, this is highly suspicious, the ninth elder remarked. Chu Ling Tian lacks a bloodline. To break through to the Spirit King realm, he must awaken one, yet he abandoned the blood spirit treasure pill for the Holwan pill, effectively burying his own future. Would he truly be so foolish? The fourth elder, Su Yongnian, and Mo Guangwen nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiments of Chu Hongfei and the ninth elder. This indeed raised significant suspicion. This Holwan pill is a promise I made to a friend. Chu Ling Tian explained. What sort of friend could possibly be more important than your own future? Chu Hongfei sneered. Utterly unconvinced by Chu Ling Tian's words, he turned to the ninth elder, fourth elder, and others, coldly stating, if we employ the soul search secret technique, we can ascertain whether he truly obtained the Tsangyan medicine sovereign inheritance. The so-called soul search technique, as the name implies, is a method that allows one to probe into another's soul that, if executed, the subject may suffer severe soul injuries, resulting in idiocy or worse, death. Hearing this, the ninth elder and fourth elder were visibly tempted. If Chu Ling Tian had indeed acquired the Tsangyan medicine's sovereign inheritance, employing the soul search technique would reveal where he had hidden the treasures. If Chu Ling Tian had not obtained the inheritance of the Tsangyan medicine emperor, he could have utilized the soul-searching secret technique to render him an imbecile or even eliminate him outright, thus avenging Chu Yunhe, Su Feihu, and Mo Yingjie. Just as the group was poised to take action, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. The fire wand pill that Chu Ling Tian acquired from the Tsangyan cave is meant for me. Everyone turned to see a gigantic divine crane descending from the heavens. This divine crane was a low-level, fourth-tier demon beast, the fire spirit crane, possessing strength equivalent to a cultivator at the second level of the Spirit King realm, and it moved with remarkable swiftness. Two figures leapt from the back of the fire spirit crane. Upon sighting these two figures, the ninth elder and the others immediately changed their expressions and bowed in respect. We meet the prince. We meet the princess. The two figures were none other than Shangwan Yen Ran and her uncle, Prince Ning. Prince Ning was a renowned expert within the royal family, having reached the late stage of the ninth level of the Spirit King realm, his power rivaling that of Zhou Hong. Upon learning that Chu Ling Tian had entered the inheritance gate for over a day, Shangwan Yen Ran speculated that he might be in danger, prompting her to request Prince Ning's presence. Although Shangwan Yen Ran had yet to be officially crowned as a princess, those who knew her were few. However, the ninth elder, Xu Yongyin, and others held significant positions and had previously visited the palace, thus recognizing her immediately. Upon hearing the calls of the ninth elder and Xu Yongyin, the others promptly bowed in respect. We meet the prince. We meet the princess. Shangwan Yin Ran cast a cold gaze at Chu Hongfei and said icily, this fire wand pill is what Chu Ling Tian retrieved for me. Do you have any objections? Cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Hongfei's forehead as he hurriedly replied, no objections. No objections. Shangwan Yin Ran then turned her gaze towards the ninth elder, Xu Yongyin, and the others, her tone frigid. Do you have any objections? The ninth elder, Xu Yongyin, and the others quickly shook their heads. Though Shangwan Yin Ran's strength was merely at the level of a grand spirit master, her status as the emperor's favored daughter far surpassed that of the ninth elder and the others. Since there are no objections, you may take your leave, Shangwan Yin Ran declared assertively. The ninth elder and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Chu Hongfei, mustering his courage, said, Your Highness, Chu Ling Tian has killed members of the Chu, Su, and Mo families within the Tsang Yin cave, and we require an explanation from the three families. Indeed, an explanation is warranted. Prince Ning nodded in agreement. I could see these words. Shangwan Yin Ran's face revealed a hint of anxiety. Chu Hongfei and the others looked hopeful, believing Prince Ning was about to speak on their behalf, but his subsequent words fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, chilling them to the bone. Did you not desire the spoils that Chu Ling Tian acquired in the Tsang Yin cave? I shall decree that the bottle of Tian Yuan pills is yours as compensation for your three families. A faint smile played upon Shangwan Yin Ran's lips. She knew her uncle would side with her. Chu Hongfei could not help but interject, Your Highness, a single bottle of Tian Yuan pills is insufficient to compensate for the losses sustained by our three families. While the Tian Yuan pills were indeed valuable, the Chu, Su, and Mo families had lost exceptionally talented direct descendants. Chu Yunhe, Su Feihu, and Mo Yingjie, who were destined to become formidable spirit kings. There was even a chance they could surpass the 5th level of the Spirit King realm, that a mere bottle of Tian Yuan pills could not begin to make amends for the losses of the three families. Before Chu Hongfei could finish his sentence, Prince Ning's expression turned icy. Do you intend to take my niece's Fire Luan pill as well? Though his tone was calm, the words were laced with an overwhelming chill, causing Chu Hongfei, the 9th elder, and the others to shiver as if plunged into an icy abyss. We absolutely mean no such thing. Chu Hongfei and the others quickly shook their heads. Setting aside Prince Ning's formidable strength, having reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Spirit King realm, his princely status alone was something that Chu Hongfei and the 9th elder could not afford to offend. Since there is no such intent, take the Tian Yuan pills and depart, Prince Ning said indifferently. Chu Hongfei, the 9th elder, and the others exchanged looks, resigned to accepting the Tian Yuan pills before turning to leave. With Prince Ning and Shangwan Yin Ran guarding Chu Ling Tian, they had no opportunity to act against him and could only depart in frustration. The show has concluded. You may all take your leave. Prince Ning stated, surveying the surroundings. The assembly of Spirit King realm experts bowed to Prince Ning and Shangwan Yin Ran before making their exit. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Ling Tian, Zhou Hong, Zhou Chuan, Prince Ning, and Shangwan Yin Ran remained at the entrance of the Tsang Yin cave. Shangwan Yin Ran picked up the Fire Luan pill and remarked somewhat reproachfully, Ling Tian, while the Fire Luan pill is of great importance to me, you should have chosen the Blood Spirit Treasure pill instead. Chu Ling Tian shook his head, replying, One must honor their word. Since I promised to give you the Fire Luan pill, I must follow through. Moreover, before Chu Ling Tian could finish, Shangwan Yin Ran interrupted him, pressing the Fire Luan pill in his hand. The Fire Luan pill is a high-grade 5th-tier elixir, exceedingly precious. Take it to the treasure pavilion. Perhaps you could exchange it for the Blood Spirit Treasure pill. Chu Ling Tian smiled, returning the Fire Luan pill to Shangwan Yin Ran. This Fire Luan pill means little to me. Please accept it without concern. Zhou Hong, observing the two, displayed an expression of realization. Initially perplexed as to why Chu Ling Tian had not opted for the Blood Spirit Treasure pill, he now understood. Although it was regrettable not to have acquired the Blood Spirit Treasure pill, which would have allowed Chu Ling Tian to awaken his bloodline once more, winning Shangwan Yin Ran's affection would not be a loss. At worst, when Chu Ling Tian's cultivation reached the late stage of the Grand Spirit Master realm, he could attend an auction to procure a Blood Spirit Treasure pill for him, the head of the Zhou family, and a formidable expert at the late stage of the 9th level of the Spirit King realm. Zhou Hong's wealth was substantial. However, purchasing a single Blood Spirit Treasure pill would consume a significant portion of his fortune. You have passed 2 trials of inheritance and obtained the Tian Yuan pill and the Fire Luan pill. Since the Tian Yuan pill has been taken by Chu Hongfei and the others, if I were to take the Fire Luan pill as well, your journey to the Tsang Yin cave would yield nothing. As she spoke, Shangwan Yin Ran attempted once more to press the Fire Luan pill into Chu Ling Tian's hands. Chu Ling Tian, feeling helpless, finally stated, This Fire Luan pill truly holds no value for me, as I have received all the inheritances from the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor. Those present were all trustworthy individuals. So Chu Ling Tian felt at ease, revealing that he had obtained the inheritance of the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor. Shangguan Yin Rant's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Did not Chu Hong Fei and the others already inspect your storage spirit tool, finding only the Tian Yuan pill and the Fire Luan pill? Zhou Hong, Zhou Chuan, and Prince Ning all bore expressions of confusion, especially Zhou Hong. Having probed Chu Ling Tian previously, he had confirmed that Chu Ling Tian possessed no other storage spirit tools. Chu Ling Tian turned to Zhou Hong and asked, Master, do you have any formation to prevent eavesdropping? With Chu Hong Fei and the Ninth Elder having just departed, it would be prudent to set up a formation to guard against any potential prying. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong immediately grasped Chu Ling Tian's intent. He flipped his right hand, retrieving a bronze formation disc from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy, and promptly established a formation to prevent eavesdropping. Chu Ling Tian explained that Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor anticipated that the inheritance he left behind would spark the envy of countless individuals. To safeguard the inheritor, he prepared an invaluable storage spirit tool that does not need to be worn on one's person. Zhou Hong responded gravely. Could it be a storage spirit tool of 6th-tier quality or above? It is said that higher-tier spirit tools could be nurtured within the Dantian. Prince Ning interjected, indeed, whether they are offensive spirit tools, defensive spirit tools, or storage spirit tools, as long as they are of 6th-tier quality or above, they can be nurtured within the Dantian, intertwining their existence with that of their master, thereby enhancing their power. Chu Ling Tian nodded vigorously to substantiate his words. He willed it, retrieving numerous treasures from the first layer of the pagoda space. As he displayed the blood spirit treasure pill, Fire Luan pill, Pahuang pill. In Pahuang pill, Shangguan Yin Ran, Zhou Hong, Zhou Chuan, and Prince Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, each displaying shock upon witnessing such a trove of treasures. While all four held distinguished identities, the sheer quantity of riches left them somewhat flustered. It was no exaggeration to say that Chu Ling Tian's wealth had already surpassed that of Zhou Hong and Prince Ning. Across the entire Qi Yin Empire, there were scarcely a handful of individuals wealthier than Chu Ling Tian. Now do you believe what I said? Chu Ling Tian addressed Shangguan Yin Ran, reiterating, this Fire Luan pill truly means nothing to me. Please accept it with ease. Shangguan Yin Ran nodded, joyfully accepting the Fire Luan Dan. Just when everyone presumed that Chu Ling Tian would reclaim all the treasures, he presented a broken Emperor Dan with both hands, respectfully offering it to Zhou Hong. Master, this broken Emperor Dan is a token of my filial piety. Zhou Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, are you certain you wish to gift the broken Emperor Dan to me? The broken Emperor Dan holds immense significance for cultivators at the late stage of the 9th heaven of the spiritual king realm. Its worth far surpasses that of the blood spirit treasure Dan and the Fire Luan Dan. Should Chu Ling Tian choose to auction this broken Emperor Dan at the treasure pavilion, it could fetch an astronomical sum of several 100 million taels of silver. Chu Ling Tian earnestly replied, without you, master, I wouldn't have even obtained the Tsang Yin order, let alone access the Tsang Yin cave to seize opportunities. After emerging from the Tsang Yin cave, you stood against numerous powerful spiritual kings to protect me, nearly igniting a war. This broken Emperor Dan pales in comparison to your kindness, so I implore you to accept it. Zhou Hong, sensing the sincerity in Chu Ling Tian's words, let out a hearty laugh. Haha, I did not misjudge you, if that is the case. I shall accept this broken Emperor Dan taking the Dan. He continued, I shall not take advantage of you. From this moment forth, you shall be my official disciple. As his words fell, he flipped his palm and produced a dark red scroll, handing it to Chu Ling Tian. This is a gift I have prepared for you, Zhou Hong said with a smile. Upon receiving the scroll, Chu Ling Tian's eyes glimmered with delight. This scroll was none other than the Dragon Flame Sutra. Although it is a low-grade, Earth-level technique, it stands as the pinnacle among low-grade, Earth-level techniques, its power rivaling that of an average mid-grade, Earth-level technique, albeit with great difficulty in cultivation, should Chu Ling Tian manage to cultivate it to the initial stage. His physical realm could ascend to the peak of the body-tempering realm, comparable to cultivators of the ninth heaven of the spiritual king realm, that if he were to cultivate it to the minor achievement stage, his physical realm would reach the mid-stage of the body-tempering realm, akin to ordinary spiritual emperors. Should he achieve the perfect stage, his physical realm would ascend to the peak of the late body-tempering realm, comparable to cultivators at the ninth heaven of the spiritual sect. Of course, Zhou Hong did not expect Chu Ling Tian to cultivate the Dragon Flame Sutra to perfection. In his view, as long as Chu Ling Tian could cultivate it to the minor achievement stage, he would be able to traverse the Qi Yin Empire with ease. Thank you, Master. Chu Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. Zhou Hong waved his hand, saying, initially, I thought gifting you the Dragon Flame Sutra was sufficient, but now I feel it may not be enough. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards the recently set up defensive array and spoke. This array is called the Celestial Wind Profound Soul Array, a fifth-tier formation capable of repelling any prying eyes from cultivators below the fourth heaven of the spiritual emperor realm, and it possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. Given that you have inherited the legacy of the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor, you must guard against others prying while cultivating in the academy, and this array is perfectly suited for that purpose. With it, even the palace master cannot spy on you. Chu Ling Tian felt a surge of joy, quickly cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Upon being promoted to an inner disciple, he had intended to replace the Wind Soul Array, but had been too preoccupied with enhancing his strength to find time to visit the treasure pavilion. Moreover, fourth-tier arrays are exceedingly expensive, and he didn't possess sufficient funds. He had planned to sell a few treasures at the treasure pavilion after leaving the Song Yen cave to purchase a fourth-tier defensive array. To his surprise, Zhou Hong had directly gifted him a fifth-tier Celestial Wind Profound Soul Array. This array would serve him well into the spiritual king realm and even the spiritual emperor realm. After storing the Dragon Flame Sutra in his storage jade pendant, Chu Ling Tian presented 2 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan to Zhou Chuan with utmost respect. I sincerely thank you, senior brother, for your continuous care. You must accept these 2 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan. Zhou Chuan was taken aback, not anticipating receiving a gift. Little junior brother, this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, he protested, waving his hands. Chu Ling Tian firmly placed the 2 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan into Zhou Chuan's hands, stating solemnly, if it weren't for you, senior brother, I wouldn't have even had the chance to meet Master, let alone become his disciple. Moreover, you have taken great care of me within the academy. These 2 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan are trivial to me. If you refuse to accept them, it implies that you do not truly acknowledge me as your little junior brother. Hearing this, Zhou Chuan had no choice but to accept the Tian Yuan Dan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, little junior brother. The Tian Yuan Dan is a high-tier 4th-grade pill, capable of significantly accelerating a cultivator's training speed, with potent efficacy. With these 2 bottles of Tian Yuan Dan, Zhou Chuan was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the first heaven of the spiritual king realm, or even the late stage. Chu Ling Tian then turned his attention to the Prince of Ning, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. The Prince of Ning waved his hand dismissively, saying, I merely offered a few words. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Yanran. Chu Ling Tian shook his head, his expression earnest. Without Your Highness's support, even with Master and Senior Brother's protection, I would have been embroiled in a fierce battle that I will forever remember Your Highness's kindness. Should you require this broken Emperor Dan, you may purchase it at half price. As he spoke, Chu Ling Tian reverently presented a broken Emperor Dan to the Prince of Ning. The legacy left by the Tsang Yin Medicine Emperor included 2 broken Emperor Dan. After gifting one to Zhou Hong, Chu Ling Tian was left with only one. The Prince of Ning gazed intently at Chu Ling Tian. Are you certain you wish to sell this broken Emperor Dan to me at half price? Should you sell it, you would